Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comments section. I won't leave you hanging. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. Chapter 1 Divorce. Xia State, Shuangjiang Commandery, Luoshui City. Yibei, let's get a divorce. Su Qing's voice on the phone was cold and devoid of any emotion. Divorce? Yibei, who was at home preparing for his third wedding anniversary, was stunned. His home had been decorated anew and was filled with joy. Yibei, we're not a good match anymore. When I earned my first million, you were unmoved. When I earned 10 million, 100 million, a billion, you were still the same. What I need is a man who can help me, not a useless coward like you. In Su Qing's mind, he had become a good-for-nothing. I've already had the lawyer draft the agreement, and he should be arriving soon. Just sign it. Considering you once saved my life, I'll leave you the house, the car, and 2 million in cash. That'll be fair to you. Su Man will be going with the lawyer and will take my things with her. Okay. Yibei put down the bright red celebration character he was holding, which he was about to stick on the wall. Sometimes I wonder if it was all part of your plan to save me 3 years ago. Otherwise, how could it have been such a coincidence? If you hadn't saved my life and were good looking, I would never have married you. If I found out that it was all you're doing, I would never let you get away with it. Su Qing actually suspected that Yibei had orchestrated the hero saves the beauty scene 3 years ago. The signature has been obtained. When Su Man brought people to take Su Qing's things, she made a mess of the room that he had arranged. He was thinking of telling her all his secrets on their third wedding anniversary, having a child together, and then never having to concern himself with the affairs of the martial world again. Just 3 days short, if Su Qing wanted it, Yibei could bring her billions or even more in wealth. She kicked him away. She despised him as a useless piece of trash, a stumbling block on her road to success. Su Qing, the top of the 10 young entrepreneurs in Luoshui City, is famous for her beauty. She is already well known in Luoshui City and even the entire Shuangjiang County, and is the dream goddess of countless men. In just 3 years, Su Qing went from owning a small shop to becoming a billionaire, becoming an idol for the younger generation in Luoshui City. She had countless suitors, and the feeling of being high and mighty made her lose herself. She no longer cared about being with the ordinary Yibei. Thinking back on the past 3 years, Yibei shook his head and laughed. If it weren't for his words back then, Su Qing wouldn't have become a young entrepreneur in just 3 years, and the Su family wouldn't have the wealth they have now. After their marriage, Yibei saw Su Qing working tirelessly from dawn till dusk to manage that small clothing store, dreaming of getting rich every day. Yibei was feeling uneasy. Due to his agreement with his master, Yibei could not directly help Su Qing, nor could he reveal his true identity. Yibei mentioned Su Qing during a phone call with Fang Zhenan, the overlord of the 5 counties in the southwest. Fang Zhenan, being a shrewd person, understood Yibei's meaning immediately, without needing Yibei to say it directly. To the Fang family, helping Su Qing achieve her goals was a trivial matter. However, for the Fang family, it was a favor they couldn't have asked for, as it involved Yibei, the successor of Master Wu, the head of the Temple of Medicine. Besides, Yibei was Fang Zhenan's savior. From then on, everything went smoothly for Su Qing, and her business grew bigger and bigger. However, the two of them spent less and less time together. Did he send this marriage to its grave? Yibei laughed self-deprecatingly. Master, that old fox, was right. The hardest thing to see through in this world is people's hearts. Even people who sleep in the same bed are not necessarily the closest people to each other. Since being ordinary is wrong, then let me show you just how unattainable the trash in your eyes really is. Old fox, didn't you want me to come back and take over your job so you could enjoy life? Now it's time to go back. Yibei looked at the empty house. There was nothing left for him to cherish. Yibei didn't need to take much, a small suitcase would suffice. From beginning to end, Yibei had no intention of taking anything from Su Qing. Because he came to repay a debt of gratitude, he was serious about his feelings. Now Su Qing wants to compensate him with a villa, a car, and 2 million yuan in a suitcase on the coffee table in the living room. How ironic. Su Qing wanted a divorce, and he chose to respect her decision one last time. It is said that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude, and he has repaid that kindness in the past 3 years. In Yibei's heart, he would rather Su Qing were still the kind little girl she was 10 years ago. He could never forget that warm night when he huddled in a sheltered spot at the bus station. It was Su Qing who gave him 2 warm steamed buns, which helped him get through that hungry and cold night. The shrill ringtone of the cell phone pulled Yi Bei back to reality. Yi Bei glanced at the unfamiliar number, frowned slightly, and pressed the hang-up button. But the number kept calling, and Yi Bei answered it somewhat impatiently. "Excuse me, are you dry? Dr. Yi?" Yi Bei hadn't heard anyone address him like that in a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten his identity. "I am Yi Bei." Yi Bei remained unchanged, even if the sky were to fall. "Dry, hello, I am Lin Mangyao from the Lin Group. Master Wu asked me to find you. Please, you must save my grandfather. Where are you? I will come to pick you up in person right away." Lin Mangyao sounded extremely anxious. Upon hearing Master Wu, Yi Bei thought to himself with a smile, that old fox, Master, must have taken money from someone else. Yi Bei had heard of Lin Mangyao before. Lin Mangyao, the famous beauty of Shuangjiang County, is the beautiful president of the Lin Group. Lin Mangyao's grandfather was attacked 3 days ago and was seriously injured. The doctor has issued a critical condition notice. Grandpa Lin is currently being kept alive by various medical devices. The doctor just finished examining him and said he might not survive more than 24 hours. They finally managed to contact Master Wu, but after receiving the money, Master Wu told them to find Dr. Yi instead. Now that they're divorced, it's time to leave. Besides, the old fox has already taken the money, he can't not go. He can't let Master Wu's reputation be tarnished. Yi Bei gave Lin Mangyao the address. The Lin Group is located in Jiancheng, which is just over an hour's drive from Luoshui. The news of Su Qing and Yi Bei's divorce reached the Su family immediately. The Su family was overjoyed upon receiving this news and immediately revealed their ugly true colors. When Su's mother heard the news, she burst into laughter, overjoyed that the Su family had gotten rid of that good-for-nothing Yi Bei. She had disliked Yi Bei for a long time. "That's wonderful. I heard from Su Man that the Lin family's eldest grandson, Lin Shiming, really likes our Su Qing. If we can get in with the Lin family, then our Su family will be the boss in Luoshui City." Su's mother was overjoyed. Su Qing's younger brother, Su Lu, cheered with joy. Good riddance. She should have divorced a long time ago. If she had listened to her mother, she wouldn't have married Yi Bei in the first place. Since the Su family became wealthy, to be honest, if it weren't for Su Qing's sake, the Su family would never have accepted Yi Bei as their son-in-law. Chapter 2 The Good for Nothing. Since marrying Su Qing, Yi Bei has truly treated the Su family as his own. However, at this moment, the Su family was overjoyed, as if they were celebrating the departure of a plague god. As Su Qing's career grew, the Su family looked down on Yi Bei, who only stayed at home all day. Waste and good for nothing became synonyms for Yi Bei in the Su family's mouth. Su Qing's uncle said, "It's a good thing that they're divorced, but Yi Bei is too greedy. He actually asked for the villa, the car, and several million in cash. That's really going too far." Su Qing's current assistant is Su Man, the daughter of her good uncle. It was Su Man who revealed the contents of the divorce agreement to him. "Uncle, are you telling the truth?" Su Lu asked angrily. "Shaman told me, so it must be true." Upon hearing this, Su's mother's face turned extremely ugly. This Yi Bei is really shameless, utterly useless, yet he dares to ask Su Qing for so much stuff. That good for nothing, he wasted several years of Shao Qing's youth. It's already lenient of him not to ask for compensation for the loss of his youth, yet he still has the nerve to demand so much. It's utterly outrageous. No matter what, the villa and car must be returned. They were bought with my daughter's hard-earned money. We can't let that good-for-nothing get away with it. Consider the cash as giving money to a beggar. He should be content. Su Lu had long coveted the villa where Yi Bei was currently living. That villa is worth tens of millions. If he could get it back, it might be his. Mom is right. The house and car were bought with my sister's money. Why should he get them? Mom, I support you. Su's father knew that Su Qing was a person who cared about her image. Su Qing gave these things to Yi Bei, perhaps feeling somewhat guilty for Yi Bei saving her life back then, saying, "If Shao Qing's decision really causes a fuss, I'm afraid Shao Qing will be unhappy." Su Qing is now the Su family's breadwinner. The Su family exists today because of Su Qing, and they really don't dare to anger her. After pondering for a while, Su's mother gritted her teeth and said, "I'll take care of this. Yi Bei is such a coward. he's just a pushover, look at how weak he usually is, even if I have to take it from him, I'll take it back. Even if Xiaoqing finds out I'm her mother, can she really kick me out of the Su family? Su Lu jumped out eagerly and said, Mom, I'll go with you. That weakling Yi Bei dares not to return the villa, let's see how I deal with him. Su's mother immediately drove Su Lu to the Xinqing villa community. Go find Yi Bei to get back what they call their family's property. With a screech, Su Lu stopped his car behind the Range Rover that Su Qing had left for Yi Bei. This car was much more expensive than his BMW 3 Series. Mom, do you think that Kid Yi Bei would hand over this villa and car to us, that's worth tens of millions of dollars? Su Lu was somewhat worried that Yi Bei would refuse to hand over the house and car. You'd better listen to your mother later if I tell him to pay. Does he dare not to? We've got this pushover figured out today. Su's mother recalled Yi Bei's usual gentle and refined manner, and how he never talked back, and couldn't help but sneer. Just as Su Lu and her mother burst into the house, Yi Bei came downstairs. Mom, Xiaolu, what brings you here? Yi Bei had been calling him that for 3 years and hadn't changed his way of addressing him. Who's your mother? Don't call me that. Su Lu retorted to Yi Bei, her smug expression making it seem as if Yi Bei had gotten a huge advantage by calling her mom. We're divorced now, so we have nothing to do with each other. Let me be frank, we're here to get our house and car back. Su's mother was quite direct, looking at Yi Bei with disdain and disgust. Yi Bei smiled slightly upon hearing this. It turned out they were here to steal his things. Looking at Su's mother and Su Lu, who had rushed here in a hurry to steal the things, Yi Bei sneered, so you're here to steal things. In Su Lu's mind, the house and car were already his, and he said impatiently, these originally belonged to our Su family, why should we give them to a good-for-nothing like you? Unlike her son, Su's mother was not foolish. Seeing the contempt in Yi Bei's smile, she felt that Yi Bei would not easily give up what he had obtained, and her expression became even more unpleasant. She sneered, Yi Bei, my son is right. For the past 3 years, you've stayed at home like a guard dog. Everything here was bought with money earned by my daughter. Why should we give it to you? You have to give it to us today. Whether you like it or not, we'll still kick you out. Su's mother acted as if she had Yi Bei completely under her thumb. The expression on that face made Yi Bei feel nauseous. Is this the woman he's been calling mom for 3 years? You're absolutely right. This was bought with money that Su Qing earned, but she insisted on using it to compensate me. Legally speaking, after signing, everything here belongs to me. Did Su Qing regret it and send you here? Yi Bei smiled. Knowing Su Qing as he did, he knew she would never take back something she had given away. Besides, given Su Qing's current wealth, this little bit of stuff is nothing. The fact that she gave him these things only shows that she still feels a little guilty towards him. I'll call Su Qing right now. With just one word from her, everything here will be yours. To be honest, I never intended to take anything from her. Yi Bei had already written a statement relinquishing these things and placed it in the box containing the money. Su's mother and Su Lu's expressions changed drastically in an instant. Su Lu immediately rushed over to snatch Yi Bei's phone. Seeing their expressions, Yi Bei knew he hadn't guessed wrong. The mother and son had come to steal the things without informing Su Qing. Yi Bei chuckled as he watched the mother and son's performance. Su Lu, are you afraid your sister will be furious if she finds out? That makes sense. If she knew how shameless you guys were, who knows what she would do? Su Lu was taken aback by Yi Bei's contemptuous expression. It was really frustrating in Su Lu's eyes. The once gentle Yi Bei was just a weakling who could be easily manipulated. Su Lu angrily rushed forward and grabbed Yi Bei by the collar, threatening, Yi Bei, you gigolo, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. You can't just take what belongs to the Su family. Otherwise, don't blame me, Su Lu, for turning my back on you. This is a blatant threat. Yi Bei had already wiped the smile off his face and looked at Su Lu coldly, saying, Su Lu, I know you're a bastard, but you're not qualified to act wildly in front of me. I am warning you, let go of my hand, or don't blame me for being impolite. In Su Lu's eyes, Yi Bei was a person who couldn't even kill a chicken. Yi Bei's threat was a joke to him, and Su Lu laughed arrogantly. Ha, warning me, you piece of trash, I'll teach you a lesson today. I want to see what you can do to me. 3. Chapter 3. Is this still Yi Bei? Su Lu's eyes turned ruthless. Not only did she not let go of Yi Bei's collar, but she also clenched her other hand into a fist and slammed it into Yi Bei's face. Instead of stopping her son, Su's mother sneered. In her eyes, Yi-Bei dared not return their things, so he deserved to be taught a lesson. Even if Su-Lu crippled Yi-Bei, she wouldn't even blink. Yi-Bei deserved it. If that punch had landed squarely, Yi-Bei's face would have been a bloody mess. But the person who was going to cry the next second wasn't Yi-Bei, but the oblivious Su-Lu. His punch was easily blocked by Yi-Bei. When Su-Lu struggled, he discovered that he couldn't move his fist at all. The force coming from Yi-Bei's hand was astonishing. Su-Lu's mother, standing behind him, was unaware of what had happened and thought Su-Lu was hesitant to strike. She shouted, "Son, don't hold back, beat him, kill this ungrateful wretch." At this moment, Su-Lu's face was contorted with pain from his hand. He cried out in agony, "You bastard, let me go." It was only then that Su's mother realized that her son had been subdued by Yi-Bei. She was also extremely shocked, wondering where this usually gentle and kind man got such strength. Yi-Bei looked at the mother and son with cold eyes, his gaze like that of an enraged beast, making them tremble. Su's mother took 2 steps forward and cursed, "Let go of my son, you ungrateful wretch. For the past 3 years, you've been eating and drinking all the food and drink of the Su family, and you still dare to hit my son. I'll kill you." Yi-Bei exerted force, and Su-Lu let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Looking at Su-Lu's fist in Yi-Bei's hand, it was like dough, completely deformed, and the bones were almost broken. Hearing her son's screams, Su's mother felt a chill run down her spine. Without thinking of anything else, she grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and rushed towards Yi-Bei. "You want to kill me? You think you can?" Yi-Bei kicked Su's mother to the ground. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside. Led by Su's father, the Su family rushed into the house. Seeing their son being held by Yi-Bei, the wife fell to the ground. Su's father roared, "Yi-Bei, you've gone too far. You dare to hit Su Qing's mother and brother right after the divorce." The other members of the Su family also began to criticize Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei pushed Su-Lu away and said coldly, "If you dare to disrespect me again, I will show no mercy. Get out." The mother and son looked at Yi-Bei, whom they didn't recognize at all, and their faces turned pale. They never imagined that the person they considered useless would become so capable today. Everyone saw it, right? This is his true face. He's a heartless ingrate. Su's mother got up and pointed at Yi-Bei, cursing loudly. The mother and son were very unwilling to give up because they hadn't gotten what they wanted. "Ungrateful, ungrateful wretch?" Yi-Bei chuckled inwardly, realizing that everything the Su family had now was a gift from him. Now he's become an ingrate? Facing the Su family, Yi-Bei calmly sat down on the sofa, picked up a glass of water, and took a sip. "You call me Yi-Bei an ingrate, ungrateful, then let's have a proper talk." Yi-Bei's composure greatly displeased the Su family. "If I hadn't saved Su Qing from those thugs 3 years ago, she might have been raped and murdered by them long ago. Without Su Qing, there wouldn't be the Su family we have today." Mother Su was never one to suffer a loss, and now with so many members of the Su family here, her confidence seemed to have returned. As soon as Yi-Bei finished speaking, Su's mother interrupted, "How dare you say such a thing? We all think it was a scheme you devised to get close to Su Qing." Yi-Bei now understands that in the eyes of the Su family, he has long been an utterly wicked person. "Where did I say something wrong? You're an ingrate, a good-for-nothing who lives off his looks, a complete waste. First, I, Yi-Bei, have never used a single penny of Su Qing's money. Second, my marriage to Su Qing was voluntary. I did not marry into your Su family. Don't think that just because I'm good to you, you can be ungrateful and ride roughshod over me." With his face already turned sour, Yi-Bei had nothing left to worry about. "Then the house you live in and the car you drive were bought with money earned by Su Qing, right? You haven't done anything for the past 3 years, so wasn't all your money given to you by Su Qing?" Su's mother had just been kicked by Yi-Bei, and the pain was still lingering. She roared like a shrew. "It's true that she bought the house and the car, but I've never taken a single penny from her. I don't need to explain to you where my money came from." Yi-Bei stood up, and an aura different from his usual demeanor emanated from him. "In the past 3 years, your good daughter has not even washed a single piece of clothing or a single bowl, let alone anything else. How have I, Yi-Bei, wronged your Su family? I never even considered taking this house and car for myself, because I, Yi-Bei, don't even look down on these things." Yi-Bei took out the statement he had already written, relinquishing his property rights, and threw it at Su's mother. "From now on, I, Yi-Bei, will have absolutely no connection with your Su family. As Yi Bei spoke, he threw the box of money on the coffee table onto the ceiling, and then the living room was filled with flying banknotes. The Su family stared in disbelief at everything Yi Bei did. Su's mother was first puzzled and then excited. Had Yi Bei gone mad because he couldn't take the blow? That's 2 million in cash, plus a house worth tens of millions and a car worth over 1 million. That idiot deserves to be poor his whole life. When Yi Bei reached the door, the banknotes were still fluttering in the air. A woman with a perfect figure and exceptionally beautiful appearance was already standing respectfully outside the door. Her skin was as white as jade, her figure was curvaceous, and her long, straight legs were encased in black stockings, exuding allure. What an absolutely stunning woman. Lin Mangyao had been there for 2 minutes, but seeing the situation inside, she was too embarrassed to go in. A woman among women, a beauty among beauties, that's how Yi Bei described Lin Mangyao. You must be Miss Lin, we can go now. Lin Mangyao was still taken aback when she saw Yi Bei's voice on the phone earlier. He sounded very young. Yi Bei is not only young, but also has an extraordinary appearance and a gentle and refined demeanor. It was completely different from what Lin Mangyao had imagined. On the way, she thought Yi Bei was at least a mature and steady middle-aged man, if not completely white-haired. Although she had doubts in her heart, she didn't dare to express them. Yi Bei didn't want to stay here a moment longer. The Su family's behavior disgusted him. Yi Bei got into the Lin Group's car with a flourish. 3 top-of-the-line luxury cars arrived, and the total price of the 3 cars combined is probably over 20 million. He had just gotten divorced when a stunningly beautiful woman drove up in a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan and picked him up. The Su family was completely dumbfounded, even shocked. Is this still Yi Bei? Chapter 4 Questioning. Mom, that woman just now looked like Lin Mangyao, the president of the Lin Group. I've seen her on TV before, Sulu said in surprise. Son, you must be mistaken. How could that good for nothing Yi Bei possibly know Lin Mangyao, the president of the Lin Group? He must have paid someone to provoke us. This fool really doesn't want anything. Su's mother picked up the note Yi Bei had written and laughed. Mama's ride's just pretending to be high and mighty, refusing all this stuff's a penniless pauper if I don't get someone to kill him. I'm not Sulu, Sulu said through gritted teeth. On the way to the Lin family's house, Yi Bei kept his eyes closed and did not say a word to Lin Mangyao, who was sitting next to him. Lin Mangyao was actually very curious about Yi Bei, who was sitting next to her, but she didn't dare to disturb him. Whether his grandfather can survive now rests entirely on this person. As they approached the Lin family's residence, another unfamiliar phone call came in, which Yi Bei answered anyway. I am Yi Bei. Yi Bei simply said it calmly, without any emotion. He eat dry. Hello there, I am Fang Jinan. A strong, authoritative voice came through the phone. Hello, Mr. Fang, I didn't expect it to be you. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Our Fang family is having a charity auction in Shuangjiang County, and I would like to invite you to attend. I wonder if you are available. Actually, this old man just wants to meet you. Lin Mangyao, who was standing nearby, overheard Yi Bei's conversation on the phone and was utterly shocked. Fang Jinan is a true big shot in the 5 counties of southwest China. Is a figure who can shake the entire southwest with a single stomp of his foot. Even in the Xia kingdom, he holds a very important position. Although the Lin family is the largest family in Shuangjiang County, they are not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the Fang family. How could Lin Mangyao not be shocked that such an important person would speak to Yi Bei so politely? The way she looked at Yi Bei changed. Lin Mangyao took Yi Bei directly to the hospital. Given Lin Mangyao's grandfather Lin Qingyun's status, he naturally stayed in the best hospital and the most luxurious ward in Jiangcheng. The hospital corridor was packed with people. They all knew that Lin Mangyao was going to pick up a person called Dr. Yi, but none of them knew what Dr. Yi looked like. They had never even heard of Dr. Yi's name. At this moment, seeing Lin Mangyao walking out of the elevator with a handsome young man, everyone looked at Miss Lin with suspicion. Lin Chaoran, the eldest son of the Lin family, the current head of the Lin family, and Lin Mangyao's father, anxiously went to greet him. Mangyao, didn't I tell you to go pick up Dr. Yi? Where is he? Don't you know Grandpa is waiting for him to save his life? He completely ignored Yi Bei. He never dreamed that Dr. Yi was someone even younger than his daughter. He is Dr. Yi. Lin Mengyao pointed to Yi Bei and introduced him. Him, how could it be Dr. Yi, Mengyao, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Lin family is a large clan, and many people looked over and started discussing it. Isn't he just a young kid? How could he possibly be a miracle doctor? He probably wouldn't even have graduated from medical school at that age. Exactly, who introduced them? Are they reliable? Yi Bei listened to the various discussions, but remained calm and composed, standing there without changing his expression. He was only there to treat his master's illness, he didn't care about anything else. Lin Chaoran looked Yi Bei up and down several times before finally asking, are you really the dry that Master Wu mentioned? I am Yi Bei, if you are looking for me. Upon hearing Yi Bei's answer, not only Lin Chaoran frowned, but everyone else did too. They clearly distrusted Yi Bei and looked at him with suspicion. Isn't Master Wu being ridiculous? He made us pay a fee of 100 million, and he's just introducing some greenhorn. Dad, I checked. Master Wu gave me the right number for Dr. Ye. Won't answer the wrong person. On her way back, Lin Mengyao overheard Fang Jinan making a phone call to Yi Bei. Even the overlord of the Southwest calls him Dr. Yi, how could he be wrong? I object, we can't let him go to treat the old man. What if something bad happens to him? I also object, is this kind of miracle doctor just out to swindle money? Several prominent figures in the Lin family voiced their opposition. As Lin Qingyun's eldest son, Lin Chaoran was also in a very difficult position. If you're sure you don't need me to look at it, then I'll be going now. Yi Bei said it casually, as if he were talking about an ordinary little thing. Wait a minute, I believe you, Lin Mengyao said. Dad, just let Dr. Yi go in and take a look. Luke's already here, and we have no other choice. Who says a miracle doctor has to be an old man? Lin Mengyao was criticized as soon as she finished speaking. Mengyao is young, but doctors are more valuable as they get older. Medical skills are accumulated, not something you can learn just by reading a couple of medical books. A young man with no experience is unreliable, let's forget about this one. Just as everyone was arguing, a doctor with gray hair rushed out of the emergency room. Patriarch Lin, old Master Lin's condition has suddenly worsened. Have we managed to invite Master Wu? Hearing that old Master Lin's condition had suddenly worsened, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This gray-haired doctor is the hospital director, a top medical expert in China, and a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert, Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou saw Lin Chaoran shake his head and said, now, the only one who can save old Master Lin is probably Master Wu, whose medical skills are astonishing. Many years ago, I was fortunate enough to see Master Wu make a move. He was like Hua Tuo reborn. He could bring the dead back to life with just a few silver needles. When Yi Bei heard Dr. Zhou speak of his master in this way, he thought to himself, if that old fox heard this, with all that praise, he's probably strutting around like crazy. I had no idea he was so good at it. He's got a real knack for picking up girls. Let him give it a try. The renowned physician Yi, introduced by Master Wu, Lin Mengyao said. Dr. Zhou followed Lin Mengyao's gaze and looked at Yi Bei. Miss Lin, are you joking? He's younger than all the students I teach. This is ridiculous. Whether you learn healing through apprenticeship or graduate from medical school, without accumulated experience, it's all just empty talk. You should contact Master Wu as soon as possible, time is running out. Although Dr. Zhou didn't explicitly name Yi Bei, everyone could tell that the highly respected doctor was implying that Yi Bei was no good. The Lin family members were at a loss after hearing what Dr. Zhou said. Lin Mengyao knew that as long as Lin Chaoran didn't agree, even if Yi Bei was a miracle doctor, he wouldn't be able to enter the ward to treat her grandfather. Dad, come here for a second, I have something to tell you. Chapter 5 is really arrogant. Lin Mengyao pulled Lin Chaoran aside and whispered about overhearing Yi Bei and Fang Jinan talking on the phone in the car. Lin Chaoran was utterly shocked after hearing this. Of course, Lin Chaoran knew about this charity auction. A month ago, he received a notice from the Fang family that the event would be held at their Lin family's Lin Hai International Hotel, along with a cocktail party. The auction will be held in 3 days. Now that Fang Jinan is coming, the security level in Jiangcheng has been raised to the highest level. When Lin Chaoran looked at Yi Bei again, his eyes were different, filled with caution and respect. Lin Chaoran walked up to Yi Bei and bowed respectfully, saying, I'm sorry for neglecting you. Please forgive me. Please come with me. The Lin family had no idea what had happened in just a short while. Lin Chaoran's attitude toward Yi Bei had undergone a complete change. Although it was strange, no one dared to question it. After all, Lin Chaoran is the head of the family and holds absolute authority in the Lin family, second only to the old Master Lin. However, Dr. Zhou stopped Lin Chaoran from bringing Yi Bei into the ward. Patriarch Lin, you should think this through. This is no child's play. Do you really want to let this young man go in and treat old Master Lin? Dr. Zhou, he was introduced by Master Wu, I trust him. Seeing that Lin Chaoran had gone this far, Dr. Zhou had no choice but to let Yi Bei in. An elderly man lay in a hospital bed with various tubes inserted into his body. Yi Bei glanced at the numbers on those expensive instruments. The old man's condition was indeed very bad. His face was ashen, and he looked lifeless. Several doctors and nurses monitored the patient's condition around the clock. Everyone around Yi Bei was staring at him, and many were hoping to see him make a fool of himself. To call oneself a miracle doctor at such a young age is more like being a charlatan. Yi Bei ignored the stares of those people, calmly sat down by the hospital bed, placed his hand on old Master Lin's pulse, and frowned slightly. When Yi Bei took the pulse, he discovered that the old man's condition was not as simple as it seemed. What killed him wasn't the bullet, but a poison in his body. The excessive blood loss after being shot caused the toxins in his body to erupt prematurely, and those toxins are now eroding the old man's various organs. Detoxification is now the key to saving his life. The current treatment is still focused on the old man's gunshot wound, which shows that the doctors have not noticed the poison in his body. Seeing Yi Bei remove his hand from old Master Lin's, Lin Chaoran cautiously asked, "Dry, how is the situation?" Old Master Lin's condition is very bad. He's not far from his death. Although these instruments are expensive, to put it bluntly, they don't help with the treatment at all, except to prolong his life a little. Old Master Lin's condition is not optimistic. Hearing Yi Bei say this, many people laughed inwardly. Wasn't this obvious? Did this divine Dr. Yi really need to say it? To put it bluntly, anyone could see that old Master Lin was in a bad state, so what Yi Bei was saying was just nonsense. Dr. Zhou couldn't help but say, "Dry, is that it? Do you really need to tell me all this? This miracle doctor is really something." He looked at me for so long and said nothing. At Ali thought miracle doctors had the ability to bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, a young doctor said sarcastically. This miracle doctor is so young. May I ask which school you graduated from? Which hospital did you work at? You don't even have a medical license, do you? A female doctor looked at Yi Bei with disdain and asked. Yi Bei glanced at the group of people indifferently and said calmly, "Bringing the dead back to life and healing the wounded is something only gods can do. I am just a mortal, and I haven't attended any medical school, nor do I have a medical license." Old Master Lin isn't dead yet. Aren't you all top medical school graduates and experienced doctors? Can you treat him? Yi Bei's words made the doctors present very uncomfortable. If they had a way to treat it, they would have done so long ago. Would they have waited until now? You probably don't even know the real cause of old Master Lin's illness, do you? Not only do I know, but I can also cure him. The doctors were furious when they heard Yi Bei's words, but they dared not respond. They dared to say they can cure old Master Lin, but we wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Even an authoritative expert like Dr. Zhou wouldn't dare. That's incredibly arrogant. Young man, isn't the cause of old Master Lin's illness obvious? Excessive bleeding led to organ failure. How can you say we didn't know? Are we doctors just sitting around doing nothing? Dr. Zhou was very unhappy. Yi Bei chuckled and said, "I think it's not just about eating for free. No wonder you guys almost killed old Master Lin without him even realizing it." Dr. Zhou, who was already quite unhappy, now had a very stern face. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could we possibly kill old Master Lin? We use the best medicine and the most advanced equipment. This is slander, pure fabrication. If you're really capable, show us how you can treat someone. Don't talk like that when you're not in the same boat. I've seen plenty of quack doctors like you, Yuri, all just trying to swindle money by swindling and spreading alarmist rumors." This medical giant was truly enraged by Yi Bei's words. Yi Bei remained calm and composed despite hearing this. "It's not difficult to treat old Master Lin's illness. Give me 10 minutes and I can wake him up." 10 minutes? Can you wake up someone who looks like they're about to die in just 10 minutes? This sounds like a fantasy to everyone, something impossible. I am afraid even a god couldn't do it. Hearing this, Dr. Joe sneered and said, "Well, that's really arrogant, even Master Wu wouldn't dare say that here, is that right? You said it yourself, we all heard it. I want to see how you cure that person." Everyone could hear the disdain and contempt in Dr. Zhou's words. Many people, like Dr. Zhou, looked down on Yi Bei and didn't believe him. Yi Bei now knows just how infamous his master, that old fox, is. Yi Bei didn't waste any more words. "Just prepare 1 3-edged needle and 9 silver needles for me. Since you have chosen to trust me, from now on, without my permission, no one may speak or disturb my treatment, otherwise, I will not be responsible for any consequences." After Yi Bei finished speaking, he walked to Old Master Lin's side and pulled out all the tubes connecting the instruments to Old Master Lin's body. Upon seeing this, one of Professor Zhou's students immediately questioned him, "What are you doing? These are all very important things. Do you want to kill the patient?" 6. Chapter 6. Is this perverted? Yi Bei took out a silver needle and said, "Do you think what I said was nonsense?" After saying that, he flicked his hand and the silver needle flew out, hitting the doctor on the shoulder. The man felt a numbness in his body and immediately became unable to move half of his body. "What are you doing?" Dr. Zhou shouted angrily. "I'll say it again, no one is allowed to disturb my treatment without my permission. That's my rule. What happened just now was a small punishment. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave and go get another silver needle." Lin Chaoran raised his head, his gaze resolute, and gritted his teeth as he said, "I will do whatever Dr. Yi says. Please, members of the Lin clan, listen to me. Anyone who dares to disturb Dr. Yi's treatment will be punished according to family rules." The Lin family head's words silenced everyone, and the scene fell into complete silence. Yi Bei picked up the 3-edged needle and pricked a small hole in the tips of Old Master Lin's 10 fingers and earlobes, squeezing out a few drops of blood as black as ink. Then Yi Bei slowly inserted all 9 silver needles into some important acupoints on the human body. These are all places where acupuncture is contraindicated. Even Dr. Zhou was terrified when he saw it. He himself wouldn't dare to insert a needle into the Baihui acupoint on the top of the head. That's the most dangerous part of the human body. If you're not careful, you can damage the brain tissue, which can lead to dementia at best, or even death at worst. Dr. Zhou sneered inwardly. He wanted to speak up to stop him, but he was afraid of getting a needle in his hand. He thought to himself, if I kill old Lin, he can't blame me for my ineffective treatment. After the acupuncture, Yi Bei helped Old Master Lin sit up, clapped his hands several times, and then placed his hands on Old Master Lin's back. A wisp of true energy entered Old Master Lin's body to help him expel the poison. The Lin family was stunned and furious to see Yi Bei actually attack a dying old man. It should be noted that those who could enter the ward were all people of considerable status in the Lin family, and at this moment they dared not speak out against their anger. Not long after, the needles began to slowly turn black. Although Grandpa Lin had not yet woken up, his complexion was much rosier than before, and he looked as if he were asleep. Lin Chaoran and Lin Mengyao also showed some joy on their faces. Yi Bei laid Old Master Lin down comfortably and quickly removed the 9 silver needles, leaving after images in the air as he reached them. Then Yi Bei did something that shocked everyone. Suddenly, he punched Old Master Lin hard in the stomach, making Old Master Lin bounce up. Is this perverted? How could someone beat a dying old man in front of so many people? It terrified and enraged everyone who saw it. Finally, someone in the Lin family couldn't hold back any longer and roared as he rushed over to stop Yi Bei. "You bastard, I'll fight you to the death." The person who shouted was Lin Qingyun's second son, Lin Chaoran. He was furious when he saw his father being beaten like this. But what awaited him was a black needle. Laugh. The black needle pierced his leg, causing him to buckle and fall to the ground. "Do you want Old Master Lin to die?" Yi Bei said angrily. His hands didn't stop moving. He punched Old Master Lin in the stomach again. This is the most crucial moment. If we stop now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yi Bei's fists appeared extremely fierce, but the power of each punch was under control, and he would not actually hurt Old Master Lin Qingyun. But to outsiders, this is nothing short of elder abuse. After Yi Bei punched Lin Qingyun 3 times, he helped him up and then slapped him hard on the back. Old Master Lin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood that was nauseating. Cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, Old Master Lin slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Grandpa Lin let out a long sigh of relief and said, "I almost suffocated, but I finally made it through." Congratulations to Mr. Lin for finally waking up thanks to the efforts of our medical staff. It's truly a cause for celebration. Dr. Zhou then came over. Is this an attempt to steal the credit? Someone muttered under their breath. Yi Bei directly mocked, Dr. Zhou truly lives up to his reputation as a renowned physician. Is he trying to embellish his image? What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for our proper treatment, would you have been able to save old Master Lin? You just got lucky, Dr. Zhou said indignantly. Proper treatment? You don't even know the real cause of the illness, yet you dare to shamelessly claim that you cured it. Yi Bei didn't care about these things, but he couldn't stand Dr. Zhou's attitude. As everyone knows, the cause of Mr. Lin's illness was a complication following a gunshot wound, Dr. Zhou said, unconvinced. What you said is only one of the reasons, but what really kept old Master Lin from waking up was the poison, not the gunshot wound. The bullet didn't hit any vital parts. If it were just a gunshot wound, he probably would have woken up long ago after your treatment. Yi Bei's words shocked everyone present. What Yi Bei just said is exactly the problem that Dr. Zhou has been struggling to understand. The gunshot wound wasn't particularly serious, and he had received a blood transfusion, but old Master Lin's condition still worsened. Yi Bei didn't care what they were thinking and continued, old Master Lin was poisoned with a slow-acting poison before he was injured. It wouldn't have been fatal, but the blood loss after the gunshot wound triggered the poison's onset. Now do you understand why he hasn't woken up and why his condition is getting worse? Dr. Zhou's expression at that moment was quite fascinating. Yi Bei's words were like a resounding slap across his face. How is that possible? My grandfather has people taking care of his daily needs, Lin Mengyao exclaimed. It's impossible for most of the Lin family members to think like Lin Mengyao. But Lin Xiaoren seemed to have thought of something, and his brows furrowed. Is he poisoned? That's easy to test. Just take a silver needle, and you'll know immediately. As for who he is, how you got poisoned is your concern, not mine, Yi Bei said calmly. The silver needles were brought over quickly. Yi Bei picked up the silver needle and inserted it into the blood clots that old Master Lin had vomited. The silver needle instantly turned black. Everyone stared in disbelief at the tiny silver needle. If you still don't believe me, you can get a specialized test done. Yi Bei's words caused a stir among the Lin family. One person in particular was uneasy, Lin Xiaoran, the second son of the Lin family. Yi Bei came here mainly because of his master. Now that the treatment is complete, there is naturally no need for him to stay. Lin Xiaoran carefully accompanied Yi Bei all the way to the hospital. I heard from Mengyao that Elder Fong has invited you to attend the auction in 3 days. To be honest, this auction is being held at the Lin Hai International Hotel, owned by the Lin family. I've reserved a room for you. Here's the room key, and please also accept this check. 7. Chapter 7. Who's so bold? Yi Bei glanced at it. It was a blank check. Yi Bei naturally understood Lin Xiaoran's meaning. However, Yi Bei only accepted the room key. I've accepted the room key, but you don't need the check. I believe you've already paid Master Wu the consultation fee. The old fox had taught Yi Bei what kind of money he could earn and what kind of money he couldn't. Yi Bei had no intention of accepting any favors from the Lin family. If he hadn't agreed to meet Fang Jinan, he probably wouldn't have stayed. Yi Bei didn't even ask the Lin family to take him to the hotel. Instead, he took a taxi there himself. Just as Yi Bei was about to enter the hotel, a team of bodyguards in black rushed out of the hotel, looking extremely domineering. Everyone, move aside. These bodyguards were menacing, blocking everyone who was about to enter or leave. A bodyguard walked up to Yi Bei and reached out to push him away. But before his hand could even touch Yi Bei gently nudged him with his foot, and the bodyguard stumbled and fell to the ground. Yi Bei disliked this kind of bullying dog. The other bodyguards glared angrily at Yi Bei when they saw their man fall. Hey kid, stop right there. Our young Master Fong will be out in a minute. Move aside. The bodyguard squad leader pointed at Yi Bei and shouted. Yi Bei frowned slightly, but did not stop walking. The hotel entrance was wide, so he did not affect anyone else. Seeing that Yi Bei showed no sign of backing down and had even knocked down one of his men, the bodyguard captain waved his hand, and 4 bodyguards immediately surrounded Yi Bei. Are you deaf? The bodyguards were very rude. Get out of the way, Yi Bei said coldly. Our young master phone will be out soon, you stand over there and wait. The bodyguards pointed to the side of the gate. Captain, I think this kid is just looking for trouble. He dared to take me down when I wasn't paying attention. Let's see how I deal with him. The bodyguard who had just been knocked down by Yi Bei got up and charged at Yi Bei again. He felt that Yi Bei had only managed to take him down when he wasn't paying attention. But this time the result was the same as before. He inexplicably collapsed to the ground again. Pull him aside. If you anger young Master Phone, you'll be in big trouble. The bodyguard squad leader said coldly. The 4 bodyguards immediately took action to capture Yi Bei upon receiving the order. Yi Bei wasn't going to be polite to them. The suitcase in his hand drew an arc in front of him unintentionally, and all the bodyguards fell to the ground. The bodyguard squad leader looked at Yi Bei as if facing a formidable enemy and shouted, "Kid, you really came here to cause trouble? I'm here to stay at the hotel. This hotel entrance is so wide. Am I bothering you? Is your young master a crab?" Yi Bei said softly. "Dare to call young Master Phone a crab? Are you looking for death?" The bodyguard squad leader roared, waving his hand in the process. All the bodyguards surrounded Yi Bei again. "Who dares to call me a crab? If you offend me in Jiangchang, you'll never be able to move an inch." A woman's voice came from inside the hotel. The speaker was Feng Xiaoyu, the eldest daughter of the Feng family in Jiangchang. The Feng family is a local power in Jiangcheng, and also a prominent family in the city. This Miss Feng is clearly a woman, but she likes to be called young master and has an extremely bad temper. She always goes out with 12 bodyguards. The 8 bodyguards who came out to clear the way, plus the 4 female bodyguards protecting them, this was quite a grand procession. "Young master, it's this kid. He must have come looking for trouble. He took down several of our brothers." The bodyguard squad leader jogged up to young Master Feng and said. This young Master Feng was wearing a pair of huge sunglasses that covered half of his face. He was tall and wore a white suit jacket and wide-leg pants. Her skin was as delicate as a newborn's, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders. She was truly an exceptional beauty. Young Master Feng sized Yi Bei up and down with her beautiful eyes and said, "You do look presentable, but you dare to block my way. Are you trying to get my attention? That's such a low method. Get out of my way." Yi Bei smiled. "This guy is too narcissistic. If you aren't a crab, how am I in your way by such a wide door?" Upon hearing this, young Master Feng's pretty face darkened, and she said to the bodyguards, "You all come over here and block the door for me. Anyone can go in, but this person is not allowed to go in." The young lady, in a fit of temper, ordered her 12 subordinates to stand in a row at the main entrance. Yi Bei found it really funny. What kind of situation was this? This woman is really unreasonable. The hotel's lobby manager immediately rushed over, smiling obsequiously at Miss Feng, and said, "Young Master Feng, please be magnanimous, we still have business to conduct. Make him apologize to me, or I'll make them stand here and nobody will get in." Feng Xiaoyu is getting angry. "Sir, why don't you let this lady off the hook and apologize to her?" The manager approached Yi Bei. "I can't apologize to her. Yuri, the manager here, right? Lin Chaoran invited me to stay here. Here's the room key. You decide what to do." When the manager heard Yi Bei address their boss, Lin Chaoran, by his full name, and then looked at the room key in Yi Bei's hand, he was startled. He recognized the room key. It was the best room on the top floor. It was reserved by the Lin family to entertain important guests, which means that even this gentleman in front of them couldn't afford to offend him. The manager was caught in a dilemma. Neither of the two men was someone he could afford to offend. "Gentlemen, please give me some face and let each of you give way a little." Feng Xiaoyu was known for her unruly and willful nature. How could she possibly swallow this insult? "I'll give you face if you make him kneel down and apologize, and kowtow to me 3 times, then I'll forgive him." Normally, Yi Bei probably wouldn't argue with a woman, but he wasn't in a good mood today. A large crowd gathered to watch. This kid's dead meat. Daring to mess with this young Master Feng in Jiangchang is tantamount to courting death. Looking for trouble. I've also heard that this woman is completely unreasonable and extremely domineering. Yi Bei simply sat on his suitcase, looking completely indifferent. "You're the manager here. Is this how your hotel does business, turning guests out?" Just then, a globally limited edition Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. When the manager saw the car, he was even more at a loss. The Fong family's auction is about to begin in the next few days, and many important figures are checking in every day. The hotel manager was sweating profusely with anxiety. If this wasn't handled properly, he might lose his job. A handsome and imposing young man stepped out of the car. He had striking eyebrows and bright, piercing eyes. As soon as he got out of the car, 4 bodyguards stood on either side of him. He watched the scene unfold with great interest. "Sir, perhaps you should try the side entrance instead." The hotel manager wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Yi Bei. Judging from Yi Bei's attire, he was the only person Yi Bei dared to offend. "I don't have that habit." Yi Bei said calmly, not in a hurry at all. 8. Chapter 8. A sick person. The young man who had just gotten out of the car noticed Yi Bei, and felt that Yi Bei looked somewhat familiar. He quickly searched his mind, and suddenly a name jumped into his head, Dr. Yi. His grandfather had told him before he came out that the matter of Dr. Yi was the top priority. This extraordinary young man is Fong Xiaolong, the eldest grandson of the Fong family and the successor to the next head of the Fong family. Fong Jinan has 3 sons, Fong Yang, Fong Hong, and Fong Hao. However, the current head of the family is not the eldest son, but the second son, Fong Hong. Fong Xiaolong is the son of Fong Yang, the eldest son. Fong Hong's ability to sit in the position of the head of the Fong family is enough to demonstrate his capabilities. Fong Xiaolong was exceptionally intelligent from a young age and was deeply favored by Fong Jinan, who groomed him to be his successor. Fong Xiaolong lived up to expectations despite his young age. He already displayed the demeanor of a great man, and his conduct and character were reminiscent of Fong Jinan in his youth. Upon discovering that Dr. Yi had been blocked at the hotel entrance, his pupils contracted slightly, and he walked towards Yi Bei. Fong Xiaoyu met Fong Xiaolong. Upon seeing Fong Xiaolong, he ran over, but was stopped by the bodyguards before he could reach Fong Xiaolong. "Brother Xiaolong, I am Fong Xiaoyu, don't you recognize me?" Fong Xiaolong ignored Fong Xiaoyu and walked directly to Yi Bei. He bowed very politely to Yi Bei and said, "Hello, Dr. Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. I am Fong Xiaolong, do you remember me?" Fong Xiaolong was someone I met once 4 years ago when Yi Bei was treating Fong Jinan. Fong Xiaolong? Yi Bei had never heard of this name before. But he knew that the young man in front of him must be from the Fong family. "Fong Jinan is my grandfather." Seeing that Yi Bei did not recognize him, Fong Xiaolong spoke again. "People around may not know Fong Xiaolong, but who doesn't know Fong Jinan? He's the king of the 5 counties in the southwest. The person in front of me is actually Fong Xiaolong, the legendary eldest grandson of the Fong family, a man of exceptional talent and ability." He actually bowed to Yi Bei, who was sitting on a suitcase and dressed casually, which was quite surprising. When the hotel manager heard Fong Jinan's name, his legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. "So it's young Master Fong, my apologies for my rudeness." Yi Bei remained seated. "Dry, you're here to attend the auction, right? My grandfather instructed me to treat you well." "I came to stay at a hotel, but I was stopped at the door by unreasonable people," Yi Bei said with a self-deprecating laugh. "Dry, please wait a moment, I will handle this." Fong Xiaolong turned around and looked at the beautiful Fong Xiaoyu, who was putting on an innocent look. "Miss Fong, please leave with your people immediately, or don't blame me, Fong Xiaolong, for not giving the Fong family any face." Fong Xiaoyu's expression changed. The Fong family was not someone the Fong family could afford to offend. Clearly, this young Master Fong didn't take her seriously either. Since getting out of the car, his gaze has been fixed on Yi Bei, and he hasn't even glanced at her once. "Brother Xiaolong, he bullied me and even injured my people," Fong Xiaoyu said coquettishly. "I don't want to repeat myself, he is a distinguished guest of the Fong family. If Miss Fong makes him unhappy, I don't mind making your Fong family unhappy as well, and you should apologize to him immediately." If anyone else had said that, Fong Xiaoyu would probably have immediately retorted, but the person she was talking to was Fong Xiaolong. She could tell that Fong Xiaolong was serious. Fong Xiaoyu felt uneasy. The person sitting on the suitcase must be someone terrifying, someone even Fong Xiaolong seemed wary of. She gritted her teeth and said to Yi Bei, "I'm sorry. I won't argue with a sick person. May I go in now?" Yi Bei said with a smile. "A sick person?" The anger that Fong Xiaoyu, who was usually so willful, had finally managed to suppress suddenly flared up again. "You're the one who's sick, your whole family is sick." As soon as she said those words, Feng Xiaoyu regretted it, because she saw the anger on Feng Xiaolong's face. Yi Bei stood up, walked to Feng Xiaoyu's side, and whispered, "Do you really want me to say it? Do you dare to show your calves? But while others can't cure your illness, I can." Feng Xiaoyu was stunned when she heard this. This is her secret: she has exceptionally long body hair on her legs and hands. Therefore, she always wore long sleeves and trousers, and had a very strange temper. Come to think of it, how could a beautiful girl with long body hair on her hands and feet have a good temper? "Yes, I'm sorry." Feng Xiaoyu blushed with embarrassment and was at a loss for what to do. She quickly apologized and then ran away with her people like a gust of wind. Feng Xiaolong said to Yi Bei, "Dry, should I teach Feng Xiaoyu a lesson?" "No need, she's just a naughty little girl. I'll go upstairs now." Yi Bei smiled faintly. He wasn't that petty, he was just simply unable to stand it. The old fox told him that he must never get angry with a beautiful woman, and that he should offer to help her whenever he saw one. It seems he was still subtly influenced by the old fox. Feng Xiaolong escorted Yi Bei all the way to his room. "Dry, I was wondering if you'd be free tonight. I'd like to invite you to dinner." Feng Xiaolong was always very respectful, even though Yi Bei was about the same age as him. "No need, I prefer peace and quiet. Besides, you must have a lot of things to do, I can handle it myself." Yi Bei's attitude greatly displeased the people following Feng Xiaolong. When have the Feng family ever listened to anyone else's attitude? This person is clearly being ungrateful. There are countless people who want to have dinner with their young master. As Yi Bei closed the door, Feng Ping, Feng Xiaolong's assistant behind him, said, "Young master, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him." Feng Xiaolong was furious. He stared at the man and said, "Feng Ping, if I ever hear you speak so disrespectfully to Dr. Yi again, I'll cut your tongue out and slap yourself 20 times right now." Feng Ping knew Feng Xiaolong's personality all too well. He was a man of his word, and the ruthlessness in his bones was terrifying to even think about, so he didn't dare utter a single word and started slapping himself repeatedly. Feng Xiaolong immediately reported to Feng Zhinan that Yi Bei had checked into the hotel. "Xiaolong, Dr. Yi prefers peace and quiet, so don't disturb him. I'll be in Jiangqing tonight." "Grandpa, aren't you coming tomorrow night?" "Don't worry, I can handle things here." Feng Xiaolong thought that Feng Zhinan didn't trust him. After all, this was the first time he had been in charge of such a large auction. Xiaolong, I trust you with everything you do. It's just that Dr. Yi is already here, and I'm afraid it would be disrespectful for me to be late. Remember, he is someone who can influence the rise and fall of our Feng family. We must not offend him. Just focus on your own work. I will handle Dr. Yi's reception." After hearing Feng Zhinan's words, Feng Xiaolong was filled with curiosity about this mysterious Dr. Yi. He knew perfectly well how powerful the Feng family was, and this Dr. Yi could actually influence their rise and fall. He would never have believed it if his grandfather hadn't said it. 9. Chapter 9. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Not long after Yi Bei checked in, Su Qing and Su Man also arrived at the hotel. Su Qing came to Jiangqing for two reasons. First, she received an invitation from the Feng family for a project in Luoshui City. Second, Lin Shiming, the eldest son of the Lin family, invited her to dinner. Lin Shiming had complete control over all of the Lin family's projects in Luoshui City. The Lin family's rapid expansion in Luoshui has seriously impacted the Su family's business, so Su Qing dared not refuse Lin Shiming's meal. Su Qing's biggest wish right now is to get on the good side of the Feng family, so that she won't have to worry about Lin Shiming's threats. Yi Bei arrived at the restaurant on the third floor. This was a self-service restaurant. After getting some food, Yi Bei found a seat by the window. "Sister, isn't that Yi Bei?" Su Man said, pointing at Yi Bei. Su Qing looked in the direction Su Man was pointing. "It really is him. What's he doing here? It's not cheap here." Su Qing already knew that Yi Bei had given up what she had given him. She and he once had some good times together. Unfortunately, people change. "Sister, could he still be persistent and have followed us here?" Su Man's imagination is really rich. "It's impossible for us now. He hit Su Lu and my mother, and he gave up everything I gave him. I assented because he doesn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. Maybe it's just a coincidence." As the two were talking, a pretty figure sat down opposite Yi Bei. Sis, that bastard just got divorced and already hooked up with another woman. Is he planning to live off his looks forever? It's disgusting, Su Man said disdainfully. Don't talk about him anymore, I have nothing to do with him anymore. Su Qing still felt a lump in her throat when she saw Yi Bei. The beautiful woman sitting opposite Yi Bei was Feng Xiaoyu. Women love beauty, and Feng Xiaoyu was no exception. Of course, she wanted to cure her hirsutism and wear pretty miniskirts like a normal woman. I've investigated you Yuri the Dry who cured old Master Lin's illness. Is it true that you can cure my illness today? Yi Bei kept his head down, eating intently without even looking up. I don't like to talk when I'm eating. Having witnessed Feng Xiaolong's attitude towards Yi Bei, Feng Xiaoyu didn't dare to lash out. She just sat there pouting and watching Yi Bei. Su Man stood up and said, Sister, I'll go teach him a lesson and show him he can't live off a woman anymore. Su Qing did not stop Su Man. Hey, isn't this Yi Bei? You found a new girlfriend so quickly, beautiful lady. I advise you to stay away from someone like him. He has nothing but a pretty face, Su Man said sarcastically. Yi Bei didn't look up, he was still eating intently. Yi Bei, you've never eaten such good food before, have you? The way you're eating is like a starving ghost reincarnated. Aren't you ashamed? Su Man sneered disdainfully. She could tell that the woman sitting opposite Yi Bei was a rich person. Yi Bei, you really have some guts. You beat up Su Lu and ran off to Jiangqing to have some fun. You coward. The Su family will not let you get away with this. Yi Bei finished all the food in his bowl before slowly raising his head and smiling. Su Man, Su Qing sent you here, didn't she? Go back and tell her that I have nothing to do with her anymore, and you have no right to lecture me here. Yi Bei had no intention of paying attention to Su Man's snobbishness and turned to Feng Xiaoyu. Should I call you young Master Feng or Miss Feng? Let's talk somewhere else. There's a vicious dog from the Su family barking incessantly here. Yi Bei, who are you calling a dog, you piece of trash? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Su Man picked up a bowl and smashed it at Yi Bei. Not only is it a dog, it's a mad dog. Yi Bei gently took the bowl and placed it back on the table. Feng Xiaoyu was notoriously spoiled, and the sudden appearance of Su Man made her feel very embarrassed. I don't want to get involved in your business, but he's the person I'm looking for right now. If you dare to mess around, Feng Xiaoyu, will make sure you don't leave this house. Feng Xiaoyu stood up and stared at Su Man with her beautiful big eyes. Yi Bei, you're just a gigolo who only knows how to live off women. All you do is hide behind them? I hate women like you the most. You have no sense of propriety at all. Snap. After Feng Xiaoyu finished speaking, she slapped Su Man across the face. She saw that Feng Xiaolong treated Yi Bei with great respect, so how could he possibly be a gigolo? You dared to hit me? Su Man covered her face and glared angrily at Feng Xiaoyu. So what if I hit you? Do you know who I am? I'm Feng Xiaoyu, the young master of Jiangqing. I don't know where this wild woman came from. Yi Bei wasn't surprised at all that Feng Xiaoyu hit Su Man. He had witnessed Feng's arrogance firsthand. Su Man had no idea about young master Feng from Jiangqing in Luoshui. Not many people dared to offend the Su family, everyone else had to defer to her. Su Qing, who was not far away, saw Su Man being beaten and went over to her. Yi Bei, you're becoming more and more outrageous, Su Qing said coldly, with an air of superiority. Su Qing, you should really keep a closer eye on your Su family members. Stop making a fool of yourselves everywhere, Yi Bei said with a smile. What's wrong with the Su family? You're really something, aren't you? You were in Luoshui this morning, and by tonight you've hooked up with another woman. We have absolutely no connection anymore, do we? So where I am or what I do has nothing to do with you. Yi Bei looked at Su Qing with a pang of pity. He knew her too well. She valued the Su family too much and always believed that the Su family was right. Dry, should I have these two wild women thrown into the river to feed the fish? Feng Xiaoyu disliked the two women who had suddenly appeared. You decide what to do, I'm not very familiar with them. Yi Bei didn't want to get entangled with Su Qing any longer. Who are you calling a wild woman? This is President Su of our Su group, are you blind? What, Dr. Yi, that's really laughable. I think he's more like a charlatan. Su Man was very unhappy because she had just been hit by Feng Xiaoyu, and she pointed at Feng Xiaoyu and cursed. When had Feng Xiaoyu ever been insulted in the face? She slapped Su Man across the face again. Snap. The slap was crisp and loud, as if the person was doing it very smoothly. The Su group, never heard of it. Feng Xiaoyu looked at Su Man and Su Qing with disdain. In Jiangcheng, apart from the Lin family, the most powerful family was their Feng family. What kind of Su group was this? I'll fight you to the death. Su Man was hit twice and was about to fight back. When Feng Xiaoyu saw that her young master was being bullied, the 12 bodyguards she brought immediately surrounded him. Trying to bully our young master, don't you want to live anymore? Su Qing and Su Man were frightened when they saw the 8 burly men staring at them menacingly. Get them out of here, Feng Xiaoyu said. Chapter 10. This place is really lively. Just as the bodyguards were about to make their move, a voice came from behind them. Feng Xiaoyu, this is my Lin family's territory. It's not up to you to make the decisions here. A young man who was fairly good-looking walked over, but there was a hint of hostility in his eyes, making him seem sinister and difficult to get along with. The visitor was Lin Shiming, Lin Chaoran's son and the eldest grandson of the Lin family. It was he who invited Su Qing here. When Su Qing and Su Man saw Lin Shiming arrive, they carefully smiled ingratiatingly. Greetings, young Master Lin. Lin Shiming had seen Yi Bei at the hospital, but Yi Bei hadn't noticed him. Yi Bei embarrassed his father, Lin Chaoran, while he was in the hospital. Although they managed to save old Master Lin, Lin Shiming harbored deep hatred for Yi Bei. If it weren't for Yi Bei, their plan would have succeeded. Lin Shiming glanced at Yi Bei with a sinister look in his eyes. President Su, are you alright? This is Lin family property, no one can kick you out. Lin Shiming had long coveted Su Qing's beauty. He planned to win over Su Meiran tonight, and now he had a perfect opportunity to curry favor with her. Lin Shiming, others may be afraid of you, but I, Feng Xiaoyu, am not. These 2 arrogant women have made me very unhappy. I just want to throw them into the river to feed the fish, so what? Feng Xiaoyu was used to being willful, so she wasn't afraid of Lin Shiming at all. Lin Shiming was a spoiled brat. They are my guests, Lin Shiming's guests. Feng Xiaoyu, you'd better behave yourself and tell your people to get out, or I won't hesitate to throw them out. Lin Shiming pretended not to recognize Yi Bei, his grandfather's savior. Lin Shiming, you bastard, you just wait, I'll get Sister Mengyao to deal with you. Feng Xiaoyu and Lin Mengyao are best friends. You think I'm afraid of her? You're overthinking it. Feng Xiaoyu, apologize to President Su right now, or I'm not letting this go today. In an attempt to please Su Qing, Lin Shiming clashed with Feng Xiaoyu. Feng Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened, and she pouted. Lin Shiming, you have such a big attitude. Have you even figured out what happened? This bitch started it. Feng Xiaoyu pointed at Su Man with a defiant look on her face. Su Man wanted to retort, but Su Qing stopped her. Su Qing pulled Su Man aside and said, Su Man, don't lower yourself to the level of such an ill-mannered person. Who are you calling ill-mannered? You look like a vixen. You must be quite skilled at seducing men, right? You've even bewitched the eldest son of the Lin family, making him lose all sense of right and wrong. When it comes to arguing, Feng Xiaoyu has never been afraid of anyone in Jiangcheng, so most people are a little afraid of her. That's enough, Feng Xiaoyu. If you keep making trouble, believe me, I won't let you into this hotel again. Lin Shiming was so angry that his eyebrows stood on end. He roared that he really couldn't do anything about Feng Xiaoyu, who was the precious darling of the Feng family. Her father, Feng Linfeng, only had one daughter, and he doted on her rotten. Feng Linfeng once said that if anyone dared to bully his daughter, the Feng family would make trouble for them. Lin Shiming, are you threatening me? You can't make the decisions about this hotel, can you? Sister Mengyao is the president of the Lin group now. Hearing Feng Xiaoyu mention Lin Mengyao again, Lin Shiming became even angrier. Lin Mengyao's excellence made him, the heir of the Lin family, seem utterly worthless. He hated Lin Mengyao intensely, and he also hated his grandfather intensely. If it weren't for his grandfather making Lin Mengyao take the CEO position that originally belonged to him, he wouldn't be in this situation where he's looked down upon everywhere. Yi Bei watched coldly. This whole thing started because of him, otherwise, he would have left long ago. When he left the Su family, he no longer wanted to have any contact with Su Qing, so Yi Bei didn't want to hold a grudge against her. Young Master Lin, this whole thing started because of Mei. Hope you'll give me some face and let's just let it go. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? If you don't apologize to President Su today, none of you are leaving. When Yi Bei woke up old Master Lin. Lin Shiming wished he could kill Yi Bei for ruining their good time together. Yi Bei not only saved old Master Lin's life, but also claimed that he had been poisoned. The Lin family is now investigating this matter. After Yi Bei left the hospital, Lin Chaoran told Lin Shiming to find an opportunity to get rid of Yi Bei. Lin Shiming, you're a real scoundrel, he was your grandfather's savior, and this is how you talk to your Lin family's benefactor, you ungrateful bastard. Feng Xiaoyu already knows from Lin Mengyao that it was Yi Bei who saved old Master Lin.
Feng Xiaoyu, that's enough, what nonsense are you spouting?
Lin Shiming said with a dark face.
Miss Feng, let's forget it, it's not worth getting angry with someone like that, let's go.
Yi Bei thought that by giving way, everyone would have a way to save face and the matter would be over.
Stop right there, are you all deaf? You think you can leave without even apologizing?
Seeing Yi Bei back down, Lin Shiming assumed Yi Bei was afraid of him, and became even more arrogant. He waved his hand and his bodyguards blocked Yi Bei and his group's path. Lin Shiming, you really have guts. After saying that, Feng Xiaoyu turned to the 12 bodyguards and ordered, take care of them.
Feng Xiaoyu's bodyguards exchanged a glance, rushed forward, and started fighting with the Lin family's bodyguards.
Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, a group of people approached.
Feng Xiaolong was walking in front.
He was sent by Feng Zhenan to pick up Yi Bei to see his grandfather, but he never expected to stumble upon such a good show. He clapped his hands, it's really lively here. Lin Shiming turned around and saw Feng Xiaolong. His expression changed drastically.
Young Master Long, what brings you here?
Lin Shiming dared not be presumptuous in front of Feng Xiaolong.
Brother Xiaolong, please be the judge, Lin Shiming is bullying people. Feng Xiaoyu cried out.
Feng Xiaolong acted as if he hadn't seen them, walked straight up to Yi Bei, and respectfully said to him, my grandfather has arrived, he asked me to invite you over for a chat. Seeing Feng Xiaolong's attitude towards Yi Bei, Lin Shiming was so shocked that his mouth dropped open.
Compared to the Feng family, the Lin family was nothing but ants.
The local tyrant Feng Zhenan actually invited Yi Bei for a chat, which shocked Yi Bei so much that he broke out in a cold sweat.
Yi Bei nodded slightly.
Feng Xiaolong turned and glanced at Lin Shiming. If you dare to disrespect Dr. Yi again, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Lin Shiming's heart nearly stopped beating when Feng Xiaolong glared at him.
You've got it wrong, not some kind of miracle. Dr. Ye is just a coward who lives off women.
Su Man had no idea who Feng Xiaolong was, and her well-intentioned reminder made Lin Shiming want to kill her.
Snap!
Lin Shiming slapped Su Man hard across the face, causing 2 of her teeth to fly out with blood, and her cheeks to swell up like a pig's head.
Who the hell gave you permission to speak?
Lin Shiming took out all his anger on Su Man, that talkative woman.
11, Chapter 11, The Wang Family Heirloom.
Feng Xiaolong stopped beside Lin Shiming. Young Master Lin, keep your woman in check, I don't want this to happen again. Young Master Long, I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with these 2 women. Lin Shiming quickly distanced himself from Su Qing and the others.
Ha, not very familiar, interesting. Feng Xiaolong laughed heartily and led Yi Bei away.
Lin Shiming watched Feng Xiaolong and Feng Xiaoyu walk away, then glared fiercely at Su Man. You stupid woman, if you wanna die, don't drag me down with you. Do you know who that person was just now? Su Cheng and Su Man were already somewhat terrified, shaking their heads blankly. That's Feng Xiaolong, the eldest grandson of the Feng family. If you offend him, you won't even know how you died. President Su, there's nothing more to talk about between us. After Lin Shiming finished speaking, he left with his men, not wanting Feng Xiaolong to hate him. Su Cheng and Su Man stood there, at a loss.
Sis, what's going on? Why did young Master Lin leave? Didn't he like you a lot?
Su Man covered her swollen face and said indistinctly, and that Yi Bei, why do they call him Dr. Yi, isn't he just a coward? Su Man, can't you just say less? Is our Su family finished this time? Was I wrong? Is the man who has been helping me all along really him? Su Qing wasn't stupid, she had seen the way that young Master Feng had treated Yi Bei earlier. She thought of Yi Bei, the man she called a good-for-nothing, who had been the reason her business had always been so successful. Originally, I came here to resolve the Lin family's problems and, incidentally, to curry favor with the Feng family, but now it seems impossible.
Sis, what happened to you? Is my face ruined? Su Man, that stupid woman, has messed things up without even realizing it. Su Man, this time our Su family is truly finished.
Isn't the Fong family also here? They arranged to meet us tomorrow, Su Man said blankly.
Su Man, didn't you do any preparation before coming here? That Fong Xiaolong just now is the eldest grandson of the Fong family, and it is said that he is the next heir of the Fong family. Before coming, Su Qing specifically looked up information about the Fong family, wanting to be well prepared for the task. Oh, sis, what do we do now?
Su Man, relying on her relationship with Su Qing, had always been arrogant and disdainful of others at the company. This time, she thought that, like before, since the other party had made an appointment with them, the Fong family's business was a sure thing. Fong Zhennan was waiting for Yi Bei in a presidential suite upstairs. Upon seeing Yi Bei arrive, Fong Zhennan waved away all his men. Dry, it's been a long time, let's sit down and chat. Xiaolong, hurry up and pour Dry some tea. Fong Zhennan glanced at his grandson and then said, come on, have a taste. This tea is one I brought specially, it's the freshest Duyun Maojian. Yi Bei picked up the teacup, and a faint aroma of tea wafted into his nose.
Duyun Maojian is characterized by its 3 greens and 3 yellows. The dry tea is green with yellow tinges, the tea soup is green with yellow hues, and the tea leaves are green with yellow tinges. This tea has a fresh aroma, a mellow taste, and a sweet aftertaste. It is indeed a good tea. Hee, I didn't expect that Dr. Yi is also a connoisseur of tea. Fong Zhennan nodded admiringly.
Brewing green tea may seem simple, but it is actually quite particular, requiring careful attention to the water temperature, and teaware.
Yi Bei could tell that Fong Zhennan had prepared this especially for him. Old Fong invited me here for more than just tea, right?
Yi Bei always preferred to be straightforward. Dry is indeed very straightforward. I haven't been sleeping well lately, and I'd like to ask Dry to take a look. Another thing is that I hope you and Xiaolong can become friends. You're both young, and it's always good for you to interact more, don't you think?
Yi Bei observed that Fong Zhennan's complexion was rosy and healthy, showing no signs of illness whatsoever.
The medical visit was a pretense. His real intention was to make him and Xiaolong become friends, but he didn't reveal this to anyone. Young Master Fong is an outstanding individual with extraordinary bearing. We hope you will take good care of us in the future.
Dry, you flatter me. I'm honored by your high regard. From now on, just call me Xiaolong, Fong Xiaolong said modestly.
Fong Xiaolong is a man of few words, which is also a sign of his intelligence. He knows when to speak and when not to speak, as too much talk can lead to mistakes. Old Fong looks very well, he just needs to rest a little.
After chatting for a while, Fong Zhennan said to Fong Xiaolong, Xiaolong, go and get the catalog of auction items for Dr. Yi to take a look at.
Yi Bei picked up the booklet and casually flipped through it. It contained antique calligraphy and paintings, as well as some gold, silver, and jade artifacts. If Dry has any patients he finds suitable, please let him know.
Fong Zhennan squinted at Yi Bei's absent-minded look.
These things really didn't meet Yi Bei's standards. The things he had seen with his master were much better than what was on the table.
For the other family, giving Yi Bei something worth hundreds of millions is just a small token. Mr. Fong, you don't need to be so polite.
As Yi Bei was about to put down the booklet, his eyes caught sight of a jade pendant in the corner of the last page. It was semicircular and quite unique.
Upon seeing this jade pendant, Yi Bei's heart tightened. It was very similar to the jade pendant he was wearing. The old fox once said that his jade pendant should be a pair. The jade pendant Yi Bei wore since childhood was engraved with a dragon, while this jade pendant is a phoenix.
Yi Bei stared blankly, and Fong Zhennan followed his gaze.
Fong Zhennan frowned when he saw what Yi Bei was looking at. This item was put up for auction by the Wang family in the capital.
He also knew that the Wang family's item had appeared at charity auctions more than once, and that the Wang family had always won the jade pendant back each time. Most people know that once they see the Wang family making a move, they usually stop bidding, because the Wang family's background is too powerful.
Even Fong Zhennan had to be wary of him. Fong Zhennan had also heard some rumors about this. He heard that this jade pendant is a family heirloom of the Wang family. The Wang family has an unwritten rule that this jade pendant must not be allowed to circulate outside the family. Strangely, the Wang family repeatedly brought this jade pendant to the forefront of various auctions.
Mr. Fong, this jade pendant is quite nice. I wonder which auction house it came from. If possible, I would like to acquire it privately. Money is not a problem. Yi Bei's words gave Fang Jinan a jolt. It was exactly what he feared. This I am afraid that won't work, Fang Jinan said, looking troubled. Yi Bei noticed Fang Jinan's expression and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. This is just an ordinary jade pendant, and the material should be the same as the one he's wearing. The old fox examined it and said the material was mediocre and not worth much. Yi Bei still trusted the old fox's judgment. Since he said it wasn't worth much, it must just be an ordinary jade pendant. But judging from Fang Jinan's expression, he seemed to be in a very difficult position. 12, Chapter 12. What are you up to? Dry. Apart from this one, you can pick any of the other items you like. Picking several is no problem. Fang Jinan had already put away his troubled expression and smiled slightly. I'm not interested in anything else, I'm only interested in this jade pendant. I hope Elder Fang can help me make some arrangements. Fang Xiaolong was in charge of the entire auction, and he knew that the items were from the Wang family in the capital. This is an item from the Wang family's auction. Fang Xiaolong said softly, but he didn't know what was behind the jade. Grandpa, can't you even get on the good side of the Wang family? Fang Xiaolong asked the same question Yi Bei wanted to know, but saw Fang Jinan shake his head. It's truly baffling that even someone of Fang Jinan's status couldn't handle it. The Wang family has put this jade pendant up for auction more than once, but each time the Wang family has bought it back themselves, which shows that the Wang family does not want it to fall into the wrong hands. Yi Bei had no idea who the Wang family they were talking about were. I would like to meet with the Wang family and have a talk with them. After thinking for a while, Fang Jinan said, Dry, let me tell you about the Wang family first, and then you can think about it. Fang Jinan told him everything he knew about the jade pendant. Dry, now you know why I can't grant your request, right? The Wang family acts very strangely. I think they might be using this as a pretext to get more information. As if searching for something. I don't know much about jade, but it's clear that these jade pendants are a pair. If I'm not mistaken, the Wang family is likely looking for the other jade pendant. Fang Jinan slowly revealed his analysis. I want to meet someone from the Wang family, Yi Bei insisted. The Wang family will arrive tomorrow, along with that jade pendant, Fang Xiaolong replied. Very good, brother Xiaolong, please help me introduce you tomorrow. Yi Bei's mind was completely focused on the jade pendant. He had a feeling that the jade pendant was closely related to his background. Fang Xiaolong looked at Fang Jinan, as if waiting for instructions from old Master Fang. Xiaolong, who will be coming from the Wang family tomorrow? Fang Jinan asked. It's Wang Xian, the third master of the Wang family. Fang Jinan frowned again upon hearing this. He had heard of this Wang Xian before. He was known to be difficult to talk to and had a bad temper. Dry, I'll accompany you when Wang Xian arrives tomorrow, but I can't guarantee whether it will work out. Thank you for your help, Mr. Fang. Yi Bei got up to say goodbye and went outside to find Feng Xiaoyu pacing back and forth in the corridor. Dry, you've finally come out. Feng Xiaoyu ran up and grabbed Yi Bei, looking like she was about to make a quick getaway, which Yi Bei found somewhat amusing. Alright, stop running. Are you that afraid of Fang Xiaolong? Aren't you supposed to be fearless? Feng Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and reverted to her usual spoiled manner. How could I be afraid of him? I'm afraid he'll drag you back. Come on, I'm starving, I haven't had dinner yet. Feng Xiaoyu pulled Yi Bei out of the hotel. Wait a minute, isn't there food in the hotel? Yi Bei didn't want to mess with her. The food in this hotel is awful. I'd rather starve than eat here. I know a place where the food is really good. Miss Feng, but I don't want to eat right now. Why don't you go eat by yourself? Come find me again tomorrow. Yi Bei felt that Feng Xiaoyu was like a child. Apart from being unreasonable at times, she was quite cute. No, I'm starving because I was waiting for you. Urea man, you have to take responsibility, right? Feng Xiaoyu blinked her expressive eyes and smiled playfully, revealing two cute dimples on her face that made it impossible to refuse her. Just think of it as taking a walk, like 100 steps after a meal, and you'll live to 99. Let's go. Seeing that Yi Bei agreed, Feng Xiaoyu revealed a sly smile, making Yi Bei feel like he had been tricked. The place Feng Xiaoyu took Yi Bei to was only a few hundred meters away from the hotel. This is a restaurant serving roasted and braised meats. You can smell the mouth-watering aroma right at the entrance. However, Yi Bei saw Su Qing's car parked at the entrance, and his pupils contracted slightly. One of Feng Xiaoyu's bodyguards ran over and whispered in her ear, "Young master, he's on the second floor." "Okay, lead the way." Feng Xiaoyu had a mischievous smile on her face. "What are you up to?" Yi Bei had a bad feeling. Hee hee, you'll see in a bit," Feng Xiaoyu chuckled. Yi Bei followed Feng Xiaoyu to the second floor, only to hear Su Qing's voice coming from a private room. "Please show some respect, Mr. Zhao." "Ha, Miss Su, don't be angry, come on, as long as you drink this cup, we'll be business partners from now on." A man's voice that sounded very lewd. Yi Bei originally wanted to turn around and leave, but he realized that Feng Xiaoyu hadn't come to eat, but rather to have him watch the show. "I'll say it again, Mr. Zhao, please show some respect. I, Su Qing, am not a casual person." "Beautiful Su, stop pretending. I know you're not a casual person, but when you are, you're anything but. I'd really like to see what it's like for Mr. Su when he's being casual. How about we find a place tonight and have a proper, in-depth discussion? I'm not exactly a casual person, huh?" The man had clearly drunk quite a bit, and he was speaking without any restraint. "Ah, you bastard, let me go." At that moment, Su Qing's scream reached Yi Bei's ears. Even a one-night stand can bring 100 days of kindness. Yi Bei was furious and kicked open the door to the private room. Boom! There were 4 or 5 people in the private room, but when they saw the man called Boss Zhao bullying Su Qing, not one of them stopped him. Seeing the door to the private room kicked open from the outside, Mr. Zhao glared fiercely at Yi Bei. "Who the hell is he, giving the old man get out of here?" Su Qing, however, seemed to have seen his savior ignoring everything else. She pushed aside President Zhao and ran to Yi Bei's side, grabbing Yi Bei's hand. "Yi Bei, it's great to see you here." Her voice trembled noticeably, her eyes were red, and she almost burst into tears. "This Mr. Zhao is Zhao Xian, the owner of the Zhao Group. Su Qing also has a lot of business in Luoshui." She ran into Zhao Xian just as she came out of the hotel. Su Man took a taxi to the hospital because of the injury on her face. Zhao Xian tricked Su Qing into coming here under the pretext of discussing business. Feng Xiaoyu witnessed all of this. Feng Xiaoyu had heard about the boss's character. He was a womanizer who would do anything and was definitely not a good person. She then had someone follow them here. She could tell from the hotel that Yi Bei and Su Qing had a special relationship, so she waited for Yi Bei and brought him here. "Su Qing, I'm warning you, if you dare to step out of this door, I'll bankrupt your Su Group, and I mean it." Zhao Xian's face was flushed, and he reeked of alcohol. He roared like a madman. 13, Chapter 13. Give him 20 slaps. Just as Yi Bei burst into the private room, Feng Xiaoyu received a call from Feng Xiaolong. "Feng Xiaoyu, is Dr. Yi with you?" "Brother Xiaolong, he's with me, but he's busy right now. Is there something you need from him?" "He forgot his phone. Tell me the address and I'll bring it to him now." Zhao Xian roared in the private room, and his men couldn't sit still any longer. "President Su, it's your good fortune that our President Zhao has taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Pretty boy, get lost if you know what's good for you. Once our CEO Zhao gets angry, you won't even have time to regret it." These words were clearly directed at Yi Bei. "Su Qing, let's go." Yi Bei simply glanced at those people calmly. "My bag is still inside." Su Qing's emotions calmed down considerably after seeing Yi Bei. Yi Bei calmly walked in, intending to grab Su Qing's bag and leave. Zhao Xian glared at Yi Bei, who was walking towards him, with a ferocious expression. "You want this, don't you, Wusu, the great beauty? Come and take it yourself, otherwise no one can take it away. You pretty boy, you've ruined my mood. Kneel down and kowtow a few times, and maybe I'll be in a good mood and give it to you." Zhao Xian picked up Su Qing's bag and shook it, extremely pleased with himself. "Beautiful Su, I'm way better than those pretty boys. Once you try me, I guarantee you won't be able to leave me." "Shameless." Yi Bei walked up to Zhao Xian as if no one else was there, and was about to reach for Su Qing's bag. Zhao Xian went too far and threw Su Qing's bag into a corner. "Pretty boy, didn't you hear me tell you to kneel down?"
Zhao Xian gave a signal, and his two bodyguards immediately stood behind Yi Bei. One of the bodyguards raised his foot and kicked Yi Bei, trying to knock him down. Just as his foot was about to kick Yi Bei seemed to move slightly unintentionally, and the bodyguard's kick missed. Yi Bei, let's go, we don't need the bag. Su Qing became anxious when she saw Yi Bei surrounded there. It's been less than a day since the divorce. Although Su Qing hates Yi Bei for his idleness, she believes that the divorce was mostly orchestrated by her mother. She constantly speaks ill of Yi Bei in front of Su Qing. Want to leave? Not so easy. Do you think you can just come and go as you please at my dinner party, Miss Su? Feeling sorry for this pretty boy? Well then, I'm going to have some fun with him until you're heartbroken, until you're begging to climb into my bed. Zhao Xian didn't even look at Yi Bei when he spoke. His eyes were fixed on Su Qing with a lecherous look, making no attempt to hide his greed. His fleshy face was disgusting to look at. Pick up the bag. Yi Bei's voice was as cold as his face. Are you fucking talking to me? Do you know who I am? Zhao Xian is a tycoon who made his fortune in Shuangjiang County over the past decade through real estate. The Zhao Group has assets worth tens of billions, and Zhao Xian is considered a big shot in Shuangjiang County. To Su Qing, the Zhao Group was a behemoth. Over the years, Zhao Xian has made money, changed several wives, and had countless mistresses. His life has become decadent, and he has become somewhat arrogant. At this point, emboldened by alcohol, the coward had completely lost his sense of self-importance. I have no interest in knowing who you are. Yi Bei's disregard angered Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian glanced at Yi Bei with disdain and sneered, beat him up, beat him until Su Marin begs me for mercy. The two bodyguards chuckled as they received their master's order. This boss kid is probably too tough to handle. He probably won't be able to stand up after a couple of hits. Su Qing cried out anxiously, wait, this has nothing to do with him, let him go. Hearing this, Yi Bei felt a pang of pain in his heart. Zhao Xian chuckled, what, you can't bear to part with it, give it to me. When Zhao Xian spoke, the two bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, raised their fists and started punching Yi Bei, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Zhao Xian, you bastard. Before Su Qing could finish her rant, the two burly men who had just attacked Yi Bei were already lying on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei moved swiftly, grabbing one person's head with each hand and slamming both heads together like watermelons, causing them to fall to the ground. Yi Bei stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Xian knew the two bodyguards' abilities perfectly well. They could easily handle 4 or 5 ordinary people on their own. He was knocked down in a single encounter, which startled him sober, and he took 2 steps back. Su Qing was also a little stunned, as if she could see Yi Bei again, the one who had rescued her from the thugs back then. I'm saying it one last time, pick up the bag. Yi Bei's voice remained calm, but to Zhao Xian it sounded like a command. Zhao Xian's other 2 men blocked his way. Kid, you'd better think this through. If you've offended our CEO Zhao, there's no place for you in Jiangxing. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Zhao Xian slapped his subordinate on the head and cursed, if you offend me, Zhao Xian, not only will you not be able to stay in Jiangchang, but you won't even be able to find a place to hide in Shuangjiang County. Do you know Fang Jinan? He's my godfather in these 5 southwestern counties. Offending me means death. It's only a 2-minute drive from the Lin family's hotel here. Just as Zhao Xian was boasting, Fang Xiaolong happened to be outside the private room and heard everything clearly. Who is it? What a big mouth they have. Fang Xiaolong walked in with a smile on his face, and the 2 bodyguards behind him immediately pulled out a chair for him to sit down. When Su Qing saw that it was Fang Xiaolong who came in, she knew that there was hope, just based on Fang Xiaolong's attitude towards Yi Bei. Damn it, another pretty boy. President Su, you're quite the flirt, Zhao Xian cursed. Fang Xiaolong had already gotten a general idea of what was going on from Feng Xiaoyu when he went upstairs. Feng Xiaoyu following behind Fang Xiaolong, he cursed inwardly, that Zhao Xian is such an idiot, he doesn't even realize he's about to die. Who just said Fang Jinan is his godfather? I'd love to meet him. Fang Xiaolong looked the same as when he came in, with a smile on his face. What I said, what, are you scared, or do you also want to get to know that overlord of the Southwest? This isn't the first time Zhao Xian has bragged like this. Usually, people don't know if it's true or not.
Anyway, everyone knows that Zhao Xian is ruthless, so no one dares to mess with him.
I know Fang Jinan very well, how come I've never heard him mention you?
Fang Xiaolong said with a smile.
Stop bragging, who do you think you are, daring to call my godfather by his name? Zhao Xian shouted, as if simply mentioning Fang Jinnan's name had already stunned everyone. That's true, his name isn't something just anyone can say. Give him 20 slaps. Fang Xiaolong's bodyguard, who had been with him for many years, immediately walked over to Zhao Xian. 14, Chapter 14. Is the Su family really finished? What are you going to do?
Zhao Xian watched as a bodyguard in black walked towards him. Before Zhao Xian's 2 men could even make a move, they were taken down by Fang Xiaolong's bodyguards. The bodyguard grabbed Zhao Xian by the collar and, without saying a word, started slapping him across the face. Zhao Xian's men were dumbfounded. They had been with Zhao Xian for a long time, and they were the ones who beat others up. They had never seen anyone dare to hit their boss, Zhao. The bodyguard stopped after slapping Zhao Xian 20 times, threw the now swollen-faced Zhao Xian to the ground, and walked back behind Fang Xiaolong.
Brother Yi, how to deal with this person is up to you, Fang Xiaolong said to Yi Bei.
You can deal with this kind of scumbag as you see fit, it has little to do with me. Yi Bei said calmly, always with that same expression that wouldn't change even if the sky were to fall.
Then I'll make the decision. Fang Xiaolong smiled and looked at Su Qing. You must be President Su Qing, right? What do you think should be done with this scumbag? Su Qing is someone the Fang family has been secretly supporting for 3 years.
Fang Xiaolong naturally knew, and he also understood the reason. It was all because of Yi Bei. He's giving Yi Bei face now just to win Yi Bei's favor, because he's found that Yi Bei isn't easy to get along with and has a strong personality. Su Qing was somewhat at a loss when she heard Fang Xiaolong talking to her. Her usual quick wit seemed to have completely disappeared. It's fine if young Master Fang decides.
Is that so? You're just as polite as Dr. Yi. Fang Xiaolong exuded an invisible aura with every gesture, the aura of a king.
Even if Zhao Xian was stupid, he would know at this point that he had offended someone he shouldn't have.
You are. Zhao Xian couldn't even speak clearly anymore.
I am Fang Xiaolong, your godfather's grandson. Fang Xiaolong smiled knowingly, a murderous glint in his eyes.
Fang Xiaolong, you're Fang Xiaolong?
Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized that this was the eldest grandson of the Fang family, the future heir of the Fang family, a high and mighty figure that Zhao Xian could not afford to offend. His legs buckled and he knelt down, slapping himself hard across the face. I deserve to die, please, young Master Fang, forgive me this time please, be magnanimous and let me go.
Zhao Xian, you're so powerful, even my grandfather didn't know you were his godson. You've been doing a lot of bad things outside using the Fang family's name, haven't you?
Young Master Fang, I was wrong, I won't do it again, please forgive me. I hate people like you who have a little money and don't know who they are. You're unlucky to have met me. Fang Xiaolong stood up and said to the people behind him, make him bankrupt within 3 days, collect evidence of his crimes, and hand it over to the law enforcement agencies.
Fang Xiaolong was being groomed by the Fang family as their heir, so he had some understanding of people like Zhao Xian in the 5 southwestern prefectures. The Fang family's intelligence network was not to be underestimated.
Zhao Xian knew he had ruined himself this time, and collapsed to the ground.
Yi Bei picked up the bag and handed it to Su Qing without saying a word, then walked out of the private room. Feng Xiaoyu followed, dry, I'm sorry, you won't blame me for meddling, will you?
Yi Bei shook his head, he didn't really want to see Su Qing right now. The words Su Qing said on the phone that morning were still echoing in his ears. I can see that the way you look at her is different. The main reason is that I don't want to see that bastard Zhao Xian bullying a woman. I didn't realize you had such a strong sense of justice. Yi Bei smiled, I'm not in the mood today, come see me again tomorrow. Just as Yi Bei was about to leave, Su Qing called out to him, Yi Bei, thank you. Because she knew that if it weren't for Yi Bei, Fang Xiaolong would never have been here. If Zhao Xian cannot be completely dealt with, then the Su group will face serious trouble later.
You're welcome, I didn't come for you.
Yi Bei had his back to Su Qing, his expression somewhat unnatural, and his voice a little hoarse. Su Qing was the woman he wanted to protect for the rest of his life, but now they were strangers. At this moment, Fang Xiaolong also came out.
Brother Yi, are you going back to the hotel?
Seeing Yi Bei nod, Feng Xiaolong continued, I'll accompany Brother Yi back. There are some things I'd like to say to you. Su Qing watched Yi Bei's retreating figure, overwhelmed with mixed feelings. She had been so terribly wrong. Yi Bei, whom the Su family considered a good-for-nothing, was actually someone whom even Feng Xiaolong, the heir of the Feng family, treated with great respect. What is Yi Bei's true identity? Su Qing had no idea, but at this moment she was certain that the invisible hand that had been helping her for the past 3 years was Yi Bei. Thinking of this, Su Qing's tears flowed down her cheeks. Yi Bei, I'm sorry. Brother Yi, you and Su Qing. Feng Xiaolong was interrupted by Yi Bei at this point. I don't like discussing my privacy with others. If that's what you're asking, we have nothing to talk about. Yi Bei showed Feng Xiaolong absolutely no respect. Although Feng Xiaolong was unhappy, he didn't dare to show it. He explained, that's not what I meant. Our Feng family has supported Su Qing for 3 years this time. We have a project in Luoshui that I want to hand over to Su Qing. That way, our Feng family will be openly supporting Su Qing. Yi Bei stopped in his tracks. The Su family and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. What you do is your business. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he left. Feng Xiaolong's assistant, Feng Ping, walked up to Feng Xiaolong. Young Master Long, should we still hand that project over to the Su family? Find out immediately what happened between Dr. Yi and Su Qing. You investigate this personally, and the results must not be known to a third person. I need the results before dawn. Feng Xiaolong dared not make a decision before he understood the situation, because this matter was related to Yi Bei. If it were something else he wouldn't be so conflicted. Feng Jinan once said that Yi Bei was someone who could influence the rise and fall of the Feng family. Even Feng Xiaolong wouldn't dare make hasty decisions regarding matters concerning Yi Bei. The next morning, when Feng Xiaolong got up, Feng Ping had already placed the results in front of him. Looking at the result, Feng Xiaolong said, pass down the notice, cancel today's meeting with the Su group. The Su family has no connection with Yi Bei anymore, so the Feng family has no reason to support the Su family. Anna Marie, it's cruel, but also realistic. Su Qing, who had dressed up carefully, was stunned when she suddenly received a notice from the Feng family that the meeting had been cancelled. She stood there for a long time, unable to come to her senses. Is the Su family finished just like that? She murmured. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was eating the exquisite breakfast that had just been delivered to his room, watching the rising sun. His mind was completely focused on the jade pendant he had seen the previous night. That's what he's concerned about right now, and he's determined to get it. 15. Chapter 15 Misunderstanding. The Wang family members didn't arrive until the afternoon. However, the Feng and Lin families have already begun preparations. Feng Xiaolong instructed his subordinates to pay close attention to every detail and personally oversaw the process. Wang Xian was known for his love of pomp and circumstance and was also an extremely picky person. Therefore, neither the Feng family nor the Lin family dared to be careless. Yi Bei had no plans for the day and was just thinking of going out for a walk when the doorbell rang. Feng Xiaoyu arrived quite early, and it was clear that she had put on makeup. The carefully drawn eyeliner made her already bright eyes look even more captivating. The lipstick, named Fatal Temptation, made her small lips even more alluring. Good morning, Dr. Yi, did I disturb your rest? Feng Xiaoyu was unusually well behaved today, and there were no longer the 12 bodyguards who were always by her side. Come in. Yi Bei ushered Feng Xiaoyu into the house. Despite her usual arrogant demeanor, Feng Xiaoyu was still somewhat uneasy entering a man's room. Would you like something to drink? Yi Bei asked, walking towards the beverage area. Water is fine. Can you treat me today? Feng Xiaoyu was a little nervous, her two small, slender hands intertwined. Let me take your pulse first. Your illness can't be rushed, it needs to be treated slowly. You only get your period once every 3 months, right? Every time you get it, the pain is unbearable. You sweat at night, have many dreams, and your hands and feet are especially cold in winter. Yi Bei handed Feng Xiaoyu a bottle of water and sat down opposite her. Feng Xiaoyu looked at Yi Bei in surprise. Yi Bei hadn't even taken her pulse, yet he was completely right. How did you know? It's all written on your face, Yi Bei said with a smile. On my face? Feng Xiaoyu unconsciously touched her face. After taking Feng Xiaoyu's pulse, Yi Bei said, Traditional Chinese medicine believes that hair is a surplus of blood, and the liver stores blood. The liver and kidneys also share the same origin, so I need to regulate your liver and kidneys. You must have seen many doctors for this illness, and they all told you to regulate your endocrine system, right?
Feng Xiaoyu nodded somewhat awkwardly. Can I see your hands and feet?
Feng Xiaoyu blushed and pulled up her sleeves with great embarrassment. The hair on her sleeves was thicker than that of many men, and the same was true for her feet. Yi Bei didn't make fun of her at all. After reading it instead, he picked up a pen and wrote a prescription for Feng Xiaoyu. Take this prescription for a week first, and then I'll see if I need to change the prescription based on your condition. Today, I'll give you an acupuncture treatment.
How long will it take for me to recover?
It can take anywhere from half a month to about a month, depending on how well you absorb the medication. It would be great if we could get rid of all this annoying hair. Feng Xiaoyu was actually quite looking forward to it. This hirsutism had tormented her for over 20 years, and she still didn't dare to have a boyfriend. When it's hot, Feng Xiaoyu feels envious and deeply inferior when she sees other girls showing off their fair arms and smooth legs. Seeing Yi Bei carefully disinfecting the silver needles, Feng Xiaoyu, who was usually fearless, became somewhat scared.
Will these needles hurt a lot?
Probably not. When I did it for others, they didn't say it would hurt a lot.
Yi Bei has a very handsome smile.
The presidential suite has 3 rooms. Yi Bei said to Feng Xiaoyu, go inside, take off your clothes, and lie down. Call me when you're ready. A man and a woman alone in a room, and now Yi Bei is asking her to take off her clothes. Feng Xiaoyu's heart is pounding wildly. Yi Bei clearly saw Feng Xiaoyu's concern. It was my oversight. You can call one of your friends over. You'll feel more comfortable with another person here. Feng Xiaoyu said shyly, dry, you might have misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I am just afraid of pain.
It's okay, let's call your friend over and then we can start. Yi Bei smiled knowingly.
Feng Xiaoyu didn't have many real friends, so after thinking for a moment, she called Lin Mengyao.
However, Lin Mengyao couldn't leave because the Wang family from the capital was sending people.
Feng Xiaoyu hung up the phone and said, Mengyao is busy. Never mind, let's get started. For the sake of beauty, Feng Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, went into the room, took off her clothes, and lay down on the bed. However, at that moment, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Yi Bei frowned slightly as the door opened. A middle-aged man with a thick beard barged into the house.
Xiaoyu, I know you're here?
The middle-aged man shouted as he pushed open the doors of each room. Feng Xiaoyu hadn't even had time to put her clothes on when the man opened the door. When he saw Feng Xiaoyu's barely clothed body, the man became furious. Hey kid, what did you do to Xiaoyu? I'll make you pay. The man, looking furious, picked up a cup from the coffee table and smashed it against the wall.
Bang!
The cup shattered into pieces.
Guards, seize this kid, I'm going to skin him alive. Several bodyguards filed in and surrounded Yi Bei menacingly. Who are you?
Yi Bei said without changing his expression. Who are you, the guy who taught you a lesson? Get him! The middle-aged man with a thick beard roared.
The bodyguards didn't dare to delay and rushed forward. These people didn't even give him a chance to speak, so Yi Bei naturally wouldn't be polite. Yi Bei quickly took down all 4 bodyguards, knocking them to the ground in just a few dozen seconds.
The middle-aged man was taken aback at first, then roared in fury, you little punk, you've got some skills, let's see how I deal with you. After getting dressed, Feng Xiaoyu shouted loudly, Dad, stop.
Dad.
Yi Bei had already realized that there was probably a misunderstanding. The bearded man was Feng Xiaoyu's father, Feng Linfeng, the head of the Feng family, the second largest family in Jiangcheng. Xiaoyu, he treated you like that, and you're still defending him today. I'll teach him a lesson, being a good person. Feng Linfeng has a fiery temper and usually spoils Feng Xiaoyu. From childhood to adulthood, Feng Xiaoyu has never suffered any grievances outside.
It's no secret in Jiangcheng that Feng Linfeng would step in to seek justice for his daughter. This is why everyone is hesitant to provoke Feng Xiaoyu.
Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? He didn't do anything to me. You've misunderstood. He was trying to treat my illness. Feng Linfeng asked in confusion, treat her illness? What illness? What's wrong with my daughter? Dad, let them go out first. Sit down, and I'll talk to you slowly.
Feng Xiaoyu glanced at the bodyguards who had gotten up. Useless thing, get out of here. Feng Linfeng angrily kicked the bodyguards out. Feng Xiaoyu pulled Feng Linfeng to sit down on the sofa and told him everything. Xiaoyu, you didn't lie to Daddy, did you? Dad, don't you believe me, he's the same dry who saved old Master Lin. Feng Xiaoyu pouted and said coquettishly. 16, Chapter 16. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Is he really Dr. Yi? Feng Linfeng was shocked. He had heard of Dr. Yi saving old Master Lin, and as the head of the second largest family in Jiangcheng, he had never expected that Dr. Yi would be such a young person. Dad, how could I lie to you? How did you know I was here? Feng Xiaoyu asked. Dad came over to take care of some business. He saw your bodyguards downstairs and realized you were upstairs by yourself. Dad was worried, so he rushed up to check on you. Even if he's treating your illness, he can't make you take your clothes off, can he? Feng Linfeng has a short temper. He rushed upstairs without asking clearly when he was downstairs. I'm just going to give her acupuncture, Yi Bei said casually. In that case, I was being reckless. I am Xiaoyu's father, Feng Linfeng. It was all a misunderstanding. I hope that Dr. Yi will forgive my rudeness. Feng Linfeng's straightforward personality actually made Yi Bei somewhat fond of him. It's alright, ignorance is no excuse. It was just a minor matter, and Yi Bei didn't intend to pursue it further. Xiaoyu, Dad has an appointment with the Lin family head to discuss something, so I'll be leaving now. Feng Linfeng stood up and said to Yi Bei, Dry, I have offended you today. I will definitely host a banquet for you another day to apologize. Master Feng, you're too kind. Feng Linfeng came quickly and left quickly. However, Feng Xiaoyu's 12 bodyguards had already arrived outside Yi Bei's room and were guarding it. After Yi Bei finished acupuncture on Feng Xiaoyu, he instructed her, during the treatment, you should not eat spicy or greasy food, a light diet is recommended. Thank you. If you really cure this damn hairy disease, you'll be my best friend, Feng Xiaoyu. Yi Bei just smiled and didn't say anything. In his eyes, Feng Xiaoyu was just a child. Feng Xiaoyu hadn't left yet when Su Qing arrived. Upon seeing Su Qing arrive, Feng Xiaoyu tactfully left with her bodyguards. Yi Bei, I've come to thank you for saving me last night. May I come in and sit down? I have something I'd like to tell you. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Even if it wasn't you, I would have intervened in what happened yesterday, so you don't need to thank me. Just tell me what you need, Yi Bei said calmly. How come I didn't know you were skilled in medicine before? How many other things do you have that I don't know about? Have you been secretly helping me for the past 3 years? I know that without someone helping me secretly, I couldn't have built such a large business in 3 years. It's you, isn't it? Su Qing asked several questions in a row. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I had a 3-year agreement with my master. I was supposed to tell you everything on our 3rd wedding anniversary, but you didn't give me the chance. Yi Bei smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Su Qing was filled with remorse. Really, so it's all my fault? Yi Bei, can you forgive me? Yi Bei was silent for a while, then said, It's all in the past. Does it still matter whether you forgive or not? Do you still remember that cold night 10 years ago when you gave a boy 2 steamed buns? That person was you? Su Qing asked, bewildered. 3 years ago, I happened to be on my master's orders to go to Luoshui on business. I didn't expect to save you. I remember the mole next to your left ear. Since things had come to this point, Yi Bei simply said it out loud. We've been married for 3 years, and not a single member of the Su family has even caught a cold. Your mother has stomach problems, your father has rheumatism, and everyone else has illnesses. Do you think they all got better on their own? Su Qing staggered and almost lost her balance. It turned out that Yi Bei had done so much for the Su family, yet he had never uttered a single word about it. But the Su family still had the audacity to steal things and secretly cursed him as a good-for-nothing. It turns out that the Su family was always at fault. They were the ones who owed Yi Bei, but now it's too late to realize all of this. Su Qing originally wanted Yi Bei to ask Feng Xiaolong to give her a chance to take over the Feng family's business in Luoshui, but now she couldn't bring herself to say it. Su Qing covered her face and wept, then walked away in a daze. Su Man, who was waiting outside, saw Su Qing's disappointed look. Sis, what's wrong? Did he bully you? That good-for-nothing refuses to help? You've been married for 3 years. How can he be so heartless as to leave you to die? I'm going to find him, Su Man said indignantly. Su Man, that's enough. He doesn't owe us anything. We're the ones who owe him. We're already divorced. I assent that what you've always wanted? Su Qing shouted hysterically. Sis, what's wrong with you? If he dares to bully you, I'll go and teach him a lesson. Snap. Su Qing slapped Su Man across the face, stunning her. You're not allowed to go even if the Su family goes bankrupt. You're not allowed to go to him, do you understand? Su Qing left Su Man, who was stunned by the beating, and departed alone. Yi Bei sighed. The old fox once said that matters of the heart shouldn't be dragged out, you should let go when it's time. Did he foresee this outcome all along? Yi Bei suddenly missed his master Wu Weihe. Hadn't seen Wu Wei for 3 years, but he knew that with the old fox's personality, he must be very busy. Just taking care of those mistresses alone would keep him occupied. Yi Bei dialed his master Wu Wei's number. Master, where are you now? You brat, why aren't you calling the old fox master today? I'm still abroad. I just attended my first love's funeral. He passed away at 88. Life is unpredictable. What do you want from me? It's nothing much, I just wanted to tell you that I'm divorced. Yi Bei originally wanted to say I miss you, but he knew that if he said that, Wu Wei would definitely laugh at him. It's good that you're divorced. Look at master, he never got married and he's still living a good life. Yi Bei felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing such comforting words. Only the old fox would offer such words of comfort. Since you're divorced, go back to the Temple of Medicine. You wait for me in Jiangqing for a few days. I'll come back to you as soon as I've finished dealing with things. Master, there's one more thing. I've found the other half of the jade pendant. It's in the hands of the Wang family in the capital. There's an auction tomorrow night, and I want to buy it. Wu Wei was the only person Yi Bei could confide in, and the person he trusted most. The Wang family, one of the 4 great families in the capital? Wu Wei may have thought of something. Go ahead and film if you want. I gave you 500 million in the card I gave you. You haven't spent it all, have you? I'll transfer another 1 billion to you later. That should be enough. If it's not enough, just let me know. I remember you said it was just an ordinary piece of jade, right? Why did it cost so much money? Yi Bei asked doubtfully. Jade is priceless, haven't you heard of that? You take the bid first, and we'll talk about the rest when I get back. Wu did not directly answer Yi Bei's question. Yi Bei hung up the phone, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. The jade might not be so easy to get his hands on. 17, Chapter 17. Judging by appearance. The Wang family from the capital was coming, and Jiangqing Airport was already on high alert, having opened a special green channel for them. Luxury cars, rarely seen in normal times, entered the airport tarmac through the green channel. Those who can come here are all prominent figures in Shuangjian County. I hope no big shot is coming. We working people could never afford one of those luxury cars in our entire lives. The people who come must be rich and powerful. Didn't you see those bodyguards, layer upon layer? This is quite a grand affair. Fang Jinnan's car was the last to arrive. The fact that Fang Jinnan came in person is enough to show that the person's identity is definitely not to be underestimated. Those who were already waiting there took the initiative to greet Fang Jinnan. Although the people who came today are all considered important figures in Jiancheng, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of a big shot like Fang Jinnan. They noticed a young man standing next to old Fang, whose attire seemed out of place compared to their glamorous appearance. This young man is Yi Bei, who originally didn't want to come. However, another reason Fang Jinnan invited him was also because of that jade pendant. Who is the person next to Elder Fang? I've never seen him before, but someone who can stand next to Elder Fang must be someone of high status. But how dare he come to pick up the Wang family with those clothes? That's incredibly disrespectful and beneath his dignity. The speaker frowned. Shoo, keep your voice down, or you'll have a hard time if the Fang family hears you. Many people became interested in Yi Beisheng. They sensed something unusual about Fang Jinnan's attitude towards Yi Bei, but they had never seen it before. Lin Chaoran was standing not far from Fang Jinnan. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Fang Jinnan had brought Yi Bei here, since Yi Bei's status was not high enough to warrant coming to pick up the Wang family. Feng Linfeng was a simple-minded person. He saw Yi Bei walk over. Dry, you've come too. I am so grateful for your help with Xiaoyu's illness. Master Feng, you're too kind. Just then, a plane swooped down from the sky and landed on the runway. The Wang family is really particular. This must be their private jet. After the plane came to a stop, Fang Jinnan led a large group of people over.
The cabin door opened, and a tall, middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared. Dressed in a white casual suit, with an arrogant expression, he glanced disdainfully at the people who came to greet him, and then smiled with satisfaction. "You must be tired from your journey, Third Master Wang." Fang Jianan and Wang Xian shook hands. Wang Xian was quite polite to Fang Jianan. After all, Fang Jianan was a person of status, and it was already a great honor for him to come and pick him up. Wang Xian politely shook hands briefly with the person who came to pick him up. When she walked up to Yi Bei, she saw his clothes and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Instead of shaking hands with Yi Bei, she subtly skipped over him. This detail was naturally noticed by Fang Jianan and many others. Fang Jianan looked down on Wang Xian's behavior of judging people by their appearance. Some people chuckled, "This poor kid thinks he's someone important just because he knows Fang Jianan, but he's been completely ignored by Master Wang. Hee, I just said that with clothes like this, coming here would only be a disgrace to Jiangcheng." Yi Bei had excellent hearing, he heard everything they said. He didn't feel embarrassed because Wang Xian didn't shake his hand, he just smiled without changing his expression. This composure and calmness are not something everyone possesses. On the way back, Fang Jianan said apologetically, "Dry, it was my oversight that embarrassed you just now." "It's alright, it just means that this Third Master Wang isn't a very good person." "Well, Wang Xian is not a very easy person to talk to, and it might be difficult to communicate with him," Fang Jianan said. Yi Beifeng said casually, "If that's the case, then there's no need for private communication before the auction, we can just go straight to the auction. Let's talk it over. After all, if we directly compete with the Wang family at the auction, it would be a slap in their face. I estimate the Wang family will only contribute 30 to 50 million at this kind of charity auction. It's all about saving face. I've told you before, the Wang family is participating in this auction to give me face. I'll be frank with you, and I hope you won't take offense, Dr. Yi. If we directly embarrass the Wang family at the auction, it will put our Fang family in a very difficult position, since we are the organizers." Fang Jianan's words were quite clear. If Yi Bei insists on bidding directly at the auction, he will offend the Wang family. This will also put the Fang family in a difficult position, although Fang Jianan knows that with the strength of the medical god temple, they are not afraid of the Wang family. However, he had to consider the Fang family's situation. If he really fell out with the Wang family, the Fang family would suffer significant losses. Yi Bei was a smart man, so, does Elder Fang mean that if we can't reach an agreement in private, I should give up that jade pendant? I have this intention, and I know it may put Dr. Yi in a difficult position, but I have to consider the Fang family. Fang Jianan is shrewd and experienced in handling affairs. He made things clear in advance to avoid pleasing neither side later. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll disappoint Elder Fang, but I'll take full responsibility for this matter. Is that jade pendant really that important to Dr. Yi? Fang Jianan understood Yi Bei's determination to win, and he was filled with doubt. Ever since Yi Bei became interested in that jade pendant yesterday, he had inquired about it from various sources and concluded that the jade was just a family heirloom of the Wang family and had nothing special about it. However, it is somewhat unusual that the Wang family has repeatedly put the jade pendant on the market at various auction houses over the past few years, and then bought it back themselves. Yi Bei nodded. Wu Weidu agreed to let him bid on it, which meant that his judgment was correct and that the jade pendant was likely related to his background. Seeing Yi, Fang Jianan was somewhat troubled by Bei's attitude inside. "Let's see if we have time tonight to have a proper talk with Wang Xian. I hope the Wang family can be willing to part with him." Good. The hotel that Fang Jianan arranged for Wang Xian to stay at was the same Lin family hotel where Yi Bei was currently staying. The entire floor was cleared out to provide Wang Xian with a safe and quiet environment. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Wang Xian saw that Yi Bei had actually gotten out of Fang Jianan's car. His expression subtly froze for a moment before returning to normal, his eyes turning somewhat cold as he became curious about Yi Bei. He gently beckoned and whispered in his follower's ear, "Investigate that young man." Yi Bei noticed that there was another young and beautiful woman with Wang Xian. She looked somewhat like Wang Xian, was not tall, was petite and delicate, had a pale face, and large, watery eyes that gave her a sickly beauty. This beautiful woman is Wang Xian, the daughter of Wang Xian. She has suffered from a strange illness since childhood, fainting once every 10 days or half a month without any warning sign. She has seen countless famous doctors since childhood, but none of them could cure her. 18.
Chapter 18. Are you saying I'm going to die? Wang Xian brought his daughter Wang Qian to Jiangcheng because Fang Jinan made a phone call the night before. Fang Jinan knew a bit about the Wang family and knew that Wang Xian had such a daughter. He said on the phone that there was a highly skilled doctor in Jiangcheng who might be able to help Wang Xian's daughter's illness. Fang Jinan made this decision after seeing Yi Bei's interest in the Wang family's jade pendant. The shrewd and calculating Fang Jinan did not mention this matter to Yi Bei. He was thinking of having more leverage when negotiating with Wang Xian. The banquet held to welcome Wang Xian was extremely grand. When Wang Xian took his seat and saw Yi Bei, a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes, followed by a sinister smile. His henchman had just told him Yi Bei's identity, a doctor who had just cured old Master Lin. Upon seeing Yi Bei again, Wang Xian guessed that this was the doctor Fang Jinan had mentioned to him. However, Wang Xian felt that having someone of such status sitting at the same table with him made him feel very embarrassed. However, his daughter, Wang Qian, was secretly observing Yi Bei. Because at this table, apart from Yi Bei, everyone was an old man, even Fang Xiaolong couldn't sit at this table. Third Master Wang, let me first introduce everyone here to you. Fang Jinan first introduced the veteran figures, and only then introduced Yi Bei. The last person I want to introduce is someone I think everyone is very curious about. Who is he, sitting at this main table at such a young age? He is my savior, Dry, and the one who pulled Mr. Lin back from the brink of death a few days ago. Fang Jinan dared not reveal Yi Bei's identity as the successor of the medical god temple without Yi Bei's consent. After listening to Fang Jinan's introduction, these people were polite on the surface, but in their hearts they were all somewhat disdainful of Yi Bei. He was just a doctor. How could I possibly sit at the same table as these important figures? Old Fang, he is your savior, but today is a welcome dinner for Master Wang. Is it inappropriate for Dry to sit here? The objector was a senior official from Shuangjiang County. This official was very good at reading people and had seen the changes in Wang Xian's face just now. He spoke up now to flatter Wang Xian. Fang Jinan's expression immediately turned serious, as the ancients said, a drop of water in need should be repaid with a spring of water. Yi is my savior. Fang Jinan's savior. His kindness is like giving me a second life. Is there anything wrong with me letting him sit at this table? Fang Jinan's imposing manner immediately overshadowed the elder who had just spoken. His words were extremely impolite, and those who still wanted to tease Yi Bei dared not say another word. Wang Xian chuckled and said, Old Fang, you're too kind. It's just a meal, there's no need for so many formalities. Third Master is so generous. Come, let's all toast Third Master. Fang Jinan stood up and addressed the audience, saying, it is an honor for us to have Master Wang grace our Jiangcheng with his presence. Let's all raise a toast to him. Although Fang Jinan is nearly 70 years old, he speaks with a strong voice. Yi Bei has never liked these kinds of social engagements, so he took the opportunity to go outside to the terrace to breathe some fresh air. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and Lin Mengyao walked to Yi Bei's side. Dry, I haven't had a chance to thank you for curing my grandfather's illness. After I finish these last 2 days, I would like to invite you to a meal. I wonder if you would do me the honor? Yi Bei looked at Lin Mengyao, whose face was flushed and who looked exceptionally charming, and said, no need. Saving your grandfather was just a favor I was asked to do. Dr. Yi really doesn't give Mengyao any face at all? Lin Mengyao said with a smile. Lin Mengyao is known as the most beautiful woman in Shuangjiang County. She has always been confident in her figure and appearance. Men flock to her, and many want to become her lovers. Every day, at least 8 or 10 men want to ask her out to dinner, but she never expected to be rejected by Yi Bei. I really don't like socializing, and it's not directed at you, Yi Bei said calmly. I heard that Lin Shiming was rude to you. I apologize to you on his behalf. It was our Lin family that neglected you. Lin Mengyao truly deserves to be called the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Lin family. Her interpersonal skills and conduct are far superior to Lin Shiming's. He is him, and you are you. You don't need to apologize for anyone. Dry is a really interesting person. I really want to be your friend. Lin Mengyao smiled, her beauty dazzling, but Yi Bei didn't look at her. Instead, he was looking at the lights in the distance. Those who know me well know that I am not a funny person. Having just gotten divorced, Yi Bei really had no interest in women, especially since he had always been a devoted and faithful person. Sister Mengyao, what are you and Dr. Yi talking about? Feng Xiaoyu always seems to be happy. Surprisingly, Wang Xian's daughter, Wang Qian, also came with Feng Xiaoyu.
Look, I brought Miss Wang along too. She said it was too boring inside.
Miss Wang, is it because we haven't treated you well?
Lin Mengyao said respectfully that she could never be as casual as Feng Xiaoyu. No, it's just that I don't like socializing, it's really boring. Wang Qian smiled playfully.
Yi Bei turned around and simply smiled politely, which was his way of saying hello. If I remember correctly, Grandpa Feng just said you were a doctor, right? Wang Qian said to Yi Bei. I guess so.
I've been dealing with doctors all my life, either seeing a doctor or on my way to see a doctor. Grandpa Feng said you are his savior, so your medical skills must be amazing, right? After Wang Qian came to Jiangchang, the person who made her feel special was Yi Bei. It's clear that Miss Wang has been ill for a long time. Your qi and blood deficiency is extremely severe, and it has already threatened your life.
Yi Bei had no intention of scaring Wang Qianxi, he was telling the truth. Are you saying I'm going to die? Wang Qian didn't seem surprised. I knew no one could cure my illness. Do you know how much longer I have to live?
Lin Mengyao and Feng Xiaoyu were both startled. In their eyes, Miss Wang didn't look like someone who was about to die at all. Dry, please don't scare Miss Wang. Feng Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes at Yi Bei. I didn't scare her. Although her illness is difficult to treat, it is still treatable, Yi Bei said calmly.
What did you say? You can cure my illness?
If I'm not mistaken, it should be possible, but I'll need to take your pulse to know for sure. Yi Bei, who originally wanted to find some peace and quiet, ended up spending time alone with three beautiful women, a scene that Lin Shiming happened to witness. Lin Shiming hated Yi Bei to the core, as Yi Bei had ruined their plans. Lin Shiming walked onto the terrace and said in a sarcastic tone, Dry really has a lot of charm.
19, Chapter 19. You're trying to kill her. Sis, that bastard Lin Shiming bullied me yesterday, can you teach him a lesson for me?
When Feng Xiaoyu saw Lin Shiming, she was reminded of what happened yesterday.
Feng Xiaoyu, you're everywhere. Are you planning to throw yourself at that guy surnamed Ji? Well, with your spoiled nature, you probably won't even be able to find a boyfriend if you don't throw yourself at him.
Lin Shiming, what did you say? I am intelligent and beautiful, how could I not be wanted? On the contrary, you are full of bad ideas, just a good-for-nothing playboy. Feng Xiaoyu immediately retorted.
Can you two stop arguing? Miss Wang is still here.
Lin Mengyao's words had an effect, and Lin Shiming only then noticed that Miss Wang was also there. He quickly dropped his arrogant attitude and said, Miss Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. However, I advise Miss Wang not to believe just anyone. Some people use the guise of miracle doctors to swindle money and sexually exploit others. I heard that this morning, the head of the Feng family even caused a scene at some miracle doctor's house, and they even got into a fight. Feng Xiaoyu, am I right? You're practically offering yourself up as a freebie, you're shameless.
Lin Shiming was making veiled accusations, almost explicitly mentioning Yi Bei's name.
Feng Xiaoyu immediately jumped up. Lin Shiming, you bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear you apart.
Feng Xiaoyu rushed over, but was pushed away by Lin Shiming and almost fell.
Lin Shiming, if you dare push me, I'll never forgive you. Since we've already done it, why are we afraid of what others will say? I hate these charlatans the most. My grandfather was able to recover thanks to Dr. Zhou's meticulous treatment, but some people benefited from it. It's pathetic that some members of our Lin family were deceived and even helped others count the money.
Everyone realized that Lin Shiming was targeting Yi Bei.
Lin Shiming, shut up, Dr. Yi is Grandpa's savior. How can you say such things? Lin Mengyao was also a little angry.
Lin Mengyao, you're the one who got scammed and then helped the scammer count the money. I am warning you not to get scammed with your body too, or you'll bring shame to the Lin family.
I, Lin Shiming, have seen plenty of such despicable people, using petty tricks to deceive women, but it seems that Dr. Yi's face doesn't need any tricks to bewitch you brainless women. Lin Shiming got a little carried away and forgot that Miss Wang was still there. Miss Wang frowned and put on a stern face. Who are you calling brainless? Lin Shiming then realized that he had forgotten Wang Qian was also there, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Miss Wang, I was of course not talking about you. Someone as smart and wise as you could not possibly be fooled by certain people.
Grandpa Feng just said that Dry is his savior. Is Grandpa Feng so stupid that he was deceived by Dry?
Wang Qian's words made Lin Shiming very uncomfortable. He didn't expect that this Miss Wang would actually speak up for Yi Bei.
Who is Fang Jinan? He's a local tyrant who dares to call him stupid. I was just offering a friendly reminder.
Lin Shiming was somewhat embarrassed by his unsuccessful attempt to gain favor, but he did not give up. Dry, let me give you a heads up. I advise you to disappear on your own. It will be too late once your true colors are revealed.
Yi Bei stood up and walked up to Lin Shiming.
Lin Shiming, Yi Bei, don't need you to teach me how to do things. Besides, I advise you to mind your own business if you don't want to die.
Dry, are you threatening me? I'm so scared. Why would I be afraid of a fraudster like you? I can take your life in a minute.
Lin Shiming looked at Yi Bei with a cold expression and a disdainful look.
You're not qualified to take my life. Are you kidding me? I can bring you down right now if I want to.
Lin Shiming suddenly threw a punch at Yi Bei. The punch was sudden and fast, and it was about to hit Yi Bei.
Lin Shiming, what are you doing? The newcomer roared and kicked Lin Shiming away.
Yi Bei withdrew his fist, which he was about to throw. If someone hadn't interrupted Lin Shiming's punch, Yi Bei would have made him regret it for the rest of his life.
Dry, are you alright?
The newcomer was Fang Xiaolong. He looked at Lin Shiming lying on the ground and said, Lin Shiming, have you forgotten what I told you? You dare to disrespect Dr. Yi, I will never let you off the hook.
Young Master Long, I was just joking with him.
Lin Shiming secretly regretted it. If Fang Xiaolong hadn't come, he could have taught Yi Bei a good lesson.
Are you kidding me? You're not taking my words to heart. I am giving you one last chance. If there's a next time, I'll cripple you, Fang Xiaolong said, kicking Lin Shiming.
Don't worry, young Master Long, I won't make that kind of joke again next time. Lin Shiming harbored murderous intent towards Yi Bei, cursing inwardly, next time, I'll take his life.
Get out! Out! Fang Xiaolong shouted.
Lin Shiming hadn't even gotten up and left when he heard Lin Mengyao calling.
Miss Wang has fainted, Dr. Yi, come quick.
Wang Qian suddenly fell ill, but luckily Lin Mengyao caught her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground.
Fang Xiaolong immediately told his subordinates, quickly, go and inform Master Wang.
Yi Bei took Wang Qian from Lin Mengyao and placed her on a bench.
Miss Wang has fainted. The news spread like wildfire, and everyone crowded onto the terrace.
Fang Jinan, Wang San, and an elderly man with white hair and beard soon arrived at the terrace.
Make way, don't crowd here. When Master Wang arrived, Yi Bei was taking Wang Qian's pulse.
The old man who came with Master Wang saw Yi Bei taking his pulse and said without any politeness, boy, move aside.
Master Wang raised his hand to stop the old man. Let him see if you brought the young lady's usual medicine bar.
The old man's name was Zhang Qingming. He was a famous doctor in the capital and also Wang Qian's personal physician.
Dry, how is the situation? Fang Jinan asked after Yi Bei finished taking his pulse. The situation is not good.
Zhang Qingming had already taken out a purplish-red pill and was about to feed it to Wang Qian.
Wait a moment.
Yi Bei grabbed Zhang Qingming's hand, stopping him from feeding the medicine to Wang Qian.
What are you trying to do? Zhang Qingming was furious.
You're killing her, Yi Bei said seriously. Let go, Miss has been taking this medicine all along. She wakes up after each dose. How could I possibly be trying to kill her? This medicine was carefully formulated after careful diagnosis.
Zhang Qingming was a renowned doctor in the capital, and he was naturally very angry after hearing Yi Bei's words. If I'm not mistaken, this is a combination of the 10-ingredient tonic pill with American ginseng, deer antler, seahorse, cordyceps, and lingji, right?
Zhang Qingming was shocked. Yi Bei had only glanced at the pills and then revealed the medicine he used. This was unbelievable.
20, Chapter 20. This medicine must not be given.
Although Zhang Qingming was startled, he sneered, don't talk nonsense. If you don't understand, Miss has been taking this medicine for 3 years without any problems. If you stop me from giving Miss the medicine and cause her to miss the optimal time and not wake up, can you take responsibility for that? Zhang Qingming was so arrogant. He had been famous for many years, and people in the capital lined up to see him for treatment. How could he easily believe what a young man said? If you don't believe me, you can take Miss Wang's pulse. Her pulse is definitely not suitable for taking such a strong tonic. Your treatment method seems very effective, but it is undoubtedly like drinking poison to quench thirst. Yi Bei said without changing his expression. Moreover, I dare say that as long as you feed Miss Wang this medicine, she will die. Even a god couldn't save her. Jiang Qingming put the medicine away from Wang Qian's mouth. He didn't dare to take the risk to be on the safe side. He took Wang Qian's pulse, and his expression became serious. Wang Qian's pulse was incredibly strong and powerful at this moment, yet it was also unpredictable. Using highly tonifying medicines to treat this condition would undoubtedly be adding fuel to the fire. Jiang Qingming broke out in a sweat. Wang Qian's pulse was extremely strange. In his decades of medical practice, he had never seen anything like it before, with pulses that were sometimes strong and sometimes weak and unresponsive, and even intermittent. This is a crisis. The more Jiang Qingming, a renowned physician, examined the pulse, the more uncertain he became. Wang Qian had been taking his medicine for the past 3 years, and if she were to die like this, he truly wouldn't know what to say. Wang Xian noticed Jiang Qingming's nervousness. Old Zhang, is Xiao Qian alright? Third Master, Mrs. Illness has taken a turn for the worse. Her condition is not good, Jiang Qingming said in a panic. Hurry up and give him the medicine. Wang Xian urged. This medicine must not be given. Jiang Qingming had no choice but to admit that what Yi Bei had just said was true. Old Zhang, what do you mean? Hasn't Xiao Qian been taking this medicine all along? Didn't you say that as long as she takes this medicine, Xiao Qian will gradually get better? Faced with Wang Xian's questioning, Jiang Qingming was sweating profusely and looked embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. Third Master, please allow me to think about it. I am sure I'll find a way. What time is it? You need to think of a solution right now. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Xiao Qian. Do you hear me? Wang Xian was both angry and anxious. Jiang Qingming looked at Yi Bei, wanting to speak but unable to let go of his pride. Dry, do you have any ideas? Fang Jinan asked. As soon as Fang Jinan asked the question, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Bei. Ms. Wang has been taking this highly tonifying medicine for a long time. She usually seems to be in good spirits, but if I'm not mistaken, she has been fainting more and more frequently in the past 6 months, and the intervals between each fainting episode are getting shorter and shorter. This is because the highly tonifying medicine has caused an imbalance of yin and yang in her body, and the condition is getting worse and worse. Yi Bei remained calm, speaking slowly and deliberately, which greatly worried Wang Xian. Dry, tell me, is there any way? Currently, she has a deficiency of yin and an excess of yang in her body. The most urgent task is to suppress the yin fire in her body. She will naturally wake up then. We can use yin nourishing and fire reducing drugs to regulate her condition and stabilize it. After that, we can formulate a prescription for treatment based on the situation. After listening to Yi Bei's analysis, Jiang Qingming couldn't help but admire him and immediately came up with a treatment plan. Dry, should we use Ziying pills to treat this now? Seeing that Jiang Qingming was actually asking Yi Bei a question, Wang Xian dared not make a decision on his own and couldn't help but glance at Yi Bei a few more times. Add 500 grams of tortoise shell, decoct in water, and take with the decoction, Yi Bei said. Jiang Qingming wiped the sweat from his brow. Alright, I'll go prepare now. I'll use acupuncture to stabilize her condition first. After finishing speaking, Yi Bei ignored everyone's gaze, picked up Wang Qian, and carried her back to her room. Wang Xian, Fang Jinan, and others followed closely behind, each with a serious expression on their face. Once they arrived at the room, Yi Bei called Feng Xiaoyu inside, which was to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Dry, are you asking me to be your assistant? I don't know anything about this. Feng Xiaoyu said nervously. While disinfecting the silver needles, Yi Bei said, you don't need to do anything, just sit on the sofa. Oh, why did you call me in? You scared me to death. Feng Xiaoyu patted her ample breasts and breathed a sigh of relief. There are too many people and too much talk. I called you in because of Miss Wang. Feng Xiaoyu finally understood. You're afraid that his dad will barge in and cause trouble like my dad did today. Yi Bei was speechless, thinking to himself, this Feng Xiaoyu really is like a child. Can you cure her? Feng Xiaoyu asked. Yi Bei smiled and said, if I couldn't cure it, I wouldn't be here. Yi Bei's acupuncture technique was fluid and skillful. 4 of the 6 silver needles were inserted into acupoints on the limbs, and 2 were inserted into the head. 10 minutes later, Wang Qian opened her eyes. Yi Bei removed the silver needles. Miss Wang, you're fine for now, take your medicine and rest well, I'll come see you again tomorrow morning. Jiang Qingming had already prepared the medicine and was waiting outside when he saw Yi Bei come out. Dry, is Miss awake? Yi Bei nodded. Yes, she's awake, let her rest after taking her medicine, call me if you need anything. Dry, thank you so much for today, if it weren't for you, I would have almost given the wrong medicine if something had gone wrong, I would have ruined my reputation, I owe you a favor, if you ever need my help in the future, Dry, just let me know. Dr. Zhang, you flatter me, doctors are compassionate, and I was just doing what I was supposed to do. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he led Feng Xiaoyu out. After this incident, Feng Jinan didn't dare mention the jade pendant to Wang Xian. Dry, let's talk about the jade pendant tomorrow, you saved his daughter today, perhaps this is an opportunity. Feng Jinan still wasn't entirely confident about this matter. Wang Xian was a very cunning man. If that jade pendant is also important to the Wang family, then this third master Wang might not be able to make the decision. Yi Bei could tell that this third master Wang was not the one in charge of the Wang family. If it were truly the head of the Wang family, the level of hospitality would likely be even higher. Dry is right, Wang Xian only handles minor matters in the Wang family. His elder brother, Wang Hao, is the head of the Wang family. Regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not tomorrow, our Feng family will definitely stand with Dry. This matter has nothing to do with the Feng family. Old Master Feng has no reason to offend the Wang family for my sake. Dr. Yi, are you looking down on me? Offending the Wang family will only cause the Feng family some losses at most, but putting the Feng family against Dr. Yi will be the Feng family's biggest loss. I understand this principle. The temple of the god of medicine is mysterious and powerful, standing firm throughout the thousands of years of Xia Kingdom's history, far surpassing any royal family. 21, Chapter 21. Are you threatening me? I will definitely arrange for you and Wang Xian to meet before the auction. Feng Jinan was determined. He was willing to offend the Wang family for Yi Bei's sake. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Feng. Yi Bei had also made up his mind that as long as the Wang family dared to bring it up, he would fight them to the bitter end. Jiang Qingming wasn't as carefree as Yi Bei. He was quite old, but because Wang Qian's condition had changed, he still stayed in Wang Qian's room all night. The next morning, when Yi Bei came to see Wang Qian, he found Jiang Qingming dozing off on the sofa with two big panda eyes and a listless expression. Yi Bei walked to Wang Qian's side, took her pulse, and found that her condition was relatively stable. Just as Yi Bei got up to leave, Wang Xian walked in. Dry, how is Xiao Qian doing? Her condition is relatively stable for now. Treatment for this illness cannot be rushed. It will take at least 1 or 2 months, or even longer, to recover, Yi Bei said frankly. Dry, if you can really cure Xiao Qian, I would like to ask you to come to the capital to treat her. Money is not a problem. Wang Xian felt that with such conditions offered, Yi Bei, a small-time doctor, shouldn't refuse. After all, the Wang family was one of the 4 major families in the capital. In terms of strength, they are far superior to the Lin and Feng families. Thank you for your kind words, Third Master Wang, but I have no plans to leave Jiangqing anytime soon. Wang Xian was taken aback, thinking to himself, this kid really doesn't give me any face. Doesn't he know the status of our Wang family? Dry, this is a rare opportunity. If you can cure Xiao Qian, I guarantee you will have a great future in the capital, far better than a small place like Jiangcheng. Thank you. There are many good doctors in the capital. I believe they can cure Miss Wang as well. Yi Bei politely declined Wang Xian's invitation once again. I hope you can think it over carefully. Rush to reject may think you should be aware of the influence of our Wang family in the capital and even the Xia Kingdom without me having to say it. Wang Xian was already somewhat displeased. Wang Xian thought to himself, this kid is trying to raise the price on the spodes, really asking for it. No need to consider it. This time, Yi Bei directly rejected Wang Xian. What a joke. Yi Bei is the successor of Wu Wei, the master of the medical god palace, and the future master of the medical god palace. He doesn't even care about the Wang family. Wang Xian didn't expect Yi Bei to refuse so directly, without giving him any face at all. He was even more displeased after Wang Xian arrived in Jiangcheng. Everyone who saw him fawned over him. Wang Xian watched Yi Bei's retreating figure and spat, short-sighted brat, daring to refuse our Wang family to our face, you'll stay in Jiangcheng and suffer poverty for the rest of your life. When Yi Bei arrived at the restaurant, Feng Jinan was already waiting there. I've already made an appointment with Master Wang. I'll talk to him in his room in half an hour. Good. Yi Bei didn't say much. He could tell from Wang Xian's manner of speaking that Wang Xian wouldn't back down, but he still gave Fang Jinan some face. Sure enough, when Wang Xian saw Fang Jinan bring Yi Bei into his room, he glanced at Yi Bei with disdain, thinking that he had come to his senses. He thought to himself, he still has to come and beg me this time. You want to go to the capital with me, but I don't necessarily want you to come. Third Master Wang, Dr. Yi and I are here because of the item you brought for auction. Dr. Yi wants to buy it privately. I wonder if you, Third Master Wang, are willing to contribute. The price is negotiable. Fang Jinan got straight to the point. You've come for that jade pendant. I can tell you, you shouldn't even think about it. It's a family heirloom of our Wang family. Although it's not worth much money, our Wang family isn't short of money. Taking it out is just a formality. I believe Elder Fang understands that. Fang Jinan glanced at Yi Bei, dry. It seems that Third Master Wang is unwilling to part with it. What do you think? Third Master Wang, if you're willing to give up that jade pendant, I'll pay you as usual. In addition, I can also promise to cure Miss Wan's illness without charging you a penny. Yi Bei's expression remained unchanged from the moment he entered the room. He was still smiling slightly, calm and composed. Dry, as I just said, our Wang family is not short of money, so you'd better not covet that jade. If you can cure Xiaoqian's illness, I'll pay whatever it takes. Wang Xian looked arrogant, leaving no room for negotiation. Then I advise Master Wang to keep that jade pendant at home and not put it up for auction. Wang Xian's expression immediately changed. Dry, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me? My Wang family has taken out this jade many times, and no one has ever dared to disrespect my Wang family. Unfortunately, I am not just anyone. If you dare to bring it out, then I dare to make a bid. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Third Master Yi Bei had already said what he needed to say. Are you threatening me, you arrogant brat? No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Wang Xian was furious. Third Master, please calm down. Young people don't know how to speak properly. Let's discuss this matter again. The items will be auctioned tonight, so please reconsider. Fang Jinan acted as a peacemaker. As I just said, there's no room for discussion on this. Wang Xian raised his voice several decibels, clearly very unhappy. Please forgive us, Third Master, for saving Miss Wang. We'll take our leave now. Fang Jinan shook his head helplessly. Things did not develop as he had expected. Neither Yi Bei nor Wang Xian was willing to back down, and it was very likely that Yi Bei would make Wang Xian lose face during the auction that night, at which point the Fang family, as the organizers, would also lose face. Fang Jinan had just chased Yi Bei out of the room when he heard the sound of Wang Xian smashing things behind him. Bang! That must have been the sound of a glass hitting the wall. A small medical. How dare you threaten the Wang family? Wang Xian roared. Fang Jinan called out from behind Yi Bei. Dry, wait a moment. Old Fang, if you're trying to persuade me to give up, then there's no need to say anything more. My mind is made up, Yi Bei said. Although I don't know why you insist on bidding for that jade pendant, I think it must be very important to you. I have said that I would support Dr. Yi, and I will definitely keep my word. Actually, Mr. Fang, there's no need for that. Yi Bei can take responsibility himself. Mr. Fang, you just need to do what your Fang family should do. Yi Bei had just reached the door when he saw Su Man standing there, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows. What are you doing here? Yi Bei genuinely disliked Su Man, the person who had been trying to drive a wedge between him and Su Qing. Yi Bei, there's something I want to tell you. Su Man always speaks with that arrogant and domineering manner, as if everyone owes her money. I have nothing to say to you. 22, Chapter 22. He's a big liar. Yi Bei, are you really going to stand by and watch someone die? Su Man reached out and stopped Yi Bei from entering the room. Get out of my way. I have nothing to do with your Su family anymore. Yi Bei's voice was very calm. Yi Bei, what exactly did you say to my sister yesterday? She's been locking herself in her room ever since she left your place. Faced with Yi Bei's indifference, Su Man's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Is this any of your business? Aren't you being a bit nosy? Of course we're related. She's my sister. I am not as heartless as you. Don't think you can bully her just because we're divorced. Our Su family will be here soon today. I'm going to show everyone your true colors and tear off your hypocrisy. Su Man's voice was loud, and Yi Bei frowned. Get out of the way. Yi Bei was already in a bad mood today, so he reached out and pulled Su Man away, using a bit too much force, causing Su Man to stumble and fall to the ground. This scene was witnessed by the Su family members who came upstairs. Su's mother immediately started cursing. "You good for nothing, you made Su Qing so angry, and you even dared to hit Su Man. Uncle, Aunt, Dad, you all saw it, right? He's a monster. I just came to ask him what he did to my sister, and he hit me. If you hadn't come, you might not have seen me, boo-hoo." Yi Bei laughed at Su Man's clumsy performance. None of these members of the Su family were reasonable. Su Man's father stepped forward to help his daughter up, and also cursed, "Yi Bei, you bastard, how dare you hit my daughter, I'll teach you a lesson today. Let me tell you, this bastard, with his face, has already hooked up with other women. I am so angry with him that I've locked myself in the house and haven't come out since." Su Man tearfully recounted Yi Bei's evil deeds. "I have absolutely no connection with your Su family anymore. Don't you find it ridiculous that you're coming here looking for me?" Yi Bei's mocking expression only fueled the Su family's anger. Mother Su was furious, glaring at Yi Bei with malice. "I can't control who you flirt with, but you can't bully my daughter. I heard you ruined Su Qing's date with young Master Lin and even got the Fong family to cancel their cooperation with our Su family. Yi Bei, you're really something. I told you you're an ingrate, and I wasn't wrong." Su Lu stood behind his mother and shouted, "Mom, there's no point in reasoning with this kind of person. I've already called Brother Hu. When he arrives, I'll have them break his legs." "Yi Bei, even though you and Su Qing are divorced, you can't do such inhuman things. You're reacting like a beast. You must apologize to Su Qing." Su's father's face was dark with anger. "Uncle, don't expect him to go back and apologize to my sister. I think Su Lu did the right thing. He should be beaten to death. People like him deserve to die." Su Man was extremely pleased to see everyone unanimously criticizing Yi Bei. "They've ruined our Su family's business. We can't just let this Gothi have to give us an explanation." The family's argument drew the attention of some of the local residents who came out to watch the spectacle. TSK, such a handsome guy, yet he did such a shameless thing. Exactly, if you're going to get a divorce, then get a divorce. Why does the man have to be so pathetic to the woman? This kind of man is a scumbag, a piece of trash. These onlookers, unaware of the truth, all sided with the Su family and criticized Yi Bei. "I have nothing to explain to you. If the business doesn't go through, that's your own business. I've already explained everything to Su Qing. You can go back and ask her. Don't make trouble here." Yi Bei was already getting annoyed. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet these persistent Su family members were still going on, and his tone was also very forceful. "You did something wrong but won't admit it. If you hadn't hurt my sister, why would she have locked herself in her room and refused to come out? If it weren't for you, how could our business have failed? You're the one who did all of this." Taking advantage of the large number of Su family members, Su Man became arrogant and started cursing at Yi Bei. Yi Bei really wanted to slap this woman twice. Yi Bei felt he had made himself clear and had no obligation to explain anything to this group of unreasonable Su family members. When Su Man's father heard that the onlookers behind them were also on their side, he became even more arrogant and walked over to grab Yi Bei by the collar. "You just hit my daughter. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. You're a piece of trash who even hits women." He grabbed Yi Bei's collar with one hand and raised the other to slap Yi Bei across the face. Yi Bei sneered at his expression. "You think you're qualified to lecture me?" Yi Bei grabbed Su Man's father's hand that was reaching out to grab his collar with a little force. The father's face contorted in pain, and he forgot to hit him with his other hand. His face turned red, just like a boiled shrimp. "Look, everyone, someone's being hit. This unreasonable bastard is hitting someone." Su's mother's voice, which seemed to have a built-in amplification function, was so loud that everyone on the entire floor could hear it. She had witnessed Yi Bei's prowess firsthand, so she didn't dare to go up to him at all. "Yi Bei, you dare to hit my dad, I'll fight you to the death." Su Man picked up her bag and threw it at Yi Bei. Yi Bei was furious. He pulled, and with a crack, he dislocated Su Man's father's wrist. He screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. "My hand is broken, and you actually broke my hand." Yi Bei gave a push, and Su Man's father blocked Su Man's charge. The father and daughter collided and fell to the ground. "This is outrageous. It's one thing to be unreasonable, but to actually hit someone is another. We should call the police immediately. People like this should be arrested and put in jail. Such bad people should be punished by law. Everyone, keep an eye on him and don't let him get away." The onlookers spontaneously cleared the way on both sides of the corridor. They blocked it up, as if Yi Bei were truly an irredeemable villain. Seeing that others were also helping them, the Su family became even more arrogant. "Yi Bei, you've offended everyone, you can't escape now."
Su Lu shamelessly shouted. Yi Bei, you've really hidden it. While yesterday you said you didn't spend a single penny of Su Qing's money, and that a woman came to pick you up as soon as you got divorced. IDE figured it out. Now have you been having affairs for the past 3 years, using your looks to be someone else's gigolo, you shameless freeloader? The self-proclaimed clever Su's mother launched into a tirade. Our Su Qing is such a kind girl, and you've deceived her for 3 years of her youth. Calling you an ingrate is too lenient. You're a beast in human form. Mom, now that you mention it, then the way he saved my sister 3 years ago must have been a staged act, just to gain my sister's trust and take advantage of her feelings. A big liar. Su Lu roared along with his mother. 23, Chapter 23 is what we owe Yi Bei. Su Lu's calling Yi Bei a big liar only made the uninformed onlookers despise him even more. Damn, I never would have guessed that this guy was a swindler who cheats people out of their money and sex. What a waste of that face. These kinds of romance scammers are the most despicable. They even have multiple partners at the same time. They're obviously not good people. What a fucking bastard. No wonder his parents and family came here. Bah, if it were me, I'd kill him. Killing someone like that is too lenient. He should be sent to the deepest hell. Yi Bei is now unable to explain himself clearly. Feng Xiaoyu, accompanied by 12 bodyguards, squeezed through the crowd and walked to Yi Bei's side. Dry, what happened? Look everyone, another woman has been fooled by him. She's been fooled without even realizing it. Don't you think he's clever? Mother Su's skill in leveraging this situation is truly unmatched. Before Feng Xiaoyu could even figure out what was going on, she heard people around her advising her. Miss, this man is scum, worse than a pig or a dog. I advise you to stay away from him. Pa, how dare someone so young call themselves a miracle doctor? That's just a scammer's trick. What a lovely girl, she was deceived without even realizing it. It's so pitiful and pathetic. I'm not afraid of swindlers being educated, I'm afraid of swindlers being handsome. These young girls must be completely bewitched by his face. Feng Xiaoyu glanced at Yi Bei, whose face was dark with anger, and she roughly understood that these people were saying that Yi Bei was a liar who specifically deceived women. When Feng Xiaoyu saw Su Man across from her, the quick-witted Feng Xiaoyu immediately guessed that this matter must be related to Su Man, whom she had beaten up yesterday. Why is it you again, you stupid woman? Wasn't I beaten you enough yesterday? Feng Xiaoyu pointed at Su Man, whose face was still swollen. You're the stupid woman. You got swindled out of your money and your virtue, and you even helped the swindler count the money. How pathetic. Su Man was beaten by Feng Xiaoyu yesterday and has been feeling uneasy ever since. Now that she has a chance to get back at Feng Xiaoyu, how could she possibly let it go? Watch your mouth if you dare to insult our young lady. Believe me, I'll slap you. The bodyguard behind Feng Xiaoyu stood in front of her. This pretty girl is really something. She didn't even realize she was being scammed, and she even stood up for the other person. If her family found out, they'd be crying their eyes out in the bathroom. That's the cleverness of scammers. People who are scammed often only wake up at the very end, and by then it's too late. Feng Xiaoyu, this is none of your business. You should take your people and leave. These people are all unreasonable lunatics. Yi Bei said to Feng Xiaoyu in a low voice that he did not want others to be unjustly accused or hurt because of him. How could I, Feng Xiaoyu, miss out on such a lively event? Don't worry, I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to arguing. Feng Xiaoyu didn't care what those people were saying at all, and gave Yi Bei a beautiful smile. Mom, Yi Bei must have swindled a lot of money. He ruined our Su family's business, and we have to make him pay back the money, Su Lu whispered in her mother's ear. Upon hearing this, Su's mother felt that her son's words made sense, and she started yelling again. Yi Bei, you ruined our Su family's business, you have to pay compensation. Su Man, how much money did our Su family lose this time? Tell everyone, let everyone judge for themselves. Preliminary estimates suggest the losses exceed 100 million, Su Man raised her voice. Yi Bei, if you compensate us for our losses today, we can let this matter go. Otherwise, this is not over. Su Lu exclaimed, feeling extremely proud of his cleverness. I think you're all obsessed with money. I advise you to get out of here right now, Yi Bei said angrily. My goodness, he swindled 100 million. What a big liar. This family really lost out. They're so pitiful. It's outrageous that such a swindler wouldn't choke on his water. Feng Xiaoyu puffed out her chest. The Su family is really shameless. Dr. Yi saved that Su Cheng yesterday, and she still has the nerve to send her family here to cause trouble for Dr. Yi Ba. I, Feng Xiaoyu, have never seen such shameless people. If you have the guts, bring out that Su Cheng.
And what nonsense are you all spouting? Which eye of yours saw him lying? You believe everything he says? Don't you have any judgment at all? Feng Xiaoyu pointed at the onlookers and scolded them. Young lady, I think you've been bewitched by him. You can't tell right from wrong. Su's mother looked at Feng Xiaoyu with a smug and mocking expression. Seeing Su's mother's smug expression, the usually unruly Feng Xiaoyu couldn't control herself and slapped her across the face. The snap sound was crisp and pleasant. Feng Xiaoyu felt good about slapping him, but it also provoked public outrage. You little bitch, you dare hit my mom, I'll teach you a lesson. Su Lu rushed over, intending to hit Feng Xiaoyu, but Feng Xiaoyu's bodyguard was no pushover. He kicked Su Lu to the ground with one kick. You want to hit our young lady, you don't want to live anymore, do you? These scammers are too arrogant. This woman is in cahoots with that man, right? They even brought thugs with them. This is a scam ring. They are just angry and ashamed because they've been exposed. We can't let them get away with this. These scammers are assaulting people. Feng Xiaoyu has actually made things worse, and ended up getting herself involved in the mess. Seeing the crowd's outrage, Feng Xiaoyu was a little stunned. She couldn't understand how these people could be so brainless. Things seemed to be getting out of control. The hotel security guards had already arrived, but they were being controlled by Lin Shiming, who told them not to interfere. Lin Shiming wanted to see Yi Bei make a fool of himself. At this moment, Su Qing came out of the elevator. She came because she saw the message Su Man had given her. Su Man told her that she was going to take revenge on Yi Bei. Su Qing felt ashamed when she saw the Su family members arrogantly criticizing and cursing Yi Bei. Mom, what are you doing? Su Qing rushed over and blocked the Su family members' way. My good daughter, Yi Bei is a big liar. We've come to settle accounts with him, Su's mother exclaimed. Enough, Yi Bei isn't a liar. He's never lied to me about anything. Everything the Su family has is thanks to Yi Bei. Has the one who's been helping me all these years. It was you who made me divorce him, calling him a coward. Mom, Dad, we're the ones who are wrong. We're the ones who owe Yi Bei. Su Qing's words, spoken with a sob in her voice, came from the bottom of her heart. The onlookers were truly stunned, and one by one they quietly retreated, as if afraid of getting too close to the Su family. Su Qing, do you know what you're saying? Su's mother felt dizzy. If that were the case, she would be the biggest mastermind behind her daughter's divorce, and she would be the sinner of the Su family. Mom, everything I said is true, it's just that I found out all this too late. After finishing speaking, Su Qing turned to look at Yi Bei and said, I'm sorry, Yi Bei, I'm so sorry. 24, Chapter 24. Who do you think you are? Seeing Su Qing like this, Yi Bei felt a pang of pain in his heart. But the old fox had taught him that feelings should never be dragged out. Since it was over, he had to be decisive. You don't need to apologize to me, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Yi Bei's voice was somewhat cold, and Su Qing looked at Yi Bei's once familiar face through her teary eyes. Yi Bei, you really won't forgive me? How can you be so shameless? People aren't even bothering with you anymore. Why don't you take your family and get out? Feng Xiaoyu, being the straightforward person she is, scolded with disdain. Su Qing turned around and looked at the Su family members, saying, let's go. We've severed all ties, and we owe each other nothing from now on. Sister, if we leave, the Su family's business will be gone? Su Man was still thinking about money at this moment. Su Man, if you still consider me your sister, you are not allowed to come looking for Yi Bei anymore. Even if the Su family goes bankrupt, it has nothing to do with Yi Bei anymore. Do you understand? The Su family members looked extremely displeased. They had come to cause trouble for Yi Bei, but their own daughter had come out and slapped them in the face, making a huge embarrassment. Just as the Su family was about to leave, a man walked over clapping his hands. Clap clap clap. Wow, that's wonderful, really wonderful Yi Bei. I never thought you were this kind of person. People say that even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness, but you turned your back on me. You are so heartless and ungrateful, it's chilling. The person walking over was Lin Shiming, followed by a group of security guards. Lin Shiming, are you trying to meddle in other people's business? Yi Bei coldly looked at Lin Shiming, who seemed to be gloating. Oh, Dr. Yi Bei, you really have a big temper. Right and wrong are clear to everyone. You're heartless and ruthless, but you won't let others talk about it? Lin Shiming glanced at Su Qing. She had always been interested in Su Qing's beauty, and her appearance at this time was truly an open secret. Su's mother quietly asked Su Man, who is this young master? Master. He is the young Master Lin who likes my sister, the eldest grandson of the Lin family, and the future head of the Lin family. Su Man's words gave Su's mother hope. The Lin family is a top-tier family in Shuangjiang County and the most powerful family in Jiangqing. If the Su family can curry favor with such a family, they will have someone to rely on. With a fawning smile, Su's mother said to Lin Shiming, "Young Master Lin, I am Su Qing's mother. You are right, Yi Bei is a heartless and ungrateful person. We hope that you will take good care of our Su Qing in the future." Su's mother looked at Lin Shiming with a fawning expression, wishing she were decades younger and would be willing to pay him for her services. "Auntie, you're too kind. I can't stand ungrateful people like Yi Bei." Lin Shiming looked at Yi Bei with disdain. "Lin Shiming, what nonsense are you talking about? It's clearly the Su family who are in the wrong." Feng Xiaoyu shouted, pointing at Lin Shiming. "Hey Feng Xiaoyu, what does Yi Bei's business with the Su family have to do with you? You're not actually going to throw yourself at Yi Bei, are you?" Lin Shiming said mockingly. "You bastard!" Feng Xiaoyu exclaimed, stamping her feet in anger. "If you're not offering yourself up, why are you always helping a villain that everyone criticizes? It takes two to tango. If he were so perfect, would the Su family have even come here?" The onlookers all recognized Lin Shiming, and the Lin family was not someone they could afford to offend, so they all quietly left. Watching the Lin family's eldest son cause trouble in Jiangcheng is practically suicide. "Lin Shiming, have you said enough?" Yi Bei looked at Lin Shiming with his pupils slightly constricted. Lin Shiming was genuinely scared when Yi Bei glared at him, but he couldn't show weakness in front of the Su family. The hero saves the damsel act wasn't over yet. Fine. Dry as angry. If I can't afford to offend him, can't I at least avoid him?" Lin Shiming said sarcastically. "Su Qing, don't worry, I will protect your Su family from now on in Shuangjiang County. My words still carry some weight." Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Su's mother flattered him, saying, "Then thank you very much, young Master Lin. If young Master Lin comes to Luoshui, he will be a distinguished guest of the Su family. Our Su Qing will certainly not let young Master Lin down." Is she trying to sell her daughter? Yi Bei felt sorry for Su Qing having such a mother. "That's disgusting," Feng Xiaoyu complained. "Disgusting, Feng Xiaoyu, you've already given yourself away. What right do you have to talk about others?" Shameless couple, Lin Shiming retorted. "Lin Shiming, haven't I already said that if you provoke Dr. Yi again, I won't let you off the hook?" Fang Xiaolong's voice rang out from behind Lin Shiming. He had come over after hearing that someone was causing trouble for Yi Bei. Upon hearing Fang Xiaolong's voice, Lin Shiming's face turned pale instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. In Su's mother's eyes, Lin Shiming was the eldest in the Lin family of Jiangqing. Anyone who dared to speak ill of Lin Shiming was just asking for trouble. She immediately retorted, "Who do you think you are, daring to lecture young Master Lin? Do you even know that the Lin family is the most powerful family in Jiangcheng?" When Lin Shiming heard Su's mother say this, his face changed drastically. That was the eldest grandson of Fang Jinan, the overlord of the southwest, and the heir of the Fang family. Wasn't saying such a thing courting death? "You bitch, do you know who he is? I'll kick you to death," Lin Shiming said fiercely, kicking Su's mother to the ground. Mother Su exclaimed, "Oh dear," and looked at young Master Lin in surprise. He had just said he would protect the Su family, but now he was turning his back on her. No one in the Su family dared to speak. Lin Shiming raised his hand to wipe the sweat that kept pouring from his forehead and said to Fang Xiaolong, "Young Master Long, this bitch is talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." He, Lin Shiming, are you trying to say you're not familiar with them?" Fang Xiaolong chuckled, seemingly nonchalant, but those who knew him well knew he was angry. "Yes, I'm not familiar with them," Lin Shiming started to say, following Fang Xiaolong's lead, but then realized something was off. No, that's not it. He had already lost his composure. Fang Xiaolongshi walked up to Lin Shiming and stopped beside him. "Young Master Lin, whether it is true or not is not really important, but if someone doesn't take what I said to heart, then they don't respect me." Fang Xiaolong, what do you think I should do with such a person? Kill them? Upon hearing Fang Xiaolong's words, Lin Shiming felt as if he had been doused with ice water from head to toe, leaving him completely chilled. He knew that if Fang Xiaolong killed him, the Lin family would never seek revenge against the Fang family. They probably wouldn't even utter a sound. Thump, Lin Shiming's legs buckled and he knelt down, repeatedly slapping his own face with both hands. "I was wrong, please forgive me, young Master Long, I was wrong." At this moment, Lin Shiming hated everyone in the Su family. He dared not offend Fong Xiaolong, but he dared to destroy the Su family.
Dry, are you alright? Fong Xiaolong asked Yi Bei very politely. 25, Chapter 25 Superstar Gu Bingbing.
Yi Bei coldly looked at Lin Shiming's ridiculous appearance and said, "Thank you for your concern, brother Fong. I am fine." When the Su family heard Yi Bei calling this man, whom even the eldest son of the Lin family was terrified of, brother, they knew that what Su Qing had said earlier was true. The good-for-nothing they saw was actually someone they looked up to. The Su family was filled with mixed feelings and utterly shocked. Beyond shock, I felt mostly regret. Lin Shiming, whether or not I forgive you depends on Dr. Ye's decision. Fong Xiaolong had already walked up to Yi Bei's side. Lin Shiming crawled to Yi Bei using his knees as feet.
Dry, I was ignorant and arrogant. Please forgive me. Will never dare to disrespect you again. I am a bastard. I'm not human. You saved my grandfather, and I'm ungrateful and repay kindness with enmity. Get lost. Thank you, Dry, thank you, young Master Long. Lin Shiming kowtowed repeatedly. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Fong Xiaolong shouted coldly.
Yes, I'll leave right away. Lin Shiming, his face dark, glared fiercely at Su's mother as he passed by the Su family. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, which frightened Su's mother so much that her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. Get them all out. The Lin family's security is really unreliable. They let all sorts of shady people in. Fangping, take over the hotel security. I don't want to see this happen again. Fong Xiaolong said to his assistant behind him.
The pitiful and pathetic Su family was kicked out of the hotel. Fong Xiaolong had other things to do, so he left first, but Feng Xiaoyu followed Yi Bei into the room. Feng Xiaoyu, are you always so free? You come into my room, aren't you afraid people will gossip about you?
What's there to be afraid of? Besides, Dr. Yi is so handsome, what do I have to be afraid of?
Feng Xiaoyu blinked her big, expressive eyes playfully.
Just as Yi Bei was about to say something, the phone rang. It was another unfamiliar number, but Yi Bei answered it anyway.
The voice on the phone sounded very anxious. Hello, is this Dry?
I am Yi Bei.
Hello, I'm Xiaofang. Ms. Gu Bingbing's assistant. Master Wu asked us to find you. He said you're in Jiangqing. Where are you now?
Gu Bingbing is a big name in the domestic film, television and music industries, a top-tier star, and a household name. Yi Bei had naturally heard of her as well. The master assigned him the job, and he couldn't refuse. Knowing the old fox as he did, he was certain the old fox had already taken the money.
Yi Bei gave a wry smile and said, I'm at the Lin's International Hotel in Jiangqing.
Oh, what a coincidence, we're also at the Lin's International Hotel. What's your room number? I'll come find you now. Yi Bei gave the other party the room number. After a while, a slightly plump beauty knocked on Yi Bei's door. This beautiful woman is Gu Bingbing's assistant, Xiaofang. When she saw Yi Bei, who was young and handsome, opening the door, she was stunned for a moment.
Hello, I'm looking for Dr. Yi.
I am Yi Bei.
So you're Dry, you're so young and handsome. I'm Xiaofang, Miss Gu's assistant. May we go now?
Xiaofang was surprised when she saw Yi Bei's face. He was so young, she thought he was just a little brother. And he's so handsome, no less so than male celebrities, even better looking than femmes full of sunshine, and most importantly, he doesn't need to wear any height-increasing shoes. His figure is already perfect. Feng Xiaoyu originally wanted to go along, but Xiaofang stopped her. Yi Bei followed the beautiful Xiaofang to another presidential suite on the same floor, where two professional bodyguards stood at the door. Xiaofang invited Yi Bei into the room, but there was no one in the luxurious living room. Mr. Yi, please have a seat. I will go and fetch Miss Gu right away. After saying that, Xiaofang swayed her sexy body and walked towards the room. After a while, the big star slowly walked out, still covering himself up tightly in the room. Yi Bei found it amusing. Do all celebrities act like this? Miss Gu covered herself up very tightly, as if letting anyone see her would be a huge favor to her. However, you can tell from her figure that she is definitely a great beauty. Her long hair was jet black and glossy, her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was extremely graceful with a perfect S-shape. She was simply an unparalleled beauty. However, Yi Bei had no time to appreciate this beautiful woman. He was there to seek medical treatment. He had just learned from Xiao Fang's assistant that this big star had been having vocal problems since last month. After seeing countless famous doctors without success, he finally found Master Wu through a bigwig in the industry. After receiving a substantial fee, Master Wu introduced her to Yi Bei. So she was furious looking at this young miracle doctor in front of her. She felt her heart pounding and she had a feeling that she had been deceived. "Are you really a doctor?" she asked again, still unsure. Look at her cautious and comical appearance, and listen to her duck-like voice. Yi Bei smiled politely and said, "I suppose so, Miss Gu. You can take off your veil now. You're here to have your throat treated, right?" "What are you laughing at? Is this how a doctor should act? If Master Wu hadn't taken a large sum of money from me, I wouldn't have come here to find you. If those entertainment reporters had taken pictures of me, I would have been finished. They would have said I was having an affair with a man or something. Could you afford to compensate me?" Gu Bingbing's face was as cold as ice. "How can I see a doctor if you don't take off your veil?" Yi Bei said calmly. Gu Bingbing gritted her teeth and removed her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, which was indeed breathtaking. To her surprise, the man in front of her showed no emotion whatsoever. This made Gu Bingbing very unhappy. She thought to herself, "Is this guy even a normal man?" He remained unmoved by her unparalleled beauty. You know, other men always look at her with fawning eyes. "Open your mouth and let me see your throat, then stick out your tongue and let me see it." Yi Bei didn't say much. His master had already taken the money, so as his apprentice, he could only reluctantly help this big star take a look. Yi Bei only glanced at it, without even taking its pulse. "Take off your clothes." As Yi Bei spoke, he took out silver needles from his person. "What you up to?" Gu Bingbing covered her collar with both hands and said angrily. She was very dissatisfied with how Yi Bei had treated her earlier. He was so careless, didn't even take her pulse, and made her take off her clothes. What kind of person did he take her for? Pooh. This is clearly just lusting after her beauty, yet he's putting on a serious act. Gu Bingbing grew angrier the more she thought about it. Her face turned ashen, and her chest heaved violently, a truly impressive sight. If Master Wu hadn't taken 10 million from her and swore that Dr. Yi would definitely cure her illness, she would never have let Yi Bei into her room. 26, Chapter 26. You big liar. How can I perform acupuncture on you if you don't take off your clothes? What if I insert the wrong needle and cripple you? Who will take responsibility for that? Yi Bei's words enraged Gu Bingbing, who snapped, "Are you even a doctor? How can you talk like that? You didn't even take my pulse before you considered the consultation complete. Do you have any professional ethics?" "I'm just telling the truth. You don't need to have your pulse taken for such a minor illness. Your illness is caused by heat stagnation in your heart and lungs, which is affecting your sensory organs. Besides your dry and hoarse throat, you've been constipated lately, haven't you? You have bad breath in the morning, and your menstrual cycle is also irregular, with light flow and dark red color. Am I right? If Miss Gu is still worried, then I'll take my leave." A minor illness? That's pretty arrogant. What a boastful tone. Although Yi Bei was right, Gu Bingbing was still furious. She thought this was a minor illness, but she had seen all the top medical experts in the country and none of them could cure her. She was so angry that she disregarded the doctor's instructions not to speak loudly and pointed at Yi Bei, shouting excitedly. Are you in cahoots with that Master Wu? You're all swindlers, big swindlers. I'm calling the police to have you arrested." Yi Bei lined up the silver needles and said slowly, "You can call the police, you can say Master Wu is a fraud, but you can't say I'm a fraud. You came to me yourself. If you don't want treatment, I'll leave." After Gu Bingbing finished shouting, her throat felt extremely hot and uncomfortable, which made her even more irritable. She glared angrily at Yi Bei. She had never been treated like this before. She was always fawned over by a bunch of people. She has turned down a lot of events in the past month. If she doesn't show her face soon, her popularity will be overshadowed by others. Gu Bingbing was one of the celebrities invited to participate in this charity auction. Besides, Lin Shiming, the eldest grandson of the Lin family, invited her to lunch today, and even this room was booked for her by Lin Shiming. She was anxious. How can she face anyone with that voice? Your illness is not difficult to cure. Just let the qi in your heart and lungs flow smoothly, and the illness will naturally get better. If you want treatment, take off your clothes and sit down. Yi Bei repeated what he had said. Gu Bingbing was furious when she saw Yi Bei cross his legs. But she had no choice now. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Come on." As she spoke, her long dress slipped from her shoulders to the ground, revealing her fair skin and exquisite figure, making her incredibly alluring. A touch of shyness graced her stunningly beautiful face, making her even more captivating. Yi Bei hadn't expected her to be so completely naked. "I gave him such a huge perk, it would be a shame not to take a second look at this beautiful woman." Yi Bei looked at her carefully for a few moments. Her figure was really good, with curves in all the right places, and her fair skin was smooth, delicate, and flawless. "Lift up your skirt, just show your back." Yi Bei's words made Gu Bingbing so angry that she cursed, "You bastard, you only spoke after everyone had finished reading it." The treatment was not difficult. Yi Bei inserted the needles steadily and accurately, and removed them in less than 10 minutes. "All right," Yi Bei said, putting away the needles. "All right." Hearing Yi Bei's words, Gu Bingbing was furious. This was too perfunctory. She shouted angrily, "You big liar." The next second she froze. Her voice returned, clear and crisp like a lark's, and the burning sensation in her throat was gone. She covered her face and wept with emotion. Yi Bei lowered his head and carefully wiped the silver needles, as if the needles were alive. "Recently, you should eat a light diet, drink plenty of water, and avoid alcohol. You can soak malva nut in water and drink it as tea. Malva nut has the effects of clearing lung heat, soothing the throat, and relieving constipation, which will be beneficial to your condition." Yi Bei was saying some things to be aware of. Gu Bingbing suddenly realized that the man in front of her was actually quite handsome. Yi Bei put away the silver needles and got up. Before he even reached the door, he heard the doorbell ring. Xiao Fang's assistant jogged ahead of Yi Bei and peeked out through the peephole first. Lin Shiming was standing outside the door holding a bouquet of flowers. "It's young Master Lin, shall we see him?" Xiao Fang turned around and asked Gu Bingbing. "Didn't we agree to meet at noon? Why are you here at this time?" Gu Bingbing frowned. She didn't want young Master Lin to see another man in her room. What would he think? "Tell him we'll see each other later, and that I'm resting," Gu Bingbing said. Xiao Fang finally managed to get rid of Lin Shiming outside the door. "Can I go out now?" Yi Bei asked with a smile, revealing his handsome teeth. Just as Yi Bei walked out, Lin Shiming happened to turn back. Lin Shiming was astonished to see Yi Bei walk out of Gu Bingbing's room. Didn't Gu Bingbing say she was resting? Why did Yi Bei come out of her room? Lin Shiming wanted to take advantage of his proximity to the source, but what's going on? In broad daylight, Yi Bei has already claimed the moon. Lin Shiming was a huge fan of Gu Bingbing, and his hatred for her was beyond words. He glared at Yi Bei with a vicious look in his eyes. However, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. After all, not long ago they had knelt down like dogs and begged Yi Bei for forgiveness. Yi Bei didn't care at all and walked past Lin Shiming without paying any attention. Lin Shiming was already furious. He stared at Yi Bei's back with a sinister look, unable to calm down for a long time. "I already embarrassed him, and now I'm making him unhappy too." Lin Shiming threw the flowers in his hand to the ground and stomped on them twice. Lin Shiming cursed inwardly, "I don't care who you are, if you dare to touch the woman Lin Shiming, have my eye on, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. I don't believe Feng Xiaolong can protect you forever." When Yi Bei returned to the room, Feng Xiaoyu was still waiting there. "Why are you still here?" Yi Bei preferred peace and quiet, and seeing Feng Xiaoyu gave him a headache. Actually I came here today on my father's orders. I want to invite you to dinner. It's just the right time for us to go now." The quirky and clever Feng Xiaoyu wanted to refuse Yi Bei with a look of despair. She quickly grabbed Yi Bei's arm. "We still have to eat, right? Aren't you bored staying in the hotel? My dad just wants to apologize to you for what happened yesterday, so please give Feng Linfeng some face." Unable to resist Feng Xiaoyu's persistent pleading, Yi Bei reluctantly nodded. "Okay, but I don't like having a bunch of people following me." "Did you hear that? Get out of here." Feng Xiaoyu really bossed around those bodyguards, and they were all used to her temper, knowing that she was like a child.
Seeing that the bodyguards had all gone, Feng Xiaoyu said to Yi Bei with a grin, "Can we go now?" As soon as Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu reached the hotel parking lot, 6 thugs with thuggish looks walked towards them. The man in the lead was bald, with a fleshy face, stubble, and a burly build. He was clearly not a good person. 27, Chapter 27 The Tragic Su Lu. Su Lu followed behind Tiger. This bald man is Tiger, who took money from Su Lu as a ruthless figure in the underworld of Luoshui City. Upon arrival, they intended to cause trouble for Yi Bei at the hotel, but were stopped at the hotel entrance. After Fang Xiaolong had security taken over, he refused entry to anyone who wasn't a hotel guest. Having no other choice, Su Lu had to beg Tiger to wait outside the hotel for Yi Bei to come out, and to her surprise, he actually did. "Yi Bei, stop right there, I told you I wouldn't let you get away with this," Su Lu shouted arrogantly. "Su Lu, you still dare to come, don't you remember what I said?" Yi Bei sneered. "You dare to bully me, making the Su family lose all face. Do you think I, Su Lu, am afraid of a gigolo like you? You're overthinking it." Su Lu had a fierce look on his face. He had spent a lot of money to invite Brother Tiger. "If you know what's good for you, get lost, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Yi Bei looked at Su Lu coldly. Su Lu gritted his teeth and said to Tiger, "Tiger, it's this bastard. If you break his legs and arms, I'll give you an extra 100,000 for each one." Tiger was only there for the money. When he heard Su Lu raise the price, he chuckled and said, as expected of young Master Su, "Everything is negotiable as long as the money is right." The men around Tiger laughed when they saw that Yi Bei was just a pretty boy. "Tiger, this kid is bringing us money. If we don't accept it, we'll be doing ourselves a disservice." "Kid, did you hear that? It was young Master Su who paid for your hands and feet. If you want to blame someone, blame young Master Su. Take people's money and do their bidding." "What do you want? I am Feng Xiaoyu, the eldest daughter of the Feng family. If you dare to cause trouble in Jiangcheng, believe me, one phone call and none of you will be able to leave." Feng Xiaoyu regretted sending the bodyguards away. "Miss Feng, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is between Yi Bei and me." Su Lu looked smug. He had witnessed Tiger's prowess firsthand last time at the bar. Tiger smashed a man to the ground with a bottle and then broke his hand. He, beautiful lady, after we deal with this pretty boy, we'll have some fun with you, and I guarantee you'll never forget him." The thugs burst into laughter. Yi Bei pulled Feng Xiaoyu behind him and said, "I can handle a few hooligans. Brother Tiger, this kid looks down on us. I think we should teach him a lesson." "These skinny arms and legs." Young Master Su said, "One arm and one leg would cost 100,000, that's 400,000 in total. Brothers, what do you say, are you in or not?" He. Tiger brother chuckled as he sized up Yi Bei. "Of course we have to take him, Brother Tiger. I am keeping both of his hands." A tattooed man next to Tiger showed off his yellow teeth and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's take him down." Tiger shouted. "All right." The tattooed man threw a punch at Yi Bei, and Yi Bei certainly wouldn't be polite to such a petty thug. He raised his foot and kicked the tattooed man directly in the stomach, sending him flying. Yi Bei didn't stop. His movements were swift and clean, and in just a few moves, Tiger Brothers' men were already lying on the ground, unable to move. Feng Xiaoyu clapped her hands, "Well done." She even kicked a thug who had fallen next to her twice. Tiger Brothers' smile froze when he saw Yi Bei's skills. This was no gigolo, no freeloader. He turned around and glared fiercely at Su Lu, making Su Lu feel uneasy. Su Lu was also startled. Yi Bei had been married to his sister for 3 years and had always been a gentle and refined person. When he held Yi Bei's hand that day, he just thought Yi Bei was a bit strong. He never expected Yi Bei to be so terrifyingly strong when he fought. "Kid, you've got some skills. You hurt my brother. I'll show you what I'm capable of." Tiger threw a punch at Yi Bei's face, but Yi Bei dodged to the side and hooked his foot, sending Tiger sprawling face-first into the dirt and biting his own tongue. He scrambled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and pulled out a dagger, lunging at Yi Bei. "I'm going to take your life today," Tiger Brother said fiercely. However, with his mediocre skills, he was no match for Yi Bei. In no time, the dagger in his hand was in Yi Bei's grasp, and he knocked Tiger Brother to the ground again. Seeing that things were going badly, Su Lu turned and ran. Yi Bei flicked his hand, and the dagger flew out, piercing Su Lu's left foot. Su Lu felt the pain and fell to the ground with a thud.
Yi Bei walked up to Su Lu and said, Su Lu, I warned you not to mess with me if it weren't for Su Qing's sake. I would have crippled you today. This is your last warning. If you dare to mess with me again, I will not be lenient. Su Lu trembled all over. Yi Bei, you will die a horrible death if you have the guts. Kill me, or I will never let you off the hook. Really, you think I wouldn't dare? Yi Bei's murderous gaze filled Su Lu with fear. Su Lu's face was pale, her lips moved, but she was too scared to say a word. After Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu drove away, Tiger and his men got up, all with bruises and swelling on their faces. Tiger walked up to Su Lu and stomped hard on the dagger. Su Lu screamed in agony, Brother Tiger, spare my life. Damn it, Su Lu, you bastard, you're such a powerful guy, and you call him a gigolo, a freeloader, trying to scam us brothers? Let me tell you, all our medical expenses are yours. If you dare to shortchange me by a single penny, I'll cripple you. Tu didn't know he was such a good fighter. Tiger, please forgive me, didn't mean to lie to you. You wouldn't dare to do it anyway. Remember to transfer another 500,000 to me, or you know exactly what will happen. After Tiger finished speaking, he bent down and pulled the dagger out of Su Lu's foot. The dagger was pulled out and blood flowed continuously. The miserable Su Lu rolled on the ground in pain. Tiger brother has no say in Su Lu's affairs. He didn't care whether they lived or died, and then left with a few of his men. Feng Xiaoyu led Yi Bei to a private club located in the city center of Jiangqing. The club was decorated in an antique style and was very elegant. Feng Linfeng was already waiting there. Dry, it is truly an honor for Feng Ma to have you here. Feng Linfeng walked over with a beaming smile and personally pulled out a chair for Yi Bei. Master Feng, you're too kind. Dad, he didn't want to come at first, but I dragged him here just now. Someone tried to attack Dr. Yi. It was a guy called Tiger. Guess what happened? Feng Xiaoyu said, holding Feng Linfeng's hand. Did your bodyguards chase them away? Feng Linfeng guessed. Seeing Feng Xiaoyu shake her head, Feng Linfeng continued, those bodyguards couldn't beat them, these good-for-nothings, fire them later, and Dad will hire some tough guys for you. But who dares to offend my daughter in Jiangcheng? Don't they want to live? 28, Chapter 28. How dare he utter such arrogant words? Feng Linfeng knew his daughter well enough to know that she was good enough if she didn't provoke others. Besides, he had also assigned her 12 bodyguards, 8 men and 4 women, which was quite a lineup. Furthermore, with the title of the eldest daughter of the Feng family, Feng Xiaoyu could practically do whatever she wanted in Jiangcheng. Dad, please let me finish. Feng Linfeng was helpless when Feng Xiaoyu acted cute. After listening to Feng Xiaoyu finish explaining the situation, Feng Linfeng slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous. They bullied my daughter and then tried to run away. I don't care if they're tiger or dog, Dad will have them arrested right away. Yi Bei initially thought Feng Linfeng was just joking, but he didn't expect him to actually pick up the phone and give the order. Yi Bei had never seen a father who doted on his daughter like this before. Alright, my darling daughter, I will never let anyone who dares to bully you get away with it. After speaking to Feng Xiaoyu, Feng Linfeng turned to Yi Bei and smiled, I'm sorry to have troubled you, Dr. Ye. Feng Linfeng, only have one daughter, and I've spoiled her since she was little. Feng Linfeng wasn't stupid at all, on the contrary, he was shrewd. Despite his rough exterior, he did what he did just now to do Yi Bei a favor, even though he knew Yi Bei had taught those people a lesson with his bare hands and didn't care. However, Jiangcheng is, after all, his territory. Yi Bei was being harassed on his turf, and the Feng family's stance immediately changed when they stepped forward. Yi Bei chuckled and said, Patriarch Feng, you really are a kind father. People say that a loving father spoils his daughter and a loving mother spoils his son. This saying is really true, Doctor. You will understand in the future. Feng Linfeng seemed to be in a good mood. A table full of exquisite dishes was quickly laid out. I didn't know what kind of dishes Dry liked, so I just ordered a few random Anisi. Hope Dry won't mind. Master Feng, you're too kind. Yi Bei was quite pleased with Feng Linfeng's straightforward personality, so the meal went fairly well. After the meal, Feng Linfeng took Yi Bei to a tea room next door. Despite his rough and unrefined manner, Feng Linfeng is remarkably skilled and meticulous when it comes to brewing tea. I invited Dry here today for 3 reasons. First, to apologize for my recklessness yesterday. Second, to make friends with Dry. And third, to ask Dry to treat my mother's migraines.
Fong Linfeng finally revealed the purpose of inviting Yi Bei to dinner today.
Master Fong is indeed a straightforward person. I'll be your friend. As for the old lady's illness, I'll have to examine her before I can tell if I can cure her. As the old fox once said, one should make many friends, but one must also be discerning in choosing them, and when it comes to medical treatment, one cannot guarantee anything, because there is much suffering in the world, and some illnesses are incurable.
Hee, then thank you, Dry, for giving me, Fong, this face. Fong Linfeng was very pleased. Dry, we've gotten to know each other quite a bit over time. You don't seem to be much older than me. May I call you Brother Yi?
Fong Xiaoyu blinked her big, watery eyes. She looked pretty and cute.
Yi Bei smiled slightly and said, there's nothing wrong with it, it's just a title. That's great, then I won't be polite, thank you Brother Yi. Just as the group was chatting happily, Fong Linfeng's men walked up to him. Master, those few hooligans have been brought back.
Make them come in and apologize to Dr. Yi and Miss, Fong Linfeng said softly. A short while later, Tiger and his group walked in cautiously. You guys have some nerve, daring to offend my friend and daughter in Jiangchen. Believe me or not, I'll sink you all into the river to feed the turtles.
Fong Linfeng's imposing aura made Tiger and the others tremble.
They still don't know who's sitting there, but they know it's someone they can't afford to mess with.
Tiger wiped the sweat from his brow and mustered his courage to say, Sir, we were blind and didn't know who you were?
Damn it, you dare to cause trouble in Jiangchen without even knowing who I am. What kind of people are you? Let me tell you, my name is Fong Linfeng. Fong Linfeng was a well-known figure in Shuangjiang County, and Tiger had certainly heard of him. He was so frightened that he took the lead and knelt down, his head hitting the ground, and he dared not lift it up. Master Fong, please spare us, we really didn't know he was your friend. Even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't have dared to come. It was that brat Sulu who sent us.
Tiger knew that offending someone like Fong Linfeng could mean losing his life today. Who is this Sulu you're talking about? Fong Linfeng asked. Sulu is the young master of the Su group, and Luoshu's the one who sent us. Tiger brother dared not lie. Luoshui Su group, very well, they dare to offend my Fong family. I will make them pay the price now. Quickly apologize to my friend Dr. Yi. Whether you can leave Jiangchen alive depends on him. Tiger and his gang of thugs were terrified out of their wits. They kept kowtowing to Yi Bei, cursing Sulu's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. Please forgive us, we know we were wrong, please forgive us and let us go. The group kowtowed quite vigorously, making a loud thump-thump sound on the floor. Let them get lost. Yi Bei had no interest in these petty thugs.
Hurry up and thank my friend. If you dare to cause trouble in Jiangchen again, I'll throw you all into the river. Get lost.
Fong Linfeng shouted.
Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. His life was spared. He and his men scrambled away in a sorry state. Once outside, Tiger angrily told his men, let's go find that brat Sulu. We need to settle this score with him properly.
Fong Xiaoyu said to Yi Bei with a grin, Brother Yi, can you go see my grandma now?
This is exactly what Fong Linfeng wanted to say this morning. Madame Feng's headache flared up again, and she was admitted to the hospital once more.
No problem. Fong Linfeng and his daughter brought Yi Bei to Jiangchen City Central Hospital.
A renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor from Jiangchen, Chu He, is treating the elderly man. Moxibustion is used for human treatment.
Madam, this is a case of wind cold attacking the upper body. Moxibustion can dispel the cold and unblock the meridians. Are you feeling better now?
However, Madame Fong, lying on the bed, had her brows furrowed and looked quite pained.
Dr. Chu, why do I feel more pain now than when I came here?
The old lady felt a splitting headache, as if her head was about to explode. Madam, please bear with it. This means the moxibustion is working. Just bear with it and the pain will subside. However, when Yi Bei came in, he saw that the old lady's face was flushed, which did not seem like a cold, but rather a headache caused by liver yang hyperactivity. This is not a cold, so moxibustion cannot be used to treat it, Yi Bei said bluntly. Chu Lao was a renowned doctor in Jiangchen. When he heard someone questioning him, he turned around and saw Yi Bei, who was just a young man, and snorted coldly, where did this brat come from, daring to speak so arrogantly and question this old man?
29, Chapter 29. Then I'll make you admit defeat.
Chu Yi was furious, and behind him were several interns who were also looking at Yi Bei, who dared to question Shui. Shui looked Yi Bei up and down, and his expression softened when he saw Feng Linfeng. However, he was still quite blunt in his words. Master Feng, did you bring this young man? Such an arrogant fellow should be sent outside by Master Feng, so as not to affect the old lady's treatment. He was indeed invited by me, Mr. Chu. There's no need to be angry, we can all talk things out together if there are any problems. Yi Bei may not give Chui face, but Feng Linfeng still has to give this old man Chu some face. After all, Madame Feng had always been Chui's patient. Although Feng Linfeng did not understand traditional Chinese medicine, as a martial arts practitioner, he knew that traditional Chinese medicine distinguishes between cold and heat, deficiency and excess. Grandma Feng's illness had always been treated by Chu He. He really couldn't believe that Yi Bei could tell from a distance that this wasn't a cold, but rather caused by liver yang rising upwards. The old lady caught a cold a week ago and took the medicine prescribed by Chu He. She was feeling a bit better these past few days, but unexpectedly, her headache has returned. How could I not be able to tell the difference between a cold and liver yang deficiency? I was the one who prescribed the medicine for the old lady's cold a week ago, young man. I will not hold it against you for the sake of the head of the Feng family. The district official spoke in a lecturing tone. Really, did you take the old lady's pulse today? Just proceed with the treatment based on the diagnosis from the past few days, shall we? Yi Bei's words made Chui's expression change, and he was shocked he had many patients today, and he hadn't actually taken Madame Feng's pulse just now. Even the way Chu and the interns behind him looked at Yi Bei changed. They thought to themselves, this man has a sharp eye, how could he tell that old Master Chu didn't take the pulse? Yi Bei didn't stop, but walked to the old lady's bedside, took another careful look, and said, if it were a case of wind cold, moxibustion would be appropriate. But this is not a case of wind cold if I am not mistaken. This is caused by liver yang rising upwards, which is due to yang evil. The treatment should be to clear and drain liver yang. The moxibustion you are using now is undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Kid, don't spout nonsense here. How can you tell it's a liver yang deficiency rather than a wind cold exterior syndrome? The district wouldn't just give in after Yi Bei said a few words. Yi Bei asked the old lady, may I ask if you have experienced any symptoms such as a bitter taste in your mouth, discomfort under your ribs, yellow urine, or constipation in the past few days? The old lady nodded. I started having a bitter taste in my mouth 3 days ago, and I also had some dull pain here then. When I woke up today, I had an unbearable headache. Although Chu was already somewhat shaken by his judgment, he decided to proceed with the treatment plan based on the diagnosis made a few days ago, since he had not taken the patient's pulse or asked any questions. He originally intended for an intern to treat the old lady, but considering her distinguished status, he took matters into his own hands. Young man, I'm telling you, you're still too green. These symptoms don't necessarily mean that the old lady has liver yang rising. You should know that the symptoms of upper cold and internal heat caused by wind cold stagnation turning into heat can also appear. Chu and Yan made their defense with great certainty. Is that so? Then please, Elder Chu, take the old lady's pulse. I think the pulse reading can't be wrong, can it? Yi Bei said with a soft laugh. Now that things have come to this, Chui knows that he has no choice but to take the pulse. Alright, then I'll make you admit defeat. You should know that when I started as a doctor, you were probably still breastfeeding. Chui's words caused the interns behind him to chuckle. Feng Linfeng watched silently from the side, but Feng Xiaoyu couldn't hold back when she saw those people. What are you laughing at? Is this really that funny? Upon hearing Feng Xiaoyu's words, all the interns blushed, looking extremely embarrassed. Chui took a deep breath, picked up Madame Feng's hand, and carefully took her pulse. His expression changed as soon as his 3 fingers reached the Cun, Guan, and Qi positions. He's an experienced doctor. He can still detect colds and liver yang imbalances by feeling the pulse. The pulse of wind cold is often floating and tight, while the pulse of liver yang rising upward is thin and rapid, with a strong force at the Guan position. What he was touching now was the fine veins of the earth. He touched it carefully again, and his old face became unnatural. This. Chu was speechless for a long time, and his face turned red. What is this, Elder Chu? Yi Bei asked casually. How did you tell just now that I didn't take your pulse today, but instead treated you according to the diagnosis from the past few days? As soon as Chui said this, everyone knew without asking that Yi Bei was right. Feng Linfeng admired Yi Bei even more. This is not difficult. You are an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor. If you had taken her pulse, you would never have made such a basic mistake. If you had asked her questions, you would naturally have noticed something was wrong. I imagine you must have had quite a few patients today, so you presumptuously assumed that the old lady still had a cold. After listening to Yi Bei's analysis, Feng Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Brother Yi is really amazing. No wonder even Grandpa Feng calls you Dr. Yi." Shui was so ashamed that his face turned red as if it were about to bleed. He felt so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He had completely lost face today. "I am ashamed. After decades as a doctor, I took experience as diagnosis and almost made a big mistake. I am sorry, Madam Feng, please forgive me." Shui blushed and bowed to the old lady. "Please forgive me, Patriarch Feng, my lifelong reputation is ruined today. This young man has taught me a lesson." "Thank you, young man. You saw so many problems at the door. Your eyesight is truly exceptional. It shows your superb medical skills. May I ask who your teacher is?" Shui was quite flexible and adaptable, which earned him Yi Bei's respect. "Old Master Chu is too modest. No one is a saint, but human life is of paramount importance, and we cannot be careless when treating patients. My master said that even old Master Chu may not know." Yi Bei did not feel proud of pointing out a famous doctor's mistake. "Today has been a vivid lesson for you, and for me as well," Shui said, turning to the interns. "Young man, how should we treat the old lady's illness?" Shui passed the question to Yi Bei. "The old lady's illness is not difficult to treat. We can first use acupuncture to unblock the meridians, and then use herbal medicine to regulate her condition. This will treat both the symptoms and the root cause, and only in this way can we achieve good treatment results." "What you say makes a lot of sense. I wonder what kind of medicine you would use to treat this condition." Shui is testing Yi Bei, most likely to see if Yi Bei really has the ability, or if he just happened to discover his mistake. "The old lady is too old to simply relieve liver fire, so we cannot use Gentiani radixity rhizoma decoction and Gastroti rhizoma remanii decoction with modifications. This will calm the liver and subdue the yang, and nourish the kidney. And only in this way can we achieve good treatment results," Yi Bei said without changing his expression. Shui nodded in admiration after listening. 30. Chapter 30, I'll make you never see tomorrow's sun. Yi Bei took the old lady's pulse, examined her tongue, and asked her some questions. "This is a hospital. I wonder if I could give the old lady an acupuncture treatment here to relieve her headache first." Yi Bei is not a doctor at this hospital, and he knows that he cannot treat patients here without permission, which is why he asked the question. Shui is the one who can make decisions here. As long as he agrees, there shouldn't be any major problems. Shui hesitated for a moment. After all, if he agreed and something went wrong, he would be responsible. "This is indeed a bit difficult, because the hospital has regulations, but we'll make an exception today. I also want to see the young man's treatment." "Thank you, Elder Chu," Feng Linfeng said with a delighted expression. "Please also prepare a set of needles for me." The needles arrived quickly. They were just ordinary acupuncture needles. Yi Bei picked up the needle with practiced ease, without even needing to locate the acupoints. It looked like he could insert the needle casually. However, Shui could see that this level of skill was not something everyone could achieve. It required not only a thorough understanding of acupoints but also extremely high standards in terms of the force applied during needle insertion. Even just talking about acupoints, due to differences in the human body, such as height, weight, and build, the location of acupoints can vary. Doctors usually measure roughly with their hands before inserting needles to determine the location of the acupoints. Shui himself couldn't do it. Yi Bei's acupuncture skills were so exceptional that very few in the entire field of traditional Chinese medicine could match them. When Yi Bei inserted the first needle, Madame Feng felt a cool sensation spreading across her head, which immediately reduced her headache. By the time of the second needle, her headache was almost gone, and the old lady's furrowed brows relaxed. Yi Bei inserted only 3 needles, and with the needle twisting, he removed the needles in less than 5 minutes. "Madam, does your head still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. Not only does it not hurt anymore, but I also feel much better. My head feels so light, it's wonderful." The old lady was so happy that she sat up abruptly, showing no trace of her illness. Shui was shocked again. This was something he couldn't do. "Young man, your skills are truly amazing. Please prescribe a remedy for the old lady." Shui's tone and expression unconsciously became more respectful, as if the person standing in front of him was a highly respected elder. Yi Bei didn't stand on ceremony. He took the paper and pen, wrote out a prescription, and handed it to Chu-yi.
Chu-yi was shocked once again after reading Yi Bei's prescription.
The prescription is very unique yet very reasonable. Only a doctor who was well versed in pharmacology and pathology could prescribe such a prescription. Wonderful, this prescription is truly excellent, in no way inferior to those classic formulas. Young man, your use of medicine is truly divine, especially the dosage of this Uncaria Chu-yi exclaimed in amazement. The interns, whose prescriptions were often criticized by the district authorities, were now praising the prescriptions of a young man who was only a few years older than them, making them all envious.
Can I go home now? I don't want to miss the Fong family's auction tonight.
As an elder of the second largest family in Zhangchang, the old lady was naturally qualified to participate in the Fong family's auction.
Chu-yi looked at Yi Bei, as if waiting for Yi Bei's decision. I think there's no problem, but you should still pay attention to your diet recently. It's best to avoid fatty and fried foods for now, Yi Bei said calmly.
Grandma, if Brother Yi says there's no problem, then there's definitely no problem. Feng Xiaoyu happily hugged the old lady.
Brother Yi is Xiaoyu, when did you meet such an amazing brother? Why don't you bring him home to show Grandma?
Yi Bei felt that the old lady looked at him with the same kind of gaze she would give a grandson-in-law.
He, I just met you too.
Chu-yi escorted them downstairs. Young man, could you please leave your phone number? I'd like to ask you for advice in the future.
Of course, the medical field is boundless, and we can learn from each other.
Yi Bei didn't look down on other doctors because of his superior skills, which made Chu-yi admire him even more.
Having a TCM doctor like Brother Yi is a blessing for TCM. Yi Bei did not leave with the Feng family's car.
Where is Dry going? I'll leave you a driver and a car, Feng Linfeng said respectfully.
No need, I want to take a walk by myself. Feng Xiaoyu had to attend a cocktail party that evening and needed to go home and get ready, so she didn't bother Yi Bei. Yi Bei strode away from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital alone. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital was right by the river, and Yi Bei wandered aimlessly along the riverbank. What Yi Bei didn't notice was that someone was watching him from not far away.
This man was De Kuei, whom Lin Shiming had hired to follow Yi Bei. He was there to look after the Lin family bar and had quite a few henchmen under him.
Young master, Yi Bei has separated from the Feng family and is taking a walk alone by the river. Should we kill him?
Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, Lin Shiming said sternly, be careful in your actions, don't leave any evidence, and don't let anyone know that I sent you, otherwise I won't be polite to you.
Don't worry, young Master Lin has just a pretty boy. I'll just throw him into the river to feed the fish. I guarantee no one will know.
De Kuei knew that as long as young Master Lin was happy, he and his men would have an easier time. Lin Shiming hung up the phone and poured himself a glass of wine. Yi Bei, if you dare to offend me, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. De Kuei was tall and strong, with exceptionally long arms covered in all sorts of tattoos, and a horse-like face. He was known as Big Monkey. He and 3 others quietly followed Yi Bei. Brothers, let's go around to the underpass in front and wait for him. There are fewer people there. Get to it quickly. This is crucial for young Master Lin. The benefits will definitely be plentiful.
Don't worry, Brother Kuei will just throw a brick at him and make him lie on the ground. We're good at this kind of thing. We'll tie 2 big rocks to him and throw him into the river. That'll be the end of it.
The group chuckled and circled around to the front of Yi Bei's house from the main road.
Yi Bei walked at a moderate pace, each step seemingly measured precisely. De Kuei and 3 others hid by the bridge pier. 2 of them were holding bricks, while De Kuei was holding a rope.
They're here. Get ready, smash them as hard as you can. De Kuei's face was full of malice. Yi Bei was completely unaware that someone was waiting for him ahead, and casually walked to the bridge arch. Just as his body passed the bridge pier, 2 figures darted out from both sides. Without saying a word, the 2 men raised the bricks in their hands and smashed them down on Yi Bei's head. The brick whistled through the air and was about to smash into Yi Bei's head. If it hit him squarely, his head would be smashed open.
31, Chapter 31. Yi Bei already knows the answer.
Big Monkey De Kuei walked out with a fierce look on his face and a sinister gaze. Just when he thought he had it all figured out, Yi Bei suddenly disappeared from the spot. De Kuei didn't even see clearly how Yi Bei disappeared. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and then Yi Bei vanished. The 2 men wielding bricks lost their aim due to excessive force and couldn't stop, so they smashed the bricks hard into each other.
Bang, bang.
Yi Bei ducked and backed half a meter, just dodging the two bricks, then kicked each of the two men in the buttocks, sending them sprawling face-first into the dirt.
Ouch, ouch.
The two screamed almost simultaneously. When De Couey saw his two men fail, he was somewhat surprised but not afraid, and walked out from behind the bridge pier.
Kid, hand over your valuables.
De Couey was half a head taller than Yi Bei, and he glared fiercely at Yi Bei. Lin Shiming told him not to reveal his identity, so he pretended to be a robber. Yi Bei found it amusing, these robbers were really blind. His clothes were ordinary, and he didn't look like a rich person at all, yet they chose to target him.
You've got the wrong person, haven't you? Yi Bei remained expressionless, even a slight smile playing on his lips. Stop talking nonsense, you're the one we're looking for.
Then you've come to the wrong person. I am someone you can't afford to mess with. Yi Bei laughed. He really didn't take these few people seriously. Brother De Couey, stop wasting your breath on him, let me bleed him a little first.
Another tall, thin man took out a knife from his pocket and twirled it in his hand a few times.
The two people who had fallen also got up, and the four of them formed a semicircle, surrounding Yi Bei. Damn it, you dare kick me, I'll throw you into the river and feed you to the turtles today.
Pa, you pretty boy, you dare to disfigure me, I'll skin you alive.
The speaker wiped his face, which was bruised from the fall.
Good dogs don't block the way. If you don't want to die, get lost.
Yi Bei shouted. He had no interest in fighting these people.
Kid, you're about to die and you're still being stubborn. Stubborn brothers, let's get you. As De Couey spoke, he swung his huge fist at Yi Bei, while the other three also pounced on Yi Bei. The gleaming knife plunged towards Yi Bei's stomach.
Yi Bei calmly reached out and grabbed De Couey's hand with a forceful pull. He swung De Couey, who was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed over 200 kilograms. He knocked the three men who rushed at him flying, then swung them around, sending De Couey flying 5 or 6 meters away. De Couey slid 2 or 3 meters on the ground before coming to a stop. The group had fought quite a bit before, but they had never seen such a formidable opponent before. Yi Bei could tell from their expressions that they seemed to have come prepared, as if they were targeting him. Thinking of this, Yi Bei walked towards De Couey. De Couey, who was still dizzy from the fall, hadn't even had time to get up when a foot stomped heavily on his chest.
Tell me, did you wait here specifically for me? Yes, no, we are robbing them.
De Couey looked terrified to be able to lift him up in one go and swing him like that. Such ability was definitely not that of an ordinary person.
Really, there shouldn't be many people passing by here. Normally if you rob someone here, you'll starve to death and you're even carrying ropes for the robbery. What are you planning to do?
De Couey fell silent, his face flushed.
The others got up and, seeing that De Couey was being held down by Yi Bei, they all took out knives and approached step by step. Kid, let Big Couey go.
It seems you won't tell the truth unless I show you something.
Yi Bei stomped on De Couey's arm, and crack. De Couey's left hand immediately broke off.
Damn it, you dare to cut off my hand, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. De Couey's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably from the pain, and cold sweat poured down his face. The three men who had just approached were so frightened that they almost dropped their knives.
I'll ask you one last time, who sent you here? Yi Bei raised his foot and was about to stomp down on De Couey's other hand. De Couey was so frightened that he didn't care about anything else and shouted, I'll talk, please don't step on it. Brother De Couey, you can't tell, if you do, young Master Lin will definitely kill us.
Before De Couey could speak, the three men shouted at the same time, which made De Couey so angry that he vomited blood and started cursing.
You bunch of idiots, you good-for-nothings, this is really the end for you.
He originally intended to make up a person on the spot to deceive Yi Bei.
Young Master Lin Shiming?
Yi Bei narrowed his handsome eyes slightly, and a strong killing intent emanated from him, making the four of them feel the temperature around them drop several degrees.
Tell me, is it Lin Shiming?
Yi Bei's icy gaze slowly swept across the four people's faces, sending a chill down their spines. Yi Bei looked at De Couey at his feet again. De Couey first nodded, then shook his head violently.
Yi Bei already knew the answer.
Bring the rope over here, and then all of you stand by that tree. If anyone dares to run, I'll break their legs. A few minutes later, Yi Bei tied the group of people to the tree with Yi Bei's skill. they had no chance of breaking free on their own. Lin Shiming, if you want to play, then I'll play with you properly, Yi Bei sneered. He returned to the main road and headed towards the Lin's hotel. As darkness fell, Yi Bei's phone rang. Brother Yi, I am Fong Xiaolong. What's up? Grandpa asked me to bring you a formal suit for the reception later. I am outside your room now. I'll be outside, you can leave me in the room, I'll be there on time. Yi Bei hung up the phone and walked towards a noodle shop. He had no intention of returning to the hotel go eat a big meal there. The reception and auction didn't start until 9 o'clock, and it was still before 7. He still prefers these small street-side shops. He ordered a bowl of noodles with minced meat sauce and added a side of braised beef. Yi Bei ate his noodles in big mouthfuls, watching the people hurrying past outside. When Yi Bei came out of the noodle shop, the neon lights on the street had already come on. He determined the direction and walked forward slowly. Meanwhile, Lin Shiming was anxiously waiting for news from De Kuei. He had called several times but De Kuei did not answer, which made him uneasy. He paced back and forth in the room, unable to figure out the situation, and had lost his appetite. He wasn't afraid of Yi Bei, but rather Fong Xiaolong and Fong Jinan. If he angered them, he would only face death. The thought of Fong Xiaolong's warning to him that morning made Lin Shiming feel uneasy. Lin Chaoran entered Lin Shiming's room and closed the door behind him. Shiming, have you prepared everything I asked you to do? 32, Chapter 32. I was just passing by. Lin Chaoran noticed his son seemed a little distracted and asked, what's wrong? Dad, I've already discussed the matter you asked me to do with the Zhao family. They will bring up the marriage between Lin Mengyao and young Master Zhao at the banquet. Very good. As long as Lin Chaoran agrees, then Lin Mengyao will be an outsider and will no longer be the president of the Lin Group. The position of president will then be yours. Lin Chaoran wanted to force Lin Chaoran to acknowledge Lin Mengyao and Zhao Gongzi's marriage in a public setting. Dad, what if they don't acknowledge this marriage later? They have no choice but to acknowledge it. This was decided by the elders of the Lin and Zhao families. Although the elder of the Zhao family has passed away, our old man from the Lin family is still alive. He is a man who cares about his reputation, and Lin Chaoran dares not refuse him. Seeing his son looking preoccupied, Lin Chaoran asked, is there something you're hiding from me? Lin Chaoran understands his son well. His biggest flaw is his lack of composure. Seeing that Lin Chaoran seemed to be able to see through him, Lin Shiming had no choice but to tell him about sending someone to kill Yi Bei. We've already done everything, but it's probably useless now. The whole family is investigating the old man's poisoning. You'd better behave yourself and not let anyone suspect us, Lin Chaoran instructed. Immediately send someone to find those people and get to the bottom of this. It would be best if Yi Bei were dead. If he's not, make those people disappear so that there's no way to prove anything. We absolutely cannot let the Fong family find any evidence against us, or you should know the consequences. Dad, I understand. I'll have someone take care of it right away, but what about Grandpa? Lin Chaoran said with a ruthless expression, that old bastard, such a big Lin family, doesn't give us, father and son, any power on the surface. You're the heir of the Lin family, but the Lin family is actually in Lin Chaoran's hands now. My older brother looks very gentle on the surface, but he is actually more ruthless than anyone else. We originally planned to poison that old bastard, then kill Lin Chaoran, and the Lin family would be ours, father and son, but Yi Bei ruined our plans. Lin Chaoran and Lin Chaoran are not full brothers, but half-brothers. The two had been at odds since childhood, with the old Master Lin always favoring his eldest son, which made Lin Chaoran even more resentful. Shiming, if you want to achieve great things, you must be ruthless and patient. Don't spend all your time thinking about women. Once we have the Lin family in our hands, you can have any kind of woman you want. The father and son plotted for a while longer before going their separate ways. Yi Bei took out his phone and glanced at the time, only to find that the phone had run out of battery and shut down. The auction is about to start in an hour. Now is the perfect time to go back. As Yi Bei was walking around a corner, a woman with disheveled hair, wearing only one shoe, and covered in blood bumped into him. Help! Help! Yi Bei instinctively reached out and caught the woman who was about to fall. Just as I was about to ask what had happened, the woman suddenly fainted. A man holding a knife was less than 10 meters away from Yi Bei, and blood was still dripping from the tip of the knife. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a madman, "You filthy bitch, run away, you're taking my money to support your gigolo, I'll kill you today. Passers-by were frightened and quickly moved away, watching from a distance. The man saw the woman fall into Yi-Bei's arms, pointed the knife at Yi-Bei, and shouted, "You're that pretty boy, aren't you? Damn it, I've finally found you. I am going to make you and her die together." Yi-Bei was utterly exasperated and extremely frustrated. He didn't even know who this woman was, yet he'd already become her gigolo. What bad luck. Quickly call the police and an ambulance. Yi-Bei shouted to the onlookers. The man suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "I'll make you two a pair of doomed lovers." Laughing loudly, he swung his knife at Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei kicked the man, knife and all, to the ground. "You're crazy. I don't know who she is at all, and I don't want to get involved in your business." The man had clearly lost his mind. "Trying to fool me, huh? Why did she choose you out of so many other people? You adulterous couple won't admit it. I'll fight you to the death today." The man got up and lunged at Yi-Bei again. Yi-Bei was still holding the injured woman in his arms, so he had no choice but to kick the man to the ground again. Yi-Bei placed the woman on the ground and sealed the acupoints near her wound to stop the bleeding. At this moment, the man stood up again. "You pretty boy, you dare to hit me, I'll take you all down with me even if I die." The onlookers were mostly uninformed passers-by, and most of them were criticizing Yi-Bei. "This guy has probably been driven crazy, and that pretty boy isn't any better. He's so handsome, this guy might really be a gigolo. Why kill him when there are so many people around? He's probably seducing someone's wife. He's obviously not a good person." Yi-Bei was speechless. What was all this nonsense? How could someone talk such nonsense without knowing the truth? The man, who had gone mad, picked up the knife from the ground, his steps faltering. "You bastard, you slept with my wife and you don't even dare to admit it. I despise you, you coward. You dare to do it but not to admit it." Yi-Bei knew that there was no point in arguing at this point, so he could only subdue the man in front of him and wait for the police to arrive. The man's eyes were ruthless. After brandishing the knife a few times, he suddenly lunged at Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei turned to the side, grabbed the man's hand holding the knife, and twisted it gently. The knife clattered to the ground. "Pa!" The man spat on Yi-Bei. "You!" Yi-Bei wanted to slap him, but then he remembered that the man was also a pitiful person, so he held back. Just then, a police car finally screeched to a halt on the side of the road. 2 police officers rushed in. "Come up here and handcuff that man." The man squatted on the ground, staring fiercely at Yi-Bei, and kept cursing. "Officer, I really don't know these 2 people. I was just passing by," Yi-Bei explained to the police. The police looked at Yi-Bei with obvious distrust. With Yi-Bei's face and figure, even the police wouldn't believe he wasn't a pretty boy. "Please cooperate with our work and come back to the station with us. Once the investigation is complete, we will let you go." "I can't go with you, I have something very important to do." Yi-Bei wanted to rush back to bid on that jade pendant. "I'll say it again, please cooperate with our work, or I'll handcuff you too," the policeman said rudely. Yi-Bei looked helpless and shut his mouth. At this time, the paramedics from 120 arrived. After examining the woman, the doctor shook his head. "He's lost too much blood, I'm afraid he can't be saved." "Young man, if this woman dies, you'll have even more trouble explaining yourself." 33, Chapter 33. Where did Dr. Yi go? "Come on, let's go back to the station," the policeman urged Yi-Bei when he didn't move. Yi-Bei ignored the police and walked over to the woman who had been placed on a stretcher and was about to be loaded into the car. "This kid, he's just reluctant to part with it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. This is all a tragedy." "Yes, all 3 of them are ruined. Their lives are probably over at such a young age." Yi-Bei smiled bitterly to himself. What's all this about? He just wanted to go and save people. "Move aside," Yi-Bei said softly. "What are you doing? She's dying, don't delay the rescue." The nurse glared angrily at Yi-Bei, as if he were the murderer. "Now you know you were wrong, but why didn't you do this earlier? You thought you could get away with anything just because you're good looking." "I've already said that I don't know them, I was just passing by, and now I'm here to save her." As Yi-Bei spoke, he squatted down and placed his hand on the woman's pulse. "Please get out of the way immediately. If this woman dies because of you, can you live with yourself for the rest of your life?" As the doctor spoke, he reached out to pull Yi-Bei away. At that moment, a policeman also walked over. "Young man, I know you're upset, but let the doctors handle the rescue. Please come with us to the station for questioning. If I go with you now, she will really die before she gets to the hospital. Her condition is very bad. Get me acupuncture needles right away, quick. Yi Bei's expression and voice were very serious. Seeing that no one believed him, Yi Bei became angry. What do I have to say for you to believe me? I really don't know them. Do you really want to see her die? But we don't have acupuncture needles, a nurse replied instinctively. Yi Bei looked up and saw a pharmacy across the street. He no longer cared about explaining to these people. He suddenly stood up and ran towards the pharmacy as fast as he could. That brat, he's trying to escape, and he's fast enough. This speed is so fast that even a world champion might not be able to catch up. When the police saw Yi Bei run away, they chased after him. Everyone thought that Yi Bei had just been bluffing to create an opportunity to escape. Yi Bei rushed into the pharmacy, asked the clerk for acupuncture needles, and ran away without paying. The sales clerk exclaimed, "You haven't paid yet, there's something all over the place, someone's even trying to steal a needle." When Yi Bei returned to the stretcher, the policeman who had been chasing him was still blocked in the middle of the road by oncoming cars. The emergency room doctor had just discovered that the woman's pulse was extremely weak and her pupils were dilated. Such a patient might die on the way home. Without saying a word, Yi Bei directly pulled open the woman's clothes and tapped her heart a few times with his fingers. Then he tore open the sterilized disposable needles and, with a flick of his wrist, stabbed the woman in the skin. "What are you going to do? If this person dies, you'll be responsible." The doctor cried out, but secretly he felt relieved. Now even if the person died, it wouldn't be his responsibility. Yi Bei ignored the doctor. He moved quickly, and by the time the policeman who had chased after him returned, he had already inserted 8 needles into the woman's body, his hands moving rapidly as he twisted the needles. "Officer, you saw it yourselves. The one who's hindering our treatment. If this man dies, he'll have to go to jail." "Don't argue yet, this kid might actually be able to save them." Seeing Yi Bei return, the police inexplicably developed a greater sense of trust in him. Since things have already progressed this far, there's nothing we can do but let Yi Bei carry out the treatment. Seeing Yi Bei's focused expression, no one dared to speak, afraid of disturbing him. A few minutes later, the woman coughed lightly and opened her eyes. He actually saved him. That kid's got some skills. This acupuncture technique is amazing, like a miracle doctor in a movie, who can bring the dead back to life with just one needle. I think this kid has a very upright look, so he must be a good person. The winds have shifted so quickly. Just a moment ago they were calling him a gigolo and saying he wanted to run away. Yi Bei breathed a sigh of relief. She won't die. You can remove these needles after you get her a blood transfusion at the hospital. "Madam, can you hear me?" the police officer asked. The woman nodded, indicating that she could hear her. "Do you know this person?" The police pointed at Yi Bei, and the woman shook her head blankly, not understanding why the police were asking her this question. She only remembered bumping into a man, but she didn't see what he looked like. At that moment, a policeman who had gone to check nearby surveillance footage also returned. "I've checked the security footage, he really was just passing by." "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier and thank you for saving that lady." "I want to know if I can leave now?" Yi Bei asked calmly. "You did save someone, that's true, but since you're one of the parties involved, we still need to trouble you to come back to the station with us to make a statement." "Alright then, but you'd better hurry, I have something important to do." Yi Bei followed the police back to the police station, and by the time his statement was taken, it was already past 9:30. Lin Shiming was somewhat excited that Yi Bei did not appear. "Dad, that kid might really have been taken care of by De Kuei and his men," Lin Shiming whispered to Lin Chaoran beside him. "That would be best. Don't get too cocky and let people see through you," Lin Chaoran instructed with a stern face. Sitting in the main seat, Fang Jinan turned to Fang Xiaolong and asked, "Have you managed to contact Dr. Yi?" Fang Xiaolong shook his head. "I've called him several times, but his phone is switched off." "Send someone to look for him immediately. I am worried that someone might harm him. If anything happens to him, our Fang family will be implicated." Fang Jinan didn't want to anger Wu Wei, as Yi Bei was Wu Wei's last disciple. Yes, Fang Xiaolong got up and went out to arrange for someone to go find Yi Bei.
Emperor Capital Wang, sitting not far from Feng Jinan Third Master had just glanced around and, not seeing Yi Bei, chuckled inwardly, "You brat, are you scared now, daring to talk tough to me? If it weren't for saving Xiao Qian, I would have killed him long ago." Feng Xiaoyu was also anxiously searching for Yi Bei. "Dad, where did Dr. Yi go? Didn't he say he was coming to this auction party? It's almost over, and we still haven't seen him. Maybe he has something else to do and can't come." Feng Linfeng didn't seem to care much. Time passed by, minute by minute. A glamorous host walked onto the stage. "Today's auction is honored to have the great star Ms. Gu Bingbing with us. Before the last item is auctioned, please welcome Ms. Gu Bingbing to perform a song for us. Let's give her a round of applause." Gu Bingbing was dressed very charmingly. Her low-cut halter dress revealed her cleavage, and her perfect figure and snow-white skin made men infatuated and women jealous. Gu Bingbing's beautiful song brought the charity auction to a climax. The host returned to the stage. "Next, we have the last item for auction, a jade pendant provided by the royal family of the capital." 34, Chapter 34 Zhao Xian's Confession. After introducing the last item, the host paused and said, "Before the bidding for the last item, young Master Zhao Xian of the Zhao family wants to do something romantic on this beautiful evening. As for what romantic thing it is, I'll keep you in suspense for now. Please welcome young Master Zhao to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause." Zhao Xian is not as imposing as his name suggests. He is about 160 centimeters tall. He was short in the stooped posture, looking exactly like a toad. Zhao Xian pushed a cart full of bright red roses to the center of the stage. He seemed a little shy. If it weren't for Lin Shiming's repeated encouragement and his family urging him, he probably wouldn't have dared to come up here. Seeing Zhao Xian walk onto the stage, Lin Mangyao's expression turned extremely unpleasant. She had always known that she and Zhao Xian had been engaged since childhood. But ever since she learned what Zhao Xian looked like, Lin Mangyao has been against the marriage from the bottom of her heart. The Lin family never brought it up, assuming that since the Zhao family elders had passed away, the Zhao family would be aware of the situation and wouldn't bring it up again. Wow, young Master Zhao is really romantic. It seems he was prepared in advance today. Young Master Zhao is going to confess his love to his goddess here. Everyone must be very curious to see which beauty will have this honor. I am just as curious as you are now. Please welcome young Master Zhao to make his confession." The host handed the microphone to Zhao Xian. The moment Zhao Xian took the microphone, he felt a rush of oxygen to his head, his face flushed, and his entire face turned as red as a pig's liver. His hand holding the microphone was trembling slightly, showing how nervous and excited he was. Zhao Xian adjusted his glasses. "Hello everyone, I mustered all my courage to stand on this stage. I hope you can witness my love with her. We've been engaged since childhood, and my goddess is..." Before Zhao Xian could even utter the goddess's name, someone stood up and loudly proclaimed, "Zhao Xian, if you insist on doing this, I can tell you, we will never be together." The speaker was Lin Mangyao, and all eyes immediately focused on her. Standing on the stage, Zhao Xian was at a loss. He felt extremely ashamed, as Lin Mangyao's actions were an insult to him. But at this moment, Lin Shiming stood up and said, "Listen to me, everyone. Lin Mangyao and Zhao Xian have been engaged since childhood. My grandfather has always kept his promises, and he has always hoped that Lin Mangyao could follow the marriage agreement made by both families and marry into the Zhao family." Lin Mangyao trembled with anger upon hearing Lin Shiming's words. "Lin Shiming, what nonsense are you talking about? When did Grandpa ever say that I should marry into the Zhao family? Things have come to this point, especially in front of so many prominent families and dignitaries from Shuangjiang County." Lin Chaoran forced a smile and stood up. "Nephew Zhao, tonight is the Fong family's charity auction. It's not appropriate for you to take up everyone's precious time like this. How about we discuss this privately?" When Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Zhenyu, saw his son's courageous confession, and considering that the Lin and Zhao families did indeed have a marriage agreement, he knew from Lin Chaoran's words that the other party did not want to marry their daughter to his son. After all, Lin Mangyao was known as the #1 beauty in Shuangjiang County. What does Patriarch Lin mean by that? Does he not want to acknowledge the marriage agreement between the two families? Let's make this clear in front of everyone today. What's wrong with my son? He's been a top student since he was little, and he just earned his PhD in business administration. Is there anything about him that makes him unworthy of your daughter? Patriarch Zhao, let's arrange a time to discuss this privately. This isn't going to have a good impact. Lin Chaoran wanted to suppress the matter. Some people were already secretly delighted. Young Master Zhao is like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Lin Mangyao is as beautiful as an angel.
how could she possibly be interested in him? Zhao Xian recalled what Lin Shiming had told him. If he wanted to marry Lin Mangyao, he had to make things clear and not let Lin Mangyao and Lin Chaoran fool him. He gritted his teeth, made a desperate attempt, and shouted, Lin Mangyao, I, Zhao Xian, swear here and now that I will marry no one but you in this lifetime. If my grandfather is watching from heaven, he would surely want us to be together. Lin Mangyao, I love you, please marry me. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, he knelt down on one knee and opened a box containing a ring. Inside was a diamond ring with a diamond as big as his little finger, sparkling brilliantly. Zhao Xian's confession was met with applause, although many of the applause was just jeering. The Zhao family's strength in Shuangjian County is not much weaker than that of the Lin family. Over the years, the two families have maintained a harmonious relationship because the elders of the two families have an extraordinary bond, having been friends through thick and thin. After being confessed to by Zhao Xian, Lin Chaoran and his daughter Lin Mangyao blushed and turned pale, looking quite embarrassed. If they don't acknowledge this marriage, the Lin and Zhao families will definitely fall out. Most importantly, if the Lin family patriarch knew that Lin Chaoran and Lin Mangyao had rejected his engagement in front of so many people, he would probably be furious. Old Master Lin was known for being very concerned about his image. Therefore, Lin Chaoran did not dare to refuse. Nephew Zhao, Mangyao is a girl and she is shy. If you do this, it will make things difficult for everyone. Don't worry, our Lin family will definitely keep its word. Lin Chaoran's words were tantamount to acknowledging the marriage, which angered Lin Mangyao so much that she turned around and ran out. Lin Chaoran and his son Lin Shiming exchanged a smile. Their plan had succeeded. At the next board meeting, they would question Lin Mangyao's identity and propose removing her from her position as president. Young Master Zhao, hurry up and chase after her, a wife is someone you have to pursue. Someone shouted. Zhao Xian has never done this in over 20 years. Having never had a girlfriend, or even held a woman's hand, this idiot actually chased after her. After hearing this, this caused everyone to burst into laughter. The host, somewhat awkwardly, picked up the microphone. Ahem, we were fortunate enough to witness the love story of Mr. Zhao and Ms. Lin. We wish them a happy ending. Now, let's return to our last item for auction. Please welcome the lady in charge to bring it up. This phoenix pendant is a family heirloom of the Wang family. The fact that the Wang family is bringing it out shows how much they value this charity auction. The starting price for this phoenix pendant is 5 million, and each bid must be at least 50,000. Those who are interested can place their bids now. No sooner had the host finished speaking than someone held up a sign and shouted, 8 million. 9 million. 10 million. Prices rose alternately. Fang Jinan looked back several times but didn't see Yi Bei. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to offend either side, which was a good result. 35, Chapter 35. I am determined to have this jade pendant. The jade pendant quickly reached a price of 25 million. When Master Wang heard the price, which was close to the 30 million yuan donation the Wang family had prepared, he calmly picked up his wine glass and took a sip. His gesture was a signal. Someone sitting not far from him saw Wang Xian's action, raised his card, and shouted, 30 million. Everyone knew the true nature of this kind of auction. Seeing that the people next to Master Wang had raised their paddles, everyone tactfully put their paddles away. Seeing this, the host understood that the item would likely be sold for this price. 30 million per bid. Any higher bids? If not, then this phoenix pendant will be awarded to Mr. No 88. 30 million, is there any higher bid? 30 million for the third time. 35 million. A loud voice broke the silence of the hall, and at the same time a tall figure appeared at the door. Without even asking, it was obvious that this person was Yi Bei. He hadn't had time to go back to his room to change into the evening suit that Fang Xiaolong had prepared for him. He was still wearing the blood-stained clothes, and his appearance stood out starkly against the glamorous crowd. Upon hearing this price, everyone in the hall turned their heads in unison, staring at Yi Bei as if he were a monster. Many people didn't know who he was and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who's this? Is someone here to cause trouble? I don't recognize him. How did he get in? When Lin Shiming saw Yi Bei appear covered in blood, he was startled and looked at Lin Chaoran, who glared at him fiercely. Fang Jinan and Fang Xiaolong both stood up. When Master Wang saw Yi Bei, his brows furrowed noticeably. Fang Jinan gestured to Fang Xiaolong, who then quickly walked over to Yi Bei. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Fang Xiaolong saw Yi Bei covered in blood and smelled a strong stench of blood as he approached. I ran into a small problem on the way, which caused a delay. This way, please? Fang Xiaolong invited Yi Bei to take a seat. Yi Bei shook his head. No need, I can stand, thank you, brother Xiaolong. Yi Bei's refusal to accept Fang Xiaolong's favor surprised many people, and those who didn't know Yi Bei began to speculate more about his identity. Fang Xiaolong felt a little embarrassed and turned to look at Fang Jinan, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Brother Yi, everyone is watching, please take a seat. Yi Bei shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with the Fang family, so please don't get involved, brother Xiaolong. Since Yi Bei had already said so much, Fang Xiaolong had no choice but to return to his seat. The person representing the Wang family who held up the sign looked at Third Master Wang, who gestured for him to continue. 40 million. 50 million. Yi Bei didn't hesitate at all and immediately added 10 million. Most people were stunned that they dared to compete with the Wang family in bidding. Is this kid looking to die, who plays like this? Playing this game with the Wang family of the capital is suicide. I heard that the Wang family always bids for the jade pendant back. It's not about how much the pendant is worth, it's about the Wang family's reputation. Could this person have a grudge against the Wang family? The price quickly reached 100 million. Wang Xian's face darkened, and even the host on stage was at a loss. The two bidders had already raised their prices before he could even speak. Especially Yi Bei, no matter how much that number 88 shouted, he would directly add 10 million. Fang Jinan's expression also turned sour. This was an auction hosted by the Fang family, and he hadn't expected Yi Bei to be so disrespectful. Fang Xiaolong tried to stand up and stop the auction several times, but Fang Jinan stopped him each time. Now he could only watch them fight it out. Master Wang was clearly enraged and stood up abruptly. Kid, you want to play? I'll play with you to the end today. Charity money is always welcome, and my Wang family can afford to contribute 200 million. Master Wang added 100 million yuan directly, leaving everyone present looking at each other in disbelief. Fang Jinan couldn't sit still any longer and stood up. Third Master, Dr. Yi, please give me some face. Let the Wang family take back the jade, and let this matter drop, okay? Everyone thought that Fang Jinan had stepped in, and that the matter should be over. Old Fang, Third Master Wang just said that he's not afraid of having too much money when it comes to charity, so you don't need to worry about it. Many people were secretly shocked. Damn, this guy doesn't even give face to Fang Jinan, the overlord of Southwest China. He's too arrogant. 300 million, Yi Bei shouted out immediately after finishing his sentence. Fang Jinan looked at Third Master Wang. Third Master, please calm down, don't stoop to his level, give up, the Fang family will cover the Wang family's losses. Mr. Fang, it's not that I'm not giving you face today, but this jade pendant is a matter of face for my Wang family, so we must see this through to the end. 500 million. Wang Xian was truly enraged this time, his tone was clearly unfriendly, and the entire room fell silent, no one spoke. I'm determined to get this jade pendant today. 600 million. Yi Bei shouted, not giving an inch. With things having come to this point, many people think Yi Bei has gone mad. How could someone like him possibly come up with so much money? This is a question that many people have. Alright, Yi Bei, I'll give you one last price if you can afford it. The jade pendant is yours. Master Wang stared at Yi Bei, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When Master Wang said this, he was referring to himself. This was a reminder to Fang Jinan, and also to everyone present. Anyone who dared to help Yi Bei was going against the Wang family. Third Master Wang, just report it, I'll follow it to the end. Yi Bei's expression remained calm, so composed that it seemed almost unreal. 1 billion. Master Wang quoted an astronomical price. 1 billion. Although everyone present is wealthy, not everyone can come up with 100 million in cash. Some people may have assets worth tens of billions, but they may not be able to come up with 1 billion in cash. This price far exceeds the value of that jade pendant. Brother Yi, stop taking pictures. It's just a piece of jade. We have plenty of it at home, no matter how many you want, Feng Xiaoyu said to Yi Bei as she stood up. The Feng family is in the jewelry and jade business, and they actually have quite a few jade items. 11 billion. Yi Bei ignored Feng Xiaoyu and directly quoted a price, which was a full 100 million higher than Wang San's. If Wu Wei were here, he would definitely scold Yi Bei for being a spendthrift. 11 billion. The entire room fell silent. The host stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, having forgotten what he was about to say. Clap clap clap. Master Wang clapped his hands. Yi Bei, do you know how much 11 billion is? If you can't come up with that, what are you going to do? I don't need Master Wang to worry about money, so can you now declare this jade pendant mine? A smile appeared on Yi Bei's handsome face. 36, Chapter 36 Verification of Capital. Master Wang had been waiting for this moment. There was a rule at the auction that if the amount was too large, anyone who had doubts about the bidder's funds could request verification. The rules of this auction stipulate that payment must be made within 24 hours of winning the bid, otherwise a penalty of double the amount will be imposed. With 11 billion yuan in cash, Master Wang believed that even the most powerful families present wouldn't be able to raise such a large sum of money in less than a week, or even half a month. Moreover, although Yi Bei has an extraordinary demeanor, his clothes don't suggest he's the type to have that much money. Yi Bei, I have doubts about your funds. This jade pendant is not yours until the verification is completed. A sinister and cunning smile appeared on the corner of Wang San's mouth. When Fang Jinan heard that Master Wang wanted Yi Bei to verify his funds on the spot, he was also worried for Yi Bei. This is no small sum of money. The Temple of Medicine is not short of money, but it's hard to say whether Yi Bei himself has that much money. Verification of funds? Yi Bei was genuinely unaware of this requirement, and his handsome face froze slightly. Does this kid not even know how to verify funds? This is going to be interesting. The Lu family probably can't come up with 11 billion yuan in cash all at once. Yeah, who keeps so much cash in their account for no reason? It's a waste not to use that money to generate more money. No one had a good chance of winning over Yi Bei, and Lin Shiming and his son Lin Chaoran sneered. To come up with 1 billion yuan at once, even the Lin family couldn't afford it if they hadn't prepared in advance. Feng Xiaoyu was closest to Yi Bei, so she walked up to him and said, Brother Yi, the verification is to see if you have that much money. If you don't have that much money, not only will you not be able to take the jade pendant, but you will also face a fine of at least twice the amount. Yi Bei remembered that Wu Wei had said he would give him 1 billion yuan. Seeing that his master had expected this, Yi Bei smiled. Sure, but I don't know how to verify it? The host finally realized what was happening. As the owner of the auction item, Mr. Wang has the right to request the bidders to verify their funds now. We invite the notary office staff and bank employees present tonight to verify Mr. Yi Bei's funds. The bank employee was a beautiful woman with a good figure, around 27 or 28 years old, with an oval face, round and full, a slightly plump goddess, dressed in a professional suit, with a professional smile on her face. Hello sir, I am Lu Shan, the staff member of Jiangcheng Bank in charge of this capital verification. My employee number is 3689. Hello sir, I am Su Ping, the notary public for tonight. I will witness that this capital verification is being conducted in accordance with the law and is fair and legal. The two staff members were very professional. Yi Bei took out a very ordinary bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Shan. Do you really think he has that much money? Is this some kind of playing dumb to fool the enemy strategy? This is just an ordinary card. If it had that much money, it would probably be a super VIP card from the bank, right? Even Lu Shan looked puzzled. The card was too ordinary, just a regular debit card. Despite her doubts, she still inserted Yi Bei's card into the device. Mr. Yi, please enter your password. Yi Bei stretched out his long, slender fingers and, without any attempt to hide it, entered a 6-digit password on the small keyboard. Feng Xiaoyu, standing next to Yi Bei, was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Lu Shan carefully looked at the numbers on the screen. Twice the amount of money was considerable, more than an average person could earn in a lifetime, but it was still far from 11 billion. She asked Notary Su Ping to look at the screen and to take a picture of it to preserve evidence. Mr. Yi, please come and check the amount on your card yourself. Yi Bei clearly saw that the numbers on it started with 4, not 1. Yi Bei's expression changed. How could this be? His master had promised that the money wouldn't arrive. There was only 490 million in the account. Yi Bei believed that Wu Wei wouldn't joke like that with him. Something must have happened. Lu Shan announced to everyone present in front of the screen, Mri's card only has a little over 490 million, far less than 11 billion. As soon as Lu Shan finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar. This kid actually has a few hundred million, I really didn't realize that. This is going to be interesting. They're definitely going to get double the fine. Master Wang is truly shrewd. He came here to show off even though he had no money. Now look what happened, after his identity was verified, he has no money and no goods. I really don't understand, of all people to mess with, why did they have to provoke the Wang family in the capital? Isn't that just courting death? A smug look appeared on Wang Sanni's face as he thought to himself, kid, you're still too green to fight me. This time, the Wang family not only kept the jade pendant, but also caused Yi Bei to suffer a huge financial loss, thus contributing to charity. Yi Bei, you're a man of your word. What do you have to say now? Wang San's words were full of disdain and contempt. Fang Jinan and Fang Xiaolong also looked grim, especially Fang Jinan, who regretted inviting Yi Bei to participate in this auction. If it weren't for him, this wouldn't have happened. He sighed inwardly. The Fang family could pay for Yi Bei's expenses privately, but Yi Bei was the one in an awkward position now. Yi Bei's expression changed only slightly before returning to normal. Logically, I should have enough money in this card to pay for this auction. I think I have the right to make a call to find out why my money hasn't arrived. Hee, I'll give you that chance. Third Master Wang chuckled, a playful expression on his face. This kid is still pretending at this whore. It's almost midnight, and it won't be easy to raise such a large sum of money. Let's just wait and see what happens, there's no need to worry about it. Yi Bei took out his phone, only to realize that he had a phone. The power is out. Xiaoyu, can I borrow your phone? Brother Yi, of course you can. Feng Xiaoyu felt her heart pounding wildly. She was worried about Yi Bei. Yi Bei took Feng Xiaoyu's call and went into a private room. Good morning, master. Yi Bei dialed Wu Wei's number at that time. It was morning overseas. Did you get the photos? Wu Wei asked. Master, you said the money you transferred hasn't arrived in my account yet. Is that inconvenient for you? The money hasn't arrived. After we talked on the phone yesterday, I asked your senior sister to transfer the money to you. Yi Bei could tell that his master genuinely didn't know. Could it be that senior sister forgot? Yi Bei knew that his senior sister was a meticulous person, and this kind of situation would not normally occur. You brat, how much do you still owe? I'll transfer it to you now. Wu Wei's words were calm. The jade pendant sold for 11 billion yuan, and I have over 490 million yuan in my account. 11 billion, how could that piece of broken jade be so expensive? Forget it, I'll deduct the money from your account from now on. I'll arrange it for you right now. Although Wu Wei was a little heartbroken about the money, Yi Bei was his most outstanding disciple. 37, Chapter 37 Jade Pendant Acquired. Yi Bei began to worry about his senior sister, the woman who treated him like a younger brother. Master, I'm making this call just to find out why. I hope there's no problem with senior sister. Yi Bei's senior sister is in charge of the entire medical god temple's finances. She is the temple's wealth god and also one of the most important women in Yi Bei's life. When Wu Wei first brought him back to the temple of the god of medicine, it was his senior sister who took care of his daily life. In Yi Bei's heart, his senior sister Yi Wuxian was his family. Don't worry about this for now. My flight is tonight, and I'll be in Jiangqing the day after tomorrow. Just wait for me there. Wu hung up the phone before he finished speaking. When Feng Xiaoyu, who was waiting outside the private room, saw Yi Bei come out, she handed him a card. Brother Yi Bei, I have more than 20 million yuan in pocket money in this card. If you don't mind, you can take it first. I'll ask my dad to figure out the rest. Thank you, but no need. Yi Bei did not accept Feng Xiaoyu's card. He was not very familiar with Feng Xiaoyu, and he was already very grateful that she was helping him like this. Yi Bei looked unwell and frowned when he came out of the private room because he was worried about Yi Wuxian. Judging from his appearance, he's buried himself this time. Serves him right, he brought this on himself. Life is unpredictable, and the big intestine is wrapped in the small intestine. If this were my son, I would kick him out of the house as a spendthrift who doesn't value money. Those who spend 11 billion yuan to buy a piece of jade must be out of their minds. Everyone was waiting to see Yi Bei make a fool of himself. Yi Bei, are you done making the call? If you are, don't Don't waste everyone's time anymore considering you saved my son. Wang Xian, won't go too far, you won't have to pay double the fine, just consider it a lesson learned, don't be too arrogant next time. Wang Xian's actions were already a gesture of respect to Yi Bei, and could also be seen as giving face to the Fang family. Fang Jinan glanced gratefully at Master Wang, thankfully he hadn't gone too far. Even Third Master Wang has conceded a step. How about this? I'll cover the rest of the money after all. We're both doing charity. Fang Jinan wanted to act as a peacemaker. This kid, what has he done to deserve such special treatment from the Fang and Wang families? He should be grateful. Yes, the Fang family is quite generous to this kid, several hundred million. Yi Bei, with his handsome face calm and composed, said, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Fang and Third Master Wang. Yi Bei, do things one thing at a time. As I said, I am determined to get what I want." As soon as Yi Bei uttered his words, some people began to criticize him. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him, not giving me any face at all. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he actually found the money? Impossible, such a large sum of money can't just be transferred like that. Are you kidding me? Yi Bei said this because he had absolute trust in Wu Wei. Yi Bei didn't know if others had that ability, but Wu Wei definitely did. He believed that by the time Wu Wei left the private room, the money would probably already be in his account. Could you please check if I have enough money on my card? Seeing Yi Bei's calm demeanor and the faint smile on his face, Lu Shan felt, for some reason, that the man's words possessed an irresistible power. Perhaps good-looking people are lucky, especially handsome men. Lu Shan inserted the card into the device again, and after Yi Bei entered the password, the string of numbers on it shocked Lu Shan. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Bei's account had an additional 1 billion yuan. After collecting evidence again, the notary announced, "This gentleman now has 149 billion in his card, and is fully capable of completing this payment." Everyone was shocked by what the notary said. How is this possible, finding a billion in the middle of the night? This kid must have an incredibly powerful background. No wonder he dares to disregard the Fang and Wang families. Could he be from the Yi family in the north? For a time, people were full of speculation. Master Wang's face darkened. He had originally wanted to be magnanimous and not let others say that his Wang family was bullying the weak, so he made a big concession. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face by Yi Bei. The Wang family's visit this time has been utterly humiliating. His status in the Wang family was already not very high, and now that he had lost the jade pendant, Wang Xian's mood worsened as he thought about the potential ostracism he might face when he returned. I keep my word. Since you can afford it, the jade pendant is yours." He snorted coldly and stormed off before the host could announce the end. The auction ended with Mr. Wang storming out in anger. To outsiders, Yi Bei had offended both the Fang family and the Wang family of the capital, and even spent a fortune to buy a worthless piece of jade. They all thought Yi Bei was either an enemy of the Wang family or mentally ill. By the time Yi Bei walked onto the stage and took the jade pendant, most of the people had already left. This piece of jade is indeed very ordinary. Fang Jinan walked to Yi Bei's side and glanced at the jade pendant in his hand. This jade is really ordinary. Do you think it's worth offending the Wang family for it? Mr. Fang, if I said that when I saw this jade, I felt that it was very important to me, would you think I was crazy? Fang Jinan was stunned. Yi Bei impulsively bought the jade just because of a feeling. No one would believe it if they heard this. What happened to the bloodstains on you? The matter of the jade pendant was already settled. No matter why Yi Bei bid for the jade pendant, it couldn't be changed. Fang Jinan changed the subject. Yi Bei briefly explained the situation, but did not mention that Lin Shiming had sent people to kill him. Yi Bei felt that it was a matter between him and Lin Shiming, and had nothing to do with the Fang family, and that he could handle it himself. The next morning, Yi Bei wanted to check on Wang Xian's condition, but was told that Wang Xian had already returned to the capital with his men the previous night. In the Wang family manor in the capital, which covers thousands of acres, there is an antique-style study. Master Wang returned to the capital in the early hours of the morning and waited there ever since. He paced restlessly in the room, his heart filled with fear, his brow furrowed, as he considered 1,000 possible scenarios. The current head of the Wang family, although he is the eldest brother, has always been fair in separating public and private matters and never acts out of personal favoritism. A familiar sound of footsteps approached, and Wang Xian knew that his elder brother, Wang Hao, had arrived. "Third brother, why are you back so early? Why didn't you stay in Jiangqing for a few more days?" Wang Hao spoke first. "Brother, Tu lost the jade pendant, please punish me," Wang Xian said, kneeling down. "Lost? How did it get lost?" Wang Hao's expression clearly changed, and he paused for a moment as he was about to sit down. After listening to Wang Xian's words, Wang Hao remained silent for a while. "Third brother, get up and go call the second brother." 38, Chapter 38. I have my own plans. Wang Hao's unusual behavior made Wang Xian even more uneasy. Despite the serious matter of losing the jade pendant, Wang Hao showed no sign of blaming him at all. He nervously went to find Wang Liang, the second son of the Wang family. Wang Liang is very capable and is a master himself. His status in the Wang family is incomparable to that of Wang Xian. Despite his glamorous public image, Wang Xian appears somewhat humble in front of his two older brothers, who have been idle and irresponsible since childhood. "Third brother, why did our eldest brother call me over so early in the morning?" Wang Liang was strong and powerful, tall and robust, with thick, shiny black hair, a square face typical of the Wang family, straight eyebrows, and piercing eyes. He was imposing and exuded an aura that Wang Xian could not match. "My older brother didn't say." Wang Xian was more afraid of his second brother. "Third brother, weren't you originally scheduled to return from Shuangjiang County the day after tomorrow?" Wang Liang clearly noticed that something was wrong with Wang Xian. "I messed things up," Wang Xian admitted without hiding it. "What do you mean by messing it up?" Wang Liang glanced at Wang Xian. "I lost my jade pendant." Wang Liang stopped in his tracks, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Wang Xian, and asked in great surprise, "Lost? How did it get lost?" His reaction was exactly the same as Wang Hao's. Wang Liang immediately understood why Wang Hao wanted to see him. Without waiting for Wang Xian's reply, he turned around and strode towards Wang Hao's study. Seeing Wang Liang's reaction upon hearing this, Wang Xian's heart sank, and he felt even more uneasy. He jogged a few steps to catch up with Wang Liang. Wang Hao was pacing around the study with his head down, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Liang took 3 steps at a time and entered the study. "What do we do now, brother?" Wang Hao looked up. "Did the third brother tell you everything?" Wang Liang turned to Wang Xian and said, "Tell me the whole story in detail. I need to know every single detail." After listening attentively, Wang Hao and Wang Liang exchanged a glance and then sent Wang Xian away. "Brother, I think the person who bought the jade pendant must know the secret behind it, otherwise who would spend so much money to buy an ordinary jade pendant?" Wang Liang said after Wang Xian left. "That's what I think too. After waiting for so many years, we finally found someone who knows about that jade pendant." Second brother, immediately send someone to find out the details about that kid, and at the same time have someone keep an eye on him. Hopefully, he's the person we're looking for. Wang Hao's face was full of anticipation, and his eyes even showed some excitement, which came from the bottom of his heart. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." The auction ended, and before leaving Jiangcheng, Fang Zhennan met with Yi Bei. "I know that you and Su Qing have broken up, but I still had them hand over the Luoshui project to Su Qing." Yi Bei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fang Zhennan to say this to him. "Mr. Fang, your business matters have nothing to do with me, so you don't need to tell me. After all, she was once your woman. I think it's best to tell you this. I am going back to the Fang family. If you'd like, you can stay at my place for a while." "Thank you, Professor Fang, but I have my own plans." "The Fang family's doors are always open for you. You can stay at the hotel as long as you like. I've already made the arrangements until we meet again." The Fang family left with Fang Zhennan, while he waited here for his master, Wu Wei. Yi Bei took out the phoenix pendant he had won at the auction and examined it closely. It's a very ordinary piece of jade, with average material and workmanship. He looked at it repeatedly for a long time after returning to his room last night, but he still couldn't find a clue. But he had a gut feeling that the jade had a very special relationship with him, as if it was guiding him to find something. This ordinary piece of jade doesn't feel cold to the touch, it's very smooth and warm. Yi Bei took off the dragon pendant from his body and placed it next to the phoenix pendant. It was clear that they were a pair, with very similar materials and carvings, both being quite ordinary. Is it really true, as that old fox master said, that this jade pendant is related to my background? Yi Bei placed the 2 jade pendants on his chest and closed his eyes. Just as he closed his eyes, the 2 jade pendants simultaneously emitted a faint purple light, which flashed by in an instant. It's been a long time since I called my senior sister. Thinking of this, Yi Bei took out his phone. They found Yi Wuxiang's name and dialed the number. Beep beep. No one answered the phone until it rang and then stopped. If my senior sister sees this, she'll probably hit me back. Yi Bei hung the dragon pendant back around his neck and put away the phoenix pendant. That old fox will arrive in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Yi Bei was filled with anticipation for Wu Wei's appearance, like a child who hadn't seen his parents in a long time, longing to see his loved ones. Just as Yi Bei had put the jade pendant away, the doorbell rang. It was Feng Xiaoyu who arrived, all smiles, innocent and carefree. Brother Yi, are you free today? I'd like to take you to a fun place. Where? Yi Bei smiled faintly, a pretty dimple appearing on his face. You'll see when you get there. You're bored here all by yourself, aren't you? Yi Bei eventually followed Feng Xiaoyu out the door. What was unusual today was that Feng Xiaoyu didn't bring any bodyguards. The car stopped in front of a building. Come on, aren't you interested in jade? I'll show you around today. This is our Feng family's jade processing factory. Yi Bei knew that Feng Xiaoyu had misunderstood him, thinking that he had bought the jade yesterday because he liked it. If you see anything you like, just tell me and I'll give it to you. Upon entering, there was a pile of stones. Feng Xiaoyu pointed to them and said, Brother Yi, these are raw stones. Those stories on TV about one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich are talking about playing with these invisible stones. An elderly man with a full head of white hair was not far away holding a small flashlight. He squatted on the ground looking at the stones. Hearing Feng Xiaoyu's voice, he turned around and looked over. The old man had a ruddy complexion, a radiant appearance, and deep eyes. He was very energetic. Mrs. Here, the old man's voice was very magnetic, deep, and full of energy. Sixth Grandpa, have you found a good rough stone? Feng Xiaoyu skipped over to the old man's side. This old man is Feng Lei, a senior jade expert in the Feng family. With his discerning eye, he rarely makes a mistake and is a treasure of the Feng family. The old man's gaze lingered on Yi Bei. Are you Mrs. Friend? Sixth Grandpa, let me introduce you. This is Yi Bei. Feng Xiaoyu then said to Yi Bei, Brother Yi, this is Sixth Grandpa. The two greeted each other with a hello, which was considered a greeting. As the old man looked at the stones, he said, the quality of these rough stones isn't very good. Good materials are becoming increasingly rare. As he spoke, he tossed aside a stone that was slightly smaller than a soccer ball. Yi Bei's gaze, however, lingered on the stone. He walked over and carefully examined the raw stone. This material is quite good. 39, Chapter 39. Treating illnesses is my forte, judging jade is a matter of luck. Feng Lei, who was intently examining the stones, turned around and glanced at Yi Bei upon hearing his words. That one won't do, it's probably just scrap. That was the yellow sandstone rough he had just examined. The shape is good, but the skin is too thick, it won't yield much material. Grandpa Feng is an authority in this field. Feng Xiaoyu said, Brother Yi, you can't go wrong by listening to Sixth Grandfather. This piece of material has a thicker skin, but judging from both its shape and patina, it's a good piece, Yi Bei said calmly. Feng Lei stopped what he was doing and pointed to a rough stone that he thought was pretty good. Young man, you know about stones? What do you think of this one? I don't really understand, but this one is clearly not as good as that one. The stone was quite large, but Yi Bei picked it up easily and weighed it in his hand. Feng Lei's pupils contracted slightly. He could tell that Yi Bei was quite skilled. Although the rock wasn't large, it weighed at least 50 pounds, yet Yi Bei handled it with ease. Feng Lei became interested. Young man, how about we make a bet? We'll each pick one of these stones, cut it open, and see what happens. Sixth Grandfather, aren't you bullying me? You've been looking at stones your whole life. I just brought Brother Yi here to take a look. Young man, dare to play with me for once? Hee, there's nothing I'm afraid of, I'll choose this one. Yi Bei pointed to the piece of raw stone with yellow sandskin from earlier, appearing quite casual. Feng Lei laughed heartily. You'd better think it over, I just checked that piece. Feng Xiaoyu anxiously pointed to the rough stones on the other side and said to Yi Bei, Brother Yi, which side are you choosing? The ones on this side are the ones that Sixth Grandfather thinks are bad, while the ones on that side are the good ones.
Yes, this is the one, Yi Bei said firmly. Feng Lei quickly selected a piece of material, called out to the workshop, and immediately someone came out and carried the 2 raw stones inside. When the people in the workshop heard that someone wanted to compete with Master Feng, they all became interested and gathered around. Who's so arrogant as to challenge 6th Master? Last time I went with 6th Master to buy raw stones, he said the material wasn't good enough. One boss disagreed and challenged 6th Master to a bet on the spot. In the end, he cut it open and lost 6 million. Is this the young lady's boyfriend? Kid, if you want to play with stones, you'll have to learn from 6th Master for 10 or 8 years. I've been with 6th Master for so many years, and I've never seen him make a mistake. Anyway, no one was optimistic about Yi Bei, so Feng Lei smiled and remained silent. Why are you all talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and get a pen for Brother Yi, Feng Xiaoyu called out. Before cutting a rough stone, a line is usually drawn first. This line is very important, and you can tell a lot about a person's skill level just by looking at the line. If it is not drawn well, the stone may be ruined when the knife is used. If you can cut along the lines drawn and just enough to see the material inside, that's a master cutter. Yi Bei picked up the pen and casually drew a line on a quarter of the stone. Those people laughed when they saw it. Kid, it's a good thing this is a piece of waste rock, otherwise, with your drawing style, you would have cut all the material away. In contrast, Master Feng only drew a line in a very thin area. Yi Bei remained unfazed. Isn't it said that there are no experts in jade, and even immortals can't judge it? Why don't we just cut it open and see? This kid is still not convinced. Don't think you're an expert just because you've heard a couple of sentences. Feng Xiaoyu couldn't stand hearing anyone say anything bad about Yi Bei. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and cut it. The first piece to be cut was the one chosen by Master Feng. As soon as it was cut, a group of people started flattering Master Feng again. I dare say that the piece that 6th Master chose is definitely a good one. That's right, 6th Master's choice is never wrong. And let me tell you, after cutting off the skin, it really was a good piece of meat. A good piece of jade is judged by 5 aspects: color, transparency, uniformity, shape, and texture. The piece that Master Feng chose was very beautiful in terms of its cut surface, which won him a round of applause. Not only is the green color visible, but the water content and base color are also excellent. It's no wonder that it was a raw stone chosen by Master Feng. Kid, I don't think you need to cut this rough stone. The material that 6th Master cut out is already very good. It's almost impossible for you to win. Cut it off is a waste of time. Playing with stones is all about the thrill. It's a huge gamble, hence the name stone gambling. However, right now Yi Bei and Feng Lei are just comparing their eyesight. Yi Beishuan's stone was cut quickly. The cutter looked at it, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have seen wrong. My goodness, this is incredible, it's an icy imperial green. Upon hearing the sound, Feng Lei grabbed a flashlight and rushed over, examining the area closely. A group of people stood behind 6th Master, all stunned. They mine stones every day, and jade of this quality was indeed extremely rare. This luck is probably beyond the heavens. It's really rare to see such a large piece of jade with such good quality. After a while, Feng Lei turned around and said, Kid, you're in lucky. Haven't seen this quality of icy imperial green jade in years. I lose, so this piece of jade is yours. I can't accept a reward without merit, and besides, we're just here to have fun. I was just a little lucky today. Yi Bei also knew that the stone, which was originally worthless, would be worth at least tens of millions after this cut. Young man, it's all about fate when it comes to stones. I can afford to give away a stone. This material would be a good choice to make a decorative piece or a pendant. I can tell you have a good eye. Feng Lei was not angry because he lost. On the contrary, he greatly admired Yi Bei. Feng Lei was not mistaken. Yi Bei had indeed learned a little bit about jade from Wu Wei and Wu Wei's words. It's always good to have more skills. Brother Yi, please don't be so polite with 6th Master, just accept it. Then I will respectfully accept your offer. Thank you, 6th Master. Yi Bei didn't refuse anymore, thinking that in 2 months it would be senior sister's birthday, and this thing could be made into a pendant and given to Yi Wushang. Come on, let's go to my office and have a seat. The reason why Master Feng treated Yi Bei differently was because he was present when Yi Bei won the Wang family jade pendant the night before and knew that Yi Bei was an extraordinary person. Sending a stone is a way for the Feng family to befriend Yi Bei and do him a favor.
Sixth Master gave me such a valuable gift, so I'll give Sixth Master a heads up, Yi-Bei said as he sat down.
Give this old man a heads up?
Feng Lei asked, somewhat puzzled.
Sixth Master, have you been experiencing a dull ache in your lower back lately, making it difficult to fall back asleep after waking up?
Feng Lei's hand, holding the teacup, froze in midair. You figured that out too. Your eyes aren't just good at looking at jade, they can even diagnose illnesses? Sixth Master, you don't know yet, but it was Brother Yi who cured Grandma's illness, Feng Xiaoyu said with some pride. Treating illnesses is my forte, judging jade is a matter of luck. 40, Chapter 40. An event from more than 20 years ago. When Master Feng heard Yi-Bei say that seeing patients was his forte, but judging jade was a matter of luck, he laughed. You're something else, kid. I twisted my back once when I was young, lifting stones. It's been hurting from time to time ever since. It's an old problem now that I'm older. My sleep is naturally not as good as yours.
Sixth Master, I don't think your back pain is as simple as you think. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a kidney stone in your left kidney. Yi-Bei's voice was very calm. Kidney stones? Can you see through things, kid?
Sixth Master was somewhat skeptical. How could someone tell something was growing inside a kidney? At least an ultrasound would be needed at the hospital. Sixth Master, there is a reflex zone for the kidneys on the ear. The skin on the kidney reflex zone of your left ear is rough, a little red, and slightly raised. You should feel pain when you press it. You can try it yourself. Yi-Bei pointed out the reflex zones on Feng Lei's ear. Traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, with observation being the first step, indicating its importance. The way traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine are viewed is quite different. Many doctors in hospitals today don't understand these things at all and just look at the test reports directly. Sixth Master pressed his hand on the spot Yi-Bei had mentioned on his left ear with some skepticism, and sure enough, he felt a stinging pain. He then tried it on his right ear, but it didn't hurt. It really does sting a bit on the left side, Sixth Master said. You've got some skills, kid.
Sixth Master, Feng Jinan calls Brother Yi Divine Dr. Yi, so how could he not be amazing? Feng Xiaoyu has now become Yi-Bei's little fangirl.
If you trust me, Sixth Master, I'll prescribe a medicine to help you get rid of the stones. You should be fine after taking it for about half a month. I'll also help you regulate your sleep.
Yi Beifeng's nonchalant demeanor made Master Feng realize that this young man was no ordinary person.
Alright, Mrs. Friend is my Feng family's friend. How could I not trust my friend? Thank you for your help, Brother Yi. Unconsciously, Master Feng's way of addressing Yi-Bei changed from boy to brother, showing more respect. Before prescribing the medicine, Yi-Bei took Feng Liuye's pulse, then wrote down a prescription for expelling stones and explained how to use it. Brother Yi, there are some things I'm not sure if I should say after you bought that piece of jade from the Wang family. Master Feng raised an eyebrow before speaking, clearly indicating that he had thought about it carefully.
Sixth Master, please speak frankly. Yi-Bei had a vague feeling that this big shot in the jade industry must know something.
Master Feng picked up his cup, took a sip of tea, and slowly said, if I'm not mistaken, that should be an extremely rare piece of ancient jade. It looks ordinary, but it's actually a very rare type of warm jade. Sixth Grandfather, I know about warm jadeite's jade that feels warm to the touch but not cold. This kind of jade is indeed very rare, Feng Xiaoyu said eagerly. Yi-Bei admired the old man somewhat. He had only glanced at the jade during the display that night and was able to tell its material. Yi-Bei nodded, but didn't say anything. He wanted to hear what else Sixth Master had to say. Dragon and Phoenix jade pendants have a long history in our Xia kingdom and are the most common jade accessories. Dragons and phoenixes are commonly used patterns in ancient times, and these jade pendants are usually sold in pairs. The earliest discovered jade artifacts with dragon motifs in history are C-shaped. The one you photographed yesterday is similar. If you put the two jade pendants together, they should form a circle. Sixth Master is right. Yi-Bei pieced it together yesterday, and it was indeed a perfect circle. Dragon and phoenix are both auspicious animals imagined by the ancients, symbolizing good fortune and happiness. This is the common saying, dragon and phoenix bring good luck. Dragon and phoenix have become a symbol in ancient times. Dragon and phoenix jade pendants were often used as tokens of love. Sixth Master spoke slowly. However, the phoenix head you bid on is very special. The phoenix beak is different from the common ones, being shorter and flatter. The proportion of the feathers on the phoenix head is also a bit off. With a larger weight, I always feel that the person who made it did it on purpose. After listening to Sixth Master's long explanation, Yi-Bei still didn't understand what Sixth Master was trying to say. This reminds me of something that happened more than 20 years ago. It caused quite a stir back then, but then suddenly all the news disappeared. I feel like there was an invisible hand that erased the news. I think there are probably not many people who know about it now.
Feng Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Sixth Grandpa, what's wrong? Tell me quickly, I'm so anxious."
20 years ago, a legendary treasure was discovered near the Zhou mountain range. Someone brought out a pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants from it, but all those involved died tragically at the time. It was a very mysterious story. Later, for some reason, it seems that overnight, no one mentioned it anymore.
Sixth Grandfather, do you mean that the jade pendant that Brother Yi bought came from that treasure?
Feng Xiaoyu frowned slightly. I just thought of this, just treat it as a story and don't take it too seriously. As Feng Liuye spoke, he was observing Yi Bei's expression. Yi Bei looked completely bewildered after hearing this. The dragon pattern jade pendant had been on him since he could remember, and he didn't know how he got it. If it's convenient for you, Brother Yi, would you allow me to take a look at that phoenix pendant? Perhaps I can glean some other insights from it. Yi Bei was a smart man. He now understood that the purpose of all that Master Feng had said was to see the jade pendant that he had spent 11 billion to buy. Yi Bei was also full of questions about the jade pendant. If the jade pendant really came from that treasure as Master Feng said, then where did the Wang family get this jade from? Could there be some connection between him and the Wang family?
No problem, the kid has it with him.
As Yi Bei spoke, he took out a small box from his pocket. The box was very exquisite. Master Feng carefully opened the box, and the ancient phoenix pendant lay quietly inside. He examined it very carefully and thoroughly, even picking up a magnifying glass. I looked closely, not missing a single detail. After a long while, with a somewhat solemn expression, Master Feng carefully put the jade pendant back into the box.
May I ask why you wanted to bid on this jade pendant? This is a very impolite question.
If I said that from the moment I saw the pattern on the jade pendant, I felt that this thing had some kind of connection with me, would you believe me?
Yi Bei said calmly.
Spending 11 billion for a feeling, Brother Yi, is truly extraordinary. I admire your courage. Master Feng frowned even more deeply. If I'm not mistaken, this jade pendant is indeed the legendary jade pendant. Now I understand why the Wang family repeatedly put this jade pendant up for auction, only to buy it back themselves in the end. They're waiting for someone who recognizes this jade pendant to appear. There's probably some hidden conspiracy behind this. I advise you, young man, to be extra careful lately.
41, Chapter 41. I came for you.
Yi Bei could tell from Feng Liuye's tone that Liuye didn't believe him when he said he bought it based on a feeling. This reason was quite flimsy, and anyone who heard it would take it as a perfunctory excuse. There was nothing that could be done if they didn't believe it, and Yi Bei didn't want to explain. However, Yi Bei was still grateful for Master Feng's reminder.
Sixth Grandpa, you've been looking for so long, haven't you figured anything out?
Feng Xiaoyu asked curiously. Sixth Master had been looking at it for a long time, and Feng Xiaoyu didn't believe that he hadn't noticed anything. I can confirm that this is an ancient jade. Judging from the carving technique, it must be at least 300 years old. I can also be sure that this jade is definitely not something from an ordinary family. The person who owned this jade pendant back then must have been either rich or noble. If you zoom in, you can also see some traces of dust that have not been cleaned off, which means that this thing was once buried in the ground. If this is really the pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants that were unearthed 20 years ago, then there should also be a dragon pendant.
The dragon pendant is on Yi Bei's person, but Yi Bei will not reveal this secret casually. Thank you for the reminder, Sixth Master, and for telling me these secrets.
Yi Bei was somewhat grateful to Sixth Master. At least he now had some understanding of the origin of this dragon and phoenix jade pendant. They say jade has a spirit. Perhaps this jade pendant is truly destined for Brother Yi, just like the jadeite we just opened. Once the jadeite is finished, I'll have Xiaoyu take it to you. Master Feng's expression returned to normal.
Feng Xiaoyu was the kind of person who couldn't sit still, and soon she pulled Yi Bei and said, "Brother Yi, come on, let me show you the processing workshop. You've definitely never seen anything like it before." Not long after Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu left Feng Liuye's office, Feng Liuye picked up the phone.
Patriarch, you're right. I've just confirmed that the jade pendant Yi Bei bought is the phoenix pendant from the pair of jade pendants unearthed in Zhoushan 20 years ago.
Okay, I know, but I don't know if Yi Bei has any connection with his benefactor from back then? Feng Linfeng said.
Well, if our benefactor's child is still alive, and is about the same age as Yi Bei, patriarch, shouldn't we keep an eye on the Wang family? I'm worried that the Wang family might take some action.
I'll make sure someone keeps an eye on me.
Feng Linfeng is actually a person who appears rough on the surface but is extremely meticulous, otherwise, he could not have become the head of the Feng family. If Yi Bei is a descendant of his benefactor, why doesn't he have the surname Xiao, yet he bears some resemblance to his benefactor? Feng Linfeng looked out the window, puzzled, and shook his head. Judging from Yi Bei's reaction just now, Master Feng could tell that Yi Bei really didn't know about what happened 20 years ago. This puzzled him greatly. Could it be true, as Yi Bei said, that he bought the jade pendant based solely on his intuition, even at the risk of offending the Wang family? But he quickly dismissed the idea, thinking that Yi Bei must have had a reason for bidding on the jade pendant that he didn't know. Yi Bei, of course, had no idea that Master Feng had so many other ideas behind his back. Actually, it was Feng Linfeng who suggested that Feng Xiaoyu bring Yi Bei to the jade processing factory today. If Yi Bei knew all this, he would surely think that with Master Feng's shrewd eyes, how could he not see that the yellow sandskin rough stone was a good piece of material? Accompanied by Feng Xiaoyu, Yi Bei took a tour of the factory and gained a comprehensive understanding of jade artifacts from raw stones to finished products. Just as Feng Xiaoyu suggested taking Yi Bei to eat Jiangqing's famous beer fish, Yi Bei's phone rang. Hello, is this Dry? I'm Miss Gu Bingbing's assistant. Our young lady's illness has flared up again, and she can't speak. Could you come over? We're still at the hotel from yesterday.
Did she drink last night?
Yi Bei asked. She did have a little to drink. It was a social obligation. She couldn't refuse. Please, Dry, come and treat our young lady again. Money is not a problem. Xiao Feng's voice was helpless and anxious.
Okay, I'll go check it out later, Yi Bei agreed.
Thank you, Dru. We'll wait for you at the hotel. Xiao Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Yi Bei agree, because Gu Bingbing had an event to attend in 2 days.
Feng Xiaoyu watched Yi Bei hang up the phone and asked, "Can we go now?" Feng Xiaoyu brought Yi Bei to a restaurant in Jiangqing called Fresh Beer Fish.
It was lunchtime, and the hall was already packed with people, making a lot of noise.
Feng Xiaoyu led Yi Bei through the hall and up to the second floor.
A group of people were sitting in a corner of the hall, eating heartily, when a person with a bandage on his head looked up and saw Yi Bei. This man was one of the henchmen who had followed De Kuei to the riverbank yesterday to try and kill Yi Bei. He recognized Yi Bei at a glance, and his body trembled involuntarily when he recalled Yi Bei's methods yesterday. A burly man with a full beard and a small braid tied at the back of his head followed his gaze and looked at Yi Bei and his group, then reached out and patted the man on the head.
Damn it, someone like you is trying to look at pretty girls.
No, yesterday De Kuei and I were beaten up by that kid, the tall, pale-faced guy with the girl in the pink dress. The man pointed at Yi Bei, who was going upstairs. Damn it, there are still people in Jiangcheng who dare to bully my brother Leopard. Just wait and see how I deal with him. The bearded man, who called himself Leopard, fixed his eyes on Feng Xiaoyu and unconsciously swallowed. Hee, that girl has a great figure and is very pretty. She's hot. Brother Leopard, young Master Lin said that anyone who takes care of that kid will be richly rewarded, the bandaged man said. Go and find out which private room they're in, and come back and report, Leopard said to one of his henchmen with dyed yellow hair.
All right.
The blonde-haired guy followed.
A few minutes later, Huang Mao returned and said, "They're in the Osmanthus private room."
The Leopard picked up the wine glass on the table, tilted its head back, and drank it all in one gulp.
Let's go, take care of that kid. Leopard led his 6 henchmen up to the second floor. With a loud bang, the Leopard kicked the door open and led the people away. They went inside. Close the door, Leopard ordered his men. Startled by the sound of the door being kicked, Feng Xiaoyu shouted, "What are you doing?"
Yi Bei merely glanced at those people without changing his expression. What are you doing, little girl? You're really pretty. I'll have a couple of drinks with you later. The Leopard stared intently at Feng Xiaoyu, its eyes filled with greed, looking extremely lewd. Feng Xiaoyu usually goes out with 12 bodyguards, and no one can get close to her. Seeing the Leopard's arrogant gaze, Feng Xiaoyu got angry and picked up the teacup on the table and threw it. You bastard, go to hell. Leopard easily caught the cup that Feng Xiaoyu threw at him, grinning lecherously. Oh, you're pretty hot. I like energetic girls like you. Yi Bei's smile vanished as he looked at the Leopard. I don't care what you're trying to do, get out of here right now. Kid, what did you say? You want us to get lost? I came here for you. As he spoke, Leopard smashed the cup in his hand hard at Yi-Bei. 42, Chapter 42. Can I tell the truth now? Go to hell. Leopard glared at Yi-Bei with a fierce look in his eyes. Just as the cup was about to hit Yi-Bei's head, Yi-Bei moved his head slightly, and the cup flew past, grazing his hair. It slammed against the wall with a bang and shattered into countless pieces. Damn it, you still dare to hide? Do you know who I am, Leopard? Have you heard? I heard you injured Big Monkey yesterday. Leopard was extremely arrogant, spitting as he spoke. If you dare to mess with my brother, Boss Leopard, in Jiangchang, I'll teach you a lesson. You don't know how powerful Boss Leopard is. Give him a good lesson. Leopard had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, and emboldened by it, he didn't take Yi-Bei seriously at all. Yellow Hair and another person immediately walked over, their faces full of thuggishness. Brother Leopard, we have experience dealing with these pretty boys. Slap him twice, and even his own mother won't recognize him. You're really too mean, you blondie. They say you shouldn't hit someone in the face, especially since he's a pretty boy. He might even need that face to make a living. The two men's words caused Leopard and the men behind him to burst into laughter. Beautiful lady, pretty boys are all looks and no substance. Look at our brother Leopard, he's a real tough guy. If you follow brother Leopard, I guarantee you won't regret it. Shameless scoundrel. Feng Xiaoyu was so angry that her eyebrows shot up and her teeth clenched so tightly they made a crackling sound. Yellow Hair walked up to Yi-Bei, raised his hand and slapped Yi-Bei's face hard, yelling as he did so, "You pretty boy, I'll beat you to death." Just as his hand was about to slap Yi-Bei's face, a hand like an iron clamp grabbed the blond man's hand, rendering him unable to move. He tried to pull away, but the hand didn't budge. Yi-Bei slowly stood up, and at the same time, he exerted force on his hand. Huang Mao felt as if his hand was about to be broken, and he screamed in pain, "You bastard, let me go." Didn't you want to hit me? Come on, Yi-Bei said calmly. Another person saw that Huang Mao was being restrained by Yi-Bei. "Huang Mao, have you not eaten yet? Watch me." The man raised his foot and kicked at Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei kicked the chair he was sitting on. At the man's chair seemed to have eyes and suddenly knocked the man to the ground. At this moment, Huang Mao was in so much pain that large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He grimaced and said, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, brother Leopard, save me." "Damn it, you useless piece of trash, you're just making a fool of yourself." Leopard spat on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and cursed fiercely, "You brat, let him go." With a push and a pull, Yi-Bei's arm snapped, and at the same time, Yi-Bei kicked Huang Mao away. When Leopard saw that Yi-Bei had injured two of his men, he exclaimed, "Damn it, you're asking for death." Leopard had studied Kung Fu for a few years and was considered a ruthless fighter in Jiangcheng. Even De Kuei was no match for Leopard. Leopard threw a right punch at Yi-Bei, then pulled back his left hand, preparing to knock Yi-Bei down with a hook punch. However, this time he miscalculated. His fancy but ineffective martial arts were no threat whatsoever to Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei kicked the Leopard in the stomach, sending his 200-pound body flying into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yi-Bei's kick was too fast, the Leopard didn't have time to react at all. The other four were shocked to see the Leopard taken down by Yi-Bei in one move. They rushed over to try and defeat Yi-Bei, but in the blink of an eye, all four of them fell to the ground. Just as the Leopard tried to get up, Yi-Bei's foot was already on his chest. "Tell me, who sent you?" The Leopard sobered up considerably after that, realizing he'd really messed up. Kid, I'm one of Master Long's men. If you dare to hurt me, you'll never leave Jiangcheng alive." "Did Master Long send you?" Yi-Bei had no idea who this Lord Long was, and had never heard of him before. However, Feng Xiaoyu was startled to learn that Master Long was a local tyrant in Jiangcheng. Her father had told her that she could mess with anyone in Jiangcheng, but never Master Long, as he was vicious and ruthless. Scared now? Leopard thought Yi-Bei was frightened by the name of Lord Long. "I don't know anything about Lord Dragon or Lord Dog. Go back and tell him not to cause trouble, or I won't care who he is." Hearing that Yi-Bei didn't even put Master Long in his eyes, Leopard snorted coldly, "Humph, you brat, you've offended me, which is the same as offending Master Long. You'd better let me go and then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Yi-Bei knew that if he didn't show his strength, this kind of person wouldn't be afraid. "You really think highly of yourself?" Yi Bei had no intention of wasting time with these people, so he stomped on the leopard's leg, and the sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The leopard let out a painful scream. You dare to break my leg. If you don't kill me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Do you really want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Yi Bei's voice turned icy cold as he raised his foot to stomp down. The leopard, who had only intended to utter a harsh threat, was terrified when it met Yi Bei's gaze. Yi Bei's eyes told him that Yi Bei was definitely not joking with him. The leopard felt 1,000 curses running through its mind. It was filled with regret that it shouldn't have taken the lead. The leopard didn't care about saving face anymore. His life was more important. He quickly begged for mercy. Mercy, young brother, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Please don't kill me. Don't want to die. Can you tell the truth now? Who sent you? I'll talk. Big Monkey and I are brothers. I heard from his men that you injured him also. Young Master Lin said that whoever kills you will be richly rewarded. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to take advantage of you. Please forgive me. Who is young Master Lin? Although Yi Bei had already guessed, it was very likely it could be Lin Shiming, but we still need to confirm. Lin Shiming, the eldest son of the Lin family leopard, was only thinking about leaving this place. You can get out now. Yi Bei pulled up a chair and sat back down at the table, calmly acting as if nothing had happened. Leopard, supported by several of his men, stumbled out of the private room in a disheveled state. Brother Leopard, are we just going to let it go like this? Fuck you, if any of you dare to spread this around, I'll kill him. Leopard roared. Seeing the group leave, Feng Xiaoyu said angrily, Lin Shiming is a bastard. Next time I see him, I'll slap him twice. Brother Yi, that Master Long they were talking about isn't a good person. I heard he's a wicked villain who does all sorts of evil. You'd better be careful. Feng Xiaoyu lost her appetite after being disturbed by this group of people, but Yi Bei was not affected at all and ate with relish. The fish here is really good, fresh, fragrant, spicy, and delicious. 43, Chapter 43. It was Yi Bei who let you go. Xiaoyu, I can take a taxi back to the hotel myself later. Yi Bei didn't want to trouble Feng Xiaoyu. That won't do. You have to see things through to the end. He called you out of the hotel, so I have to take you back. Feng Xiaoyu felt very happy being with Yi Bei. Don't you have anything else to do? I need to see Miss Gu later. Gu Bingbing, that's great. I'm a huge fan of hers. Take me with you. I want her autograph. I don't know if she would like to see you. What illness does she have? Could she be pregnant? Is she asking you to perform a minor surgery on her? Yi Bei was amused by Feng Xiaoyu's words. He really didn't know what was going on in her head. How could she have such thoughts? How could you have such an idea? Aren't all celebrities like this? They're always surrounded by gossip. If they go to the hospital, and word gets out, their careers will be ruined, so they bribe doctors like you with money. I just heard someone on the phone saying that money is no problem. Am I right? Feng Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes at Yi Bei. You have a vivid imagination. She just has a sore throat. Yi Bei smiled faintly, and her pretty dimples reappeared on her face. Feng Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and made a cute face. Yi Bei led Feng Xiaoyu to Gu Bingbing's store, only to find Lin Shiming talking to Gu Bingbing's assistant, Xiao Feng. Is Miss Gu awake? I'd like to see her. This was Lin Shiming's second visit. When he arrived in the morning, Xiao Feng told him that Gu Bingbing hadn't gotten up yet. It was past noon, and he figured Gu Bingbing should be up by now. Stop. Lin Shiming's bodyguard stopped Yi Bei and his group. Lin Shiming, tell your dog to get away. Seeing Lin Shiming reminded Feng Xiaoyu of the people she had met at dinner earlier, and she angrily called out to them. Lin Shiming turned around and glared at Feng Xiaoyu. Hey Feng Xiaoyu, why are you everywhere? Have you become someone's shadow now, always by their side? When Lin Shiming mentioned someone, he gave Yi Bei a vicious look. Lin Shiming, you bastard, it's none of your business who I choose to be with. When Xiao Feng saw Yi Bei arrive, she quickly walked over and said, Dry, you finally arrived. Miss Gu has been waiting for you. Please come with me. Lin Shiming was now very unhappy. Assistant Feng, what do you mean by this? I've come twice already, and they wouldn't let me in. How come he was allowed in the first time? Stop them. Lin Shiming's bodyguards immediately stood in front of him upon hearing their master's words. Young Master Lin, Miss Gu is not feeling well and is not suitable to receive guests. Dr. Yi is here to treat her, Xiao Feng explained. If I'm not allowed in today, nobody else is. When Lin Shiming acts tough, the reason he knelt before Yi Bei that day was because Feng Xiaolong was there. Now that Feng Xiaolong has left Jiangcheng, he no longer takes Yi Bei seriously. Xiao Feng hesitated. Young Master Lin, let me ask Miss Gu for permission. Xiao Feng went into the house. Yi Bei, you coward, all you can do is hide behind women. The Feng family has already left Jiangcheng. No one is protecting you anymore. I can kill you like crushing an ant. Young Master Lin, you're quite the big shot. You try it if you dare, Yi Bei said mockingly. There's nothing I wouldn't dare do in Jiangcheng. What are you all standing there for? Teach this kid a lesson and let him know that I'm not someone to be trifled with, Lin Shiming shouted at his bodyguards. Lin Shiming, how dare you? Feng Xiaoyu's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do, Feng Xiaoyu. You'd better get lost and stop getting in my way, Lin Shiming sneered disdainfully. When Yi Bei saw the bodyguards rushing over, he pulled Feng Xiaoyu behind him. Yi Bei's moves were swift, ruthless, and precise. In less than a minute, several bodyguards were knocked to the ground by Yi Bei. Lin Shiming was so surprised by Yi Bei's skills that he took several steps back in fright. What a bunch of useless trash. Lin Shiming, you sent someone to try and kill me yesterday. Tell me, how should we settle this score? Should I break one of your arms or legs, or take your dog's life? Yi Bei's starry eyes held a menacing glint. You don't know what you're talking about. This is my Lin family's hotel. If you dare to hurt me, you'll die. Lin Shiming's eyes darted around, clearly showing some guilt and fear. Really, young Master Lin is quite confident. Why don't you give it a try? Yi Bei took a step forward. You're ruthless. I'll let you go today. You just wait, Lin Shiming said and turned to leave. Stop right there, Lin Shiming. Remember this, I, Yi Bei, am letting you go and giving you this final warning. If you dare to mess with me again, you'll face the consequences. Do you understand? Yi Bei's gaze was sharp as lightning. Yi Bei, don't be too smug. I'll make you regret this. Lin Shiming's eyes were terrifyingly cold, and he left with resentment and anger on his face. By the time Xiaofang came out, Lin Shiming had already walked away. Dry, please come in. When Xiaofang saw Feng Xiaoyu with Yi Bei, she quickly said, Miss Feng, please wait outside. I'm with Brother Yi. If they won't let me in, I'll make Brother Yi leave. As Feng Xiaoyu spoke, she went to pull Yi Bei, acting as if she was afraid of no one. Knowing Gu Bingbing's temperament, Xiaofang said with some difficulty, then please wait a moment, I'll go in and talk to Miss Gu. After a while, Xiaofang came out and said, please come in, both of you. Gu Bingbing wasn't in the living room. She probably didn't want to see Feng Xiaoyu. Miss Feng, please have a seat. Dr. Yi, please come with me. Xiao Fan led Yi Bei to Gu Bingbing's room. Gu Bingbing's voice was even worse than before, and she could barely speak. After examining Gu Bingbing, Yi Bei said, Miss Gu, if you want to continue singing in the future, please remember what I said. You must not eat the things I told you to avoid eat. Gu Bingbing nodded, indicating that she understood. Before Yi Bei could speak, Gu Bingbing took off her clothes very consciously, revealing her flawless back. Miss Gu, please lie down for this acupuncture treatment. We will be inserting needles into your chest and neck. This time, Gu Bingbing didn't resist like before. She closed her beautiful eyes and gently pulled open her clothes. With its icy skin and jade-like bones, towering snow-capped peaks, and enchanting scenery, it is truly captivating. Yi Bei admired the dazzling scenery for a moment before calming his mind. Yi Bei inserted the needles quickly and steadily, without being affected by anything. While administering the needles, he explained some things to pay attention to. After more than 10 minutes, he finished the treatment. Miss Gu, please keep quiet for the next couple of days and try to speak as little as possible. I will leave the prescription with Xiao Fan. Please keep in mind the things I mentioned earlier that you should pay attention to. When Yi Bei came out, Feng Xiaoyu was chatting with Xiao Fang and, of course, got the autographed photo she wanted. 44, Chapter 44. Let's go, I'm so angry I've lost my appetite. Gu Bingbing's assistant, Xiao Fang, handed Yi Bei a check for 1 million yuan. Thank you for your help, Dry. Yi Bei said thank you, took it, and put it directly into his pocket. Yi Bei left Gu Bingbing's room. Xiaoyu, can you go back now? Brother Yi, do you really want me to leave? Am I that annoying? Feng Xiaoyu pouted, looking pleading. She clearly wanted to cheat. Suit yourself, but I need to rest for a while. Feng Xiaoyu raised her little hand and said obediently, don't worry, Brother Yi, I will definitely be quiet and won't disturb your rest. Yi Bei slept until sunset before waking up, assuming that Feng Xiaoyu had left. When I came out, I found Feng Xiaoyu quietly scrolling through her phone in the living room, looking quite happy. Upon seeing Yi Bei, she immediately jumped up. "Brother Yi, you're up, that's great, I made an appointment with Sister Lin for dinner tonight, so it's perfect to go now." "Really? Really, then go ahead," Yi Bei stretched lazily. "I meant you're coming with me. Already told Sister Lin you're coming too. I'd lose face if you didn't go," Feng Xiaoyu said, pulling Yi Bei's hand and acting coquettishly. "Brother Yi, we have to eat here eventually. I've already booked the place, Yipinju, the best private restaurant in Jiangqing. Their stir-fried French foie gras is absolutely delicious. Will you come with me?" Yi Bei eventually came to Yipinju with Feng Xiaoyu. This boutique residence is located in the Longyun upscale residential community in the east of Jiangqing. This is the area with the highest housing prices in Jiangqing. Those who can afford to buy a house here are either rich or noble and have a certain status. Just by looking at the cars parked in front of Yipinju, you can tell that the prices here are definitely not cheap. There are no luxury cars worth less than $1 million. Feng Xiaoyu saw a pink Ferrari, Sister Lin's car. She's already arrived. Lin Mengyao was dressed beautifully today. Her long, fine, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her clear eyes and long eyelashes trembled slightly, her fair skin was as delicate as a freshly peeled egg, her lips were luscious and her noble expression was naturally revealed. She wore a cartoon t-shirt on top and cropped jeans on the bottom, looking mature yet cute, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in Shuangjiang County. "It is a great honor for Mengyao to have Dr. Yi come today. Let Mengyao show some hospitality." "Miss Lin, you're too kind." "Sister, Brother Yi, can you two stop being so formal? Let the waiter bring the food. I am starving. It's all that damn leopard's fault. He made me not eat enough for lunch." Just as the three of them were enjoying their meal, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. The two beauties were surprised to see who pushed open the door. It was Zhao Xian, Lin Mengyao's nominal fiancé. He pushed up his glasses, which looked like the bottom of a bottle, on the bridge of his nose. "Mengyao, is it really you?" "Zhao Xian, how did you know my sister was here?" Before Lin Mengyao could speak, Feng Xiaoyu spoke first, saying that she knew Lin Mengyao didn't like Zhao Xian. When Lin Mengyao saw Zhao Xian, the smile on her face disappeared, and she put on a stern face. "Lin Shiming said you were here, so I came over to say hello," Zhao Xian said honestly. "Is that bastard Lin Shiming here too?" Feng Xiaoyu asked, somewhat displeased. "Yes, we're upstairs." Zhao Xian's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mengyao ever since he publicly confessed his love that night. The entire Jiangqing knew that he was Lin Mengyao's fiancé. "I've already greeted you, you can leave now," Lin Mengyao said bluntly. "Okay, order whatever you want to eat, I'll pay the bill later." After saying that, Zhao Xian obediently left. "Sister, this Zhao Xian is so stupid, he doesn't even realize he's being used as a pawn by Lin Shiming." "Don't mention him, it's a downer," Lin Mengyao said unhappily. Not long after Zhao Xian left, the door was pushed open again. The person whose smile froze this time was Feng Xiaoyu, and the person who came was Ma Xiaoyuan, Feng Xiaoyu's suitor. Ma Xiaoyuan is the son of Ma Deiyuan, the catering tycoon of Jiangcheng. "Xiaoyu, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have arranged the best private room for you," Ma Xiaoyuan said as she sat down. Ma Xiaoyuan extended his hand to Yi Bei. "Ya brother, I'm Ma Xiaoyuan, Feng Xiaoyu's boyfriend. May I ask your name?" Yi Bei did not shake Ma Xiaoyuan's hand. Feng Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, stood up angrily. "Ma Xiaoyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is your girlfriend?" "Xiaoyu, don't be angry. We're not now, but I believe we will be someday just by looking at our names. We're a couple." Ma Xiaoyuan wasn't angry at all and still had a cheerful smile on her face. "Get out. Out," Feng Xiaoyu said, pointing to the door. "You guys eat well, it's on me today." Ma Xiaoyuan glanced at Yi Bei before leaving. Yi Bei noticed that the two beauties had stopped eating, apparently quite angry at the two people who had just arrived. "I'm done eating, can we go now?" "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I spoiled your fun. Don't listen to his nonsense. I am not his girlfriend. That bastard Ma Xiaoyuan is always taking advantage of me," Feng Xiaoyu explained to Yi Bei. Yi Bei just smiled. It had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to say anything more, since he wasn't one to meddle in other people's business. "Let's go, I'm so angry I've lost my appetite." As soon as Feng Xiaoyu opened the door, she found two burly men standing outside who didn't look like good people. The one in front was bald, and judging from their appearance, they were about to push the door open and come in. "Ladies, please come out first. We have something we'd like to discuss with this young man." The burly man placed one hand against the door. "What do you want?" Feng Xiaoyu regretted not bringing bodyguards with her today. "Miss Feng and Miss Lin, please excuse us for a moment. Let's talk to this kid." The big man grinned maliciously, clearly harboring ill intentions. "Who sent you?" Lin Mengyao was calmer than Feng Xiaoyu. "This is not something for you two ladies to worry about. Please cooperate with us." Feng Xiaoyu was already furious. She was the one who always bullied others, but today she was the one being bullied. "I don't care who sent you. Since you know who Sister Lin and I are, you should know that we are not people you can afford to mess with. Get out of here." "Miss Feng, don't think we're afraid of you. We're only giving face to the Lin and Feng families. Don't force us to take action." The bald man's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and his face was full of hostility. He was clearly the kind of person who lived by the sword. "Miss Lin, Xiaoyu, they are here to see me. You can go out now." Feng Xiaoyu stood in front of Yi Bei. "Brother Yi, I invited you here. I, Feng Xiaoyu, am not the kind of person who would be disloyal." Don't worry, we won't leave." Lin Mengyao also stood up, frowning. "Baldy, I thought he was some tough nut to crack. Turns out he's just a pretty boy who only knows how to hide behind women." The burly man with a scar on his left cheek behind the bald man sneered. 45, Chapter 45. Those two are no match for Brother Yi. Yi Bei was absolutely right. Scarface and Baldy were both men who made a living on the edge, and they were Biao Ji's capable henchmen under Boss Long. Brother Biao is not comparable to that leopard from this morning. The leopard was just a small fry in front of Brother Biao. Today, Brother Biao brought the two of them to Lin Shiming's dinner party. Even someone of Lin Shiming's status wouldn't be qualified to invite Master Long. After receiving a bribe from Lin Shiming and drinking a few glasses of wine, Brother Biao patted his chest and took on the task of dealing with Yi Bei. "I heard that Yi Bei was also having dinner at Yipinju. Young Master Lin, I'm not bragging, but you can rest assured when you ask me for a favor you say that kid is good at fighting, but that's because your bodyguards aren't good enough." Brother Biao turned to Scarface and Baldy and said, "You two, go down and teach that Yi Bei guy a lesson. Remember to give Miss Lin and Miss Feng face and ask them to leave the private room first." When Scarface and Baldy came down and saw that Yi Bei was just a pretty boy, with a face more handsome than a woman's, and a refined and gentle demeanor, they felt that it was a waste of his talents to have him take action. They looked at Yi Bei with disdain. Upon hearing Scarface's words, Baldy chuckled and said, "Scarface, you son of a bitch, are you jealous of him? The daughters of two of Jiangqing's most powerful families are dining with him. He's got that face for a reason." Hee, of course I'm envious. Beautiful women around, this gigolo is fucking delicious. Damn, just looking at these two beauties makes my mouth water. If Brother Biao hadn't told me not to touch you, hee. This scarred guy was even worse than the bald guy. His small eyes never left Lin Mengyao's high breasts, and he grinned lewdly, drooling almost dripping onto the ground. "You two scoundrels, if you don't get out of here, I'll call some people to deal with you." Feng Xiaoyu shouted. Yi Beifeng said calmly, "Miss Lin, Xiaoyu, please go downstairs and wait for me. I'll have a good talk with them." Feng Xiaoyu and Lin Mengyao exchanged glances when they saw Yi Bei's confident and composed demeanor. "Brother Yi, I." Yi Bei raised his hand, signaling Feng Xiaoyu to stop talking. "Xiaoyu, don't you believe me? If I'm not mistaken, these two dogs must have been sent by Lin Shiming." Upon hearing Yi Bei call them dogs, the bald man rushed into the house, saying menacingly, "Ladies, if you don't leave now, don't blame us for not giving you face. You brat, how dare you call your grandpa a dog? I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs in a minute." Scarface spoke, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Mengyao, a sight that made Miss Lin feel nauseous. Having witnessed Yi Bei's skills and seeing the determination in his eyes, Feng Xiaoyu pulled Lin Mengyao outside. "Sister, let's go settle accounts with Lin Shiming. He won't let us eat properly, so we can't let him have a good time either." Having made up her mind, Feng Xiaoyu pulled Lin Mengyao upstairs. "Xiaoyu, are you really going to abandon Dr. Yi? I don't think those two are any good people." Feng Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously, "Sister, don't worry. Those two are no match for Brother Yi." "Are you sure?" Lin Mengyao followed behind Feng Xiaoyu with a hint of doubt. As soon as Feng Xiaoyu and Lin Mengyao stepped out of the private room, Scarface closed the door. Baldy, you do it. I am not interested in such a weakling. Those two beauties are making me so hot. I need to find my girlfriend to vent my anger tonight. Scarface leaned against the door, his mind already conjuring up some inappropriate images for children, grinning foolishly. Scarface, you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later, you son of a bitch, the bald man cursed. I'm willing, what's it to you? Speak, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi-Bei smiled gently, his face showing his cute dimples. Damn, is this kid some kind of naive fool? He can still laugh like this. The bald man slammed his hand on the table, making the bowls and plates on it rattle loudly. Hurry up, bald guy, I want to take another look at that big-breasted beauty from earlier. It was fucking awesome, Scarface said with a thuggish look, glancing at Yi-Bei out of the corner of his eye. Kid, we're just doing this for money. Blame it on the wrong person you messed with. Of all people to mess with, you had to mess with young Master Lin. He won't go too far. I'll just break one of your legs today. The bald man walked towards Yi-Bei as he spoke. The bald man's fist, whistling through the air, swung towards Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei remained seated in his chair without even lifting his buttocks. With a light tap of his foot on the ground, he not only slid away from the bald man's fist but also kicked him in the knee joint. Crack, the bald man's kneecap shattered with a crisp sound. The bald man felt a sharp pain in his leg, lost his balance, and slammed heavily onto the table. The table was flipped over by the bald man and landed squarely on the bald man's body. The things on the table spilled all over the floor with a crash, and the bald man fell to the ground screaming in agony. Ouch, that hurts like hell. The loud noise brought Scarface back to his senses. He hadn't even noticed that the bald man had been taken down by Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei's kick was too fast, and the bald man's body happened to block Scarface's view. Damn it, you bald bastard, are you drunk? Pour yourself out. What are you yelling for? You're such a disgrace. Scarface straightened up and walked over. Ouch, my leg, Scarface, I was tricked by that pretty boy. Move the table for me, I'm going to kill him. The bald man roared. Yi-Bei sat in the chair, looking completely unconcerned. Scarface flipped the table aside, and Baldy pushed himself up, sat up, and, clutching his broken leg, hissed in pain. Baldy, let's see how I deal with him. Scarface grabbed a chair and slammed it down on Yi-Bei with all his might, showing his ruthlessness. Yi-Bei reacted incredibly quickly. Before Scarface's chair could smash down, he had already stood up, wielding both the chair he had been sitting on and the chair Scarface was holding, and smashing them down on the ground. They got together. Boom, the two chairs collided and shattered on the ground, with half of the chair still in Yi-Bei's hand. Scarface felt as if he had been hit by a moving car. A tremendous force sent him flying backward before he crashed to the ground. Yi-Bei walked over, and the bald man stared at Yi-Bei in shock, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Scarface, clutching his chest, sat up and said, Damn it, I never knew you were so strong. You hurt us. Brother Biao will definitely not let you get away with it. So noisy. Yi-Bei used the half of the chair in his hand to hit Scarface, knocking him unconscious. Then he opened the door and walked out, closing it behind him as if nothing had happened. Just as Yi-Bei was about to go downstairs, he heard Feng Xiaoyu's voice coming from upstairs. Lin Shiming, you bastard, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? I'll make sure you never have a moment's peace. Feng Xiaoyu shouted as she pushed open the door to the private room. Among the scions of prominent families in Jiangcheng, no one can rival Feng Xiaoyu in terms of being unruly and willful. 46, Chapter 46. My life is tough. Yi-Bei's life is tough? Hearing the arguing coming from upstairs, Yi-Bei shook his head and prepared to leave. He had no interest in the quarrels between these young ladies and gentlemen. Just as he turned around, he heard Lin Shiming's vicious voice, Feng Xiaoyu, are you so angry? Is it because that pretty boy Yi-Bei was beaten so badly that he can't take care of himself? And you, Lin Mangyao, your husband is right here, and you actually went to have dinner with another man, making the Lin family lose all face. Is that pretty boy Yi-Bei really that good looking? Let me tell you, if you offend me, Lin Shiming, Yi-Bei is dead. Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei changed his mind and went upstairs. He wanted to see how Lin Shiming would deal with him. Lin Shiming, you good for nothing, it's none of your business how Feng Xiaoyu behaves. You a good for nothing bastard who does nothing all day long. Feng Xiaoyu rushed over and slapped Lin Shiming. This move always worked on her bodyguards because no one dared to resist her. However, Lin Shiming was not their family's bodyguard. Feng Xiaoyu was always arguing with him,
and he had long wanted to teach Feng Xiaoyu a lesson. Lin Shiming grabbed Feng Xiaoyu's small hand. Feng Xiaoyu, don't think I don't know your secret. You're a damn tomboy, covered in hair. Only a divorced man like Yi Bei would be so desperate as to be interested in you. Don't hit someone in the face, and don't insult someone by revealing their shortcomings. Hearing Lin Shiming reveal her secret in front of so many people, Feng Xiaoyu, feeling both ashamed and angry, lowered her head and bit Lin Shiming's hand. Hey, Feng Xiaoyu, are you a dog? You dare to bite me? Let go right now, or I'll strip you naked and let everyone have a look. When Feng Xiaoyu got angry, she bit even harder, and Lin Shiming kicked her to the ground in pain. Lin Shiming looked at his bleeding hand and said, Feng Xiaoyu, I'm going to kill you. Lin Shiming walked towards Feng Xiaoyu, intending to kick her a few more times, but Lin Mengyao blocked her way and slapped Lin Shiming across the face. Lin Shiming, you even hit women, are you even human? She is Feng Xiaoyu, is a dog. Lin Mengyao, how dare you hit me? If it weren't for your husband, young Master Zhao, I would have hit you too. Lin Shiming, as if possessed, forcefully shoved Lin Mengyao away. Feng Xiaoyu, others may fear your Feng family, but I don't you mad dog, so what if I hit you? Come on, I, Feng Xiaoyu, am not afraid of you. Feng Xiaoyu struggled to stand up, but was kicked to the ground again by Lin Shiming. Lin Mengyao tried to pull Lin Shiming away, but Zhao Xian stopped her. Lin Shiming, stop right now. Lin Mengyao pushed Zhao Xian away, and saw Lin Shiming raise his foot to step down. Just then, Yi Bei walked to the door and saw that Lin Shiming was even harassing women with a flash. He kicked Lin Shiming away. Boom! Yi Bei's kick was quite forceful. Lin Shiming clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. When he saw that the person who came was Yi Bei, his eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Brother Biao had clearly sent Baldy and Scarface down to deal with Yi Bei, so how could he be standing here unharmed? How come you're not dead? Dead. Lin Shiming looked at Yi Bei in horror. I, Yi Bei, am tough, I won't die. Yi Bei helped Feng Xiaoyu up, are you alright? I'm going to kill Lin Shiming. Feng Xiaoyu went crazy, picking up things from the table and throwing them at Lin Shiming. In no time, Lin Shiming was covered in food. Feng Xiaoyu, you crazy woman. Lin Shiming held his head in his hands. Xiaoyu, that's fine, let me handle this kind of scum. Yi Bei had long wanted to teach Lin Shiming a lesson for his repeated provocations. Lin Shiming looked at Brother Biao, a man with a fleshy face, a buzz cut, and sitting there like a small mountain, sitting at the dinner table. Brother Biao, this kid is Yi Bei, quickly deal with him. Upon hearing that the handsome man in front of him was Yi Bei, Brother Biao's leopard-like eyes sized Yi Bei up and down, his face sinister. When he saw Yi Bei come in, he thought it was some young master from another family coming to fight over a girl. Sitting next to Brother Biao was another person, Brother Biao's personal bodyguard, Chicken, who always had the same rooster comb hairstyle, dyed red. He was Brother Biao's #1 warrior, and everyone called him Brother Chicken. Without Brother Biao saying a word, Brother Chicken had already stood up. He had dark skin, a not particularly burly build, and was about 175 centimeters tall. His exposed arms had clearly defined muscle lines. Lin Shiming called out as he climbed up to Brother Biao's side. Pheasant. Brother Biao only said 2 words, and the pheasant, like a puppet, blocked Yi Bei's way. Kid, where are Baldy and Scarface? Brother Biao asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Not dead yet, Yi Bei said with a slight smile. Very good, they are my meanest. Their boss, I have to be responsible for them. I am handing Chicken over to you. Let him know that there are some people he can't afford to mess with. From Yi Bei's entrance and his actions, Brother Biao could tell that Yi Bei had some training, but that was all over the years. He had seen too many people like him, and they all eventually fell before him. He believed that the pheasant's attack would be enough to knock Yi Bei to the ground. Upon hearing Brother Biao's command, the pheasant stretched its wrists and neck, making clucking sounds. Kid, you've got some skill to take down those 2. I'll play with you for a bit. It's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me. Before Shanji could finish speaking, his fist had already thrown out. His movements were swift and his punches and kicks were skillful. Yi Bei took 2 steps back to avoid Shanji's attack. Kill him! Lin Shiming shouted when he saw Yi Bei take 2 steps back. The movements are too slow, and the strength is insufficient, Yi Bei said without changing his expression. You're asking for it.
Pheasant's punches and kicks were powerful, but Yi Bei actually said he was too slow and lacked strength. Pheasant then their second attempt at exerting force failed to even reach Yi Bei's men. Let me show you how a punch should be thrown. Yi Bei slammed his fist straight at Shanji. Boom, crack. The two men's fists collided and separated instantly. Chicken staggered back several steps, his wrist hanging limply, the bone broken. An intense pain in his hand contorted his face, but he gritted his teeth and refused to scream. Yi Bei stood still, not moving an inch. Brother Biao jumped up and defeated his strongest subordinate with a single punch, a feat rarely seen in Jiangcheng. Good lad, you've got some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Here I am, Brother Biao. If you're willing to follow me, I guarantee no one in Jiangcheng will dare to mess with you. Brother Biao's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Brother Biao, we made a promise, you'd help me deal with him. You can't go back on your word, Lin Shiming hurriedly said upon hearing Brother Biao's words. Brother Biao turned around and glared at Lin Shiming, who was so frightened he almost fell to the ground. Young Master Lin, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Kid, have you heard of Master Long? I'm Brother Biao, one of Master Long's 4 henchmen. This whole area in the east of the city is my territory. If you follow me, you'll definitely not suffer any losses. 47, Chapter 47. What a handsome father and son. Brother Biao revealed his identity to intimidate Yi Bei, but judging from Yi Bei's recent actions, Brother Biao wasn't confident of defeating Yi Bei either. Brother Biao didn't want to lose to Yi Bei. If word got out, he would lose face. I don't know anything about this Master Long, and I don't want to be someone else's henchman. If others don't provoke me, I won't easily offend them. If you want to interfere in the matter between me and Lin Shiming, that's your own business. Brother Biao had only ever seen that calm and composed aura emanating from Master Long. Brother Biao worked hard for more than 10 years to get to his current position, and Yi Bei's domineering attitude puts him in a dilemma. If he doesn't fight, it's because he's admitting defeat. If he fights and loses, his reputation will be ruined, and he'll likely find it difficult to command respect in the future. He knew Master Long's character very well. He was ruthless and vicious. If he lost face today, he would definitely lose his current position when he got back. Over the years, he has made quite a few enemies in order to get to his current position. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to take a gamble, hoping there might still be a glimmer of hope. He regretted taking on Lin Shiming's job without clarifying Yi Bei's situation. Kid, you dare to disregard Master Long? Well then, Brother Biao, will have to teach you a lesson about not being too arrogant. Brother Biao forced himself to remain calm and burst into laughter to hide his inner fear. Brother Biao is over 19 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a big belly and a face full of fat, so usually no one dares to mess with him. Just as Yi Bei and Brother Biao were about to start fighting, Ma Xiaoyuan and a man who looked about 70% like him walked in. Feng Xiaoyu, who bullied you? I'll stand up for you. Seeing Feng Xiaoyu's disheveled hair and angry expression, Ma Xiaoyuan said ingratiatingly, whoever bullied my woman, I'll never forgive them. But when his father, Ma Dayuan, saw Brother Biao, he broke out in a cold sweat. This was one of Master Long's men, and he couldn't afford to offend him, nor did he dare to. Ma Dayuan smiled broadly. Brother Biao, who are you angry with? I've already sent Baldy and Scarface to the hospital. Please give me, Ma Dayuan, some face and don't take it to heart. I'll cover all the losses in medical expenses today. Ma Dayuan, I came here to eat because I was giving you face. I was having a nice meal when he came and caused trouble. What do you suggest we do about it? Brother Biao can't control Yi Bei, but he can keep Ma Dayuan in check. Ma Dayuan's success in Jiangcheng is entirely due to his smooth and tactful nature. He can't afford to offend anyone, otherwise his restaurant business would collapse. When he came in, he glanced around and already had a general idea of the identities of everyone except Yi Bei. Yi Bei was a new face. If he dared to mess with Brother Biao, he must be no ordinary person. Thinking of this, Ma Dayuan turned his head and saw his son licking Feng Xiaoyu. He shouted, Ma Xiaoyuan, get over here and apologize to Brother Biao. I told you to watch the shop and not let anyone cause trouble, but you've been doing nothing all day, ruining Brother Biao's mood. Ma Xiaoyuan was a shrewd person from a young age. As soon as he heard his father's words, he knew that Ma Dayuan wanted to joke around and get rid of today's matter. As long as nothing happened in their store, everything was fine. These people were not people that the Ma family could afford to offend. Dad, someone is bullying your future daughter-in-law, and you're not going to do anything about it? As Ma Xiaoyuan spoke, he walked over and said, Brother Biao, please be magnanimous and forgive them. Forgive me too for not taking good care of them. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin?
Ma Xiaoyuan was even better at causing trouble than his father. He bypassed Brother Biao and walked up to Lin Shiming. It really is, young Master Lin, what are you up to? Why did you get yourself into this state? Come, I'll take you to change your clothes, don't worry about this. Lin Shiming was afraid of Yi Bei, seeing that even Brother Biao was helpless. He wanted to slip away, so he let Ma Xiaoyuan help him out of the private room. Seeing how capable his son was, Ma Daiyuan gave him a thumbs up in his heart, and then apologized to everyone present one by one. Miss Feng, don't listen to my son's nonsense, I'll teach him a lesson for you later. Miss Lin, you're here too. And Mr. Zhao as well. It's truly an honor for our humble shop that so many people from Jiangcheng are here today. Take this card, and you'll get 20% off everything you do here in the future. Ma Daiyuan stuffed cards into their hands and came up to Yi Bei. Hey, this handsome guy is really good looking. You're not a big star, are you? After the Ma family father and son pulled this stunt, the fight really won't happen. Seeing that Lin Shiming had left, Brother Biao took the opportunity to step down the steps. Ma Daiyuan. Brother Biao glared at Yi Bei. Kid, don't be too arrogant in Jiangcheng, I'll remember this debt. Ma Daiyuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Brother Biao leave. My little darlings, how dare you mess with everyone? Brother Biao is one of Master Long's men, and his word is law in Jiangcheng. Let's just let this go today, but from now on, listen to your uncle and stay away from those people. Yi Bei examined Feng Xiaoyu and found that it was just a superficial injury and nothing serious. After dropping Feng Xiaoyu off at home, Yi Bei went straight back to his hotel. The next day, Yi Bei got up early, but still did not receive any messages or calls from Yi Wushang. He called Yi Wushang again last night, but Yi Wushang's phone was switched off. Yi Bei had a feeling that something might have happened to Yi Wushang, and a cloud of worry settled over his heart. However, the thought of seeing his master Wu Wei today cheered Yi Bei up. He arrived at the airport very early. It's been 3 years since he married Su Qing and he hasn't seen Wu Wei. Wu Wei always seemed very busy. It was unclear whether he was chasing girls, doing serious business, or both. If there are any relatives left in this world, Wu Wei is One, and Yi Wushang can also be counted as one. Yi Bei waited for more than 2 hours before he saw a familiar figure come out. Wu Wei hasn't changed at all since Yi Bei first met him. It's as if time has forgotten Wu Wei. With thick, jet-black hair, a handsome face with well-defined features, and deep, piercing eyes, Wu Wei exuded a dignified and dashing presence. His well-tailored casual suit made the robust Wu Wei appear energetic and full of charm. This is not an old man at all, he is clearly a middle-aged man who was like a gentleman. Yi Bei once asked Wu Wei about his age, and he remembered Wu Wei saying, "You brat, when I was born, men still wore queues." Yi Bei rushed over and gave Wu Wei a big hug. Old fox, you're still fucking sly. A charming middle-aged man plus an incredibly handsome Yi Bei. Many women passing by couldn't help but glance at them, saying, what a handsome father and son. 48, Chapter 48. You can stay in Jiangcheng for now. Wu Wei's sharp eyes softened when he looked at Yi Bei, like a father seeing his child. You brat, you're all grown up, but you're still like a child. I was originally going to go back to the headquarters of the Temple of Medicine first, but I know you just got divorced and you must be in a bad mood, so I came to see you first and have something to tell you. Yi Bei released Wu Wei and took the luggage from his hands. Divorce is like suddenly letting go of something that was very important to may want to hold on to it, but I find that it's not as important as I thought. But if I say it's not important, I feel empty, then I feel very confused. I am a little conflicted and a little reluctant. Yi Bei's voice was very soft, and his heart ached as he spoke these words. You brat, it's over when you can talk about this without feeling hurt. Anna Marie, it's only been a few days, how can you let it go so quickly? After all, you're a responsible kid, otherwise you wouldn't have made a special trip to Luoshui City back then, and none of this would have happened. Forget it, it's all in the past. Wu Wei knew Yi Bei quite well, knowing that he was the kind of person who would always repay kindness. Master, how do you manage to have relationships with so many wives at the same time? You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Is your master that kind of person? Wu Wei raised his hand and gently patted Yi Bei's head. Yi Bei stopped and looked at Wu Wei seriously. Yes, master, with your appearance, women would automatically come to you just by standing there. You brat, are you asking for a beating? As soon as Wu Wei finished speaking, a beautiful woman walked over from behind him.
She looked to be in her 30s, with fair skin, a beautiful figure, and a curvaceous body. Even the way she walked was alluring. Brother Fong, what a coincidence! The woman walked up to Wu Wei with a charming smile. Yi Bei chuckled inwardly, thinking, this pickup line is so old-fashioned. Some people still use this tactic, thinking that they'll definitely apologize and say they mistook someone for someone else in a moment. Wu Wei glanced at the woman with great composure, and the woman immediately put on a shy expression. Brother, I'm so sorry, I mistook you for someone else. I am sorry, my name is Li Yan, I don't know how to address you, brother. My name is Wu Wei, it's a pleasure to meet you, but I must go now, Wu Wei said very politely. As soon as Wu Wei and Yi Bei left, they heard the woman's voice behind them. TCH, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You brat, didn't you see her coming over a while ago? Hee, it's so big everywhere, isn't that exactly the type you like, master? Yi Bei blinked and smiled mischievously. If you dare to joke with your master, it proves you're alright. I was worried about you for nothing. If I had known, I would have gone back to the medical god temple headquarters as planned and made you come looking for me. You brat, come on, let me take you somewhere first. Where to? You'll know when you get there. Wu Wei kept Yi Bei in suspense and took a taxi directly to Jiangcheng Central Hospital. Traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Master, you don't have any friends at the hospital, do you? Wu Wei smiled and said, come with me. Wu Wei led Yi Bei towards a small, somewhat historic building opposite the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, a building that stood out starkly against the surrounding modern high-rises. Wu Wei walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Before long, an elderly man with a full head of white hair, a hunched back, and wearing an old-fashioned robe opened the door. Chen Pai, are you alright? The old man raised his cloudy eyes and looked at Wu Wei with surprise and joy, his voice filled with delight. Palace Master, you've arrived, please come in. The old man, known as Chinpi, respectfully stepped aside to let Wu Wei and Yi Bei go in first. He is my last disciple. You beats time to put the Jishitang sign back up here, Wu Wei said after sitting down. That's wonderful, I never thought I'd see the Jishitang sign up again, young master. I'll get everything ready for you as soon as possible. Chen Pai's eyes gleamed with excitement. You brat, you can stay in Jiangcheng for now. This used to be a branch of our medical god hall. From now on, you will be in charge of the affairs of Jiangcheng and reopen the Jiangcheng branch. Master, I want to go back with you. I can't get in touch with my eldest sister, and I'm worried about her. Yi Beijing didn't want to stay in Jiangcheng, nor did he want to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic here. Your senior sister is fine. Now is not the time for you to go back with your seniority. Those old guys won't easily acknowledge you. Once I've dealt with some things, then it will be time for you to go back. Wu Wei turned to Chen Pai and said, Chen Pai, go and prepare a room. I'll be staying here tonight. Alright, I'll go prepare a room for the palace master right away. Yi Bei noticed that Chen Pai's hands and feet were very nimble, which did not match his appearance at all, so he must be a master. Master, you can let me stay, but there's a traditional Chinese medicine hospital right across the street. Who would come here to see a doctor if we opened a TCM clinic right in front of the hospital? Yi Bei was like a child in front of Wu Wei. There are plenty of patients that hospitals can't cure these days. Are you worried about not having patients, or do you lack confidence in your medical skills? Wu Wei sighed and continued, our Jishitang is a century-old establishment. If it weren't for the lack of talent in our medical god hall over the years, this shop wouldn't have closed down. The decor here is a bit dated. If you don't like it, you can have it redone. Wu Wei could tell that Yi Bei didn't seem to want to stay. You brat, show me the jade pendant. Wu Wei took the jade pendant from Yi Bei and stared at it for a long time with half-closed eyes. Bring over your original piece as well. Wu carefully put the two pieces of jade together. They are indeed a pair. Master, didn't you say before that this was related to my background? Yi Bei saw Wu Wei. His gaze remained fixed on the pair of jade pendants. Yes, when I found you, this jade pendant was hanging around your neck, so it must be related to your background. Wu Wei withdrew his gaze, his eyes half-closed, his brows slightly furrowed. Yi Bei could tell from his master's expression that he was thinking. This was how Wu Wei looked when he was contemplating. Yi Bei was taken aback when he heard Wu Wei call his name. Wu Wei rarely called him by his name. Most of the time, he called him brat. I gave you this name as for your original surname and given name. I really don't know. I found you in Jiangqing. I think there must be people and things here that are related to your background. Wu Wei stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked out the window. This was the first time Wu Wei had told Yi Bei this in all these years. Yi Bei finally understood why Wu Wei had left him here. If he wanted to find out about his background, he had to start his investigation from here. Chen Pai has been in Jiangqing for many years. I believe he knows a lot about what's going on in Jiangqing. You can ask him if you have any questions. 49, Chapter 49 Wu Wei's Worries. Go to the hotel and bring your things over. Chen Pai's cooking is quite extraordinary. Have a few drinks with master tonight. I also have something to tell you. Yi Bei knew that the old fox had planned all of this long ago, so he didn't say anything more. Despite his aged appearance, Chen Pai's cooking is actually quite delicious, definitely at a master level. It's a few very simple homestyle dishes: mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, boiled fish, a vegetarian dish, and a soup. Every dish is made to look, smell, and taste delicious. Chen Pai, you're familiar with Jiangchang, so please take care of Yi Bei in the future. Your Highness, I know what to do without you saying anything. It's been many years since I've eaten or drunk with you here. Let me toast you. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Chen Pai drank the wine and said, Young master, if I ever do anything wrong in the future, please point it out to me. Just call me Yi Bei, Mr. Chen. You don't need to be so polite with me. When Chen Pai heard Yi Bei call him Old Chen, he quickly replied, Just call me Old Chen, that's fine. Chen Pai slept on the first floor at night, while Yi Bei and Wu Wei lived on the third floor. You brat, I'm sure you can tell that Chen Pai is a master. Yi Bei didn't know why Wu Wei wanted to tell him this. The people from the Ghost Palace have started to come out again recently, which is why I'm not letting you go back with Chen Pai with you. Your safety shouldn't be a problem. The Ghost Temple, haven't those people been absent for many years? Yi Bei had heard of this organization when he was at the headquarters of the Temple of Medicine. The Ghost Palace and our Medical God Palace have been fighting for hundreds of years. The grudges between them are too complicated to explain. Be careful when you go out recently. Yes, I'll be careful. Also, the pair of jade pendants you're wearing reminds me of something that happened 20 years ago, something that caused quite a stir back then. Yi Bei picked up where Wu Wei left off, saying, Master isn't referring to the Zhou Mountain treasure from 20 years ago, is he? Wu Wei was somewhat surprised to hear Yi Bei mention this. How did you know? Yi Bei then recounted the story of Master Feng. Master Feng, it seems there are still many people who haven't given up on the Zhou Mountain treasure. I now think it might have been a mistake for me to let you bid on this jade pendant. Why? Do you think the Wang family in the capital are? Do you think they wouldn't know the secret behind this jade pendant? Why would they put such a jade pendant up for auction so ostentatiously? If I'm not mistaken, this thing must have appeared at auctions more than once. Master, you guessed right. Fang Jinnan said that the Wang family has been putting this jade pendant up for auction in recent years, and then buying it back themselves. Wu Wei realized he had been reckless. You brat, this jade pendant could become a hot potato. You absolutely mustn't let outsiders know about the dragon pendant you have, or you'll be in even more trouble. I understand, but I can't figure out how my background could be related to the Zhou Mountain treasure. After hearing what Master Feng said that day, Yi Bei had many more doubts in his mind. I once heard a rumor that the dragon and phoenix jade pendant that came out of Zhou Mountain was the key to unlocking the Zhou Mountain treasure. I don't know if this rumor is true. Wu Wei cautioned, I suspect the Wang family now likely considers you an insider. Master, do you think my background might be related to the Wang family? Yi Bei's handsome face was now very serious. I can't say for sure. Although the Wang family is not weak, our medical god hall doesn't take them seriously yet. Be careful during this time. And I will also tell Chen Pai to pay more attention. Wu Wei's biggest worry right now is Yi Bei's safety. On the other hand, this might not be a bad thing. We can follow the clues released by the Wang family and maybe find out about your background, Wu Wei said slowly after thinking for a while. Master is right. Then I will remain still and see if the Wang family will take any action. Yes, I will also use my resources to help you investigate the Wang family and see where the jade pendant came from. Wu Wei and Yi Bei talked until very late that night. When Yi Bei returned to his room and turned on his phone again, he found a message from Yi Wushang. Xiao Bei, are you missing your sister? Don't be sad, it's okay if you're divorced. Our Xiao Bei is so good, why would he be afraid of not having a wife? Leaving our Xiao Bei is her loss. Okay, sister is going to get her beauty sleep now. The next day, Wu Wei left Jiangcheng. Yi Bei didn't know how he got the dried tangerine peel, but in just 2 days he had everything ready for opening the clinic. Young master, everything is ready, and all the formalities have been completed. When would you like to set the opening date? Didn't I tell you not to call me young master? Today is the 25th, so let's set it for the 1st of next month and start all over again. Young master, I understand. From now on, I will call you young master when no one is around, and I will call you by your name when others are around. Qin Pai was a stubborn person, so Yi Bei just let him be. The plaque of Jishitang looks very old, and the large, gilded characters are vigorous and powerful, clearly the work of a famous calligrapher. Feng Xiaoyu hadn't seen Yi Bei for 2 days and had been calling him non-stop. Now that the matter of opening a clinic in Jiangcheng had been decided, Yi Bei didn't hide it from Feng Xiaoyu and told her the address. Feng Xiaoyu appeared in front of Yi Bei half an hour later. Brother Yi, why did you choose to open a clinic right in front of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? Should I find you another place? Feng Xiaoyu saw that everything in the clinic was ready. It's good to open here, at least there's no shortage of patients. I specialize in treating diseases that hospitals can't cure, Yi Bei said half-jokingly. Brother Yi, you're going to drive all those doctors at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital crazy. If word gets out, they'll probably all be coming to you for help. If people come to see a doctor, won't the hospital have to close down? Yi Bei had never really thought about the question Feng Xiaoyu raised. Brother Yi, can you take a look at me? I feel like the hair on my hands and feet has decreased. Can you help me with acupuncture treatment again? Feng Xiaoyu pulled up her sleeves and trouser legs to show Yi Bei that in less than a week, the hair on her hands and feet had already begun to decrease significantly. Yi Bei took Feng Xiaoyu's pulse. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I'll revise your prescription in a bit, and you can come back for acupuncture treatment in a couple of days. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Brother Yi, when do you plan to officially open here? Feng Xiaoyu had completely trusted Yi Bei. The 1st of next month. I'll have someone come and support you then. Yi Bei thought Feng Xiaoyu was just saying it. He just wanted to open his business quietly and didn't want to be too ostentatious. He believed in the saying that good wine needs no bush. However, Chapter 50 Opening of Jishitang. Yi Bei is a very serious person. Before opening the business, Yi Bei carefully inspected the Chinese medicinal herbs on the medicine cabinet and found that the dried tangerine peel of each herb was processed very well, and the quality of this batch of herbs was quite good. Old Chen, these medicinal herbs are of very good quality. It's really not easy for you to have gathered them all in Jiangcheng in such a short time. Qin Pai diligently wiped the counter, saying, how could I possibly have that ability? These are all medicinal herbs sent over by the palace master. He really is a cunning old fox. He arranged everything beforehand without telling me, Yi Bei muttered to himself. Old Chen, you seem to know this medicine very well. You've taken great care in storing it. Yi Bei noticed that the easily weathered Glauber's salt and the volatile Borneol, which required airtight storage, were placed in sealed glass bottles, along with the dried tangerine peel. Sichuan peppercorns are placed in the storage areas of some animal-based medicinal materials with a fishy smell, such as deer antler and earthworm, to prevent them from being infested by insects and spoiling. Furthermore, when Alisma plantago-aquatica and Paeonia subfruticosa are placed together, Alisma plantago-aquatica is less susceptible to insect infestation, and Paeonia subfruticosa is less likely to spoil. These details show that Qin Pai has a deep understanding of these medicinal herbs. When Qin Pai heard Yi Bei praise him, the wrinkles between his eyebrows furrowed, and he happily laughed. I learned all of this from the palace master when the palace master was still the resident doctor. He taught me a lot. Yi Bei had no idea that Wu Wei had once been a resident doctor. After he followed Wu Wei, he and Wu Wei had seen some patients, but those patients were all people of status. Old Chen, could you tell me about my master's past? He rarely talks about his past. Is there anything interesting about it? Young master, if we were to talk about the palace master's affairs, we could go on for 3 days and 3 nights without finishing. I remember one time in the middle of the night, someone knocked on the door asking to make a house call. At that time, amidst the chaos of war, other doctors dared not make house calls, but the palace master, without a word, picked up his medicine chest and left. I remember once a blacksmith's wife was having a difficult childbirth, and the midwife was frantic. Luckily, the temple master arrived, otherwise it would have been a tragedy for both mother and child. Qin Pai became lost in his memories and told Yi Bei a lot about Wu Wei's youth. Yi Bei listened quietly.
As Chen Pai was talking, he looked up and said, "Oh dear, it's so late, I am going to cook something, I'll tell you more later. Weary opening tomorrow, should I go buy some firecrackers to set off?" "No need, just hang up the plaque for Jishitang tomorrow morning, I don't want to be too ostentatious." "Alright, I'll do as you say, young master." Chen Pai turned and walked towards the kitchen. The next day, when Yi Bei got up, Chen Pai had already hung up the Jishitang signboard and opened the door. Yi Bei stretched and sat there were no patients around. He picked up a yellowed ancient book and started reading. Around 9 a.m., one luxury car after another drove into the street and parked from one end of the street to the other. A lion dance troupe arrived at the entrance of Jishitang, accompanied by gongs and drums. Feng Linfeng led Feng Xiaoyu out of the first car, followed by Lin Mengyao and Lin Charan. Even Ma Xiaoyuan and Ma Dayuan were called over by Feng Xiaoyu. Almost half of the prominent people in Jiangcheng came, and Yi Bei didn't recognize many of them. Feng Xiaoyu had already made arrangements, and firecrackers and cannons were set off simultaneously. In no time, half of Jiangcheng knew that something exciting was happening at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Yi Bei came out after hearing the commotion and was somewhat amused and exasperated. He originally just wanted to open for business quietly, but when he saw Feng Xiaoyu, he realized that all of this was done by Feng Xiaoyu. "Dry, congratulations, I wish you a prosperous business and abundant wealth." "Congratulations, Dry." Before long, the entrance to Jishitang was filled with flowers and various congratulatory gifts. The small Jishitang was packed with people. The street was crowded with onlookers, many of whom assumed that Jishitang was a medicine shop when they saw the three characters. Many people laughed when they learned it was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. "I wonder which rich kid opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic right across from the hospital. He really knows how to do that. These rich kids, their entourage is really something else. I think this person is crazy who opens a clinic right across from a hospital. How can they expect to have patients there? I don't see any patients. 80% of the people who run this clinic are mentally ill. Didn't you see all these luxury cars? They're rich, they're just having fun." "That's true. Who would dare to go to a clinic run by a rich young master like that? Wouldn't that be suicide?" Even many doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital came out to see what was going on when they heard about it. "That's really strange, opening a clinic right in front of our hospital. I bet he'll be out of business in less than a month." "A month? You're giving him way too much credit. I doubt he'll even last half a month." Everyone posted on their WeChat moments, mostly mocking and sarcastic comments, making all sorts of jokes and teasing, but it did make Yi Bei's clinic famous throughout Jiangcheng. Yi Bei, who wanted to keep quiet, was forced to flood Jiangcheng's social media feed. What Yi Bei didn't expect was that Feng Xiaolong also came. Upon seeing Feng Xiaolong, Yi Bei knew that his every move in Jiangcheng had not escaped the Feng family's watchful eyes. "Brother Xiaolong, what brings you here?" "Brother Yi Bei, how could I not come to your opening? Your miraculous healing skills will surely make you famous throughout Jiangcheng. Congratulations." With Feng Xiaolong's arrival, the members of these prominent families in Jiangcheng had to step aside. "Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the opening of Brother Ye's Jishitang, I have set up a banquet at the Sihai restaurant, which is not far ahead. Please come over there in a moment." Feng Xiaolong even prepared a banquet. He really went all out. Yi Bei's face may be disregarded, but no wealthy family in Jiangcheng dares to disrespect Feng Xiaolong. Some were originally intended for the Feng or Lin family's Zikai arrived, thinking that the people who were just going through the motions would see Feng Xiaolong and feel that this trip hadn't been in vain. At least they had flattered the Feng family. Just as everyone was celebrating, someone suddenly shouted, make way, is there a doctor here? Help!" Two young men were seen helping a blood-covered man through the crowd, and everyone quickly moved aside. Blood dripped from the man's body onto the ground, and the man appeared to be on the verge of death. Shouldn't a patient like this be sent to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital across the street? Isn't sending him here just waiting to die? Yes, that's terrifying. Covered in blood, could he be dead? Feng Xiaolong's bodyguard stopped the three people who were about to enter. "Stop, take this person to the hospital across the street. This isn't the place to treat and save lives, is it? Doctor, please save someone." One of them shouted. Yi Bei frowned when he saw the patient. He felt there was something fishy about the patient's arrival.
Logically, such a patient should be called for an ambulance or sent to a major hospital immediately. Why are they being sent here? What does that mean? 51, Chapter 51 The Grand Opening Gift from Lin Shiming. Fong Xiaolong naturally noticed something was wrong. The hospital was right across the street, and now they were sending a bloodied person to Yi Bei's place. It was clear that someone was trying to cause trouble. Yi Bei was also aware that someone was giving him a gift, and this gift was quite generous. If this person dies in his clinic, his newly opened clinic will probably have to close down. Let's send this person to the hospital across the street. Fong Xiaolong looked at Yi Bei, who was walking over. Feng Xiaoyu and Lin Mengyao immediately turned their heads away, unable to look. Feng Linfeng and the others also said, let's send Dr. Yi to the hospital across the street. Yi Bei walked over and took a look. The man was still alive, his body was still twitching, but he had already passed out due to excessive blood loss. The person's injuries were quite serious. Although it wasn't far to the hospital, the ordeal might cause him to die. Quickly, carry him in and put him on the bed. Yi Bei remained very calm. He had seen many patients in even worse condition than this. The onlookers started talking again when they saw Yi Bei take in the seriously injured patient. They really dared to accept patients like that? Aren't they afraid of someone dying in the clinic? Could this be an act? Is that blood just dog blood used in a play? Old Chen, bring the toolbox over here. Yi Bei said to Chen Pai before entering the consultation room. Yi Bei quickly took the man's pulse, and while doing so, he asked the person who brought the injured man there. This is a knife wound. The person who did this was ruthless. Who are you to him? We didn't know him. We saw him lying on the ground when we passed by. Why didn't you send it to the hospital across the street, but instead sent it to me? Yi Bei continued to ask. Some people said there was a miracle doctor here, so we brought him here. This is clearly a pre-prepared excuse. How could someone who doesn't know you dare to send such a seriously injured person to him instead of to the hospital? Even a ghost wouldn't believe such a reason. I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise none of you will be able to leave. Yi Bei's sharp gaze swept across the two faces, and they were clearly flustered. That's none of our business. After they finished speaking, the two tried to rush out the door. At this moment, Chen Pai walked in carrying a toolbox, which contained a complete set of traditional Chinese medicine surgical instruments. Traditional Chinese medicine surgery has a long history and is recorded in many documents. Hua Tuo is recognized as the founder of traditional Chinese medicine surgery. Hua Tuo invented mefizin, which is the world's earliest anesthetic. Ancient books record that patients who take mefizin, a type of anesthetic, with wine can open up their abdomen and back and remove the lumps, which means opening up the abdomen and removing the lumps. So don't think that only Western doctors can perform surgery. How could Yi Bei, as a descendant of the Temple of Medicine, not know how to do it? Old Chen left them behind. Yi Bei took the toolbox and began to quickly treat the injured author. The two men, seeing an old man blocking their way, revealed their menacing nature. Old man, I advise you to get out of the way. We brought the person here out of kindness, we didn't kill him. Yes, move aside, we don't want any trouble. Yi Bei was focused on treating the injured, and he felt very reassured leaving these two people in the care of Chen Pai. Speak, who gave you permission to bring people here? A cold glint flashed in Chen Pai's previously lifeless eyes. We've already said we're doing a good deed, old man. If you don't move aside, don't blame us brothers for being impolite. I think you'll all behave when the police arrive. The dried tangerine peel stood there, motionless. The two men exchanged a glance, their faces hardening. Get out of the way right now, or you'll regret it. Brother, don't waste your breath on him. If he dies, we'll have even more trouble explaining ourselves. The two men reached out to push Chen Pai away, but before their hands could even touch him, Chen Pai had already grabbed them. Chen Pai's two wrinkled hands gripped him tightly. The two men tried to pull away, but found they couldn't. They were shocked, realizing they had encountered a master. If you tell me, I'll let you go. Chen Pai spoke coldly in a hoarse voice. Really, we didn't kill this persona Van stopped in front of us just now, and someone gave each of us 2,000 yuan to take this person here. That's what happened. Yi Bei didn't even look up when he heard this. Let them go, you won't get anything out of them. As soon as Chen Pai loosened his grip, the two realized there was a bluish-purple mark on their hands where Chen Pai had been holding them, and hurriedly pushed open the door and ran away.
Young master, this man won't die, will he?
He won't die, he's just lost too much blood. IDE already treated his wounds. Bring me the silver needles, I'll wake him up and ask him what happened.
Yi Bei's debridement and suturing techniques are very skillful and quick.
Stimulated by the silver needles, the injured young man slowly opened his eyes.
Where am I? Am I dead? You're not dead. I am asking you, who hacked you like this?
I don't know either. I was walking along the riverbank when someone knocked me unconscious from behind. I don't know what happened after that. The man spoke with some difficulty.
Yi Bei became even more certain that someone was behind this.
At this moment, in a clubhouse in Jiangchang, Lin Shiming was listening to a report from his subordinates. Young master, everything has been done as you said. The first gift has been delivered. We just picked an unlucky guy. Even if he doesn't die, we won't know who did it. Very well, keep sending me the second and third gifts. I don't believe he can cure them all. Just let one person die in his clinic, and then let's see if he still dares to call himself a miracle doctor. He. Lin Shiming let out a strange laugh. Before Yi Bei had finished packing up the surgical instruments, he heard someone shouting outside again. Is there a doctor here? Help! This person has been hit by a car at the intersection and will die if we don't help him soon. Fang Xiaolong and Feng Linfeng, who were waiting outside, saw another one arrive. They wondered if the one who had just gone in had survived.
Fang Xiaolong shouted, damn it, get him to the hospital across the street right now.
But those who brought people here suddenly abandoned them and ran away.
Grab him, don't let him get away.
Fang Xiaolong said to his men, and his bodyguards immediately chased after them.
Seeing Yi Bei come out, Feng Linfeng asked anxiously, Brother Yi, did you rescue him? Another one has come, I wonder if he's dead or not? It's all fine now.
Yi Bei strode to the door and saw that this one was in even worse shape than the previous one. He had at least multiple fractures all over his body and was barely clinging to life. I've already sent people to chase after the bastard who brought them here. I'll definitely find out the truth about this.
Now everyone can see that someone is targeting Yi Bei.
Old Chen, get the tools ready, this person needs surgery immediately. Yi Bei carried the injured person into another treatment room. Chen Pai moved swiftly, seemingly quite familiar with treating such injuries.
52, Chapter 52. Doctor, help! My wife is going into labor. The originally joyous scene was ruined by the two bloodied and injured people, and everyone's smiles disappeared.
Those who came to celebrate saw that Fang Xiaolong was still there, and they were now caught in a dilemma, whether to leave or stay.
Nobody wants to get into this mess.
The business was supposed to be opening peacefully when two inexplicable patients arrived. Everyone could tell there was something wrong, and they were all whispering among themselves.
These two patients' arrival is suspicious. Could it be that Dry has offended someone? Yes, if something unexpected happens, how will Dry keep his clinic running?
Feng Linfeng went outside and gave a few instructions to one of his bodyguards, who then turned and left.
Dad, is someone targeting Brother Yi? Could it be that bastard Lin Shiming? Or maybe it's that brother Biao Feng. Xiaoyu asked Feng Linfeng in a low voice.
Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense before the matter is investigated clearly. Feng Linfeng interrupted Feng Xiaoyu with a serious expression on his rugged face. Fang Xiaolong kept glancing outside, waiting for his bodyguards to bring back the man who had run away. His bodyguards are all top-notch fighters, and the fact that they haven't brought the person back after so long means that person is no ordinary individual. Knowing that the Feng family was behind Yi Bei, and that Fang Xiaolong was also there, he still dared to do this.
This shows a complete disregard for the Feng family to Fang Xiaolong. This is a provocation and a slap in the face. Fang Xiaolong was furious. Fang Ping, go and find the person behind this. Fang Ping waved his hand and left with the two men. Young Master Feng, do you think we should have everyone sit down at the Sihai restaurant first? Feng Linfeng walked to Fang Xiaolong's side. Good. Good. Fang Xiaolong only said one word.
Just as those people were about to leave, a taxi pulled up on the side of the road. A man got out of the car. Doctor, please help, my wife is about to give birth. Instead of going to the hospital across the street, the man rushed into Jishitang and shouted loudly. Damn it, there's a hospital right across the street. Your wife is about to give birth. Why aren't you going to the hospital? What are you doing here? Feng Linfeng glared and stood in front of the man. The man knelt down on the ground with a thud. Sir, it wasn't my idea to come, but if I didn't come, someone would kill my whole family. Please save my wife, her water broke, and if we don't save her now, it will be too late. The man wept and begged, kowtowing repeatedly. This is so inhumane. Who told you to send someone here? Feng Xiaoyu asked. I don't know that person. Those people are really fierce. I really don't know who they are. Please save my wife and children. What do we do now? Dr. Yi is still inside, and we don't know how the person who was in the car accident is doing. Feng Xiaoyu stamped her feet anxiously. That's right, who did this, so utterly depraved? Aren't they afraid of retribution? This is outrageous. This is driving someone to their death. Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't know what was going on inside Yi Bei's place either. Please, is there a doctor? Please save my wife and child. The man screamed pitifully. Young Master Long, the woman in the car is bleeding from between her legs and is unconscious. What should we do? Feng Linfeng went to the car and saw that the woman had already fainted. The taxi driver was also terrified and didn't know what to do. If this person died in his car would be ruined. The driver rushed in. Which one of you is the doctor? Get her out of the car first. We can't let her die in my car. If she dies in my car, no one will dare to ride in my car anymore. I rely on this car to make a living. Today is really bad luck. But no one dared to make a move. She was a pregnant woman who was already bleeding heavily, and it could mean the loss of 2 lives. Everyone in the room looked at each other in dismay. Everyone looked at Feng Xiaolong, but Feng Xiaolong was helpless. He dared not make a decision lightly on matters of life and death. The onlookers outside were thrown into chaos at this point. Go to the hospital and call a doctor quickly. This is terrible. The car was covered in blood. Could that woman have died in the car? Oh my God, this is a double tragedy. Inside the room, Yi Bei's technique was not only fast, but also incredibly skillful. Wu Wei had a very high opinion of Yi Bei's surgical talent, once saying, in the world today, no one can surpass him in surgery. Thanks to Yi Bei's rescue efforts, the car accident victim's condition has stabilized. At least he won't die. With Chen Pai's assistance, the injured person's fractures are being repositioned. Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Bei said, Old Chen, I'll leave this to you. I'll go take a look. Young master, don't worry, I can handle this little task. Chen Pai still has that much confidence. Yi Bei pushed open the door and went out. After figuring out what had happened, Yi Bei's heart sank. The person targeting him is truly vicious. They're capable of such a heinous act. Inside the club, Lin Shiming was watching the video on his phone, grinning maliciously. Yi Bei, you dare to mess with me? I'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangqing anymore, and I'll make you famous throughout Jiangqing on your very first day of business. Hee. Young master, he's doomed this time. If the woman in the car dies, it will be 2 lives lost. Young master, look, everyone on WeChat Moments is talking about how people died right after Jishitang opened. Seeing that his master was happy, the sycophants around Lin Shiming also flattered him. Someone ran to the hospital to call for a doctor, but when the doctors heard that the person was about to die, none of them dared to go. You need to ask the patient's family to bring them to our hospital so we can treat them. If they don't bring them, it will be difficult to explain when we go. Doctor-patient relationships are so complicated these days. Please understand, we really have no other choice. Yi Bei remained calm and composed. After examining the pregnant woman, he turned back to the clinic and retrieved the equipment. Are you a doctor? How is my wife? The man looked pitifully at the handsome young man who was even younger than him, his heart pounding. This doctor didn't seem reliable at all. Oh no. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. Yi Bei didn't have time to pay attention to the man. Brother Xiaolong, don't let the onlookers get close to the taxi. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he walked to the taxi and laid the pregnant woman flat on the seat. Is this a delivery in the car? This doctor is quite handsome. I wonder if his medical skills are as good as his looks. If being handsome could cure an illness, it would be curing a woman's lovesickness. I wonder if those 2 people who went in earlier are still alive. Many people saw the post on social media and rushed over, and the road in front of Jishitang was already packed with people. Everyone was praying for the pregnant woman and child on the bus, hoping that both of them would be safe and sound. When those people heard that the delivery would take place in the car, they all instinctively backed away. 53, Chapter 53, Handsome man, handsome medical skills, amazing. The woman woman's husband practically crawled from the house to the car. He knelt there, kowtowing repeatedly, muttering, "Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, please have mercy and protect my wife and children so they can be safe and sound." Everyone was on tenterhooks. Although they all hoped that the adults and children would be safe, many people were still not optimistic about Yi Bei. Feng Xiaoyu clenched her hands tightly together in anxiety. "You have to be alright. Xiaoyu, don't worry too much. Dr. Yi will definitely save her," Lin Mengyao comforted her. Yi Bei used acupuncture stimulation to forcibly awaken the woman in labor. The new mother opened her eyes and found herself in a taxi, with a young and handsome face looking at her. "I'm a doctor now. As long as you listen to me, neither you nor your child will be in any danger. Do you understand? Please nod." Yi Bei's calmness made the expectant mother less anxious. "Okay, I'll listen to you," the new mother said weakly, nodding. Yi Bei focused intently on inserting a silver needle into the Higu acupoint at the base of the thumb of the new mother. The Higu acupoint has the functions of clearing the meridians, promoting qi circulation, and relieving pain. It also has the effect of inducing labor during childbirth, which can help the cervix open and shorten the delivery time. Although Yi Bei's surgical skills are superb, the current conditions do not allow for a cesarean section. Yi Bei has already checked the pulse, and the mother's body is already very weak due to blood loss. All he can do now is help the mother give birth through manual techniques and acupuncture stimulation. Yi Bei has stopped the bleeding with silver needles. Although Yi Bei was a highly skilled doctor, this was his first time delivering a baby, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Theory and practice are two completely different things. Just as Yi Bei was nervously delivering the baby, Feng Xiaolong's bodyguards finally brought back the person who had abandoned the car accident victim and run away. This man was tall and burly, with great strength, triangular eyes, and a flat nose. His face was covered in bruises and swelling. "Tell me, why did you run just now? Did you hit him?" Feng Xiaolong asked, sitting in a chair. "I saw there were many of you, and I was afraid you would hit me, so I ran away. I didn't hit the person. I already said that I saw it when I was passing by and brought the person here." The man with the triangular eyes didn't intend to tell the truth. "Then why didn't you send him to the hospital across the street, but instead brought him here?" Feng Xiaolong asked unhurriedly, as he had plenty of ways to deal with people like this. "I heard that there is a miracle doctor here, so I brought him here." "Who told you that?" "I don't know him." "You trust people you don't even know?" Feng Xiaolong's eyes sharpened. "Why wouldn't I believe it? People from Jiangcheng don't lie to people from Jiangcheng. Haven't you heard that?" The man with the triangular eyes said arrogantly. "Are you kidding me? Cut off his fingers one by one until he tells the truth." Feng Xiaolong stood up. He had no patience left to play with triangle eyes. Feng Xiaolong's two men immediately pinned the man down, and one of them took a pair of scissors and made a few quick snips in the air. "Let me go. What right do you have to treat me like this?" Triangularite struggled. He had only taken money from others, and he was unwilling to lose his finger like that. "I'll count to 3 if you don't say anything. I'll start with your left hand," said the person holding the scissors. 1, 2. Sweat was already dripping from the triangular-eyed man's forehead. "No, no, please, brother, I beg you." 3. The person with the scissors was ruthless. Before the 3 words were even out of their mouth, the scissors had already cut into the person's flesh. The man with the triangular eyes screamed in fright, I'll tell you everything." He glanced at his finger, which was now showing its bone, and nearly peed his pants in fright. If he had been a second slower, his finger would have been gone. "Tian-san told me to do it. He gave me 10,000 yuan and told me to drop the person off here and run." "Who is Tian-san? Where is he?" Tian-san's nickname is Tian Shu, Field Mouse, and he is one of Brother Leopard's men. Knowing that the men in black in front of him were ruthless, the man with the triangular eyes simply told them everything. Feng Xiaolong laughed and said, "Very good, go find Tian-san and the person behind him." At this moment, Yi Bei was using a peculiar technique to massage and press on the pregnant woman's abdomen. "Inhale, prepare, 1, 2, 3, push." Yi Bei directed the woman in labor, who was already drenched in sweat, but she didn't give up and screamed hysterically. Finally, a small black head peeked out. "Wow!" A loud cry excited everyone, and cheers erupted throughout the street.
She's been born. Is it a boy or a girl? Is the master alright?
Meanwhile, the news of the baby being delivered in a taxi and the mother and daughter being safe once again flooded social media in Wuhan.
This doctor is not only handsome, but also has amazing medical skills. Awesome. I love it, I'll go to Jishitang for medical treatment.
Yibei breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the child's father, saying, "Congratulations, it's a daughter."
The man, still kneeling on the ground, kowtowed several times to Yibei. Thank you, miracle doctor, thank you.
Lin Shiming, who was watching the live broadcast on his phone in the club, was furious and smashed his phone on the ground.
Damn it. Even with all this, that bastard Yibei managed to save us.
Young master, don't forget, 2 more went in ahead of us. Those 2 were seriously injured, and they might even be dead.
Lin Shiming's face, which was unpredictable, was filled with malice. It would be best if they all died, otherwise everything we did today would have been for nothing. Yibei, even if you managed to save everyone today, I still have ways to torment you to death. Has everything been arranged at Sihai restaurant?
Don't worry, young master, everything is arranged. I guarantee it will be another great show.
Yibei, this is just the beginning. Lin Shiming laughed wildly. Feng Xiaoyushi rushed over excitedly and gave Yibei a hug. Brother Yi, you are so amazing.
Yibei smiled faintly, and her pretty dimples reappeared on her face. Xiaoyu, I still have blood on me. Yibei stretched out his 2 hands.
I'm not afraid. Feng Xiaoyu's bold hug made Lin Mengyao a little jealous.
Xiaoyu, you crazy girl, Dr. Yi still has things to take care of. Upon hearing Feng Linfeng's words, Feng Xiaoyu blushed and reluctantly let go of Yibei, her heart pounding wildly. When Yibei returned to the house, Chen Pai also pushed open the door and came out.
Don't worry, everything's done.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chen. Yibei walked into the inner room, his body covered in blood, to change his clothes.
Just as Yibei went to change his clothes, Feng Xiaolong's phone rang.
A hurried voice called out over the phone, "Young master, something terrible has happened. There's been an accident at the Sihai restaurant."
What happened? Feng Xiaolong's smile vanished. He was the one who arranged things at the Sihai restaurant. 54, Chapter 54. The matter here isn't over yet, and another incident occurs there.
Someone has poisoned them, several people are already foaming at the mouth and unconscious, and the number is still rising.
Feng Xiaolong, who was usually so calm, turned pale instantly. This was a big problem. Young master, what do we do now? Call an ambulance immediately, and don't let a single person leave before I get there.
Feng Xiaolong said to Feng Linfeng, who was not far from him, Patriarch Feng, someone has poisoned the Four Seas restaurant. Many people have already fallen unconscious. I'll go there first. Wait for Dr. Yi to come out and then have him go there immediately. Before Feng Linfeng could reply, Feng Xiaolong had already walked outside. Upon hearing this, Feng Linfeng was also at his wit's end. The matter here is not over yet, and now there is trouble over there. Feng Linfeng saw Chen Pai busy packing his things. Old man, please call Dr. Yi out. Something terrible has happened at the restaurant.
What happened? Someone poisoned it.
Chen Pai raised an eyelid, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That bastard is so despicable, daring to lay a hand on our junior officers. Is he looking for death? Yibei simply changed out of the blood-stained white coat and came out quickly, having heard that something had also happened at the Sihai restaurant. Mr. Chen, please take care of things here. Let me know if anything happens. After giving his instructions, Yibei and Feng Linfeng quickly headed towards the Sihai restaurant.
It's only 500 meters from Jishitang to Sihai restaurant.
When Yibei and Feng Linfeng arrived, the ambulance from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital had already taken the 10 unconscious people to the hospital. Those who can still walk, please walk to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital yourselves, a doctor said loudly.
How is the situation? Yibei asked directly.
10 people are now unconscious, and more than 20 others are vomiting.
What have these people eaten since they arrived here?
Yibei asked calmly. He needed to know how they had been poisoned.
After arriving, I drank some of the tea and snacks provided here.
Yibei took out the needle he always carried and tested it on the food. There was no poison on the pastries. When the silver needles were placed in the tea, they immediately changed color.
The tea is poisoned. Detoxification is a troublesome matter, as the methods and drugs used to detoxify each type of poison are different. Yi Bei's handsome face furrowed into a frown. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Feng Xiaolong was really annoyed today.
Brother Xiaolong, the person who poisoned the patient is very likely the same person who arranged for the injured to be taken to Jishitanjits, all aimed at me. I'm going to the hospital to take a look. I'll leave this to you. I am confident you can find a way to find out, Yi Bei said and went to the hospital.
With so many poisoned patients arriving all at once, the hospital was in complete chaos. Many medical staff have gotten to know Yi Bei through WeChat moments. Isn't that the legendary doctor from that Hall of Fame across the street? What's he doing here? These people all came to his clinic's opening ceremony. How could he not come if they were poisoned? Isn't he said to be a miracle doctor? Why don't these people take him to his clinic to see him? Yi Bei wanted to go in and see the critically ill patients, but he was stopped. You're not a doctor here, please wait outside and don't cause us any trouble. The medical staff spoke to Yi Bei with obvious hostility. They were all somewhat uncomfortable with this person who dared to open a clinic right across from their hospital. Is this an attempt to go against their hospital? Yi Bei saw Lin Mengyao at the door of a hospital room. Miss Lin. Dry, please save my father, he's unconscious inside. When Lin Mengyao saw Yi Bei, it was like seeing a lifeline. This is a hospital. I don't have the right to practice medicine here. The doctors won't let me entrust the hospital. They will cure your father. Sister, Brother Yi, you're all here. I was just looking for you. Is Uncle Lin alright? Feng Xiaoyu ran over. I want to let Dry go in and see my father, but the doctor won't let me in, Lin Mengyao said. Sister, I have a way. I know the director here. I'll make a call and ask. After finishing her sentence, Feng Xiaoyu walked aside to make a phone call. However, Feng Xiaoyu's method did not work, and the dean politely declined, telling her not to make a fuss. Let's see how things go first. Yi Bei calmly said that he couldn't draw any conclusions before seeing the patient. But before the good news arrived, bad news came first. Several more people who had been poisoned fell into a coma. This is not a good sign. Lin Mengyao stopped a doctor who was coming out of the ward and asked, Doctor, how is my father? The situation is very bad. Yuri, the patient's family member, right? You need to be prepared. You'll need to sign the critical condition notice in a bit, the doctor said and left in a hurry. A critical condition notice? Lin Mengyao was stunned. Her mind went blank. She had been perfectly fine just an hour ago. When she was suddenly asked to sign the critical condition notice, her vision went black, and she swayed and almost collapsed. Yi Bei reached out and caught her, helping her to sit down on a chair. Don't worry too much. This is a self-protection measure. The hospital has to prevent accidents. I'll try to go in and take a look. Xiaoyu, please take care of Miss Lin. Yi Bei stood up. He needed to go in and check on the patient to figure out how to save him. Just then, an elderly doctor with a full head of white hair came out of the next ward. This person was none other than Chu He, the famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor from Jiangcheng whom Yi Bei had met before. Dr. Chu, I'd like to go in and see the patient. Thank you for your help. Yi Bei stopped Chu He. Oh, it's you, Sai. We still don't know what kind of poison it is. We have to wait for the lab results before we can do anything. Going and won't change anything, Chu He said, shaking his head and sighing. District Doctor, I'm sorry to trouble you. I didn't go in to cause trouble. Saving lives is urgent, especially for poison patients. You should understand this principle without me having to explain it. Okay, please follow me. Chu He opened Lin Chaoran's ward and brought Yi Bei inside. Dr. Chu, why did you let him in? This man runs a clinic across from our hospital. The patient's condition is critical. We just had blood drawn for tests, and there is a high possibility of multiple organ failure. Now we just hope these people can hold on until the test results come out. The doctors offered their opinions, but they were at a loss until the test results came back. They had already tried conventional detoxification methods, but none of them had worked. To put it bluntly, they can't do anything about it, even if they watch these people die. Yi Bei ignored what the doctors were saying and began examining Lin Chaoran, first looking at his mouth, nose and eyes, and then taking his pulse. Dry, how is it? Do you have a solution?
Chu He had witnessed Yi Bei's medical skills before and held a glimmer of hope for him. 55, Chapter 55 Can you bear this responsibility? The situation is very bad. If the poison cannot be neutralized immediately, there is a good chance that he will not survive. Before Yi Bei could finish speaking, a doctor said, "Do you even need to tell me? The patient's pupils are sluggish in their light response, and all the indicators are very bad now. We can only wait for the test results." "Xiao Mo, say less," Chu He said softly to the young doctor. "Dry, do you have any good ideas?" Chu He placed his hopes on Yi Bei. "When will your test results be available at the earliest?" Yi Bei asked. "I just asked, the fastest is 2 hours. We can't wait any longer. I'll write a prescription for a traditional Chinese medicine to detoxify the patient. You should give the patient the medicine according to this prescription immediately." Yi Bei picked up a pen and started writing. Honeysuckle, Isatis root, Hediotis diffusa, Scutularia barbata. Chu He took the prescription and looked at it, but his brows furrowed. "Dry, will this prescription work? Isn't this just a common prescription for clearing heat and detoxifying?" Chu He expressed his doubts, not to mention the other doctors, who looked at Yi Bei as if he were an idiot. "I thought they would prescribe some amazing prescriptions if they dared to open a clinic across from our traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Let me take a look. I can prescribe this kind of medicine too, but the question is, will it even work?" The doctors didn't believe that Yi Bei's prescription could detoxify. "Dr. Chu, if you don't trust me, you can administer the medicine to the Lin family head first. I believe his family will agree. We really can't wait any longer, or these people might really die because of your mistakes." Despite the doubts, Yi Bei remained calm and composed. "What did you say? Where did we make a mistake? We were treating patients according to medical procedures. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't understand, if this gets out, people will think that we doctors are not doing our job." "That's right, you can't just say things carelessly. Old Chu, you should tell him to leave right now. He spent all that time writing a useless prescription, and he still dares to lecture us here." Chu He looked at Yi Bei with some difficulty. "Dry, your prescription is too ordinary. I really dare not make this decision on whether it can be used. I need to consult with my superiors." "Elder Chu, we can't wait any longer. If you can't give the patients their medication immediately and are afraid of taking responsibility, please transfer these critically ill patients to my clinic right away. I will take responsibility for it," Yi Bei said resolutely. "Can you take that responsibility?" "Exactly, quite the big talker. Who does he think he is? Our district's old doctor is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor in Jiangqing. He has been practicing medicine for 40 years, and he has never dared to speak like you. Stop arguing, Dre. I admire your courage. Give me 5 minutes. This prescription isn't unusable. The medicines are all mild. Even if it's ineffective, it won't harm the patient." Chu He is also a responsible doctor. Chu He hurriedly walked towards the dean's office with the prescription in hand. "How is my dad?" Lin Mengyao saw Yi Bei walk out of the ward with a very serious expression. "It's alright for now. I've already written a prescription, but they're hesitant to use it." Dr. Chu went to ask for instructions. "Give him 5 minutes. If it doesn't work, I'll have old Chen brew the medicine and bring it over." This was the only compromise Yi Bei could think of. He couldn't just watch these people die. These doctors are helpless. They don't even dare to use the medicine that Brother Yi prescribed. They're completely useless, Feng Xiaoyu said indignantly. When Chu He entered the dean's office, it was filled with hospital leaders. "Old Chu, you've come at the perfect time. I was just looking for you. How is the patient?" When the dean saw Chu He walk in, he took the initiative to ask. "The situation is very bad. Those with severe cases probably won't last much longer." As soon as Chu He said that, those leaders couldn't sit still anymore. "Is there really no other way? The city leaders are taking this matter very seriously. They'll be here soon." Dry from the Jishitang clinic across from our hospital did prescribe a medicine. "The doctor from Jishitang, the one who posted about it on WeChat Moments? It's him. Everyone take a look at the prescription." Chu He handed the prescription to the dean. The dean looked at Yi Bei's prescription and sneered. "Old Chu, you are also an experienced doctor. Look at this prescription yourself. Do you think it can cure the poison? We can't use patients as guinea pigs. What if it doesn't work? The patient's family will sue us. Then who will take responsibility? Then it will be me, the hospital director, who will bear the consequences. This is absolutely unacceptable."
The dean immediately rejected the prescription that Elder Chu had brought over. Others shook their heads after seeing it. Are you kidding me? This is just a common formula for clearing heat and detoxifying. This prescription might not even cure a cold. Besides, the prescription was written by someone outside the hospital. If word gets out, where will our TCM hospital put its face? This is a slap in the face for all of us. Not a single voice agreed. Dean, have you considered what would happen if these people died while we were waiting for the test results? Could you take responsibility for that? These are all prominent figures in Jiangcheng, Chui kindly reminded him. This prescription is mild, and I think it's worth a try. We have no other choice but to try it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility, Chui said angrily. The current atmosphere in hospitals is bad. People are always thinking about how to avoid taking responsibility instead of putting saving lives first. The dean disagreed because of the identities of these people. If anything happens to anyone, their hospital will suffer. Old Chu, don't be angry. We are all very anxious and don't want anything to happen. You just trust that Dry so much. Don't believe the rumors on the internet that he is a miracle doctor. How can I not be angry? Look at your attitude. I've seen Dry's medical skills. Yes, that's truly brilliant. Chui didn't mince words. The hospital director downplayed the seriousness of the matter, saying, Mr. Chu, don't be angry. I am doing this for the good of the hospital. If you agree to sign this prescription, you can give it a try. Just consider it as if you wrote the prescription. Chui understood what the dean meant. This was to shift the responsibility to him, but he still picked up the pen without hesitation and signed his name directly on the prescription Yi Beikai had written. Chu Hik is a highly respected traditional Chinese medicine expert in Jiangcheng. When the dean saw that Chu had signed the document, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something really went wrong, Chu would take the blame, and at least he wouldn't lose his position as dean. The other leaders all knew the truth, but chose to remain silent. Chui walked out of the dean's office with the prescription in his hand, looking very unhappy. He walked up to Yi Bei and said, This prescription needs to be used in my name. Dre, you don't have any objections, do you? No problem. Yi Bei nodded and said that these people were all here to attend the opening of Jishitang. If something really happened, Yi Bei would also feel uneasy. Half an hour later, the medicine was delivered to the ward. 56, Chapter 56. I wouldn't mind breaking the legs of a scumbag like you. Lin Mengyao, who had just signed the critical condition notice, looked somewhat pale and pursed her sexy lips. She now placed all her hopes on Yi Bei and waited anxiously outside the ward. The corridor was packed with people, including many members of the Lin family, including Old Master Lin. However, Lin Shiming and his son were nowhere to be seen. This news naturally reached Lin Shiming's ears as well. Lin Chaoran, you deserve it. It's better that you're dead, saving me the trouble of doing this. Young master, hasn't this matter escalated too much? More than a dozen people are already unconscious. If they all die, do you think the police will come after us? Lin Shiming's men started to panic. What are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you to keep your hands and feet clean? You're not hiding anything from me, are you? Lin Shiming glared fiercely at his subordinate. Two wouldn't dare lie to you, young master. Everything has been arranged. Then what the hell are you afraid of? Once I become the president of the Lin Group, you'll all be living the high life, like the head of security and the head of human resources. Lin Shiming already considered himself the president of the Lin Group. Yesterday, he and his father, Lin Chaoran, questioned Lin Mengyao's identity at the family meeting. She is now Zhao Xian's fiancée and will be a member of the Zhao family in the future, so she is no longer suitable to sit in the position of president of Lin's group. The incident nearly drove Lin Chaoran and Lin Mengyao to their deaths. With anger, the two sides slammed their fists on the table and ultimately parted on bad terms. Yi Bei was very confident in his prescription. Miss Lin, you don't need to worry, we should get news soon. Sure enough, not long afterward, some patients with mild symptoms showed significant improvement, and a few patients with severe symptoms woke up. It really worked. Dr. Chu is indeed a renowned doctor in our hospital. Such a simple prescription actually worked. Yes, we still have to rely on Elder Chu in critical moments. Haven't you two heard? I heard that this prescription was written by Dry from the clinic across the street. Is it real or fake? Old Chu's name is signed on it. Lin Chaoran's condition was extremely serious. Many people had woken up one after another, but Lin Chaoran's symptoms not only did not improve, but worsened. They have been moved to the emergency room.
When old Master Lin heard that his son was dying, he collapsed to the ground, and the Lin family was thrown into complete chaos.
Xiao Yu, quickly call Dr. Yi over. Lin Mengyao cried out in alarm. When Yi Bei arrived, old Master Lin was already lying in the hospital bed.
Old Master Lin was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath, but he'll be fine in a bit.
Shui pushed open the door and walked in. Dry, is Grandpa Lin alright? There's nothing seriously wrong for now.
That's good, come with me quickly. Chui pulled Yi Bei out of old Master Lin's room.
The Lin family head's condition has worsened, come with me quickly.
Shui pulled Yi Bei into the emergency room. Lin Chaoran's pupils had begun to dilate and were unresponsive to light, a sign of critical condition.
The doctor in the emergency room saw Chu He call Yi Bei over. Everyone looked unhappy. Why is it him again? I don't believe he's that amazing.
We've tried everything we can, but let the family prepare for the funeral.
Mr. Chu, he's not a doctor at our hospital. If something happens, are we supposed to take responsibility?
Shui was already in a bad mood today, and he snapped, shut up, saving lives is the priority right now. How can you save lives if you're always thinking about running away? Yi Bei took his pulse, it was faint and weak, and his blood pressure and heart rate were also dropping.
Quick, give me the silver needles. Yi Bei had already pulled open Lin Chaoran's clothes.
After taking the needles from Chu He inserted 9 needles into Lin Chaoran's body in a short time. The needle insertion technique and acupoints were extremely particular. When Shui saw Yi Beishi's 9 needles, he exclaimed in surprise, could this be the 9-turn rejuvenating needle technique? I've only ever seen it in books. I never imagined that Dr. Yi would actually know this technique. It is said that the 9-turn rejuvenation acupuncture technique was created by Huang Fumi, the ancestor of acupuncture. It is said to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. To see it today is truly a life well lived. Even if an ordinary doctor learns this 9-turn yang acupuncture technique, it won't be of any use, because the 9-turn yang acupuncture technique requires extremely high skill from the practitioner to be effective. The caster must be someone who has cultivated true qi, like Yi Bei. At this moment, Yi Bei's invisible true energy was entering Lin Chaoran's body through the tiny silver needles, healing him.
With Yi Bei's current cultivation level, he can only barely perform the 9-turn yang needle technique once.
More than 10 minutes later, Yi Bei's forehead was already slightly sweaty. Lin Chaoran's heart rate and pulse gradually returned to normal, and his complexion also returned to normal.
They actually saved him, that's amazing. A nurse said.
The doctors who had just made sarcastic remarks all looked embarrassed. Yi Bei put away the needles. Elder Chu, the Lin family head, has a weak heart. The poison attacked his heart, causing his condition to become extremely serious. This was my mistake. Yi Bei had already noticed that Lin Chaoran's heart was not very good when he took his pulse earlier, but he didn't pay attention to it at the time and lacked consideration. If ginseng and salvia miltioriza had been added to the previous prescription, Lin Chaoran would not be in this situation now. 2 minutes after Yi Bei stopped the acupuncture, Lin Chaoran also woke up. Thank you so much, Dry, for saving my life. I am extremely grateful.
Master Lin, you're too kind. Yi Bei emerged from the emergency room, and Lin Mengyao, her face pale, asked, Dry, how is my father? It's all over now. Shui, who was following behind Yi Bei, looked at Yi Bei with a different gaze. Now it was the look of a student looking at a teacher, full of respect.
Brother Yi, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't told Sister Lin and Brother Xiaolong about your plans to open a clinic, it wouldn't cause so much trouble. Feng Xiaoyu said apologetically, like a child who had done something wrong. If we catch that bastard who's been pulling the strings behind the scenes, I'll castrate him. Upon hearing Feng Xiaoyu's last words, Yi Bei felt as if several crows were flying overhead.
A loud bang.
Fang Ping and his men startled Lin Shiming, who was dreaming of becoming a CEO, from his reverie at the club. Lin Shiming was taken aback when he saw Fang Ping barge in with several of his men. He had met Fang Ping before, he was Fang Xiaolong's follower.
Take Lin Shiming away, Fang Ping roared.
What are you trying to do? I am the eldest young master of the Lin family. Lin Shiming jumped up from the sofa. We're looking for you. You know what you've done. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better not resist, or I won't hesitate to break the legs of a scumbag like you.
Fang Ping had always worked alongside Fang Xiaolong, and his methods were exceptionally ruthless. 57.
Chapter 57. Do you think we're all fools? Lin Shiming turned and ran towards the balcony. Don't come any closer. I didn't do anything. If you come any closer, I'll jump off here. Fang Ping chuckled. Lin Shiming, go ahead and jump if you dare. This is the 3rd floor. You won't die even if you jump. Lin Shiming's eyes darted around. What do you want from me? Have I offended the Fang family? Our young Master Long just wanted to see young Master Lin. Nothing happened. Why are you running away? Are you feeling guilty? Fang Ping said with a playful smile. What do you mean by having a guilty conscience? I haven't left here at all today. Lin Shiming was determined to deny it to the end. Then please come with us obediently, and don't force me to take action. Fang Ping waved his hand and 2 of his men walked towards Lin Shiming. Young Master Lin, please, you two should come along too. Fang Ping glanced at Lin Shiming's 2 men, who were already terrified. Lin Shiming was forced into the car by Fang Ping. As the poisoned patients recovered one by one, Yi Bei left the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and returned to Jishitang. The onlookers had long since dispersed, and the streets had returned to their usual tranquility. Yi Bei checked on the 2 unfortunate women still lying in the hospital beds. Their conditions were stable. Yi Bei had already prescribed medication for the woman who had given birth and asked her husband to take her home to recuperate. Fang Xiaolong was at the Sihai Grand Restaurant 20 minutes later. Fang Ping had already figured out what had happened that day and arrested everyone who needed to be arrested. He's now just waiting for Fang Ping to bring back Lin Shiming, who's behind the scenes. Brother Yi, how are those who were poisoned? Fang Xiaolong called Yi Bei. It's all over now. Brother Yi, the matter has been investigated and found out it was Lin Shiming who was behind it. I have already sent Fang Ping to bring him here. Lin Shiming? Yi Bei's eyes narrowed, a hint of killing intent flashing in them. Yes, that's him. Brother Yi, how do you plan to deal with him? Fang Xiaolong gave the decision to Yi Bei. He always remembered what Fang Jinan had said. Yi Bei was someone who could influence the rise and fall of the Fang family. He wanted to be Yi Bei's friend, not his enemy. Otherwise, given Fang Xiaolong's status, there really wouldn't be any need for him to ask for other people's opinions. Even if he killed Lin Shiming, the Lin family wouldn't dare utter a single word of dissent. I'll go and meet him, Yi Bei said calmly. The old fox had told him that some people and things require ruthlessness when necessary, and one must never leave any future troubles for oneself. One should not be too low-key when it is time to show one's edge. Yi Bei knew it was time to make an example of him, otherwise outsiders would think he was someone to be trifled with. Yi Bei hung up the phone. Old Chen, I'm going out for a bit. Young master, please go ahead with your business. I'll take care of things here. Old Chen's cloudy eyes seemed particularly bright today. Yi Bei walked slowly toward the Sihai restaurant. Brother Yi, these are the people who were instructed by Lin Shiming today. Fang Xiaolong led Yi Bei to a room where several people were squatting. Yi Bei recognized one of them. It was Brother Leopard, the one who had caused trouble at the Fresh Beer Fish restaurant. If I remember correctly, your name is Leopard, bro, right? When Leopard heard the sound and looked up to see Yi Bei, he trembled all over. He had experienced Yi Bei's ruthlessness firsthand. His leg had been broken by Yi Bei. 2VE already told you everything. It was young Master Lin who made us do it. When Yi Bei and Fang Xiaolong returned to the hall, Fang Ping had just brought Lin Shiming in. Lin Shiming felt a surge of fear upon seeing Fang Xiaolong, and the muscles in his face twitched. Young Master Fang, do you need something from me? Seeing Lin Shiming's cowardly appearance, Fang Xiaolong really couldn't understand where he got the guts to do those things. Lin Shiming, you know what happened this morning, right? I know, no, I don't know what young Master Fang is talking about. I've been in the club the whole time, I don't know anything. Lin Shiming tried to remain calm, but his hands and feet trembled slightly uncontrollably. You idiot, it seems you won't learn your lesson until you're faced with a death sentence. Bring the rest of the people up here. Fang Xiaolong's men quickly brought Leopard and his group into the hall. Lin Shiming's eyes flickered when he saw those people. He rushed over and slapped them across the face. Tell me, did you do something to offend young Master Fang? If you don't tell me, I'll beat you to death. Lin Shiming, his eyes hard, warned those people not to say anything out of line. Lin Shiming, stop putting on an act. You've given me several big gifts today, and I, Yi Bei, have received them all. However, it's only polite to reciprocate. Young Master Lin, don't you agree?
Yi Bei said coldly. Although Lin Shiming was afraid of Feng Xiaolong, he was never afraid of Yi Bei. In his eyes, if it weren't for Feng Xiaolong, killing Yi Bei would be as easy as crushing an ant. Hey Yi, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're trying to frame me, I suggest you think it over. Lin Shiming glared fiercely at Yi Bei, wishing he could devour him. You guys, repeat what you said again. Fang Ping walked over and grabbed Lin Shiming's hand, stopping him from slapping those people in the face. The group glanced at Lin Shiming, then at Feng Xiaolong and Yi Bei, seemingly making a choice. Brother Leopard was well aware of the current situation. The Feng family was the overlord of the Southwest, and the Lin family was no match for them. He gritted his teeth and said, "It was all young Master Lin who made us do it. He gave me 500,000 yuan and asked me to send some big gifts to Jishitang, which opened today. I had Tian Shu do it." Seeing that his boss had spoken, the field mouse crawled forward 2 steps. Brother Leopard is right. It was all young Master Lin who told us to do it. He said if we're going to do it, we should do it ruthlessly. I took some men to the riverbank, found a scapegoat, knocked him unconscious, then stabbed him twice. I paid a small sum to hire 2 strangers. The migrant workers were asked to take people away. As the field mouse spoke, it would occasionally glance back at the leopard. Seeing that the leopard didn't react, it simply spilled everything out like beans. We hit someone at the intersection of Xingda Street, so I had to take the person there. While we were looking for our third target, we saw that man taking his wife to the hospital to give birth, so we threatened him, telling him to take his wife to Jishitang, or we would kill his whole family. Later, Ah Bin, one of young Master Lin's men, gave us a packet of powder and told us to put it in the tea at the Sihai restaurant. A few of us sneaked in, put the powder in, and ran away. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know them at all. You can't just find a few random people to slander me. I'm the eldest young master of the Lin family, the future head of the Lin family. Lin Shiming roared like a madman, rushed over and kicked at the field mouse, but was kicked to the ground by Fang Ping. Yi Bei walked up to Lin Shiming. Lin Shiming, are you still trying to deny it? Do you think we're all fools? 58, Chapter 58. Men, drag this beast out. Enraged, Lin Shiming struggled to his feet, glaring at Yi Bei with furrowed brows. Hey, you surname Ji, our Lin family is the #1 family in Jiangxing. You try to touch me. If you dare to mess with me, I'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangxing. Besides, this is slander. It's slander. Lin Shiming steeled his heart at this point. He had no choice but to deny it to the end. Apart from these few people, he believed that Yi Bei and Feng Xiaolong had no other evidence. You think you can just throw a few people at me and get me? Lin Shiming, you're being incredibly naive. You say I did it, but where's the evidence? Yi Bei smiled faintly, his handsome dimples reappearing on his face. Lin Shiming, you really are a coward who dares to do something but not admit it. I look down on you. If you were to admit it openly, maybe I would give you a chance. Seeing Yi Bei's disdain and mockery, Lin Shiming roared again. Yi Bei, what right do you have to talk to me like that? If it weren't for the Feng family standing behind you, who do you think they know you? I, Lin Shiming, have seen plenty of scoundrels like you. Apart from the Feng family, you are nothing. Just as Lin Shiming roared, a large group of people followed Feng Xiaoyu in. Lin Mengyao rushed up to Lin Shiming and slapped him hard across the face. Smack. Lin Shiming, you bastard, you almost poisoned my father. Feng Xiaoyu followed behind Lin Mengyao and slapped Lin Shiming in return. Pa, you inhuman dog. Lin Shiming, seeing that Feng Xiaoyu dared to hit him, angrily said, Feng. Before he could finish speaking, a middle-aged woman rushed up and slapped him hard across the face. You beast, you almost killed my husband, Lao Lu. The people who came in unconsciously formed a line, and one by one they went over and slapped Lin Shiming across the face, not giving him a chance to speak at all. The beating was so severe that Lin Shiming's eyes were gleaming, his face was swollen like a pig's head, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was somewhat dazed. Yi Bei coldly looked at Lin Shiming in front of him. Lin Shiming, you've brought this upon yourself. After a long while, Lin Shiming finally came to his senses and mumbled, You dare to hit me, you just wait. I'm only sparing your life because I'm giving your Lin family face. That's right, if it weren't for the Lin family's sake, such scum deserves to be beaten to death. Since young Master Feng is here, let him make the decision. This beast must not be let off lightly. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Feng Xiaolong. Feng Xiaolong coughed lightly. Everyone is a victim in this matter, but everything Lin Shiming did was aimed at Dr. Yi, so I think the decision on how to deal with Lin Shiming should be left to Dr. Yi.
From Yi Bei's perspective, so far he has not only suffered no losses in this matter, but his reputation has also soared, making him the most popular person in the entire Jiangchang and the biggest beneficiary of this incident. Yi Bei, the incredibly handsome and skilled doctor from Jishitang, is famous throughout Jiangchang. Yi Bei noticed that everyone's attention had shifted from Fang Xiaolong to him. Lin Shiming, I've only been in Jiangchang for 10 days. You don't understand why you hate me so much, that it's worth doing these heinous things to target me. The first thing I did when I arrived in Jiangchang was to save your grandfather. After that, we didn't seem to have much contact. Yi Bei spoke casually, but his gaze gradually sharpened. If I remember correctly, the cause of old Master Lin's illness was poisoning. Could you be the one who poisoned him? Did I ruin your plans, and that's why you hold a grudge against me? Lin Shiming broke out in a cold sweat after hearing what Yi Bei said. Yi Bei revealed the biggest secret between him and his father, Lin Chaoran. The poison was administered by Lin Shiming. Although he was a playboy, he appeared to be very filial to old Master Lin, paying his respects to him every day. Lin Shiming looked terrified and frantically tried to explain, You're talking nonsense. I hate you because you stole my woman. I didn't know that Su Qing was your wife before I wanted to sleep with her. Hearing this, Lin Mengyao, who was in the crowd, said angrily, Lin Shiming, Grandpa loved you so much, yet you poisoned him. No wonder we couldn't find a single clue after searching all the servants. It turns out it was you beast, who did it. Lin Shiming panicked at this point, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. He stammered and couldn't speak. Lin Shiming's behavior was tantamount to telling everyone that he was the one who poisoned old Master Lin. It's truly pathetic that the Lin family has produced such a rebellious descendant. He even poisoned his own grandfather today. He's trying to poison everyone in Jiangchang. It took Lin Shiming a long time to react. No, it's not what you think. I really didn't do it. I didn't do anything. Lin Mengyao, you're making false accusations. You and Yi Bei are in cahoots. You want to take all of the Lin family's assets for yourself. Listen to her. Lin Shiming's explanations at this point seemed weak and unconvincing, and no one believed him. I said that such a person should be handed over to the law enforcement agency and executed. His heart is like a snake's. Killing him like this is too lenient. He should be torn to pieces. Just as everyone was criticizing Lin Shiming, old Master Lin walked in, supported by Lin Chaoran. Lin Shiming rushed over as if he had seen a savior. Grandpa, you finally come. They've slandered me. I really didn't do anything. Old Master Lin was so angry that he pushed Lin Shiming away. You beast, I know everything. Are you trying to anger me to death? Grandpa, you can't believe what he said. Old Master Lin coughed violently in anger. Cough. Shiming, what have you done? You've completely disgraced the Lin family. Cough. You unfilial son, do you want to anger your grandfather to death? I'll beat you to death, you bastard. I'll break your legs today. Lin Chaoran started punching and kicking his son. Lin Chaoran was ruthless and actually kicked Lin Shiming in the leg. This kick was extremely powerful. Yi Bei could tell that Lin Chaoran had definitely trained. Click. Lin Shiming's leg snapped, and he rolled on the ground in agony, howling in pain. Ouchouch, it hurts so much. Just kill me. Dad, don't be angry. I will definitely teach this beast a lesson. Lin Chaoran turned to Grandpa Lin and said, Chaoran, this is the good son you have. I am going to expel him from the family. No one is allowed to enter the Lin family again without my order. Old Master Lin's words struck Lin Shiming like a bolt from the blue. If he were expelled from the Lin family, he would truly have nothing left. A surge of anger flashed through Lin Chaoran's heart at old Master Lin's decision. But he was helpless now. After all, his son had angered everyone. Guards, drag this beast out. 59, Chapter 59. Yi Bei, I, Lin Chaoran, swear to fight you to the death. Everyone could see that Lin Chaoran was saving Lin Shiming, but seeing Lin Shiming's miserable state, they couldn't say anything more. After all, they still had to give face to the Lin family. Wait a minute. Suddenly a loud voice rang out. It was Fang Xiaolong speaking. As I just said, how to deal with Lin Shiming is up to Dr. Yi. You can't take him away until Dr. Yi has spoken. Lin Chaoran felt a chill in his heart. He had already endured the pain and taken drastic measures against his son in order to save his life. If he were to hand the case over to the law enforcement agency, it would be something that his Lin family could not control. Lin Shiming has offended so many powerful families in Jiangcheng. If he is taken away by the law enforcement agency, he might die inside. However, he doesn't dare to contradict Fang Xiaolong to his face.
All eyes turned to Yi Bei once again.
I think it should be handed over to the law enforcement agency to investigate the matter thoroughly and make the truth public.
Yi Bei spoke slowly and calmly.
Yes, Dry is right, he should be handed over to the law enforcement agency and let the law punish him. The Lin family has already expelled him from their home. Everyone should kill such scum. We believe the law is just. I support handing it over to the law enforcement agency. We can't settle this privately. Old Master Lin and Lin Chaoran's faces darkened. Everything they had just done had been wasted with Yi Bei's words. Lin Chaoran's hatred for Yi Bei reached its peak, and he cursed in his heart, Yi Bei, I, Lin Chaoran, swear to fight you to the death. Fang Xiaolong didn't care about the Lin family's opinions, he only cared about what Yi Bei said. Very well, then let the law enforcement agency handle this fairly and impartially. As soon as Fang Xiaolong spoke, Lin Chaoran knew that there was no way to salvage the situation.
Lin Shiming burst into tears. Fang Ping, hand him over to the law enforcement agency. Fang Ping waved his hand, and two members of the Fang family immediately dragged Lin Shiming out.
Old Master Lin sighed and left dejectedly, accompanied by Lin Chaoran. Fang Xiaolong stood up, clapped his hands, and said, Everyone, today is the auspicious day of the opening of Jishatang. Although there were some minor incidents, we cannot let those unpleasant things affect us. I have booked the entire Sihai restaurant for today, and I hope you will all do me the honor of joining us for dinner tonight. Who in Jiangchang would dare disrespect the Fang family, given their status as a prominent family? Even if they didn't want to come, they had to.
Don't worry, young Master Fang, we will definitely attend on time. Congratulations, Dry, we'll definitely be there tonight.
Feng Xiaoyu is the kind of person whose emotions change quickly at this moment. She skipped and hopped over to Yi Bei.
Brother Yi, I almost forgot to give you a gift. Guess what good thing I brought you?
Faced with the quirky and clever Feng Xiaoyu, Yi Bei smiled calmly and shook his head. The moment those charming dimples appeared, Feng Xiaoyu was stunned. Her heart skipped a beat. He's so handsome. With her pretty face slightly flushed, Feng Xiaoyu looked playful and cute.
Which young girl doesn't dream of love?
Feng Xiaoyu, who had never been in a relationship before, felt a little deer jumping around in her heart.
Seeing Feng Xiaoyu's expression, Yi Bei reached out his hand and asked, Where's the gift? Feng Xiaoyu responded with an "oh" before realizing what was happening and quickly took out an exquisite box from her bag. Yi Bei took it and opened it. Inside was a lifelike imperial green jade Buddha.
I didn't expect it to be finished so quickly. The craftsmanship is really good, thank you. Yi Bei was very satisfied. This is made by Uncle Feng. How could it not be good? Uncle Feng's products are in high demand and short supply in the market. Even an ordinary piece of jade will increase in price several times after passing through Uncle Feng's hands.
Feng Xiaoyu proudly introduced, This piece of imperial green jade is so fine that even Uncle Feng exclaimed that it's 1 in a million. He said it's a true priceless treasure, the king of jade.
Uncle Feng also said he wants to meet you. Feng Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes playfully.
Uncle Feng, is it Feng Kuan, also known as Master Feng, who is called the Ghost Hand?
Under Wu Wei's tutelage, Yi Bei had gained some understanding of the jade and antique industry.
Hee, it's him. I didn't expect Brother Yi to have heard of him too. The name of Ghost Hand Feng Kuan is so famous that it's impossible not to know him. Yi Bei laughed and said, I really want to see the real face of this famous third Master Feng. That's easy. Whenever you have time, I'll take you to see him.
Yi Bei put the jade Buddha into his pocket. The jade Buddha had arrived just in time, perfect for giving to his senior sister, Yi Wushang.
Okay, I'll definitely visit him another day. Please thank him for me, and also Master Feng.
After sending Grandpa Lin back home, Lin Chaoran quietly left the house and went to a park on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, where there were very few people. A very tall person stood on the bridge in the lake, with his long, slender hands behind his back, feeding the carp in the lake with fish food. Lin Chaoran walked behind the person, his back to them, just like a tourist who happened to be passing by.
I wonder why the messenger summoned me here.
Lin Chaoran said in a voice only the two of them could hear.
Lin Chaoran, you and your son have disappointed me greatly. We have been cooperating with your actions, but you still haven't secured the position of head of the Lin family. After all this time, the hallmaster asked me to tell you that you must secure the position of head of the family within 3 months. As for what methods you use, that's your business. Lin Chaoran's son had just been taken away by the law enforcement agency, and he was in a terrible mood. You want to use me as a pawn without doing anything? Why, Lin Chaoran, am not that stupid.
Lin Chaoran, you'd better think this through if you're not willing. We'll have to find someone else, but I'm afraid your life will be at risk. The man spoke calmly, as if Lin Chaoran's life was in his hands at any moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoran took a deep breath. I can agree to your request, but you must help me protect my son, he can't die.
Deal. You will definitely not lose out on this deal, because only when you become the head of the Lin family will Jiangqing truly belong to the Lin family. The hallmaster also asked me to tell you not to provoke the Jishitang for now, you are no match for them.
Before Lin Chaoran could reply, the tall man turned and strode away, each step covering a great distance in the blink of an eye. He had walked a long way and disappeared behind the flower bed by the lake. Lin Chaoran was somewhat bewildered inside. Damn it, this is forcing me down a dead-end path. After dark, the Sihai restaurant was bustling with activity as countless Jiangcheng celebrities walked in, looking glamorous, as if nothing unpleasant had happened that morning. Congratulations, Dry, we hope you will continue to take care of us in the future. Dry is truly a promising young doctor, he will surely become a renowned physician in the future. 60, Chapter 60. All the patients went to Dr. Yez. At the banquet, the bigwigs of Jiangcheng bite to toast Yi Bei. Yi Bei knew, of course, that they were not giving him face, but rather the face of the Fong family and Fong Xiaolong. He had only been in Jiangcheng for 10 days, it was impossible for him to command such respect from these important figures in Jiangcheng. Only Lin Mangyao from the Lin family was present. It was understandable that old Master Lin and Lin Chaoran did not attend. Yi Bei showed no respect to the Lin family, sending their only grandson to the law enforcement jail. Many people felt that Yi Bei had gone too far in this matter. He wanted to make a living in Jiangcheng, but he didn't give face to the Lin family, the largest family in Jiangcheng. No matter how you look at it, this was an unwise decision. What others think is their business. Yi Bei doesn't even consider the Lin family a threat. He only sought to act with a clear conscience. The fact that he didn't kill Lin Shiming was already a favor to the Lin family. Dry, my Lin family has wronged you. You saved my grandfather, and Lin Shiming is still targeting you. Mingyao is here to apologize to Dry.
Miss Lin, you're too kind.
Yi Bei's calm and composed demeanor even made a well-bred young lady like Lin Mangyao feel inferior. This kind of temperament can't be faked with money, it comes from inner confidence.
Yi Bei's willingness to accept toasts without hesitation is quite remarkable.
Yi Bei drank quite a bit of alcohol, but his expression remained unchanged, and he did not lose his composure despite the amount of alcohol consumed. Brother Yi, you truly have a huge capacity for alcohol, Fong Xiaolong said admiringly. Brother Xiaolong, you flatter me. Owe you a lot today. Such banquets are filled with polite pleasantries and are quite boring.
The dinner didn't end until very late. Yi Bei returned to the clinic to check on the unlucky guy before going upstairs to rest.
In the middle of the night, Chen Pai went out. Although he moved very quietly, he still managed to get away with it from Yi Bei.
Although Yi Bei was curious, he didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets.
The next morning, Yi Bei was still having breakfast upstairs. When Chen Pai opened the door, he was immediately struck by what he saw, a line of beautiful women, all dressed in their finest attire. He glanced around and estimated there were at least 20 or 30 people.
Girls, are you all here for a medical consultation?
Chen Pai cleared his throat and asked. Sir, where is Dr. Yi? We've all come here looking for him. When Yi Bei came down and saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but smile.
Old Chen, let them in.
The first beautiful woman's surname is Liu. She is 25 years old, a white-collar worker, wearing a well-fitting office lady outfit, with flesh-colored stockings covering her pair of shapely long legs, and a pretty good figure. However, she was unbuttoning one button on her shirt, whether intentionally or unintentionally.
Fair and charming. It's about to emerge.
However, she is far inferior to Lin Mangyao and Feng Xiaoyu. They are not in the same league as beauties. She stared at Yi Bei with a lovesick look, throwing him flirtatious glances. Dry, you're so handsome. You're even more handsome in person than in your photos on social media.
Thank you. May I ask where you feel unwell?
Yi Bei asked as usual. Dry, I haven't been sleeping well at night lately. The beautiful woman's voice was pleasant, clear, and melodious.
Let me take your pulse.
The beautiful woman kept talking while Yi Bei was taking her pulse.
Although her talking wouldn't interfere with Yi Bei's pulse diagnosis, Yi Bei still interrupted her. Can you talk later?
Such a minor illness was no problem for Yi Bei, and he quickly prescribed a remedy. Go to bed early tonight, and don't use your phone or watch TV before bed. You can buy your medicine here or at a pharmacy outside. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he called out, next. The beautiful woman was still unwilling to get up. Dry, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner.
Yi Bei smiled slightly. Sorry, there are still many people behind me.
The woman reluctantly took the prescription to find Chen Pai to get the medicine.
The people who come here all have minor ailments that are treatable or not. Several patients insisted on taking photos with Yi Bei after their appointments, which left Yi Bei somewhat helpless. Yi Bei's consultations were quick, though they seemed somewhat perfunctory. However, he provided professional advice and suggestions, and even prescribed medication. However, Yi Bei had a feeling that most of the beautiful women who came this morning were not really there for medical treatment, but rather to see him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. I thought there would only be 20 or 30 people, but to my surprise, more and more people came to see me. People of all ages, men and women, quickly formed a long queue outside Jishitang, stretching as far as the eye could see from the entrance. What's going on? What are these people doing here?
They came to see the miracle doctor who went viral yesterday.
Holy crap, this is ridiculous. Is there nobody at the hospital across the street?
Honestly, the TCM hospital, which usually has long queues for registration in the morning, was unusually quiet today. Even the district's elderly patients were few and far between, and after 10 o'clock, most of the doctors in the outpatient department stopped working.
Many doctors walked to the hospital entrance and looked at Jishitang across the street. TCH, everyone's gone to the other side of the street after I posted about it yesterday. We can go home now.
I wonder if those guys from yesterday were actors. Anyway, I don't believe he's that good. I don't believe it either's just a kid's not even as old as my son.
That person is really amazing. I heard that the detoxification prescription from yesterday was written by them.
As the group was chatting, Chui came out.
Mr. Chu, you're free today too?
The district and city are usually the hardest to book numbers for. Only 25 numbers are released each morning, no more.
I only saw 5 people today.
Yes, all the patients are going to dry, Chui sighed.
Look at these people, they go in and come out in just 2 or 3 minutes. How can they possibly get proper medical treatment like that?
It's just herd mentality, just for the excitement. I don't believe that so many people will still be seeking his medical help in a couple of days. If that's the case, all the hospitals in Jiangcheng might as well close down. Yi Bei watched from morning till night the day I just finished looking at the people in line.
Young master, I didn't expect so many patients right after opening. I've been so busy I haven't even had time to buy grocery. Shall I make you some noodles?
Chen Pai was busy all day, but luckily he was quick to dispense the medicine.
Yi Bei stood up and stretched. Don't cook today, Mr. Chenaya sent there a small restaurant next door. It's on me.
The overwhelming popularity of Jishitang once again dominated the screens of Jiangcheng residents that day. Before dawn the next day, a long queue had already formed in front of Jishitang. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital was even more deserted, with hardly any visitors. After 2 days of this happening, the dean couldn't sit still any longer and went to the district. Old Chu, this can't go on. There are no patients left in the hospital. We have to think of a way to bring the patients back.
I wonder what insightful opinion the dean has.
Chu, he asked. Elder Chu, you are the face of our TCM hospital. I think if we start stopping the registration fee and offering free medical treatment, people will surely come. We can't let Jishitang across the street outdo us.
Let's give it a try, Chui said, though he wasn't very confident. 61, Chapter 61. This is an illegal clinic.
The traditional Chinese medicine hospital kept broadcasting through loudspeakers. In order to give back to the citizens, Jiangcheng City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital has decided to waive the registration fee starting today, so you can see a doctor for free.
It played over and over again. However, long queues still formed in front of Yi Bei's Jishitang. What is the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital trying to do? Are they trying to steal patients from Jishitang?
They call it a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, but when you go there you get all sorts of tests. The registration fee is only a few yuan, but they take it all back from somewhere else, so the money still comes from the patients. That's right, doctors at traditional Chinese medicine hospitals seem to be unable to diagnose illnesses if they don't order lab tests. Taking a pulse is just a formality. I heard that dry treatments are fast and effective. My friend came to see him the day before yesterday and took dry's medicine. He feels much better now. Last time he went to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he spent several thousand yuan on just the examinations, and the medicine didn't help at all. What this lady said is true. I came here because I heard about it from a friend. I would rather wait here for several more hours than go to the hospital. The news that no one was going to the hospital, even with the free registration, caused a sensation in Jiangcheng once again. This, in turn, gave eBay another free advertisement. However, eBay was also worried when he saw so many patients. If he had to see patients every day, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. The idea of waiving the registration fee came from the hospital director, but now no one is coming to see him, and the director is losing face. The repeated broadcasts felt like slaps to his face, driving him to distraction. "Go and turn off that broadcast," the dean said to his secretary. The dean paced back and forth in his office, looking worried. The dean called all the middle and senior level managers to the conference room. "As everyone can see, the patients are all going to the other side of the street. It's embarrassing for our TCM hospital. Let's think of some good ways to get the patients back to our hospital." They looked at each other in bewilderment. "Dean, that guy opened a clinic across the street from us, and he made such a big fuss on opening day. I think he's targeting our hospital. Did he get approval to open a clinic there?" "Dr. Gui is right. If he doesn't have the proper permits, we should report him to the Medical Products Administration and accuse him of practicing medicine illegally. I think this is a good idea. If he doesn't have the necessary permits, then he's practicing medicine illegally." Upon hearing this, the dean slapped his forehead. "How could I not have thought of that? I'll call Minister Ma of the Municipal Medical Commission right now and ask him." Hello, is this Minister Ma? This is Gao Chung from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. I'd like to ask if the Jishitang Pharmacy across the street from our hospital has any records with you?" "Dean Gao, what's going on here? I heard that your hospital's patients have all been snatched away. I am so ashamed for you. Wait a moment, I'll check it out for you and call you back in a bit." Minister Ma hung up the phone after speaking. While waiting for Minister Ma to call back, the people in the room excitedly shared their opinions. More than 10 minutes later, Minister Ma finally called back. "Dean Gao, you're right. Jishitang opened without approval from the Jiangcheng Medical Commission, which is illegal medical practice. I'll personally lead a team to the scene immediately. IBE also arranged for the media to be contacted this time. We'll do a live broadcast to crack down on illegal clinics." A round of thunderous applause erupted in the conference room of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. "That's great. When the Pharmaceutical Commission and the media arrive, we'll go and see what's going on. That's so satisfying. How dare they try to steal our food? They're asking for it. They're really bold to open a business without approval. But that kid might have connections. A lot of prominent people from Jiangcheng came on the opening day, and I heard even the Fong family came," someone said worriedly. "We live in a society governed by law. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot practice medicine illegally." Shui stood up. "Dean, this isn't right of us. Dre helped us out of a predicament a few days ago. Otherwise, someone might have actually died in our hospital. Aren't we being ungrateful for what we're doing?" "Old Shu, you're overthinking it. I think he dared to prescribe that medicine because he probably already knew what kind of poison those people were ingested. Dr. Gui is right. It's possible that all of this was arranged by someone else. If he is cured, it's his credit. If he is not cured, our hospital will take the blame. Either way, he won't lose out. Now that you hear what I'm saying, it's really possible that he did it. This is a case of the blind spot under the lamp. This must be reported to the Medical and Pharmaceutical Commission so that he can be punished by law." Soon, Yi Bei became known as an unforgivable sinner in the eyes of these doctors. They all seemed to take it upon themselves to bring down Yi Bei, speaking with righteous indignation. The Medical and Pharmaceutical Committee hasn't taken such an action in a long time, so this time it's particularly large scale. After all the media they had arranged to meet arrived, a large convoy of more than a dozen cars set off and headed towards Jishitang. Director Ma of the Pharmaceutical Committee was fat and had a big belly. When he arrived at Jishitang, he walked in the lead with an air of arrogance. "Dear media friends, please prepare your live broadcast equipment. Today we are going to crack down on a blatant illegal medical practice in our city. Minister Ma made this statement to the media before going inside. Everyone, disperse, Jishitang opened without the approval of our medical commission. This is illegal medical practice. In order to protect the interests of the general public, our medical commission took immediate action after receiving the report today. We will shut down this illegal clinic. Minister Ma spoke with great emotion, and then led his men to stop the people who wanted to see a doctor from entering the hospital. Everyone, disperse. This is an illegal clinic. He is practicing medicine without a license. Don't be fooled. The staff were making announcements through a small loudspeaker. We're going to see dry for treatment. Our friend got better after taking his medicine. We only the divine physician, Yi. People who have been waiting in line for ages to see a doctor are naturally unhappy about being told they can't see one anymore. Did you all see that? There are swindlers in society who can deceive people. Their biggest trick is to claim that they are miracle doctors. It seems that we have encountered such a cleverly deceitful miracle doctor today. In a moment, I will expose his disguise to everyone. Minister Ma spoke eloquently in front of the camera. The reporter then added, "Hello everyone, I'm a reporter from Jiangqing TV today. We'll be following the crackdown by the medical commission on an illegal medical practice, namely the Jishitang clinic that's been making headlines these past few days. To learn more, please join us in witnessing the downfall of this illegal clinic." The director of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, followed by a group of doctors, also came over. "Minister Ma, you've come just in time. It's extremely dangerous not to shut down these illegal clinics." Dean Gao was flattering Minister Ma. 62, Chapter 62 Reckless and Lawless. Dean Gao, protecting citizens from illegal harm and maintaining normal medical order is the responsibility of our medical commission, Minister Ma said righteously. Having a responsible leader like Minister Ma is a blessing for the people of Jiangcheng, Dean Gao said obsequiously. Yi Bei sat there without moving, even leaning back in his chair and stretching out his hands in a relaxing gesture. "Old Chen, go and see what's going on outside." Chen Pai went out for a moment and then came back to Yi Bei and said, "Young master, it's the medical commission. They said they were cracking down on illegal clinics. I don't know why they came here. Our clinic has all the necessary permits, right?" Yi Bei asked casually, glancing at the certificates hanging on the wall. "Of course, we haven't lost a single certificate," Chen Pai said with a smile. As the two were talking, Minister Ma walked in with a large entourage. "Who's in charge here?" Minister Ma asked, his tone condescending, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Me," Yi Bei replied calmly. "Very well, I'm telling you now, your place has been shut down for practicing medicine illegally," Minister Ma said righteously. "Practicing medicine illegally, we have all the necessary permits and licenses, you can take a look," Yi Bei said calmly. "No need to look anymore. Your clinic isn't registered with the Medical and Pharmaceutical Commission in Jiangcheng, so it's practicing medicine illegally. All those certificates you've displayed are fake, aren't they? It's illegal for young people to forge documents. Knowingly breaking the law is an even more serious offense. We will report this matter truthfully to the law enforcement agency and have them investigate." When Director Ma spoke, he deliberately turned his face towards the camera, wanting everyone in Jiangcheng to see his glorious image. "May I ask who you are?" Yi Bei slowly stood up, looking directly at Minister Ma. "I am Minister Ma from the Municipal Medical and Pharmaceutical Commission." "Minister Ma, you didn't even look at our documents before saying they were fake and concluding that I was practicing medicine illegally. Don't you think that's too hasty?" Minister Ma laughed disdainfully. "Everyone sees this, right? An illegal medical practitioner dares to be so arrogant in front of us law enforcement officers. Now we'll tear off his disguise." Minister Ma turned to the people behind him and said, "Go, and take down those fake documents after you have kept them. Call the Enforcement Bureau immediately and tell them to send someone over right away if they have violated the law. Have them take the person away." Minister Ma's subordinates immediately split up, some making phone calls, while others who wanted to take down the certificates and licenses on the wall were stopped by Chen Pai. "These are all legal documents, you have no right to take them away." Seeing Chen Pai's aged and frail appearance, the two men didn't dare to act forcefully under the watchful eyes of the media. They still had to be mindful of their image and enforce the law in a civilized manner, also fearing that they might offend Chen Pai. "Sir, please cooperate with our work." "Humph, we can't let you ruin the reputation of Jishitang. Please understand, if you ruin the reputation of Jishitang, you have to apologize to us." Chen Pai stood there, blocking our way without giving an inch. Minister Ma saw someone obstructing law enforcement, which was a rare negative example. Did everyone see that, when cracking down on these illegal clinics, we often encounter this kind of obstruction of law enforcement? Minister Ma walked up to Chen Pai, glanced at the certificates on the wall, and suddenly burst into laughter. Come on, reporter, let's get a close-up of those licenses and permits. Look, everyone, this illegal clinic is really audacious. They've forged the Medical Products Administration's documents. Do you all see that? It's utterly lawless, astonishing. Dean Gao, standing beside Minister Ma, chimed in, medical licenses from the Department of Medicine, this is truly an eye-opener for us. They're incredibly audacious. As Minister Ma, doesn't this change the nature of the matter? Of course it's different. This is extremely rare. Most of the illegal clinics we see don't have licenses, but it's very rare to see one that dares to forge licenses like this. This is blatant illegality. The enforcement agency isn't far from here. I believe it will be here soon. What nonsense are you talking about? All of this is true. Chen Pai said angrily, you can investigate if you're spouting nonsense here without finding out the truth. You should apologize. This is quite arrogant. We'll wait for the law enforcement officers to arrive so we can work together to give the public an explanation. You'd better think carefully about how you're going to apologize to us later, Yi Bei said calmly as he sat down. He believed that the old fox would never make such a basic mistake. Yi Bei didn't know how the certificate was obtained, but he knew it was definitely genuine. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. I can tell you with certainty that in all my years working at the Pharmaceutical Commission, I've never seen a clinic license issued by the pharmaceutical department. You don't even need to check to know it's fake. Trying to get away with it? No way. Minister Ma made a solemn vow. Old Chen, don't bother with them. Let them take it if they want. Don't stop them. They'll have to hang it back exactly as they took it. Yi Bei's expression remained unchanged, utterly calm. After hearing Yi Bei's words, Chen Pai picked up a rag and went to wipe the counter. That's right, don't break the law. Knowingly, Minister Ma gestured to his two subordinates to take down the licenses and permits on the wall. The law enforcement officials arrived quickly, a total of 5 people. They first exchanged pleasantries with Minister Ma and his group. Let me introduce you all. This is Captain Chu from the law enforcement agency. Captain Chu, how should we characterize this forgery case? If this is indeed a forgery, then our enforcement agency will investigate and deal with it according to the law. Now let's check the authenticity of these certificates. Captain Chu had his men take a tablet computer and input the ID numbers into the system to look them up. While Captain Chu was making his inquiries, the law enforcement officers also opened the frames containing the licenses and certificates and began to examine them carefully. Their expressions turned serious as they examined the material. The material is exactly the same as the real thing, and the printing, the stamp, it's all identical to the real thing. It's unbelievable. The level of forgery is too high. Captain Chu's expression also turned strange as he checked the numbers one by one over and over again. They're all correct. There really is this ID number. Minister Ma, could you take a look? Minister Ma rubbed his eyes and looked at the information on the tablet. This is impossible. How could there be a clinic license issued by the Department of Medicine? I've never heard of this before. Captain Chu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The reporter captured Minister Ma's incredulous expression perfectly. It seems things have taken an unexpected turn. What could it be? Let's wait and see. 63, Chapter 63. May I sit down and talk to you? Captain Chu handed the computer to Minister Ma. Minister Ma, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Dean Gao squeezed next to Minister Ma. Minister Ma, what's wrong? This can't be true, can it? Our city hospitals' licenses are all issued by the county government. How could it possibly have a clinic license from the department? If it really did, wouldn't that clinic be above our hospital in terms of level? Dean Gao also found it unbelievable. This was something he had never heard of before. After checking the numbers twice, Minister Ma began to sweat. The numbers were all correct. This was the Medical and Pharmaceutical Department's website, and it used the Enforcement Yuan's query system, so there was no way it could be wrong. Impossible, this can't be true. Captain Chu, do you think it's possible that hackers or something modified the website? Captain Chu smiled and said, what you're saying might be possible, but this is a government website, so the chances of that happening are almost zero. Does Captain Chu mean that this certificate is genuine? Minister Ma gasped, his mind going completely blank. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'll call the county's medical department and ask them, they should know. Minister Ma quickly put down the phone, his face and back soaked with sweat, his clothes clinging to his back. Minister Ma,
what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Dean Gao asked with concern.
Dean Gao, I've been terribly wrong this time. This certificate is genuine, specially approved by the pharmaceutical department of Jishitang. With this certificate, one can legally practice medicine anywhere in the country. Minister Ma's face was extremely ugly at this moment. Dean Gao's face turned pale instantly upon hearing this. He was the one who provided the information, and he had offended his immediate supervisor. How could there be such a document? There must be a mistake. Faced with their leader's loss of composure, the reporters dared not ask any questions, but this was a live broadcast, and everyone saw their embarrassment. Captain Chu reacted quickly. Minister Ma, this certificate is genuine, so there's nothing more for our law enforcement agency to do here. We won't disturb your work any longer. Captain Chu and his men quickly left. Those watching from outside could see everything clearly through the live stream. It seems there was a mistake. Look at Minister Ma. His clothes are always really embarrassed now. I knew it. How could such a good doctor be from an unlicensed clinic? Let's see what they do. This matter deserves an explanation. We can't let an innocent person be wronged. The TV reporter couldn't help but ask, Minister Ma, has the matter been clarified now? Is this an illegal clinic or not? Minister Ma's face turned ashen upon hearing the reporter's question. He felt an urge to strangle the reporter. However, having spent so long in officialdom, he coughed a few times to clear his throat, only to find that the more he coughed, the drier his throat became. Which one? Well, we knew before we came here that this was a legitimate and compliant clinic. Our mission this time is to teach those illegal, unlicensed clinics a lesson. Minister Ma wasn't saying that just now. His attitude changed way too quickly. Yes, he just arrogantly called it an illegal clinic. We have to make him explain himself. We must apologize to Dr. Yi. The onlookers shouted. Minister Ma is now so frustrated he wants to disappear into the ground and just want to end this matter quickly. That concludes today's enforcement efforts. Stop broadcasting now. A cheerful voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Minister Ma, as I just said, we are practicing medicine legally. If you are wrong, you must clarify for us also. Please tell us how you obtained those certificates and remember to put them all back in their original places. The speaker was naturally Yi Bei. Minister Ma's fat face trembled incessantly. He took a few deep breaths, wiped away the sweat that wouldn't stop, and forced an ugly smile. Dry, it was our mistake, Minister Ma said with a forced smile. When he turned to speak to his subordinates, his smile vanished. Why don't you hurry up and put these certificates back where they were? Minister Ma finished speaking and walked away. This place felt like a furnace to him now, and the strange looks he received made him extremely uncomfortable. Minister Ma, don't you still owe Jishitang an apology? Upon hearing Yi Bei's words, Minister Ma's expression froze, and sweat poured down his forehead, making him look extremely disheveled. This I am sorry. Minister Ma's voice changed, becoming extremely unnatural. He turned around and glared fiercely at Dean Gao, who was following behind him. Dean Gao's face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he thought to himself that this was the end of his term as dean. The people from the Pharmaceutical Commission came with high hopes, only to leave disappointed and dejected. Dean Gao slunk back to the hospital with a group of doctors amidst the scornful looks of everyone. Dean, what should we do this time? You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Dean Gao returned to his office and slammed his fist on the table in anger. It was another busy day, and it was quite late when we closed. Old Chen, I estimate that there will still be a lot of people tomorrow. If the number of people doesn't decrease by the end of this week, we can only see patients for half a day each day. We can't take away all the patients from the hospital. Doctors also need to support their families. As the old saying goes, taking away someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. This is not a good way to go. Young master is right. I will put up the sign tomorrow. Starting next week, we will only be able to watch for half a day, with a limit of 50 people. Also, let the families of those 2 injured people take them home to recuperate tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Pai hung up the sign. Starting next week, Jishitang will be open for half a day each day, 50 yuan. This is a human-made limit. Your understanding is appreciated. When patients who came to see the doctor saw this announcement, most of them expressed their understanding. That makes sense. Dr. Yi also needs to rest so that he can better serve everyone. That's right, going to the doctor is a tiring job. For the next few days, Yi Bei continued to work until very late. That day, Yi Bei was tidying up the things on the table with his head down just as Chen Pai was about to close the door. A woman came in. Hearing footsteps, Yi Bei looked up and saw a pair of white sneakers. Moving his gaze upwards, he saw a pair of slender, jade-like legs, a short athletic skirt, and a matching tracksuit top. Her curvaceous and toned figure, coupled with a stunningly beautiful face and elegant demeanor, is enough to make most men drool. So beautiful. Exquisite features, a pair of expressive eyes, smooth, jade-like skin, and a high, firm bust. She is sexy and alluring. Yi Bei mentally gave this woman a score of 90. You must be Dry. Hello, I'm Lu Min from the Myzegia gym up ahead. The beautiful woman introduced herself with elegance and confidence. Yi Bei vaguely remembered this shop. It was not far from his clinic. Hello, this is Yi Bei. Is there anything I can help you with? May I sit down and talk to you? Lu Min said, tossing a strand of hair over her shoulder, exuding charm. 64, Chapter 64. Today I'll teach you how to be a person. Before Yi Bei could speak, Lu Min had already sat down opposite him. Dry, I see your business is very good. There are such long queues every day. I'm alright, Miss Lu. Are you here for a medical checkup? Yi Bei also sat down. He noticed a faint dark aura between Lu Min's eyebrows. Although it was very faint and well concealed by makeup, it did not escape Yi Bei's notice. This is a sign of uterine coldness. The seemingly vibrant and beautiful woman probably suffers from unbearable pain every time she has her period. Lu Min smiled and said, Does Dry think I'm sick? I'm just here to discuss a collaboration. We often have people at our gym experiencing sports injuries. They used to go to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital across the street for treatment, but the results weren't very good. I wonder if Dry has any good solutions for this? As you can see, I have many patients every day, so I'm afraid I won't have time. Traditional Chinese medicine does have some advantages in treating sports injuries that Western medicine cannot match. Through syndrome differentiation, it can use methods such as herbal fumigation, external application, massage, and acupuncture to treat the symptoms. Dry, please don't be so quick to refuse. May know that there are some medicinal wines and similar things in traditional Chinese medicine that are very effective for sports injuries like sprains. I wonder if Dry has any prescriptions for this kind of sprains and bruises? There are certainly remedies like this. I'll give you one. Take it home and soak it in strong liquor for 15 days. Then you can use it. When you use it, apply the liquor to the injured area and massage it until it feels warm. Yi Bei wrote down a prescription and handed it to Lu Min. Thank you, Dre. I see you're just about to leave work and haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind, would you like to have a meal together, just to make friends? Since such a beautiful woman took the initiative to invite him, Yi Bei did not refuse and nodded. Okay, let's go to the small restaurant next door. Okay, the food there is pretty good. I go there often. Perhaps due to her fitness routine, Lu Min has a very upright posture, which makes her appear even more elegant. Old Chen, why don't you come too? Yi Bei said. Thank you, but I won't go, Chen Pai said with a smile. Chen Pai looked at Yi Bei and Lu Min's backs and laughed. With the young master's looks, his luck with women is probably off the charts. Lu Min is the kind of person who is very talkative. Dry has such a great figure. Do you usually like to work out? If you come to our Jianzigia, I'll give you a 50% discount. I'm a very lazy person and I don't really like working out. Yi Bei smiled slightly, and his beautiful dimples reappeared on his face. Yi Bei's smile was incredibly captivating. Lu Min was stunned. She had never seen a man smile so handsomely before. Dry, you have such a beautiful smile. How do you maintain such a great figure without working out? It's innate, I guess. Yi Bei said. What a joke. The equipment in the gym is child's play for Yi Bei. He has no interest in it at all. Naturally beautiful, it's really enviable. Let me tell you, before I started working out, I was very fat, weighing over 160 pounds. Really, I didn't realize that. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, a third person walked over. Lu Min, what a coincidence. The man's gaze towards Yi Bei was clearly hostile. Gao Yan, I didn't expect you to come to a small restaurant like this. Let me introduce you, this is. Gao Yan rudely interrupted Lu Min, saying, I recognize him, it's Dr. Yi from Jishitang. Gao Yan, a doctor at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Lu Min said. Gao Yan is one of Lu Min's suitors and the son of Gao Chang, the president of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital.
Gao Yan had long considered Lu Min his girlfriend, and in order to pursue her, he would go to Lu Min's gym whenever he had free time. Lu Min was his goddess, but she always ignored him and was indifferent to him. He asked her out many times, but Lu Min never agreed. Seeing Lu Min having dinner with Yi Bei, an enemy of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, naturally made him unhappy. Gao Yan sat down directly next to Lu Min. Lu Min, let's go sing karaoke later? Excuse me, I'm having dinner with Dry right now, Gao Yan, could you please not disturb us? Lu Min was somewhat displeased to see that Gao Yan had no manners at all. You guys eat your food, I'll keep you company, Gao Yan said shamelessly. Gao Yan, can you please stop doing this? Don't you think it's very inappropriate and impolite? Dry, have I affected you? Is there anything I can't listen to? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm Lu Min's boyfriend. Gao Yan looked at Yi Bei shamelessly, his eyes full of provocation. Gao Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I become your girlfriend? Lu Min was very angry. It'll be soon, won't it? You know I like you, and I don't want you to eat with a liar. Being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Gao Yan made a veiled insult. Yi Bei frowned slightly. Who are you calling a liar? I'm talking about you, so what? You're a fraud. What kind of miracle doctor are you? You're just trying to use your looks to cheat women, aren't you? In terms of medical skills, someone like an intern at our hospital is nothing but a fraud in the eyes of us qualified doctors, a complete charlatan posing as a miracle doctor. Yi Bei has made the traditional Chinese medicine hospital lose all face, and Gao Yan has long harbored resentment towards Yi Bei. I don't care who you are, you must apologize to me immediately. Yi Bei's eyes turned cold. Apologize, Gao Yan, haven't learned that yet, Gao Yan said arrogantly. Did you not learn it, or did no one teach you? You have absolutely no manners today. I'll teach you how to be a decent human being. You're a liar. Who are you calling ill-mannered? It's not your place to teach me a lesson. I'll teach you a lesson today, you liar. Gao Yan suddenly she picked up the drink in front of Lu Min and threw it at Yi Bei. The space between the seats was small, and they were so close together that it looked like the drink was about to spill on Yi Bei. Neither Lu Min nor Gao Yan saw clearly how Yi Bei suddenly disappeared from his original position. By the time they could see clearly, Yi Bei was already standing behind Gao Yan. The drink didn't spill on Yi Bei at all. Yi Bei grabbed Gao Yan by the collar. Apologize immediately. Let go, take your filthy hands off me, or don't blame me for being rude. Gao Yan stood up abruptly. He was only slightly shorter than Yi Bei, and he glared at Yi Bei with a fierce look in his eyes. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Lu Min quickly stopped them, saying, Can you two please stop fighting? Lu Min, you haven't fallen for this pretty boy, have you? Today I'm going to teach this liar a lesson the man should do. Having lost his mind, Gao Yan threw a punch at Yi Bei's face. 65, Chapter 65. If you trust me, come with me. You think you're worthy? A cold glint flashed in Yi Bei's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei's hand, which had been gripping Gao Yan's collar, suddenly loosened. He then grabbed Gao Yan's outstretched hand and slapped it hard across Gao Yan's face. Snap! Gao Yan works out every day and is always very confident in his strength, but at this moment, when facing Yi Bei, he is like a puppet, completely at Yi Bei's mercy. Yi Bei grabbed Gao Yan's hand and slapped him across the other side of his face. Snap! The two slaps happened so quickly, Lu Min had just been worried that Gao Yan had hurt Yi Bei. The seemingly refined and handsome Dry in front of me is actually quite skilled. Gao Yan's cheeks burned from the blow he had made. Gao Yan came with several colleagues from the hospital. When they saw that Gao Yan had been beaten, they immediately rushed over. Stop, let go of my hand. Yi Bei really did let go of Gao Yan's hand, but Gao Yan found that he couldn't exert any force with that hand. What did you do to me? Gao Yan roared. I'm just showing you a thing or two, teaching you how to behave, Yi Bei said calmly. I mean, what did you do to my hand? Gao Yan was terrified because he discovered that his hand seemed to have lost all feeling, hanging limply and completely beyond his control. Aren't you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? You don't even know what acupoints are. I just sealed your acupoints. Acupoints? Acupoints? Gao Yan is indeed a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, but he had no idea about the techniques Yi Bei used, and had never even heard of how sealing acupoints could cause such a condition.
Apologize. Gao Yan took 2 steps back. Apologize? Don't even think about it, you bastard. If my hand is ruined, I'll never forgive you. My father is Gao Chang, the president of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and my grandfather is Gao Zhenghe, a senator in Jiangqing City. You just wait. I have no interest in knowing who your father and grandfather are. You're not going anywhere unless you apologize. When Gao Yan's colleagues saw that Yi Bei knew Gao Yan's identity, they didn't give him any face at all. The two started arguing because of Lu Min. Lu Min tugged at Yi Bei's hand and said, "Dry, maybe we should forget about it. Other things can be overlooked, but calling me a liar is absolutely unacceptable." Yi Bei did not let Gao Yan off the hook just because of Lu Min. Gao Yan's expression changed. "Believe me or not, I'll smash up your clinic. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, so hurry up and apologize." "Gao Yan, you need to apologize to Dry right now. You went too far just now," Lu Min said to Gao Yan after failing to persuade Yi Bei. "No way, I will never apologize to a liar." Born into an official family and pampered since childhood, how could Gao Yan possibly be willing to bow his head? Yi Bei hooked and pulled. Gao Yan's legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. "You've already knelt down?" Gao Yan's face turned ashen. He tried to stand up, but found that his kneeling feet, like his hand, had no strength at all. He couldn't even move, let alone stand up. When Yi Bei kicked out, he had already pressed on Zusanli, ST-36, on the foot. You bastard." Gao Yan's colleagues looked at each other, wondering why Gao Yan was kneeling there motionless. "Is it really that hard to apologize? How about I spill a drink on you to sober you up?" Yi Bei said with a slight smile. Gao Yan was both angry and ashamed. His colleagues and the goddess in his heart were watching. How could he swallow this insult? You dare? Go ahead and kill me if you dare. I'd rather die than apologize to you," Gao Yan said through gritted teeth. "You really have guts. Well then, you can kneel here properly. The pressure points should be released in about 2 hours," Yi Bei said, then walked towards the door. "You just wait, I will never let you get away with this." Gao Yan roared. Lu Min stomped her foot and said, "Gao Yan, you've disappointed me so much." Then she chased after Yi Bei. "Dry, I'm sorry, you haven't eaten enough, have you? I know a good barbecue place nearby," Lu Min said, catching up with Yi Bei. "I'm not having the barbecue skewers." "Are you really sure you didn't come here today to see me for a medical appointment?" "No, I just want to be friends with you." Lu Min didn't understand what Yi Bei was trying to say. "Miss Lu, your period is about to start, isn't it? You always suffer from unbearable pain when you have your period. I'm not sure if I'm seeing things correctly." Lu Min was stunned. This was her secret. For the first 2 days of her period every month, she would stay at home and wouldn't even dare to leave the house. The pain would turn her face blue and cause her to break out in a cold sweat, but it would lessen considerably after the first 2 days. Not many people know her secret, even her mother doesn't know. The pain only started in the last 2 years. She has seen doctors, but they couldn't find anything wrong. They just prescribed some painkillers and that was it. "You figured that out?" "I could tell from the first moment you walked in. At first, I thought you were here to see me for a medical consultation. But you haven't mentioned it. Your illness is at most 2 years old. It was probably caused by you getting caught in the rain or falling into water on a cold day, allowing cold pathogens to enter your body." "Dry, you're amazing. You could tell that 2 years ago. One winter night, it was raining heavily on my way home, a manhole cover came loose, and I accidentally fell in. Luckily, someone happened to be passing by and saved me. Since then, I've had this problem with menstrual cramps. If you trust me, come with me, and I'll treat you." Lu Min thought for a moment, then followed Yi Bei. "Of course I trust Dry." Yi Bei took Lu Min back to the clinic. When they arrived at the clinic, Yi Bei took Lu Min's pulse and examined her tongue, which matched the findings he had observed earlier. Yi Bei led Lu Min to a consultation room. "Lie down on the bed and expose your belly and lower abdomen. I'll give you acupuncture." Yi Bei turned around to get the acupuncture needles. Lu Min was taken aback. It was late at night, and Yi Bei was asking her to lie down on the bed. She hesitated. In novels and TV shows, this is often when bad guys are preparing to do something bad. As if sensing Lu Min's hesitation, Yi Bei joked, "Are you afraid I'll do something to you?" "No, Dry doesn't seem like that kind of person at all. Besides, Dry is so handsome. Even if he were, I would accept it." Lu Min gritted her teeth and lay down on the bed. "Yeah?
Yi Bei took the needle, turned around, and gently pulled up Lu Min's clothes. Her smooth, flat stomach, with her abs perfectly defined, was incredibly alluring and seductive, sparking the imagination Yi Bei couldn't help but swallow hard. "Miss Lu has a really nice figure. Please lower your skirt a little bit, as there are 2 acupuncture points there that I need to insert needles into later." Yi Bei withdrew his admiring gaze. A blush rose on Lu Min's face, making her even more captivating. She carefully unzipped the dress and slowly pulled it down. 66, Chapter 66. I'll come find you again tonight. It would be a lie for Lu Min to say she wasn't nervous. Her heart was pounding like a deer running wildly inside her. In her nervousness, she unconsciously pulled her hand down a little too far, revealing the black lace trim underneath. "That's fine." As Yi Bei spoke, he pressed down on Lu Min's hand, which was still pulling down. Yi Bei's hands were very warm, and Lu Min felt a jolt, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She responded with an "oh," her face turning even redder. Her smooth, flat stomach and slender waist were without an ounce of fat, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was simply perfect. Her lower abdomen rose and fell gently with her breath, the spring scenery stimulating Yi Bei's optic nerve. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat ambiguous. Yi Bei briefly admired the beautiful scenery before gathering his attention. "Ms. Lu, the treatment effect will be better if you massage her before acupuncture. Of course, if you don't want to do that, we can proceed directly with acupuncture." Yi Bei was telling the truth. Massage can accelerate the circulation of qi and blood, which is more conducive to dispelling the cold evil in her body. However, this area is still too sensitive for women, and Yi Bei will not put his hand on it directly without obtaining the other party's consent. That would make the other person misunderstand that he was taking advantage of her, and it would be even more difficult to explain when a man and a woman are alone together. "Massage?" Lu Min smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Let's just do acupuncture." She still doesn't know whether Yi Bei's treatment is effective or not. Good. Yi Bei could tell what Lu Min was thinking. Indeed, it was their first meeting, and it was at night. With the two of them alone, giving a massage was really inappropriate, so it's normal for people to overthink it. When Yi Bei inserted the needles, his slender fingers would still touch Lu Min's body. Lu Min is the kind of person who was particularly sensitive when she was touched by a young and handsome man. Her face turned even redder. The little monster inside her body was being uncooperative, giving Lu Min some strange sensations. Her smooth, firm abdomen exuded an alluring charm. As the silver needles were inserted, Lu Min felt a warm current flowing through her abdomen, which felt extremely comfortable. The 9 silver needles were quickly inserted. "The needles are in place. Remove them in 15 minutes, Yi Bei said, twirling the silver needles. "How are you feeling now?" Yi Bei's true energy flowed into Lu Min's body through the silver needles, and the warm current began to flow throughout her body, making her feel sleepy. "It feels so good, I want to take a nap." Lu Min found it incredible. She had never had acupuncture before, and she never imagined that a few small silver needles could make her feel so comfortable. "You can close your eyes and rest for a while." Yi Bei noticed that the light in Chen Pai's room was off, indicating that he had gone out. He took this opportunity to go to the medicine cabinet and get some medicine for Lu Min to take care of her condition. 15 minutes isn't long, it'll be over quickly. When Yi Bei went in, he found that Lu Min was actually asleep, making soft breathing sounds. He smiled, gently removed the silver needles, and disinfected them in alcohol. Yi Bei pulled down Lu Min's clothes to cover her flat stomach, and was about to help her pull her skirt up a little when Lu Min suddenly woke up. She saw Yi Bei's hand grabbing her skirt. "I saw you were asleep, and I was just thinking of helping you pull your skirt up," Yi Bei said, letting go of his hand. Some things need to be clarified, especially things that are easily misunderstood." Lu Min glanced at her now closed shirt and asked, "Thank you, Dr. Yi, did I really fall asleep just now?" As Lu Min spoke, she put on her skirt and zipped it up. "Yes, here are 3 doses of Chinese medicine. Take 1 dose a day, boil it with 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl, and take it warm twice a day, morning and evening." Yi Bei handed a bag of traditional Chinese medicine to Lu Min. "Thank you, Dr. Yi. How much is the consultation fee and treatment fee in total? I'll scan the code to send it to you." 300.
Lu Min scanned the code to pay, picked up the Chinese medicine, and said, "It's getting late, I won't bother Dry any longer." She felt much lighter after leaving Jishitang, and the discomfort in her abdomen that she usually felt was completely gone. Yi Bei went back upstairs and took out the pair of jade pendants to look at them again. Where should we begin? So far, neither the Wang family nor anyone else has come looking for him, which makes Yi Bei wonder if the jade is not that important. The moonlight was beautiful tonight. Yi Bei walked to the rooftop, looking at the pair of jade pendants in his hand, lost in thought. Yi Bei put the two jade pendants together, and under the moonlight, the two jade pendants emitted a pale purple light, which was quite strange. Yi Bei placed the jade pendant in his palm, and the purple light grew stronger and stronger under the moonlight, its radiance reaching a height of 3 feet. Unfortunately, a large patch of dark clouds drifted over at that moment, obscuring the moon, and the light on the jade pendant also disappeared. Yi Bei waited for a long time, but the moon still didn't peek out from behind the clouds. He thought he had just seen some patterns in the pale purple light, but before he could see them clearly, they disappeared. Just as Yi Bei was about to go back to his room to rest, Chen Pai came back, humming a little tune, and seemed to be in a good mood. The next morning, as soon as Chen Pai opened the door, Feng Xiaoyu rushed in. "Good morning, Grandpa Chun. Where's Brother Yi?" "He's upstairs, he hasn't come down yet." By the time Chen Pai finished speaking, Feng Xiaoyu had already run upstairs. Feng Xiaoyu came every day these past few days, but Yi Bei was busy seeing patients and really didn't have time to pay attention to her. She brought breakfast to Yi Bei this morning specifically for this purpose. When Feng Xiaoyu went upstairs, Yi Bei was drinking millet porridge made with dried tangerine peel. "Brother Yi, don't eat this. Look what I brought you. This is the best breakfast in Jiangcheng." As Feng Xiaoyu spoke, she placed the object in front of Yi Bei. "Remove the bowl of porridge." "Thank you so much. You got up so early today. Did you just come to bring me breakfast?" "Hee, you guessed right. I've decided that from today onwards, I'll never sleep in again," Feng Xiaoyu said with a playful smile. Feng Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hand and watched Yi Bei eat the breakfast she had bought. "How is it? Is it delicious?" "The taste is not bad." "Brother Yi, look, the hair on my hands is almost gone. When can you give me another acupuncture treatment? Then I can buy a lot of the clothes I've already picked out. I want to replace all the clothes in my wardrobe." After half a month, Feng Xiaoyu and Yi Bei have become quite familiar with each other. "Tonight, I don't know what time I'll finish seeing the patients today." Yi Bei's smile always made Feng Xiaoyu feel incredibly warm. "Okay, I'll come find you again tonight." This was Yi Bei's last day of seeing patients, and there were still many patients. It was almost dark when I finally finished seeing all the patients in line. As Yi Bei and Chen Pai were packing up, a blood-covered man stumbled into Jishitang. 67, Chapter 67. Could it be that Grandpa Lin was murdered? "Help me." The bloodied man cried out, then collapsed inside the house. Chen Pai went over and saw that the man had a knife stuck in his waistband. Chen Pai walked to the door and glanced around, but didn't see anyone chasing this person. "Old Chen, help him to the examination room." Chen Pai's withered hands lifted the person up as if they were lifting something very light. "The person has already lost consciousness," Chen Pai said to Yi Bei. "Okay, let's prepare the surgical instruments." Yi Bei deftly treated the man's wound. What puzzled Yi Bei was that the knife had not hit any vital organs, as if the person who made the knife had deliberately avoided vital organs. The wound was treated quickly. "Mr. Chen, you'll have to work hard tonight." When Yi Bei walked out of the consultation room, he noticed that Chen Pai had just gone out. "Young master, this person's arrival is rather suspicious. The bloodstains started around the corner not far ahead. I asked the neighbors, and they all said they didn't see anyone fighting," Chen Pai whispered to Yi Bei. "Okay, I understand. Be careful tonight." Just as they were talking, the person inside the room opened their eyes. When Feng Xiaoyu came to find Yi Bei, it was almost 9 o'clock. 12 bodyguards were lined up in a row at the entrance of Jishitang. Yi Bei noticed that Feng Xiaoyu, who had been as cheerful as a lark that morning, was not happy at this moment. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" "Grandpa Lin died, and Sister Lin cried so hard." Feng Xiaoyu sighed before sitting down. "Old Master Lin is dead. When did this happen?" When Yi Bei last saw Old Master Lin, he could tell that he had recovered quite well, so he shouldn't have died so easily. Just before dinner, when the servants went to call Grandpa Lin for dinner, they found that he was already dead. Yi Bei felt that there was something fishy going on here. How did he die? Sister Lin said that the doctor saw her and said that the attack caused a myocardial infarction. No, there's nothing wrong with Master Lin's heart. Yi Bei had taken his pulse, so he was certain of that. Brother Yi, are you telling the truth? Yes, I took his pulse. His liver is not quite right, but his heart is definitely fine. I am pretty sure about that. So, Grandpa Lin wasn't murdered. I need to call Sister Lin. Feng Xiaoyu was shocked. She absolutely believed Yi Bei's words. Feng Xiaoyu told Lin Mengyao what Yi Bei had said. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I thought of that too. Grandpa might have been murdered, but we don't have any concrete evidence yet. What's most despicable is Lin Chaoran, who actually proposed to kick me out of the Lin group. At this time there are quite a few people in the family who support him, Lin Mengyao said indignantly. Sister, you must hold on. It's not appropriate for us outsiders to interfere in the affairs of your Lin family. Not long after Feng Xiaoyu hung up the phone, Lin Mengyao called again. Xiaoyu, are you with Dr. Yi? Could you let him answer the phone? Feng Xiaoyu handed the phone to Yi Bei. I would like to ask you to come to our Lin family to see if my grandfather was poisoned. I beg you, please help me. Want to avenge my grandfather. Yi Bei didn't want to get involved in the Lin family's dispute. I suggest you find the police, they're more professional than me. I beg you, the police came and they said the same thing as the doctor, a natural death. I want to know the truth, I beg you. Yi Bei sighed inwardly. Master, you said you must help a beautiful woman in trouble. I am soft-hearted, so I'll make an exception and go see her this once. Okay, I'm coming over now. When Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu arrived at the Lin family's house, the doctor and police were still there. You've come, it's so wonderful, please take a look at how my grandfather died, sob. Lin Mengyao began to sob as she spoke. Before Yi Bei could even enter old Master Lin's room, Lin Chaoran stopped him. Yi Bei, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Second uncle, I invited this person. I want to know how Grandpa died, Lin Mengyao said. Mengyao, didn't the police and doctors just say the cause of death? It was a natural death, a myocardial infarction. I won't allow this bastard to bother my father again. Lin Chaoran refused to let Yi Bei in no matter what. Second uncle, you're not hiding something, are you? Grandpa just passed away, and you forced me to hand over the CEO position. Now you're preventing me from finding the truth. Grandpa was fine this morning, how could he just leave like this? Lin Chaoran's face darkened. Lin Mengyao, are you openly doubting me? Lin Chaoran walked over at this moment. Enough, what's all the noise about? Mengyao has already invited people here, so what's wrong with letting Dr. Yi go in and take a look? I don't believe that Dad died a natural death either. Lin Chaoran knew that if he tried to stop them now, everyone might suspect him. Yi Bei went inside. Old Master Lin was still lying in bed. He carefully examined old Master Lin's body and soon discovered a problem. There was a tiny needle mark on old Master Lin's heart, which was absolutely invisible unless you looked closely. The police and doctors quickly went inside, and they were all surprised to see the questions Yi Bei had raised. If I'm not mistaken, this was a homicide. Someone injected old Master Lin's heart with a drug that could cause cardiac arrest. I think this shouldn't be hard to verify. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoran's face flashed with unease, and his hatred for Yi Bei intensified. Yi Bei, you bastard, you're ruining my plans again. In the afternoon, Lin Chaoran put sleeping pills in the old man's water, and then deliberately spoke loudly to the old man before leaving the Lin residence. During this time, someone broke into the Lin residence and attacked old Master Lin. The police and the doctor nodded in agreement after hearing Yi Bei's analysis. Old Master Lin's identity was unusual, and the police immediately reported it to their superiors. That's all I can do for you. Please accept my condolences, Patriarch Lin and Miss Lin. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he left the Lin residence. Lin Chaoran stared fiercely at Yi Bei as he left, thinking to himself, this person will be a future problem if he is not eliminated. But then he remembered the tall protector's warning to him to stay away from Yi Bei. I don't know why even the people of the Ghost Palace are wary of this bastard. This was something Lin Chaoran couldn't understand, and he decided to find an opportunity to ask him about it. After leaving the Lin family's house, Yi Bei said to Feng Xiaoyu, it's too late today. Starting tomorrow, I'll only see patients for half a day. Come over this afternoon and I'll treat you then. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Yi. Two people were sitting in a car outside the Lin family's house. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Bei as he walked out. One of them was the tall protector that Lin Chaoran had met in the suburban park that day. 68, Chapter 68 Ruthless Ma Bao. The two people in the car were from the Jiangcheng branch of the Ghost Palace. The tall protector's surname was Huang, and he was known as Tall Huang. The other was his subordinate, Mado. Mado, have you arranged everything? Tall Huang asked. It's all arranged. I saw him enter Jishitang with my own eyes, so you can rest assured Ma Bao is a ruthless man. In order to stay overnight at Jishitang, that kid stabbed himself. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to kill the people at Jishitang tonight. The Ma Bao they were talking about was the person who ran to Jishitang with a knife stuck in his throat that afternoon. Ma Bao is no good person as a thug who fled to Jiangcheng with a murder case on his conscience. He's ruthless, kills without blinking an eye, and also has some martial arts skills. Damn it, did you make it clear to him? The boss wants the jade pendant, not their lives, Tall Huang hissed. Mado quickly said, I've explained everything, but a ruthless person like Ma Bao would definitely have wiped out everyone. Tall Huang looked at Yi Bei not far away and said, I always felt that this Yi Bei was not simple. Look at the way he walks, he knows martial arts. Don't worry, you'll find out later tonight. Yi Bei returned to the clinic and went to check on the injured person lying on the bed, but it seemed that the person was asleep. Old Chen, is this person still not awake? Oh, he just woke up. I fed him something and he fell asleep again. I wanted to ask him some questions, but he looked so wary, so I didn't, Chen Pai said with a yawn. It's alright, you should get some rest too, Yi Bei said and went back upstairs. At midnight, Ma Bao, who had been lying in the hospital bed, got up. He quietly got out of bed, listened carefully, and found that there was no sound outside. He lifted the curtain on the door, darted out, and quietly went upstairs. A sinister smile played on his lips. Mado promised him 500,000 yuan after he pulled off this job, and then he would leave Jiangcheng and no one would be able to find him. This wasn't the first time Ma Bao had committed murder and robbery. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen on the second floor and quickly arrived at Yi Bei's door on the third floor. He quietly turned the door lock and, with the faint light coming into the room from the window, saw the person on the bed lying on their side with their back to him. The mission can be completed with just one strike. He tiptoed to the bedside, raised the knife high, and slashed down at Yi Bei's neck. In a flash, Yi Bei seemed to unconsciously roll over to the other side of the bed, just in time to dodge the knife in Ma Bao's hand. Ma Bao, having gone this far, was about to swing his knife again when Yi Bei sat up. What are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Of course, I want your life. At this moment, Ma Bao only wanted to kill Yi Bei, get the jade pendant, and leave. He swung his knife and slashed at Yi Bei. Yi Bei smiled calmly and pinched the knife between two fingers. Ma Bao tried his best, but he couldn't cut it down or pull it back. Who sent you? Did you stab yourself today? You really have the guts to do that. Yi Bei spoke calmly, and with a gentle pull of two fingers, the knife was in his hand. Ma Bao took a few steps back in fear. Are you a human or a ghost? The other person disarmed him with their bare hands, and Ma Bao was terrified. The person on the bed was too scary. They took the knife away with just two fingers. It felt like no human could do that. Of course I'm human, but if you can't answer my questions honestly, I think you'll soon become a ghost. Yi Bei had already gotten out of bed and was looking at Ma Bao in front of him. I just want to make some money. Ma Bao took a few steps back and turned to try to slip away. Yi Bei moved like a ghost, his figure flashing as he stood at the doorway, looking at the knife in his hand. This is a good kitchen knife. It should be quick to kill someone. Ma Bao was genuinely panicked now. What do you want to know? Who sent you? What are you here for? Yi Bei repeated the question. Ma Bao gritted his teeth. I'll fight you to the death. As he spoke, he charged towards Yi Bei. Yi Bei casually brandished his knife, and the next second, the cold blade was already at Ma Bao's neck. Ma Bao stood there, trembling. Don't kill me. Mado sent Mei said if I kill you, he'll give me a dragon-shaped jade pendant and 500,000 yuan. Who is Mado? Mado is a friend I met in Jiangcheng, the owner of a trinket shop on the antique street. That's all I know. Can you let me go now? Are you done talking? Yi Bei asked. Have you finished talking? Please let me go, I beg you, I don't want to die. Although Ma Bao was a ruthless person, he could tell that he had encountered a master today, and he was also afraid of dying. Thump, Ma Bao's legs buckled and he knelt on the ground. Knowing he wouldn't get anything out of Ma Bao, Yi Bei twirled his hand and slapped the back of Ma Bao's neck with the back of his knife, knocking him unconscious.
Old Chen, the man is in your hands now.
Yi Bei turned around and handed the knife in his hand to Chen Pai, who had been standing outside the door at some point. Yes, young master, you should rest. This knife was personally forged by me back then. The blade is extremely sharp, and it is indeed a good knife for cutting vegetables. Chen Pai carried Ma Bao out and closed the door behind him. Yi Bei didn't know how Chen Pai dealt with Ma Bao, nor did he care.
Anyway, Yi Bei never saw this person again.
I waited all night for Mado across the street, but Ma Bao never showed up, which made me very frustrated. He returned to his antique shop on the antique street, which was both his shop and his home. He lived in the shop's attic. He called Tal Huang, guardian. Things have changed, we didn't get to see Ma Bao.
Damn it, you better get out of here right now and don't go back to Jiangcheng anytime soon. I knew the people from Jishitang weren't so easy to deal with, Gao Lao Huang cursed.
It's not that serious, is it? Mado didn't want it to end like this. He left, having just found a mistress who satisfied him, a woman of captivating charm who had him completely bewitched. Damn it, you're not going to listen to me anymore. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Seeing that Tal Huang was angry, Mado immediately wilted. Okay, I'll listen to you and leave right away. After daybreak, Chen Pai and Yi Bei started a new day as if nothing had happened the night before. Today was the first day of only seeing patients for half a day, but the number of people who came still far exceeded 50. Chen Pai handed out 50 numbers. Sorry to the people behind, starting today, I will only see 50 patients a day. The people behind called out, Sir, we know Dry sees patients very quickly. We can wait until noon. If the people in front have finished seeing their patients, could we see our patients too? Some people are still unwilling to leave. I'm sorry, Dry has been seeing patients for many days in a row and is really tired. You should give him some time to rest so that he can treat everyone better. Thank you all. Chen Pai spoke very sincerely, and those people left reluctantly.
69, Chapter 69. Yi Bei, I challenge you.
Feng Xiaoyu arrived at Jishitang around noon. Yi Bei only needed 2 more patients to finish seeing 50 patients.
Brother Yi, are you free this afternoon? There's a small auction going on at the antique street today, and Uncle Feng will be there too. He asked me to ask if you have time.
After Yi Bei finished seeing the last patient, Feng Xiaoyu immediately jumped over and said, Antique Street, what a coincidence. Yi Bei thought to himself he was planning to visit the antique street sometime to meet Mado, who was interested in jade pendants.
After waiting for more than 10 days, someone finally made a move. How could Yi Bei let this clue go? Okay, there are no patients now. I'll treat you once first, and I'll go with you this afternoon. Upon hearing Yi Bei's agreement, Feng Xiaoyu exclaimed happily, That's great, I'll send a message to my third uncle.
This was Yi Bei's third acupuncture treatment for Feng Xiaoyu. Without Yi Bei's instruction, Feng Xiaoyu consciously walked into the treatment room, took off her clothes, and lay down on the bed. She has lost her previous shyness and appears much more poised and natural.
Moreover, Feng Xiaoyu was quite confident in her figure.
When Yi Bei entered, Feng Xiaoyu was already prepared. Her skin was fair and rosy, so tender that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Her smooth back had no excess fat, and her curves were beautiful and charming. While Yi Bei was receiving acupuncture, he chatted with Feng Xiaoyu. Just then, a woman's voice came from outside.
Is Dry here?
The person who came was Lu Min. Lu Min had her period today, but she wasn't in excruciating pain like before. She was just experiencing mild discomfort. She came to thank Yi Bei and was carrying a cup of milk tea. He's inside treating patients, Chen Pai replied.
Oh really, I'll wait for him.
Lu Min was wearing a flowing dress today, which was a rare sight for her, adding a touch of charm. After Yi Bei finished giving Feng Xiaoyu acupuncture, he said, Xiaoyu, I'm going out for a bit. When Lu Min saw Yi Bei come out, she said, Dry, thank you. This is the milk tea I brought for you. When you come here, drink less cold or raw food. Thanks for reminding me. This is for you. Is it ready? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Gao Yan ruined it last time, so you didn't get to eat well. Then wait for me for a while. Yi Bei did not refuse. He had a pretty good feeling about Lu Min. Feng Xiaoyu, who was in the treatment room, heard Yi Bei chatting with a woman outside and making plans to go out to dinner. She felt very uncomfortable and called out, Brother Yi, come in quickly. Brother Yi, who's outside?
Feng Xiaoyu asked. Lu Min from the gym. Isn't she very pretty?
It's quite pretty.
Hearing this, Feng Xiaoyu felt a pang of sadness and indescribable unease. The acupuncture treatment didn't last long. When Feng Xiaoyu came out and saw Lu Min, she felt a pang of jealousy. Lu Min was more mature and more womanly than her. Although she wasn't as pretty as Lin Mengyao or Feng Xiaoyu, Lu Min's figure was undeniably hot. Her curves were perfectly shaped, exuding a fatal allure. So she's a pretty little girl. Lu Min's eyes lit up when she saw Feng Xiaoyu come out. I'm not some little sister, how am I little? Feng Xiaoyu said rudely, even puffing out her chest. Hee, little sister is just little sister, she gets angry so easily. I'm not that petty. Feng Xiaoyu clearly disliked Lu Min. It's good that you're not angry. Dr. Yi and I are going to have dinner. Do you want to come with us? Lu Min could naturally tell that Feng Xiaoyu regarded her as a rival in love. Wherever Brother Yi goes, I'll go. Feng Xiaoyu took Yi Bei's hand. Yi Bei chuckled and said, let's go to the little restaurant next door. Old Chen, you can come along too. You guys go ahead, I don't like eating out, I can just make do with whatever I have. Can't get used to the food. Yi Bei remembered that when he and Chen Pai went there last time, Chen Pai was very familiar with the owner, and he didn't even have to order, the owner just served him his favorite dishes. Handsome men and beautiful women attract attention wherever they go, let alone Yi Bei with two stunning beauties by his side. As soon as I entered the restaurant, I attracted a lot of envious, jealous, and hateful glances. One of the gazes was filled with hatred, as if he wanted to kill Yi Bei. That person was naturally Gao Yan. Having learned from his previous experience, Gao Yan did not rush over impulsively this time. Gao Yan, isn't that your goddess? Said a doctor who was having dinner with Gao Yan. Will you die if you don't talk? Gao Yan had no appetite left and slammed down his chopsticks. Gao Yan stopped as he passed Yi Bei. Yi Bei, I challenge you. A challenge? Yi Bei laughed. I wonder what Dr. Gao wants to compete in. On behalf of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, I challenge you to a contest of medical skills. Let's see who can make the correct diagnosis. Gao Yan studied under Zhang Qingming, a famous doctor in the capital, for 3 years and considered himself to be highly skilled in medicine. If Gao Yan knew that Zhang Qingming had been humiliated by Yi Bei not long ago, I wonder what he would think. Are you sure? Can you represent the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? Yi Bei asked with a hint of disdain. Of course you can, you wouldn't dare, would you? I want everyone in Jiangxing to know that the best TCM doctor is at Jiangxing City TCM Hospital. Yi Bei admired Gao Yan's courage. I accept your challenge. Very well, I will formally issue you a challenge. After saying this, Gao Yan glanced at Lu Min again before striding away. Dry, I'm so sorry Gao Yan targeted you because of me, Lu Min said apologetically. It's alright even without you. I think the doctors at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital would have already complained, Yi Bei said with a faint smile. What can they do if they're not convinced? Those quacks think they can beat Brother Yi the Dream On. Feng Xiaoyu said with utter disdain. In the afternoon, Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu went to the antique street because there was an auction that day. There are quite a few reasons. Have you heard? A lot of big names in Jiangxing's antique world will be here today. I heard that there is a Western Zhou Dynasty 9 dragons playing with a pearl ding, which is a priceless treasure. Brother Yi, isn't it lively? I'll take you to find Uncle San. Feng Xiaoyu pulled Yi Bei and started to walk inside. No rush, take your time, browse around. Yi Bei's purpose in coming here wasn't those priceless antiques, but rather that edamame. Brother Yi, you're not trying to find a bargain, are you? I have experience with this. Listen to me, the vendors here are very cunning, don't let them cheat you. Feng Xiaoyu became interested and led Yi Bei to look at the stalls. Yi Bei had also learned some knowledge about antiques from Wu Wei. As I walked along, I saw that nothing on the stalls was genuine. The words antiques and curiosities shop caught Yi Bei's eye. Yi Bei led Feng Xiaoyu inside. This is an antique shop with 2 storefronts, which is considered medium-sized. Here there are quite a few items on the shelves, but Yi Bei can tell at a glance that they are all imitations, that is, handicrafts. 70, Chapter 70 Master Feng. A young, chubby shop assistant in the toy store, who was playing a game, glanced at Yi Bei and Feng Shangyu out of the corner of his eye. They looked like easy targets, with the man being handsome and the woman being beautiful. He put down his phone, stood up, and greeted them with a smile. What would you two like to buy? Our antique shop is a well-established name in this antique street. We have everything: porcelain, jade, calligraphy, and paintings, bronzes. This guy thinks Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu are amateurs. Feng Xiaoyu glanced at the items on the shelf and said disdainfully, do you think we're laymen? Let me tell you, none of the things in your store are of any interest to me. You can tell at a glance that you're an expert, miss. Of course, you have good stuff. I just don't know what you like, miss. The fat waiter was very smooth-talking. Are there any good jade items? The Feng family is in the jade business, Feng Xiaoyu casually remarked. To be honest, you've come at just the right time. Last month, our boss acquired a very nice item. If you're interested, I'll bring it out for you to see if you like it. We can talk more. The fat guy mysteriously took a box out of a drawer under the counter. He then placed a piece of velvet cloth on the counter before carefully opening the box. The box contains a jade guanyin pendant. Look, gentlemen, I dare say you won't find anything better than mine on this antique street. As the fat man spoke, he suddenly observed Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu's expressions out of the corner of his eye. This was a skill that would determine whether they could sell the goods. To succeed in the antique world, you have to learn to read people's expressions and guess their psychology. In other words, you have to speak to people in a way that suits them. Not very good? If you think you can fool Feng Xiaoyu with this, you've really picked the wrong person. Yi Bei understood that he wouldn't touch something unless he was sure about it, but he came today to meet Mado, the owner of the toy shop. Is there anything better? Yi Bei asked. Let me tell you too, this is a real gem. If you don't take a good look, you'll regret it if you miss out, the fat shopkeeper said as he put the item away, clearly noticing that Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu weren't interested. Is your manager here? I think he might have some good stuff you don't know about, Yi Bei said. You've come at a really bad time. Our manager has gone out of town to collect goods. The fat shop assistant put the things back into the cabinet. To be honest, a friend recommended your toy store, saying the owner had some good stuff, so we came here. We don't know when he'll be back. Oh, so you're the boss's friends? Why didn't you say so earlier? The boss just left this morning and didn't say when he'd be back. Usually, it'll be 3 to 5 days, or 10 days to half a month at the latest, the fat waiter replied. When Yi Bei heard that the boss was not there, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, knowing that he might have been dealing with the person from last night who had alerted the enemy. Seeing that he hadn't managed to rip off the two men, the fat man picked up his phone and started playing games again. Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu also went outside. Brother Yi, let's go. I'll take you to our family's Jubal Pavilion. Uncle San is waiting for us there. 3 big names in Zhongqing's antique world were already seated in Jubei. The man in the middle with an oval face, a mole on his lower left chin, medium build, fair skin, and exceptionally long fingers is the famous Feng Kuan, also known as Third Master Feng. The short, stout man on the left, with an exaggeratedly large gold chain around his neck, is He Feng, the most extravagant person in Jiangqing's antique world. It is said that he will go bankrupt to get anything he sets his sights on, hence the nickname Crazy He. The man on the right, wearing glasses and looking very scholarly, is Zhu Changjin, a professor of archaeology at Jiangqing University and an authority on antique appraisal in Jiangcheng. When Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu entered Jubei, the staff immediately greeted Feng Xiaoyu. As soon as Feng Xiaoyu entered the room, she called out to Feng Kuan, third uncle, I've brought the person you wanted to see. Hello Uncle He, hello Professor Zhu. Feng Xiaoyu also greeted He Feng and Zhu Changjin. Xiaoyu's here, come and sit down. Miss Feng is getting more and more beautiful. Feng Xiaoyu led Yi Bei to Feng Kuan and introduced him, third uncle, this is Yi Bei, the divine Dr. Yi. He Feng and Zhu Changjin also looked at Yi Bei. Young Master Yi, please have a seat, said Master Feng with a smile. Thank you, third Master. Yi Bei thanked him and sat down, and Feng Xiaoyu sat down next to him as well. Feng Kuan introduced Yi Bei, this is He Feng, a renowned collector in Jiangcheng, and this is Zhu Changjin, a professor of archaeology. Greetings, both of you. Yi Bei nodded to Yi Feng and Zhu Changjin. You're the legendary Dr. Yi who's been all the rage in Jiangcheng lately. You're really young. Yi Feng smiled like Maitreya Buddha, his small eyes almost disappearing. Xu Chengjin simply nodded to Yi Bei as a greeting. He was always arrogant, with the haughtiness of a learned man. He had heard about Yi Bei, but in his opinion, calling such a young man a miracle doctor was somewhat of a publicity stunt. Because He Feng and Xu Chengjin were there, Feng Kuan didn't say anything to Yi Bei, and the group only exchanged polite words. After sitting for about 10 minutes, one of Professor Zhu's students came over. Professor Zhu, the auction is about to begin, and the organizers are looking for you. They would like to invite you to speak at the opening ceremony. Okay, tell them I'm coming right away. Xu Chengjin smiled smugly. Third Master Feng, madman he, I'll head over now. I'd appreciate it if you two could take a look at that cauldron later, Xu Chengjin said, getting up and walking outside. Third Master, do you think that 9 dragons playing with a pearl cauldron is real? It's hard to say without seeing the item, but Professor Zhu has examined it, so it should be pretty close to the truth, said Master Feng with a faint smile. You wouldn't happen to be interested in that cauldron? Interested? Hee, that depends on whether that thing is worth it, He Feng chuckled. Let's go over there too. Third Master Feng stood up. Master Feng and He Feng walked in front, while Yi Bei and Feng Xiaoyu walked side by side behind. Brother Yi, the auction here is very lively, but there are very few good items. I heard that someone acquired a cauldron in the countryside this time, and even Professor Zhu came. Maybe it's true. The 4 of them quickly arrived at the auction house, and thanks to the identities of Master Feng and He Feng, they naturally got to sit in the front row. Before the auction began, Professor Zhu went up and spouted a bunch of empty rhetoric about how protecting cultural relics is everyone's responsibility. Neither Master Feng nor He Feng made a move on the items that came up earlier, because they were too ordinary. However, the scene was still lively, with bids coming in one after another. The next item is a small cup from the Ming Dynasty. If you are interested, you can take a closer look and examine it closely. 71, Chapter 71, Finding a Bargain. Unlike formal auctions where professional institutions appraise each item beforehand to ensure quality, these small auctions rely on the individual's discerning eye. Before the auction, a few people from the local antique circle will take a look at the items, and as long as there are no major problems, they can be listed. This is the charm of these small auctions. There are opportunities to find bargains, but they also require a very keen eye. People like He Feng, Xu Chengjin, and Master Feng rarely appear on occasions like this. The reason they came this time is because of the 9 dragons playing with a pearl cauldron. If it's real, it's not something ordinary people can afford. By this time, several people had gone up on stage to look at the small Ming Dynasty cup. Some shook their heads, while others nodded. Brother Yi, do you want to go up and take a look too? Feng Xiaoyu seemed eager to try. Before Yi Bei could speak, Master Feng laughed and said, Young Master Yi can go up and take a look, just for fun. The fun part of this auction is here. Although it's called an auction, it's more appropriate to call it a trade fair. Feng Xiaoyu pulled Yi Bei upstairs, and Yi Bei took a quick look at it before putting it back. Feng Xiaoyu also took a look at it. Yi Bei knew the rules of the antique trade, and he just smiled and didn't say anything in front of those people. Back in her seat, Feng Xiaoyu whispered to Yi Bei, Brother Yi, I think the item is real. What do you think? Master Feng also looked at Yi Bei, as if waiting for his opinion. This is a small black glazed oil spot cup. Judging from the protective glaze on the bottom, the color of the glaze, the state of the oil spots, and the signs of aging on the surface, it is obviously an artificially aged piece. It should be a fake, Yi Bei said casually. Brother Yi has a good eye. You're right, this is a high-quality replica. Master Feng was the authority on the matter. Although it was a replica, it still fetched a high price of 30,000 yuan at auction, which is quite common in the antique market. Even though it was clearly a replica, some people still firmly believe in their judgment and think it is genuine. In this situation, it's a matter of mutual consent. No one can say for sure, and the seller might be able to resell it for an even higher price. After several more items were presented, Yi Bei and his companions lost interest. If it weren't for giving face to Master Feng, Yi Bei would have already considered leaving. Just then, the host pushed a porcelain vase up. This is an old Song Dynasty yellow-glazed 4-nozzle plum vase that I acquired in the countryside. Its starting bid is 100,000. Anyone interested can come up and take a look. Many people lost interest when they heard the price of 100,000, and besides, there are too many high-quality fakes of this kind of bottle. Seeing that no one was making any moves, the host continued, an expert from Jiangcheng has examined this item and believes it is highly credible, but whether it is genuine or not still needs further authentication.
Just when everyone thought the item was going to go unsold, Yi-Bei stood up, walked onto the stage, took a closer look, and returned to his seat without saying a word, raising the sign next to his seat. 100,000 per time, the host said excitedly. Brother Yi, are you sure you've looked carefully? If this is real, you've hit the jackpot. Master Feng also didn't think much of this item. It looks nice, so I'll buy it to play with. If it doesn't work out, I'll put it in the clinic as a decoration, Yi-Bei said with a smile. It's so easy to find a bargain like this. This thing is so intact. If it's genuine, it's a huge profit. Not long ago, a similar one, but in worse condition, sold for over 15 million, Feng said. I believe Brother Yi. If he says it's true, then it must be true. Only Feng Xiaoyu, a devoted fan, supported Yi-Bei. Even Zhu Changjin, who was not far away, shook his head. Those who came to participate in the auction were not stupid. They saw that none of the big shots were optimistic about it. As expected, there were no photographers following along, and Yi-Bei bought the Song Dynasty yellow-glazed four-nozzled porcelain plum vase at the reserve price. Another hour passed, and finally we arrived at the grand finale, the 9 dragons playing with a pearl cauldron. Master Feng, Feng, and Professor Zhu, 3 big shots, took the stage first and stayed for a long time before coming down. Brother Yi, would you like to go up and take a look? Third Master Feng asked, but Yi-Bei shook his head. Yi-Bei knew there was no need to go up and examine this item when he saw its shape. Wu Wei's collection includes a 9 dragons playing with a pearl tripod, but its shape is completely different from this one. The shape is wrong. Yi-Bei simply said 3 words. The shape is wrong. Brother Yi, have you seen this before? When Master Feng went up to take a look, he wasn't sure if the cauldron was genuine. Third uncle, just listen to Brother Yi, you can't go wrong, Feng Xiaoyu said. Zhu Changjin believed that the ding was highly likely to be genuine, so he was the first to make a bid, offering 3 million in one go. Such a price is already astronomical at such a small auction. Feng originally wanted to follow, but seeing that Master Feng didn't make a move, he put down the sign he had picked up. Third Master, did you see something? Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Master Feng said, I'm not sure about that, I can't be sure. Feng and Master Feng were sworn brothers. After hearing what he said, he thought for a moment and said, forget it, let Professor Zhu have this advantage. In the end, Zhu Changjin won the tripod for 35 million yuan. Back at Jubei Auction, Master Feng and Feng looked at the Song Dynasty yellow-glazed four-nozzled porcelain plum vase that Yi-Bei had bought. Brother Yi, don't you think this thing is too perfect? Feng couldn't figure it out. Yi-Bei smiled and said, the body of Song Dynasty porcelain has 3 characteristics. First, it is light and thin. Second, the body color is light gray. The body is light and thin, and the texture appears coarse and loose but is actually fine and dense. Thirdly, the porcelain body is delicate, smooth, and dense, known as having copper bones, and this plum vase matches all of these qualities perfectly. What reason is there not to take a picture? From what you're saying, this thing is real? Feng, I can't believe it. At this moment, Zhu Changjin walked in. What he said earlier is correct in all 3 points, but the only flaw of this bottle is that it is too perfect. It's something that has been passed down for hundreds of years without a single scratch or dent. That doesn't make sense. It just shows how advanced the level of counterfeiting is these days. Professor Zhu is right. Even the Song Dynasty yellow-glazed four-nozzled porcelain plum vase that recently sold for more than 15 million yuan has cracks. Feng eventually sided with Zhu Changjin, feeling that there was no way there could be such a big loophole to exploit. Is it possible that this bottle was forgotten in a safe place, where it remained for hundreds of years until it was discovered? Yi-Bei said calmly, without denying himself because of the expert's words. In addition, Song Dynasty porcelain is often described as having a sound like a chime when tapped. Let's listen to its sound. After Yi-Bei finished speaking, he flicked his finger lightly, and sure enough, it produced a crisp and melodious sound that lingered for a long time. Zhu Changjin's face showed disbelief upon hearing this. Could I have misjudged you? 72, Chapter 72. Uncle Wang, is it genuine? Hearing Zhu Changjin's words, Third Master Feng, who was making tea, put down what he was holding and came over. Professor Zhu, this Song Dynasty yellow-glazed four-nozzled porcelain plum vase looks flawless in terms of its body, glaze, shape, and decoration. I agree with you, it is a very high-quality replica. Zhu Changjin and Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Master Feng said. All three of them are veterans in this industry. The probability of all three of them making the same mistake is extremely low. Is perfection its fault? I'll leave this with Master Feng. Please have it professionally appraised. I am sure it will surprise you. You can take a good look at it again. It's definitely a perfect object. The three of them looked at the plum vase again and again, but they couldn't see anything wrong with it. The more they looked, the more puzzled they became. Let's invite Mr. Wang Xing over, He Feng said. Wang Xing is the curator of Jiangcheng Museum. He specializes in the appraisal of porcelain and is one of the few recognized porcelain experts in China. Both Master Feng and Zhu Chengjin agreed with He Feng's suggestion. The three then moved from discussing the plum vase that Yi Bei had purchased to the tripod that Zhu Chengjin had bought. Congratulations, Professor Zhu, on capturing something you liked today. Zhu Chengjin said with a smile, thank you both for not competing with me earlier in terms of financial resources. I really can't compete with you. That tripod is a high-quality replica. Yi Bei's words floated over. He wasn't trying to discourage Zhu Chengjin, but simply telling the truth. It can't be a high-quality fake, Zhu Chengjin said, clearly displeased. Brother Yi, you can't just say things like that. Master Feng was somewhat embarrassed, because he had invited Yi Bei, and he wasn't entirely confident about the cauldron either, but he believed that Zhu Chengjin wouldn't be wrong. After all, he was an expert. Yi Bei walked to the cauldron and examined it carefully for a while. Judging from the materials used, there's nothing wrong with this cauldron. I believe I can't fool you if I'm not mistaken. This cauldron is made from some old, damaged bronze from the same era that has been processed. You can see it with a magnifying glass. If you think it's a natural crack, you're wrong. How is that possible? I've heard of using this method on porcelain, but can it be done to bronze? He Feng picked up the magnifying glass and began to examine it. That's right, this method of forgery is somewhat similar to piecing together old porcelain shards. We previously knew that this kind of piecing together method would never be used for bronze artifacts. But times have changed, and now we can do it with all our might. This cauldron is made using this method. You can't tell just by looking at the material, Yi Bei continued He Feng's words. Also, the shape of this cauldron is wrong. In order to make the cauldron with the materials they had, they naturally couldn't make it perfect. The mouth of a real 9 dragons playing with a pearl cauldron flares outwards, while this one has a constricted mouth. That's one issue. Another is these 9 dragons. If you look closely, you'll see they're glued on, which makes them look very unnatural. Yi Bei had seen the genuine article and spoke about it with great expertise. Zhu Chengjin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He was an expert, and he should have been able to see these details, but he had already prejudged the fact that it was genuine at first glance. Because he liked it so much, he could tolerate some of the imperfections of the cauldron and didn't delve into them now. After hearing what Yi Bei said, one can imagine how upset Zhu Chengjin must be. He's a renowned expert. He was hoping to snag a bargain, but he got ripped off instead. This is a slap in the face for him. Seeing Zhu Chengjin's expression, Third Master Feng comforted him. Professor Zhu, you are the expert on this. What Brother Yi said is just one person's opinion. Don't take it too seriously. He Feng added, whether it's like what Brother Yi said, we'll know once we use instruments to identify it. Zhu Chengjin pushed up his glasses. The more he looked at the cauldron, the more irritated he became. He felt suffocated and remained silent. Just then, a hearty laugh came from the doorway. Hee, it's rare to have so many old friends here. Did you find a great bargain today, Professor Zhu? Although I didn't go out today, I heard that you acquired a fine ding. The visitor was Wang Xing, the curator of Jiangcheng Museum and a porcelain expert. Wang Xing is in his 50s, tall and well-maintained, looking much younger than he actually is, with a rosy complexion and a strong, resonant voice. Director Wang, you've come at the perfect time. Come and see, this is the treasure Professor Zhu acquired. Third Master Feng greeted him warmly. Professor Zhu is an expert. If he's looked at it, then it's definitely fine. I won't look at it. That's not my forte. Didn't you say I was supposed to look at the porcelain? Wang Xing said politely, but he still walked over. Although his forte was porcelain, he also had a deep understanding of antiques. Experienced people usually identify bronze artifacts by sight, touch, smell, and even taste. A common method used in aging is to use brine. If it tastes like brine, it is fake rust. However, nowadays, many advanced instruments, such as lasers, are used to authenticate bronze artifacts. After looking at it for a while, Wang Xing said, there's nothing wrong with the material. Professor Zhu has examined it, so it can't be fakey. It's a good item. He Feng relayed the issues Yi Bei had raised, and Wang Xing frowned upon hearing them. His daily work involved handling these ancient artifacts, and while others might not know Yi Bei's methods, Wang Xing was familiar with them. Professor Zhu, the forgery method this young man mentioned does exist, and it has only emerged in the last few years. At first, many domestic experts were fooled. It is very simple to identify. Our museum has specialized equipment. Wang Xing had just reviewed it again and also noticed the problem Yi Bei had mentioned, but he didn't directly criticize Zhu Chengjin, saving him face. Zhu Chengjin naturally understood what Wang Xing meant and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Looks like I've really messed up this time. Anything is possible before there's a definitive conclusion. Who hasn't suffered a great loss in this industry? I think Yifeng has suffered quite a bit. Wang Xing joked with Yifeng. Yifeng smiled sheepishly and said, "It's all because of my impulsiveness. I don't have that drive anymore. I've suffered too many losses, and I'm scared now." "Didn't you tell me to come and see the Song Dynasty yellow-glazed four-nozzled porcelain plum vase? Where is it?" Wang Xing changed the subject. "Director Wang, this way please, that's the one." Third Master Feng pointed to the bottle on the table not far away and said. When Wang Xing saw the bottle, his eyes lit up and he strode over to it. He couldn't take his eyes off it, and he started to look, touch, and then get his hands on it. Seeing Wang Xing's focused expression, no one spoke. Judging from Wang Xing's expression, it was clear that he might have really found a great bargain with this bottle. "Uncle Wang, is it genuine?" Feng Xiaoyu asked impatiently. 73, Chapter 73 Genuine Ru-ware. Wang Xing excitedly put down the old Song Dynasty yellow-glazed porcelain plum vase with four noses. "Third Master, you took this, didn't you?" "No, it was this young man, Brother Yi, who accepted it," Feng Kuan explained. Wang Xing looked at Yi Bei with some surprise. "Young man, you also know about porcelain?" Yi Bei smiled slightly, his handsome dimples reappearing on his face, and said humbly, "I am Yi Bei, and I am not very knowledgeable. Please enlighten me." "Ah, Yi Bei, that name sounds familiar?" Wang Xing's mind was completely focused on the plum vase in front of him, and he didn't think of Yi Bei, the divine Dr. Yi, who had been all over social media lately. "He's the legendary Dr. Yi who made the traditional Chinese medicine hospital empty of patients," Third Master Feng added. "I knew that name sounded familiar. It's the famous Dr. Yi. Young man, you have a good eye. This is a good find." Upon hearing this, the three men, including Master Feng, were all taken aback. It turned out that the Song Dynasty yellow-glazed four-nozzled porcelain plum vase in front of them was genuine, and all three of them had been fooled at the same time. "Director Wang, do you mean this plum vase is genuine?" The three of them asked in unison. "Yes, it's not only an authentic piece, but also a rare and unique. It's rare to see a Song Dynasty yellow-glazed four-nozzled porcelain plum vase so well preserved, and since it's from the Ru kiln, it's even more precious." Wang Xing nodded in admiration. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyu excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Yi is amazing. I was right, he's incredible." "It was just lucky. Just took a picture of it because it looked nice," Yi Bei said calmly. Ru-ware. Master Feng and his two companions were once again taken aback. How could they not know about Ru Kiln? It was one of the 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty, named after the kiln site located in Ruzhou during the Song Dynasty. Ru-ware ranks first among the 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty, namely Ru, Guan, Gu, Jun, and Ding. In the history of ceramics, there is a saying that Ru-ware is the best, which shows how precious Ru-ware porcelain is. "Director Wang, are you really sure it's a genuine Ru-ware piece?" Master Feng was shocked. Yifeng and Zhu Chengjin were even more astonished. If this item was truly a genuine Ru-ware piece, and in such perfect condition, this plum vase would probably be worth hundreds of millions. They all knew that Wang Xing would never joke about something like this. It's pretty much a definite yes or no. Since Wang Xing has said all this, it's basically a done deal. The three of them gasped and looked at Yi Bei. "Brother Yi, you've got a real bargain. I remember last time Sotheby's auctioned a small Ru-ware porcelain vase for over 80 million, this one is at least over 100 million. Yifeng gave a thumbs up. Zhu Chengjin is in the worst mood right now. He made several mistakes today and feels extremely ashamed and embarrassed. "Director Wang, are you so sure? We all think it's too perfect, and that it's just a high-quality replica." Zhu Chengjin was still somewhat unwilling to give up. Wang Xing chuckled. "At first, I was just like you guys, I almost mistook it, but did you look closely at the bottom and inside of the bottle? The inscription is genuine. I would never mistake it, especially the character Ru. If it were a counterfeit, no matter how genuine the inscription is, it couldn't look like this. Wang Xing pointed to each bottle and named them one by one. Yi Bei remained calm and composed. He had already seen through what Wang Xing was saying, but he also knew that even if he had said it out loud, Master Feng and the others might not have believed him. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal too much of his trump card, lest they think he was just lucky instead of actually figuring it out. Wang Xing looked at Yi Bei with a serious expression. Little Yi, I have a favor to ask. This Song Dynasty yellow glazed 4-nozzle porcelain plum vase is too precious. I would like to ask you to donate it and put it in our museum so that more people can see it. When Wang Xing said this, he saw Yi Bei smile slightly and thought Yi Bei was reluctant, so he said, You don't have to answer me right away, of course. It's not like you're asking me to donate for free. We will give you a certain reward. He Feng smiled and said, Director Wang, you've got a very clever plan. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to donate this. Yes, Director Wang, please don't make things difficult for young Master Yi, said Third Master Feng. No need to consider it. I also think such a precious item should be placed in a museum, Yi Bei said simply. Donated it? He Feng was the first to exclaim. He was someone who cherished his collection like his own life. Just as he had said, he would never donate it under any circumstances. Yes, Director Wang is right. More people should see this. It was pure luck that we were able to take a picture of it. Yi Bei still had that slightly smiling expression. Yi Bei's willingness to donate hundreds of millions of dollars worth of goods made Feng San and the others look at him with new respect and develop a good impression of him. Wang Xing, in particular, was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. Xiao Yi, Yi Bei, Dr. Yi, on behalf of the museum, I thank you for this decision. This Song Dynasty yellow glazed 4-nozzle porcelain plum vase will become the new treasure of our Jiangcheng Museum. That evening, Wang Xing did not have dinner with Yi Bei and the others before leaving. He said he would invite Yi Bei to dinner another day. Shortly after Wang Xing left in the museum's car, Zhu Chongjin also left Jubei Akshuan with a heavy heart. After the meal, Feng Xiaoyu took Yi Bei back to the clinic. Today, Feng Xiaoyu idolizes Yi Bei even more, and is even happier than Yi Bei, who has gotten such a great deal. Chen Pai, who always goes to bed early, is still awake. Young master, you're back. Yes, I'm sorry to have worried old Chen. Yi Bei thought that Chen Pai was worried about him, which was why he hadn't gone to sleep. Young master is so capable, there's no need for this old man to worry about him. I just want to take young master somewhere, Chen Pai said, standing up and walking towards the door. Chen Pai hailed a taxi, got in with Yi Bei, and said to the driver, Go to Walikio in the west of the city. The driver, somewhat reluctant, said after hearing the address Chen Pai gave him, Sir, that place is too remote. If I go there so late, I'll have to come back empty. Why don't you wait for the next one? Chen Pai handed over 300 yuan bills directly. Shall we go? The driver paused for a moment, and Chen Pai, seeing that the driver hadn't taken the money, said, Don't worry, we're not bad people, we're from Jishitang. The driver then recognized Yi Bei. Oh, it's Dr. Yi, are you visiting a patient so late at night? As the driver spoke, he took the money Chen Pai handed over. That place isn't safe at night, and few people dare to go there, but you're going to rescue people, so it's the same. There are still 7 or 8 kilometers outside of Walikio, and the area is desolate. After dropping the two off, the driver quickly turned the car around and drove away. Young master, let's go. I'll take you to see someone, Chen Pai said, leading the way with practiced ease. Yi Bei didn't ask where they were going or who they were going to see. 74, Chapter 74. I want to hear the truth. Yi Bei followed Chen Pai along a path for about a kilometer until they arrived at a courtyard. There was a small lamp emitting a faint light in front of the courtyard gate. Chen Pai stepped forward and knocked 3 times lightly. A moment later, a lean middle-aged man opened the door. Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Chen Pai was clearly familiar with the man who opened the door. Monkey, this is the young master. The monkey looked Yi Bei up and down. Young master, please come in. As its name suggests, the monkey is very thin and does indeed resemble a monkey. Where is he? Chen Pai asked. In that room, the monkey said, pointing to a room on the left. Young master, Motto is in that room's just a lowly henchman of the Ghost Palace, Chen Pai said casually. Old Ginger is spicier. While Yi Bei was still thinking about how to find this edamame, Chen Pai had already caught the person for him. This also allowed Yi Bei to witness the power of dried tangerine peel. Chen Pai and the monkey stayed in the foyer and did not follow Yi Bei. The Ghost Palace? This surprised Yi Bei somewhat. He hadn't expected Mado to be a member of the Ghost Palace. The people of the Ghost Palace are also interested in the jade pendant. Could it be for the Zhou Mountain treasure? Yi Bei pushed open the door and went inside. Inside the room, a person was strapped to a chair, slumped over, snoring soundly as they slept. This guy is really thick-skinned. He can still sleep even tied up like this. Yi Bei smiled and walked over to kick Mado awake. Mado recognized Yi Bei at a glance, his eyes flickered a few times, and then he glared at Yi Bei with a fierce look in his eyes. Yi Bei, release me right now, or I'll tear down your Jishitang. Your Mado? Yi Bei calmly pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Mado. Stop pretending, why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything. Mado shouted. You know Ma Bao, right? Yi Bei wasn't in a hurry. I know him, he usually comes to my shop to sell some old items. Mado did not deny it. You sent him to kill me, didn't you? Don't deny it's told you everything. Tell me, who ordered you to do it? If you tell me who told you to do it, I'll let you go. Mado struggled for a moment. This has nothing to do with me. Don't listen to that bastard Ma Bao's nonsense. I am just an honest businessman. You're not being honest, are you? I have plenty of ways to make you tell the truth. Yi Bei suddenly had a silver needle in his hand. He held the needle up to his eyes and said seriously, do you know what will happen if I stick this needle into your Huiyang acupoint? Yi Bei has put a lot of effort into the silver needles, which are not only his tools for treating illnesses and saving lives, but also his most proficient hidden weapon. Yi Bei's favorite character is Li Xuanhuan, the perfect Xiao Li Tan Hua from Gulong's novels, who is invincible with a sword in hand. Yi Bei's needle can determine the fate of a person and control life and death. One injection and you'll never be a man again for the rest of your life. Do you want to try it? Yi Bei's words made Mado feel a chill between her legs. If she couldn't perform like this in the future, then the pleasure of being a man would be gone. He trembled with fear, his face turning deathly pale. Yi Bei, I'm warning you, I have plenty of brothers in Jiangqing. Let me go right now, or you'll regret it. It seems you're not planning to talk about it, then I won't hold back. Yi Bei walked behind Mao Dou and pulled up his clothes. Huiyang acupoint, it should be here. As Yi Bei spoke, he gently pricked the skin of the edamame with a needle, which frightened him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, No, I'll talk, okay? I heard you have a very valuable piece of jade, so I had some wicked thoughts. I am telling you the truth, so please pull the needle out, Mado said, his voice trembling. I want to hear the truth. Once this needle is in, you won't have a chance to regret it. Yi Bei inserted the needle a little further into his hand. Mado thought of the beautiful young mistress he had just met, and his wonderful life. He thought, if this isn't working, I might as well die. He instantly broke down. Mado felt a heat in his crotch, and a foul smell of urine wafted out. I was so scared I peed my pants. It was Tal Huang who made me do it, Mado cried out, his voice trembling with tears. Who is Tal Huang? All I know is that his name is Tal Huang, also known as Protector Go. I am just a gopher. I really don't know anything else. You must not let him know that I told him, or my wife and children will be dead. Even if that needle had been inserted, nothing would have happened, Yi Bei said as he walked out of the house. Mado nearly fainted from anger. Yi Bei, if you have the guts, let me go, or I'll fight you to the death. Yi Bei completely ignored him. Young master, there are no more vehicles to return to the city. Please stay here for the night. This is a contact point of the Temple of Medicine. Old Chen, have you heard of Tal Huang? Yi Bei asked. The protector of the Ghost Palace is just a small fry, but this tall guy Huang is cautious. It will take a while to capture him. I am afraid we won't get anything useful out of them, Chen Pai said calmly. Take it slow now that they've started, we'll just wait. Before Wu left, he told Yi Bei that the Ghost Palace was starting to stir again and warned him to be careful. The Ghost Palace is very well hidden. All we know is that they have a hall master in Shuangjiang County, but we have never known who it is. Chen Pai exhaled a breath, seemingly feeling a bit sleepy. Chen Pai and Yi Bei talked about the Ghost Palace, and the monkey also prepared a room for Yi Bei. After hearing Chen Pai's words, Yi Bei also thought of some things. Wu Wei probably had ulterior motives for not letting him stay in Jiangchang. The next morning, when Yi Bei and Chen Pai returned to Jishitang, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance, with a large challenge letter posted on the door. Gao Yan from Jiangqing Central Hospital challenged Yi Bei from Jishitang Hospital to ensure fairness in this competition. They invited Zhang Qingming, a renowned doctor from the capital, to Jiangqing to preside over the event.
The time is 3 days then. The location was right in front of the gate of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital.
When Yi Bei saw the name of Zhang Qingming, a famous doctor in the capital, he recalled how helpless the doctor had been half a month ago. He also thought of Miss Wang Qian from the Wang family, wondering if her illness had improved.
Dry, would you accept the challenge from Dr. Gao of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? Someone asked.
They've already come to us, so let's just accept it, Yi Bei said calmly. Chen Pai walked over with a smile and opened the door, but did not tear down the challenge letter.
Those who are here for treatment, please line up.
Chen Pai skillfully took out the number plates and distributed them.
At noon, Feng Xiaoyu called.
Brother Yi, I won't be visiting you for the next couple of days. You need to spend time with Sister Lin. Grandpa Lin's cause of death has been determined. It was homicide, and the police have officially opened a case.
Okay, you spend some time with her. The fact that the patriarch of the Lin family, the most powerful family in Jiangcheng, was poisoned to death in his home is no small case for the police.
After this incident was exposed, it became a major news story that shocked Jiangcheng and even Shuangjiang County, overshadowing Gao Yan's challenge to Yi Bei.
75, Chapter 75 Yi Bei's plans. Yi Bei was chatting with Chen Pai after finishing his meal when the doorbell rang.
The person who came was none other than Master Feng. Yesterday, Yi Bei had a feeling that Master Feng had something to say to him. Brother Yi, I'll get straight to the point. I am here to take a look at the jade pendant you bought. Master Feng stated his purpose directly.
No problem, Third Master, you're an expert.
This was the second person from the Feng family to ask to see the jade pendant. Yi Bei paid close attention to Third Master Feng's expression, looking very focused.
Could the Feng family know something else? Yi Bei wondered.
Master Feng looked at it for more than 10 minutes before returning the jade pendant to Yi Bei.
This is a fine piece of jadeite. It's a pity. If only I could see the other half. Third Master, do you have anything to say about this jade? Yi Bei asked as he took the jade.
Master Feng said seriously, I think Uncle Lu has already told you what I needed to say, so I won't repeat it. Look at me, I was so focused on looking at the jade that I almost forgot about the important matter. Director Wang asked me to pick you up and take you to his place. Young Master Yi, are you free? When Yi Bei and Feng San arrived at the museum, there were already 3 elderly men with gray hair there. Zhu Chengjin was also there, chatting with the 3 elderly men. The 3 elderly men exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly indicating their distinguished background. Wang Xing introduced, Xiao Yi, these 3 experts came all the way from the capital. They have already examined it and it is undoubtedly genuine. I have already reported this matter. Don't worry about the reward, I will fight for it for you. Although Wang Xing spoke in an official tone, Yi Bei could tell that he took this matter very seriously. The experts also examined Zhu Chengjin's tripod and confirmed it to be a fake, just as Yi Bei had said, pieced together.
Wang Xing asked Yi Bei to come for 2 reasons. First, to tell him that the items were genuine, and second, because he needed Yi Bei's signature on some documents.
There was supposed to be a dinner party tonight with those 3 experts.
Yi Bei declined, citing other commitments for the evening. By the time he emerged from the museum, the city lights were already on.
It's only 5 or 6 kilometers from the museum back to Jishitang, not too far. Yi Bei chose to walk back and had dinner at a small shop by the roadside.
After leaving the restaurant, Yi Bei noticed that someone was following him.
Yi Bei glanced back and saw a group of thugs.
Sure enough, just as Yi Bei turned into a less crowded road, those people quickly followed.
Hey kid, stop right there, come with us, someone wants to see you.
Those people were extremely arrogant and surrounded Yi Bei. Who are you?
Yi Bei frowned slightly and glanced at the 5 people.
Come with us and you'll see. Are you scared?
Said a man with a toothpick in his mouth.
Lead the way. Yi Bei's calm demeanor surprised the others.
Most people would be terrified to see them, but Yi Bei remained calm and even asked them to lead the way. You've got guts, kid. 2 people led the way, followed by 3 others, as if afraid Yi Bei would run away.
They took Yi Bei to a warehouse where 3 people were already waiting. Yi Bei recognized 2 of them, Baldy and Scarface, Diao Ji's men.
There was also a big, dark-skinned guy sitting there. He was actually a foreigner, all muscle and very strong. Pretty boy, remember us? We were careless last time and you got away with it. You're dead today. Scarface spat out his cigarette butt and said, I thought it was someone who wanted to see me, but it turns out to be you two defeated opponents. It seems I didn't go easy on you last time you redone so quickly. Yi Bei didn't notice at all that the people behind him had closed the warehouse door. Those men were all holding weapons, as if they were about to beat up Yi Bei. Scarface, just say the word and we'll take him down. That's right, stop wasting your breath on him. I think this kid is a bit dim-witted and doesn't even know the situation. Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel down. If Scarface and Baldy are in a good mood, they might spare your life. The henchman ignored Yi Bei and stared at him. The big, dark-skinned man stood up and said in a stiff voice, "You're talking about him, I could kill him with one hand." Big Black, don't underestimate him, this kid has some tricks up his sleeve, the bald man warned. That's because you two are too weak. Watch me, Old Black. This black guy is a henchman that Brother Biao just hired. He's supposedly a fighter in underground boxing, a real underground expert who's killed quite a few people. Big Black punched his chest twice and strode toward Yi Bei, looking just like a gorilla. He was half a head taller than Yi Bei when he stood up. That pretty boy is dead meat. Last time, that old black man beat someone who refused to pay back his money half to death with one punch. I heard this guy is incredibly strong and often kills people when he fights in underground boxing matches. That old black man is a wild beast. The henchmen all took a few steps back as they spoke. Big Black's every step was heavy, making a thump-thump sound. Yi Bei's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the black ape in front of him. Big Black came up to Yi Bei with a sinister grin. "Take this." He swung his fist, as big as a sandpot, and punched Yi Bei on the head, the fist whistling through the air. But his punch missed. By the time he realized what was happening, Yi Bei was already in front of him and punched him in the face. Bang! Several bloody teeth flew out of the gorilla's mouth. When Dahe received Yi Bei's punch, it felt as if his head had been hit by a 1,000-pound iron hammer. He saw stars, swayed, and fell backward. Boom! The entire warehouse shook. Everyone in the warehouse was stunned. He had knocked down the invincible black giant in their eyes with a single punch. In Yi Bei's eyes, this big, clumsy guy was no different from a punching bag. "If I don't remember, you're Brother Biao's men, right? Tell him to come see me." Yi Bei turned around, opened the gate, and left amidst the horrified gazes. Yi Bei had a plan in mind, to take Long Yi, the underworld boss of Jiangcheng, as his underling. In this way, one can know everything happening in Jiangcheng, big or small, without even leaving home. Yi Bei slowly walked towards the clinic. Just as he was about to reach the clinic, he heard a familiar voice calling for help. "Help! Don't come any closer, someone help me." It was Lu Min's voice. "Hey beautiful, stop calling me that. Nobody dares to interfere with us. We've been following you for days, so just play along with us." Snap! Lu Min slapped someone whose mouth was about to kiss her face. "You bitch, you dare hit me, you're really asking for it. I'll beat you to death." The man with a menacing expression raised his hand to slap Lu Min, but Lu Min forcefully pushed him away, turned around, and ran, with the three men chasing after her. Lu Min bumped into someone's arms at a corner. "Don't be afraid." Yi Bei's voice was full of power and warmth. 76, Chapter 76. I'm scared, can you stay with me? Lu Min, soft and fragrant, bumped into Yi Bei's arm. She was startled at first, but quickly realized it was Yi Bei. She grabbed Yi Bei's hand and instinctively called out. Run. Trying to run away, I'd like to see which fool dares to ruin my plans. The thugs behind them had caught up and surrounded Yi Bei and Lu Min. Brother, someone actually came to the rescue. Hero saves the beauty, kid, I advise you not to go looking for trouble. We're not pushovers, so get lost. The man in the lead had a face full of pockmarks, and when he spoke, his breath reeked of garlic, enough to kill any mosquito that flew by. Lu Min's body pressed itself tightly against Yi Bei's without his noticing, and Yi Bei could feel the amazing elasticity of Lu Min's body. Putting aside Lu Min's beautiful face, her full breasts and curvy hips alone are enough to make men drool. Walking alone on this dimly lit path late at night, it's hard not to worry about someone. What should we do? Lu Min's voice trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Bei's words, don't be afraid, I'm here, touched the softest spot in Lu Min's heart, making her tremble. She couldn't help but look up at Yi Bei's handsome face, his expression so calm. Nestled in Yi Bei's arms, Lumen felt a sense of security from him.
Boss, this pretty boy is this woman's lover. The pockmarked man spat on the ground. Good my ass, the woman I've set my sights on, she can get out of my way, get her.
The one who hadn't spoken until now pulled a knife from his pocket. Only dogs that don't bark bite, and this kid was one of them. He pulled out the knife and stabbed at Yi-Bei. A cold light flashed, aiming straight for Yi-Bei's abdomen. Just as the knife was about to pierce Yi-Bei's body, Yi-Bei kicked the boy, sending him flying along with the knife. Bang! He fell heavily onto the road, screaming in pain. Having made his move, Yi-Bei didn't give the remaining two a chance. With a ghostly sweep of his long legs, the pockmarked face man and the other thug fell to the ground, staring at Yi-Bei in terror. Get out! Yi-Bei said softly. Pretty boy, I'll remember you, you just wait. The pockmarked man got up and ran several steps, not forgetting to utter a harsh remark.
It's alright, why are you walking alone on this path without streetlights?
Yi-Bei gently patted Lu Min's shoulder. Think it's closer to home via this path. I take it every day. I never expected to encounter bad people here today. Lu Min reluctantly pulled herself out of Yi-Bei's arms.
I'll take you, Yi-Bei said softly.
When they were almost at Lu Min's building, Lu Min stepped on a pebble with her left foot and cried out, ouch. She had twisted her ankle.
What's wrong?
Yi-Bei stopped in his tracks. I think I twisted my ankle. Yi-Bei squatted down to take a look and confirmed that he had indeed twisted his ankle. Help me up, my home is in that building over there, Lu Min said, pointing to a building not far away.
Let me carry you on my back. Walking like this will only worsen your foot injury. I'll massage it for you in a bit and it'll be fine.
Lu Min blushed. How could I possibly accept that? Although she said that, her body language betrayed her, and she proactively put her hands on Yi-Bei's shoulders. Yi-Bei gently placed his hand on Lu Min's firm and plump legs. Lu Min's body trembled, her pretty face turned even redder, and she pressed herself against Yi-Bei's back.
Lu Min's home is a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, which is kept very clean.
Yi-Bei placed Lu Min on the sofa, helped her take off her shoes and socks, and held one of her smooth and slender feet in his hand. Yi-Bei began massaging very carefully. Yi-Bei's warm hands gave Lu Min a strange feeling, a tingling and itchy sensation that felt very comfortable.
Are you feeling better?
Yi-Bei asked. Just as Lu Min finished speaking, Yi-Bei suddenly made a repositioning motion with his hand, and with a crack, Lu Min cried out in pain. Alright, try walking a couple of steps. Yi-Bei released Lu Min's foot.
Lu Min took a few steps cautiously and found that it really didn't hurt anymore. It's getting late, I'm going back. Yi-Bei stood up.
I'm scared, can you stay with me? Lu Min hugged Yi-Bei from behind. When Yi-Bei turned around and tried to push Lu Min away, Lu Min's hand suddenly hooked around Yi-Bei's neck, and her beautiful red lips sealed Yi-Bei's mouth. Yi-Bei was not given a chance to refuse. Two young bodies, passionate and honest. Dry wood ignites a raging fire. The fire started burning in the living room and spread all the way to the bedroom. When Yi-Bei woke up in the morning, Lu Min had already prepared breakfast, 2 fried eggs, a steak, and freshly squeezed juice. Lu Min was wearing a low-cut and very short nightgown, revealing glimpses of her figure and exuding charm.
Last night, Yi-Bei gang wanted to say sorry. Lu Min's fair and slender fingers covered Yi-Bei's mouth.
We're both adults, there's no need for you to apologize to me or say things like I have to take responsibility for you. I am not a little girl anymore. It was a mutual agreement, and neither of us took advantage of the other, right?
Lu Min is Yi-Bei's second woman. When he was with Su Qing, Yi-Bei never thought he would have an ambiguous relationship with another woman.
Thanks. Yi-Bei, unsure of what to say, smiled, his charming dimples reappearing on his handsome face.
How about trying my cooking? Lu Min pulled Yi-Bei to the dining table.
When Yi-Bei returned to Jishatang, Chen Pai was cleaning.
Young master, come back.
Yi-Bei went upstairs, took a shower, changed his clothes, and started a new day of work. After seeing more than 10 patients, a special patient came. The patient's surname is Jia. He is 43 years old and not very tall. Several years ago, he noticed that his hands and feet were getting bigger and fatter. At first, he thought it was just middle-aged weight gain. But recently he has noticed a decline in his eyesight. Things are becoming increasingly unclear. At some clinics, doctors prescribed him eye drops and advised him to reduce his screen time. Mr. Jia said he rarely looks at his phone and the medication had no effect on him. Later, he had to go to the hospital for a checkup and discovered that he had a pituitary tumor. After examining him, Yibei said, "Mr. Jia, I suggest you go to a large hospital for endoscopic transsphenoidal surgery. After the surgery, you can come here to take traditional Chinese medicine to regulate your body. Surgery is the first choice for treating this disease, but I don't have the facilities to perform the surgery for you here." "Dry, aren't you a miracle doctor? I came to you because I'm afraid of surgery, so please think of a solution for me. If you really don't want surgery, I can treat you with acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. We'll only know the specific effects after the treatment. Your condition is quite serious, and it will take several treatments to see results. I hope you can be patient." "Okay, I knew traditional Chinese medicine would have a solution. Dr. Yi, I believe you can cure me." Mr. Jia trusted Yibei completely. The other illnesses were all simple and easy for Yibei to handle. 77, Chapter 77. When would you like to see Master Long? Just as Yibei was about to finish seeing a few more patients, several cars stopped in front of Jishitang, and more than 20 men with thuggish looks got out of the cars. He walked straight into Jishitang with an air of superiority. Leading them were Baldy and Scarface, Gao Ji's men. The appearance of these people startled the few people who hadn't yet seen a doctor. They cautiously stood aside, afraid of offending them. These people are so fierce. Yes, they don't look like good people at all. Could Dry have offended them? Chen Pai's cloudy eyes brightened. "Are you all here for a medical consultation?" "You old geezer, watch your mouth. Who are you calling crazy?" One of the henchmen following Scarface shouted at Chen Pai. Chen Pai smiled, his old face beaming. "I think you're not only sick, but seriously sick." "You old geezer, don't think I won't beat you up." The henchman glared fiercely at Chen Pai. "I've seen plenty of people in my old age, but I've never seen anyone as rude as you." Chen Pai picked up a broom and started sweeping at those people. "There's a lot of trash here today. If you're not here for a doctor, move aside. If you want to see a doctor, come early tomorrow to get in line. Weary out of appointments for today." The henchman who had just yelled at Chen Pai charged at him, yelling, "You old geezer, do you really think I wouldn't dare to make a move? How can these people even hit the elderly?" "Sir, please move aside," someone kindly reminded Chen Pai. The henchman raised his foot to kick Chen Pai. But before he could kick Chen Pai's broom swept across the boy's bottom with a thud. A bunch of trash. Several more henchmen fell down wherever Chen Pai's broom went. Chen Pai's moves left those people dumbfounded. Baldy and Scarface's expressions changed. "Get out, this old man is not simple." Watching those people roll out one by one, Chen Pai swept the floor nonchalantly. "That's right, go back to where you came from." The bald man stood at the door and shouted at Yibei, "Hey Yi, Brother Biao wants you to go see him." Stop standing there yelling and shouting, calling him Brother Biao or Brother Dog. If he wants to see a doctor, he has to come himself. Chen Pai, hunched over, swept the trash together, not even glancing at the people. What Chen Pai said was exactly what Yibei wanted to say. He was someone who wanted to recruit even Master Long, so why would he go with them to see Brother Biao? When Yibei finished seeing the last patient, Baldy and Scarface stood outside the door with grim expressions. Yibei gathered the things on the table. "Get out of here, I told you to have Brother Biao come to see me, not for me to go to him also. Go back and tell him that when he comes, he should come when there are no patients around, so as not to scare my patients." Last night, Dahei was knocked down by Yibei with a single punch. They dared not provoke Yibei, and although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Scarface had no choice but to slink back and forth with his men. Chen Pai walked up to Yibei. "Young master, how did you offend these people?" "They're the ones who provoked me," Yibei said with a slight smile. "Young master, do you want me to step in and resolve this matter?" Yibei knew Chen Pai had a solution, but he still wanted to do things his own way. "Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. I can handle this myself." Not long after, Brother Biao really did arrive with his men, at least 40 or 50 of them following behind, a dark mass that filled the road outside Jishitang. Many people stood at a distance to watch. Jishitang is finished after offending these people. "Yeah, did you see that? That guy over there looks like he's called Brother Biao, he's really fierce. Are these people going to tear down Jishitang?"
Yi Bei, who was inside the room, looked up, smiled helplessly, and said to Brother Biao, who stood at the front like a small mountain, "Brother Biao, did you call so many people here to give you courage?" Brother Biao brought so many people to give Yi Bei a warning, to intimidate him. Now, hearing Yi Bei's sarcastic words, they felt that bringing these people along was a mistake, as if they were afraid of Yi Bei. Brother Biao, with his fleshy face, laughed and said, "Yi Bei, do you think Brother Biao, am afraid of you? Kid, you're overthinking it. My brothers all heard that I came to see the divine doctor and they all wanted to see if the divine doctor looks different from ordinary people." Yi Bei noticed a person next to Brother Biao. This person was of average build and appearance and was closest to Brother Biao. This person had an aura that was different from the people next to him, indicating that he was a trained expert. "Guests are welcome, please come in and have a seat." Yi Bei noticed that the person next to Brother Biao never took his eyes off him. Brother Biao said to the people behind him, "Get the hell out of here, don't embarrass yourselves." Baldy and Scarface hesitated for a moment after hearing Brother Biao's words, but seeing Brother Biao glare at them fiercely, they immediately knew better and left with the dozens of men. Those people came quickly and left even faster, dispersing in no time. It confused all the onlookers. What's going on? Could that person be here for a medical checkup? Damn it, I thought there was going to be a show, but everyone's already gone. Brother Biao strode into Jishatang and sat down opposite Yi Bei. Chen Pai brought over a glass of water and placed it in front of Brother Biao. Brother Biao was so shocked when he saw Chen Pai that he almost fell off his chair. "Mr. Chen, what are you doing here?" "I'm one of the guys here. Where else can I go if I'm not here?" Chen Pai said calmly. "Hey buddy?" Brother Biao looked at Chen Pai in disbelief. He had seen Chen Pai at Boss Long's place before, and even Boss Long treated Chen Pai with great respect. Now that Chen Pai says he's just Yi Bei's employee, doesn't that make Yi Bei's identity even more terrifying? Brother Biao stood up. Chen Pai didn't even sit down. If Brother Biao sat down, it would be disrespectful to Chen Pai. If Boss Long found out, what would happen? Yi Bei was also taken aback when he saw Biao Ji's attitude towards Chen Pai. Chen Pai asked him earlier when it came to deciding whether or not to let him handle the matter. He guessed that Chen Pai had his own way, but he never expected that Brother Biao, one of the 4 henchmen of Master Long, would react this way to Chen Pai. "Sit down, you can resolve your own issues." Chen Pai put down the glass of water, turned around and respectfully said to Yi Bei, "Young master, I'll go upstairs now." "Young master?" Brother Biao was stunned. Master Long once said that in Jiangcheng, if Chen Pai was second in skill, no one would dare to claim first. This person is called young master. Yi Bei. Thinking of this, Brother Biao broke out in a cold sweat. "Have a seat," Yi Bei said with a gentle smile. Brother Biao wiped his sweat. "No, I'll just stand here. You can just tell me what you need." At this moment, Brother Biao's face no longer showed the hostility he had when he came, and he looked like a subordinate standing in front of a big boss, appearing very reserved. "Please tell Master Long that I want to see him." Yi Bei's words confused Brother Biao again. Chen Pai and Master Long were already very familiar with each other, so why did he need to be sent to deliver the message? Although Brother Biao was confused, he didn't dare to ask. "Alright, when would you like to see Master Long?" 78, Chapter 78. If you can beat me, I'll admire you. Yi Bei calmly picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip of water. "Go back and ask him about this." When Brother Biao heard Yi Bei say this, he realized that Yi Bei wanted to see Master Long. How could he possibly ask Yi Bei to do that? When he went back, it would be a great disrespect to Master Long. This kid is really disrespectful. He was only giving Chen Pai face by letting him have his way, but Yi Bei is taking advantage of the situation. Brother Biao's face looked very unnatural, and a surge of anger was rising in his heart. The person behind him couldn't hold back any longer. "You brat, do you know who you're talking to? You think you can get Master Long to come see you? You really don't know your place. Don't you know that Master Long is the king of Jiangcheng?" This person said what Brother Biao dared not say. Brother Biao looked at Yi Bei, wondering how Yi Bei would react. Yi Bei remained expressionless, not even glancing at the people behind Brother Biao. Brother Biao hasn't said anything, so when did it become your turn to speak? "Kid, I've had my eye on you for a long time." Brother Biao wouldn't stoop to your level, but I'm different. I just can't stand the way you are. Don't think we're afraid of you. He looked at Yi Bei with disdain, clenching his fists tightly, as if he was about to attack Yi Bei at any moment. "Brother Biao, are all your men this rude? Does he not respect you, or is this what Brother Biao intends?" Yi Bei's words left Brother Biao speechless. He could only glance at his subordinate and ask, Yam, what are you trying to do? Brother Biao, I challenge this kid. Anyone who dares to disrespect Brother Biao and Master Long, I'll beat them until they submit. Shouted the man Brother Biao called Yam. When Brother Biao heard this, he realized that this was exactly what he wanted. Although he had seen Yi Bei fight before, Yam was much stronger than the pheasant he had fought before, and he did not believe that Yi Bei could beat Yam. When you're in the martial world, you're often not in control of your own destiny. The martial world has its own rules. If Yam doesn't submit to you, then this matter must be handled according to the rules of the martial world. I wonder what Dry thinks? Yi Bei understood Biao Ji's meaning perfectly. If he couldn't beat the Yam in front of him, then he wouldn't be qualified to see Master Long, let alone have Master Long come to see him. There's no other way but to fight. I wonder what Brother Biao's rules are. What are the rules of the underworld? Yi Bei looked at Brother Biao calmly. Brother Biao's fleshy face twitched. The rule of the martial arts world is that if someone challenges you and you don't dare to accept the challenge, then everyone will look down on you. I believe that Dr. Yi certainly doesn't want to become a person despised by others. So you're saying I have no choice but to fight this battle? Yi Bei smiled, a very handsome smile with dimples on his face. Whether to fight or not is up to you, Dr. Yi, Brother Biao said, squinting at Yi Bei. Very well, I accept this battle. I wonder how the competition will proceed? Yi Bei looked at the Yam. I'll only admit defeat if you can beat me. Yam spoke in a gruff voice, clearly looking down on Yi Bei in his eyes. Yi Bei was the kind of person who was easily defeated, with thin arms and legs. Chen Pai had made him somewhat wary, but since Chen Pai had said before leaving that Yi Bei should handle the matter himself, he had nothing to fear. Let's do it here. Yi Bei stood up. As long as you're not afraid I'll smash up your clinic, I don't mind. Yam glanced around and saw that the clinic's open space was less than 20 square meters. In such a small place, if a fight broke out, he couldn't be sure that the tables, chairs, and other items would be alright. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Yi Bei had already walked to the middle of the open space. Yam, don't go too hard later. We still have to give old Chen face. Brother Biao seemed to be reminding Shanyao. But Shanyao had followed Brother Biao for many years and knew that this meant he should take drastic measures to teach Yi Bei a lesson, so that Yi Bei would know who was in charge in Jiangcheng. Understood. Yam walked to the opposite side of Yi Bei, assumed a horse stance, circulated his qi, and shouted, take this. The punch was quite powerful, and it whistled as it hit Yi Bei. Even Brother Biao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but nod in approval, quite satisfied. Yi Bei neither dodged nor evaded, but raised his seemingly weak fist to meet the attack. Yam smiled. Was Yi Bei courting death? The two fists collided, and the cracking sound of bones breaking was very clear. When Brother Biao heard this crisp and pleasant sound, he thought that Shanyao had seriously injured Yi Bei with one punch, and his fat face grinned. But the next second, they heard Yam scream in agony, clutching his arm. Ah, you broke my arm. His wrist was broken. Have you given up? Yam was pale, sweating profusely from the pain, and grimacing. When their fists collided, he felt an irresistible force from Yi Bei's hand that snapped his wrist. He had heard people say that some masters could cultivate internal energy or even true qi, which was far superior to martial artists like them who relied on pure physical strength. People like them would only be beaten when they encountered such masters. He knew that the handsome and refined young man in front of him was the legendary master. Brother Biao knows best how powerful Yam is. A single punch from it can generate at least 1,000 pounds of force, making him as strong as an ox. When Brother Biao saw that Yam had been defeated by Yi Bei in one move, he gasped in shock. Yam knelt down on both knees. Yam submits. Please, Dr. Yi, forgive my mistake and heal my hand, I beg you. Dry, please have mercy and treat him. He has elderly parents and young children to support, and they all depend on him for their livelihood, Brother Biao said respectfully to Yi Bei. With Yi Bei's strength, he was someone Biao Gu couldn't afford to offend. He was glad he had just sent his men away, otherwise he would have lost face big time. This minor injury is not difficult to treat. Get up. When Yam looked at Yi Bei again, a look of awe appeared in her eyes. Dry, I can only pass on a message to Master Long, but whether or not I can see him is not up to me. Brother Biao was truly impressed by Yi Bei. I know you can't make this decision, but the message has been conveyed. Yi Bei helped Shanyao reset his wrist and then applied the medicine from the medical god temple for treating bone injuries. Come back every 3 days to change the dressing on your hand, and this treatment will cost 500 yuan. Brother Biao paid the money and left Jishintang with the yam he had brought upon himself. Brother Biao, that kid has internal energy, Shan Yao reported to Brother Biao. An ancient martial arts master, this Jiangcheng is about to change drastically, Brother Biao muttered. Chen Pai came down after Biao Go and the others left. Young master, don't forget the challenge from Dr. Gao from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital tomorrow. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Chen. Is there something you want to say to me, Elder Chen? Yi Bei didn't take the matter to heart. 79, Chapter 79. Wouldn't this competition just turn into a self-humiliation? Chen Pai took out a water pipe, set it up, took a couple of puffs, and looked at Yi Bei with a smile. Young master, what do you want to hear, Master Long? Yi Bei nodded. Chen Pai lowered his head, took 2 more puffs of his cigarette, exhaled, and said unhurriedly, this Master Long has been in Jiangcheng for 20 years now. Back then, there were many gangs and factions in Jiangcheng, and it was very chaotic, but after Master Long came, he took over all those gangs, big and small, in just 2 months. I met him around that time, and 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This Master Long is a big shot. Since he took over those gangs, Jiangcheng has become less chaotic. Chen Pai took a few more puffs of his water pipe. Young master, are you trying to subdue this local tyrant, Chen Lung? I do have this idea. Does Mr. Chen think I'm wrong? There's no right or wrong in this matter. I am friends with Master Long. If the young master wants them to do things for us, our medical god hall has the capability. It might be a good thing for them, since the ghost hall has already extended an invitation to Master Long. This was something Yi Bei hadn't expected. The ghost palace actually wanted to take over Jiangcheng's underground forces for its own use. Oh, really? I wonder what Master Long's attitude is. Yi Bei's handsome eyes narrowed slightly. As I just said, Master Long is a big shot, and he won't give in so easily. This is his territory. How could he just hand it over so easily? If you see Master Long, tell him I've taken over his territory, Yi Bei said confidently. A glint flashed in Chen Pai's cloudy eyes, and he chuckled. A stage was set up in front of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the afternoon for tomorrow's challenge. In the evening, Zhang Qingming arrived in Jiangcheng. Gao Yan and his son personally went to the airport to pick him up and held a grand banquet to welcome him. Teacher, the Jishitang pharmacy across from our hospital is really going too far. It was very high profile when it opened and stole a lot of patients from our TCM hospital. I was not convinced, so I challenged them. I will definitely not let you down tomorrow. Gao Yan patted his chest and said to Zhang Qingming. Gao Yan, you are the smartest of my students. I believe you will win the competition tomorrow. Zhang Qingming came to Jiangcheng this time with a question to ask Yi Bei, otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way to Jiangcheng to join in this kind of trouble. Recently, Miss Wang's illness has relapsed. Zhang Qingming has truly run out of ideas and is at his wits' end. Even the most famous doctors in the capital are at a loss. If they can't find a solution soon, Miss Wang may very well pass away. However, Zhang Qingming never expected that Gao Yan's challenger was Yi Bei, otherwise he would never have agreed to be the referee. After a few days of fermentation, many citizens came to watch the spectacle early the next morning. The announcement from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital kept playing. The challenge between Dr. Gao Yan of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and Jishitang hospital is about to begin. To ensure fairness, we have invited the renowned Dr. Zhang Qingming from the capital to serve as the referee. The rules are simple. Patients who come for treatment will be randomly selected to see the doctor, and the doctor will see who can make the fastest and most accurate diagnosis. At 9 o'clock, the doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital followed Zhang Qingming out like stars surrounding the moon. Gao Yan walked triumphantly onto the stage. In the middle of the stage, there were 2 tables facing each other, with signs for the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and Jishitang on them respectively. On the far left, there was a row of tables reserved for Zhang Qingming and the leaders of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Everyone at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital took their seats on time, except for Yi Bei. Won't Dry from Jishitang be too afraid to come? Who knows, if he loses, he might not have any patients left. What if the traditional Chinese medicine doctor loses? Won't all the patients have to go to Jishitang across the street? Anyway, those who enjoy watching the drama never mind making things worse. Gao Yan was very pleased to see that Yi Bei had not shown up. Is Yi Bei afraid of losing and too scared to come? Just when everyone thought Yi Bei wouldn't dare to come, Yi Bei slowly walked across the road. Look, Dry is here over there.
Zhang Qingming, who was originally sitting on the judge's table, stood up immediately when he saw Yi Bei walking onto the stage. Sitting next to him, Dean Gao and Xu He were both puzzled as to what was wrong with this renowned doctor from the capital.
Dr. Zhang, what's wrong? Dean Gao asked.
Zhang Qingming complained, "Why didn't you say earlier that the challenger was Dr. Yi? I can't be the referee." After finishing his speech, Zhang Qingming left his seat and went to greet Yi Bei. This left the people on the referee's table looking at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what to do.
When Gao Yan saw Zhang Qingming leave his seat, he quickly went to stop him. "Teacher, what's wrong? The competition is about to start."
"Gao Yan, you are indeed one of the best students I have, but if you want to compare yourself to Yi Bei, I can tell you directly that there's no need to compare." Seeing that Yi Bei had already walked onto the stage, Zhang Qingming ignored Gao Yan and went directly to Yi Bei.
"Dry, it's been a long time, how are you?"
Zhang Qingming greeted Yi Bei very politely.
"Dr. Zhang, you're the referee this time, right?"
Yi Bei smiled slightly.
"Dry, there's a misunderstanding here. I really didn't know they were going to challenge you before I came, otherwise, I wouldn't have come to be the referee. The main reason I came here is to see you. Do you remember Miss Wang Qian from the Wang family? Her condition has worsened recently, and we're at our wits' end. We came here specifically to ask you for advice." The doctors at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital didn't look too good, especially Gao Yan and his son.
"What's going on? Are we still going to compete? It seems like Dr. Zhang and Dry are quite familiar with each other."
"I don't know, wasn't Dr. Zhang supposed to be Dr. Gao's teacher?"
"I think everyone knows Dry from Jishitang is amazing, no need to compare. Go see him." Not a single sick person complained. Those in the audience were confused about what had happened and began to discuss it amongst themselves. "Dr. Zhang, let's talk about Miss Wang later. I am here to accept the challenge," Yi Bei said calmly.
"There's no need to compete. That kid is my student. I know his skill level very well. How could he possibly be better than Dr. Yi? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble?"
Zhang Qingming said awkwardly.
"We can't just not compete. There are so many people waiting." Yi Bei walked over to the table with the Jishitang sign on it.
Having no other option, Zhang Qingming had to walk back to the podium and sit down.
"Dr. Zhang, do you know this Yi Bei?" Dean Gao asked.
"Alas, Dr. Ye's medical skills are so superb that even I am in awe of his abilities." Zhang Qingming's words made Dean Gao and the doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital on stage uneasy. If a renowned doctor like Zhang Qingming said that his medical skills were inferior to Yi Bei's, wouldn't this competition turn into a self-humiliation?
80, Chapter 80. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire?
Seeing Zhang Qingming's sullen face, Dean Gao glared at Gao Yan, who was looking at the podium. Now that everyone was present, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue the competition. If they didn't compete, the traditional Chinese medicine hospital would lose face, since it was the traditional Chinese medicine hospital that had started this. Dean Gao cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and turned on the microphone. "Hello everyone, we are honored to have Dr. Zhang Qingming, a renowned doctor from the capital, visiting our Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital today. Please give him a round of applause." Dean Gao started clapping, and applause followed from below the stage. Zhang Qingming also stood up and bowed slightly, his smile appearing forced. Dean Gao continued, "Today, we are holding this competition with the aim of promoting traditional Chinese medicine and learning from each other. This competition is purely for learning and exchange, not a life or death contest. Our Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and Dry from Jishitang have always gotten along very well. Not long ago, we even worked together to resolve a food poisoning crisis that shocked Jiangcheng. I've also heard some rumors that Dry's clinic across from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital is targeting our hospital. That's not true. Our hospital is a grade 3 class, a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and its medical standards are well known. We would never deliberately make things difficult for anyone just to attack them. That's what I want to clarify here." It must be said that Dean Gao speaks with some skill, befitting his background in an official family. I won't say much more here now. Let's invite Mr. Zhang Qingming, a renowned doctor from the capital, to speak. Dean Gao sat down, and as he did so, he made a point of glancing at Zhang Qingming's expression. "I'm very happy to participate in such an event. This is a rare opportunity for open competition among TCM doctors. I won't say much more. I hereby declare this challenge officially open." Zhang Qingming concluded his speech hastily. Dean Gao continued, "Patients participating in this competition will receive free treatment. Our TCM hospital will cover all costs, from consultation to medication. So, if anyone wants to see a doctor, please line up. We will limit each doctor to 5 patients. Those who wish to participate can register at the registration desk. As soon as Dean Gao finished speaking, people rushed to the registration area, and the scene became somewhat chaotic. Seeing this, Dean Gao quickly added, "Everyone, please don't crowd. Those who haven't registered can see a doctor for free at the relevant departments of our traditional Chinese medicine hospital." The 10 people quickly divided into 2 groups and lined up. The first patient Yi Bei saw was a 2.5-year-old girl, who was carried by a young woman to Yi Bei's table and sat down. Her mother said that the child had always been cared for by her grandmother, who ran a small shop. The child liked to drink all kinds of beverages, and the grandmother never interfered. In the past 2 months, the child started to lose his appetite. They had seen many doctors and taken a lot of medicine, but he had not gotten better in the past few days. The child would cry whenever he ate, and would vomit if he was forced to eat. Gao Yan, who was on the other side, was secretly pleased to see that Yi Bei's first patient was a pediatrician. Everyone knows that pediatric illnesses are sometimes difficult to diagnose because they can only rely on what adults say, which may not be the child's true condition. Gao Yan saw a patient with a common stomach ailment, and with his previous medical records, the diagnosis was not difficult. Yi Bei saw that the little girl had a sallow complexion, a distended abdomen, a pale red tongue with a thick, greasy yellow coating in the middle, and purplish fingerprints. Yi Bei glanced at the child's medical records. The previous doctor had treated the child with the principle of strengthening the spleen, resolving phlegm, warming the middle jiao, and dispelling cold. Yi Bei said, "Your child has cold and dampness damaging his spleen, causing dampness and turbidity to obstruct his middle jiao, which leads to heat in his face." The previous doctor used warm and drying medicines to treat him, which caused dampness and heat to combine. So the more medicine he takes, the less he wants to eat. Don't worry, I will prescribe a prescription for you. Take it for 3 days and come back to see me after 3 days. Yi Bei quickly prescribed a formula, Codonopsis palacula, Atractylodes macrocephala, Amomum villosum, malt, etc., and instructed the patient to consume a liquid diet and avoid raw and cold foods. Yi Bei's speed greatly surprised Gao Yan, who was on the other side. While Gao Yan was still considering the medication, Yi Bei had already seen the next patient. To be fair, everyone can hear what each doctor says. The patients Yi Bei had treated took their prescriptions to Zhang Qingming, who then reviewed them again. After hearing what Yi Bei had said and looking at the prescription he had written, Zhang Qingming nodded and said, "Dry's diagnosis and treatment were very skillful. We all know that treating children is difficult in this case. The previous doctors were misled by the child's appearance and used warm and drying medicines, which caused the child's condition to worsen. We all know that a characteristic of childhood illnesses is that the spleen is often deficient. Dry's prescription addresses both the symptoms and the root cause. With Xiangsha Lu Jun decoction as the main formula, it is well worth learning from." Zhang Qingming had a very high opinion of Yi Bei. After Zhang Qingming finished commenting on the patients Yi Bei had seen, the patient Gao Yangang had just seen walked up to Zhang Qingming with the prescription in hand. As usual, Zhang Qingming inquired about and diagnosed the patient. When he looked at the prescription written by Gao Yan, he frowned, glanced at Dean Gao, and handed the prescription over. Dean Gao glanced at the prescription and asked, puzzled, "Is there something wrong with this prescription, Elder Zhang?" Zhang Qingming said bluntly, "Dean Gao, Gao Yan's prescription is a slap in the face to me. His teacher, you saw it when I saw the patient just now. This is clearly a patient with a strong constitution. How can you prescribe such a strong tonic? Isn't that just adding fuel to the fire?" As soon as Zhang Qingming said this, Gao Yan, who was still receiving treatment, immediately broke out in a sweat, his face turning red to his ears. He felt guilty. He had just looked at the patient's previous medical records. The previous doctor diagnosed the patient with a confirmed case, but the patient said the medication was ineffective. Gao Yan thought the patient might have a deficiency syndrome, so he prescribed a strong tonic. "It's open now." Every word Zhang Qingming spoke through the microphone was clearly heard by everyone present. Gao Yan used to perform well in school, but after returning to Jiangcheng, with his father being the hospital director and his grandfather being a senator in Jiangcheng, he was faced with real-world temptations and had no interest in studying medicine. He devoted all his energy to chasing girls and having fun. Zhang Qingming tore up the prescription Gao Yan had written and wrote a new one for the patient. The patients waiting in line with Gao Yan were all wondering, "This Dr. Gao doesn't seem to be very good. He made a mistake on the very first one." By the time Gao Yan finished seeing the second patient, Yi Bei had already seen the fourth patient. Yi Bei's second and third patients had simple conditions, which were a piece of cake for him. Even so, Zhang Qingming